Good Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday, right?
Today's Wednesday.
All right. Good
Tomorrow's
Wednesday.
World Cup
Tomorrow, World Cup.
officially starts.
Are you
Not here.
Are you as excited as the Brazilian women are? They were excited last night. Now
I'm not that excited, but I'm very
Well,
excited. I'm not excited enough to get a red
you're
card.
not as excited as a Brazilian woman.
Not to get a red card.
8 red cards from the Brazilian women against the U.S. last night. The U.S. will just piss you off, I think. I think the U.S. just pisses people off.
I guess so.
Yeah. Got under their skin, beat their ass 1-0. 8 red cards.
Well, it was like 3 or 4 coaches got red cards.
Yeah.
And then 2 players, and then 2 players after the game was over because of blatant disrespect got red cards.
Blatant disrespect.
The U.S. should have won that game like 3 or 4-0. They had lots of opportunities to score. The Brazilian goalkeeper was great. The U.S. went down there for a couple friendlies in Brazil. They lost the first one over the weekend. They dominated chances this time around, and the Brazilians weren't thrilled. They were looking to make a statement because I believe the Women's World Cup is in Brazil next year. So this was a test run for the U.S. And I wouldn't even call it that hostile because the U.S. kind of did whatever they want. It's just that it was going poorly for the women of Brazil, and they didn't react well.
It's the first time that we've won there since '97.
Did you see this devastating injury with the red card?
No.
Oh, this got a red card. Watch this.
Emily Sonnet. That was a yellow. That was the second yellow that led to the red for the Brazilian player.
You got to go off on that.
Yellow to red.
She pushed her in the shoulder.
She pushed her in the shoulder.
That
hurt.
Oh, and then she went down like.
Yeah, that hurt. That hurt.
Oh.
It hurt.
We SGA'd
That's
it.
ridiculous.
We kind of had to SGA it.
But why did she push her? Stop pushing people.
Yeah, she was
I think
pushing
you
her.
learned that in kindergarten.
Don't keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, exactly. She pushed her, and like seconds or minutes later,
And you know what? It worked. And the referee can't see everything, so all she sees in her periphery is someone going to the ground, and it's already a highly charged situation. All right, get out of here. I don't want to deal with you. Beat it. And that's kind of what happened.
Yep. 2 yellows make a red, apparently.
Sorry, keep your hands to yourself.
Yep.
You don't get a second yellow.
There were 2 yellows. Two yellows to reds, and then the rest were just all
They're
reds.
straight to red.
Well, yeah, the staff got 3 reds.
Yes, I'm saying they got thrown out before the game was even over. One of the Brazilian women late in the game elbowed one of our triple espresso girls right in the face, and that got her a straight red.
Wow.
And then as I mentioned, you had a couple reds for like blatant disrespect of the referee after the match, where the match is over, but they roll up there to say, "Hey, you screwed all this up." She's like, "Get out of here, get out of here, red," and then the game's over at that. It's a friendly; it's not going to carry over. So they had their say, but the U.S. won.
So they don't care. You don't
No,
miss
it's a
the
friendly.
game.
They don't carry over.
They don't care.
You have to legit. You would have to probably rise. It'd have to be raised to a level where you said something so crazy that FIFA comes down and drops a suspension on you based off just your actions that are irregular. But if you just get a red, they'll just wipe it away.
Look at the women taking all the attention away from the World Cup.
Well, it gets a primer.
Well, on this show right now.
Yeah, you decide to start with that as opposed to something else.
Well, what did you want to talk about? 10-1? Is that what you wanted?
Well, I mean, I guess not.
Kai Waiting was not very good. Man, he was just throwing meatballs up there. Holy crap. It was over in the second inning.
Yeah.
The game was over. Just didn't.
Once they hit 4-0, it felt like, ooh. Because the offense wasn't doing anything.
Nope.
Wasn't getting anything done. So now you've scored 1 run in the last 2 games. Not ideal. Not ideal. But the good news is, according to our minor league correspondent, Del Olalea, Christian Javier is looking really good right now.
What do you mean you scored 1 run in the last 2 games? You beat them 5-4 the game before.
Oh, no, it was the game before that.
Yeah.
In 2 of the last 3 games.
Okay.
I just ignore the middle game.
You just ignored the win?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ignore the win.
All right.
The 0 before that.
Yeah. So that was just terrible. We went out ready. Let's go beat the Angels again. Let's destroy all their hopes and dreams.
Yeah. It was an interesting lead up because the Mariners nearly blew a game. In fact, they did blow it, but they were able to come back and win in extra innings because the Mariners the Mariners are having issues closing out games. They've been going through guys much like the Astros.
Maybe
until
they'd like
came
Josh
back.
Hader.
Well, that would be something. But before Hader came back, we had our questions about who closes games. The Mariners have been going through it, but they found a way to win. And I was like, you know what? Damn it. But, it's the Angels.
Yeah.
We'll be fine. Tang has been pitching okay.
He's been pitching good.
The last start wasn't great, and this one followed up with another bad start.
I mean, if you're going to be picky about it.
the last start wasn't great before this one, and then he continued the downturn last night. I was like, you know what? Hockey or the Astros? Hockey or the Astros? Tang made it pretty easy.
Won that.
Tang made it pretty easy. It's like, all right.
That was good. I'm telling you.
It's been a great series.
Yeah, somebody said, and a writer, we had a caller.
Larry
said,
called
Larry.
it yesterday. Yeah.
You guys are missing the greatest
See, you're
Stanley
doing,
Cup final.
See, you're doing that.
What?
And someone tweeted us, "Great call, Larry," and it was a gif of Kermit.
The Stanley Cup final.
He's been calling for years.
He's
Yes.
called, I love Larry. But Larry right away by his voice.
You know him right up.
Right off.
There's two Larrys. There's Larry and Stafford, and there's Larry,
Right.
and they couldn't sound more different. Substantially different tones.
Yeah. And he was right, though.
And
That was a
energies.
great game.
It was.
It was 2-0 in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, but
and
back.
then, came
They
right
came
back.
right back. And
That's how
fired
that
right
series
back
is
and-
gone. Big leads just go
Yeah.
away, and teams fight back and either come back all the way or at least tie it. And then Carolina won in Vegas to make it a 2-2 series. So,
It's a 3-game series now.
I had a choice, and I gravitated towards
Oh, yeah.
the hockey.
Well, the Astros have a chance to win the series tonight. Lambert, what time is that game? Is that a night game?
That is, 8:38.
Okay, we're not a day game. Okay.
Nope.
So you got a chance to win that. Lambert is a small underdog. Detmers is a small favorite. He's 2-5 with a 4.26. A whip of 1.14. His whip's been pretty good, but Peter Lambert's pitched well for the Astros. He's been really consistent since he's come up. He's looked like, he's pitching like one of those pitchers pitched last year when we had for so long the AAA lineup, the starting rotation for so long, and you had guys who were, Jason Alexander, for example, who looked consistent last year for a long stretch of time. That's what Lambert's actually looked like this year for the Astros.
Yep.
So I give the Astros a decent chance to win this game. He's only given up 3 home runs in 50 innings. He's not a guy who gives up a lot of long balls, so we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
So help is on the way, as Del mentioned. Hunter Brown pitches tonight. He'll throw 75 pitches, and then he'll be back in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He could possibly pitch. He'll pitch either Monday or Tuesday against Detroit back here. Probably Tuesday, I would imagine. Tuesday back here, which is Lambert's next start. But you're going to have, and you push Lambert down, and then you figure out, is Burroughs gone? And then, not only that, Christian Javier had an outing. One in a row.
3, count them. 3 perfect innings.
3 perfect innings.
With 3 strikeouts, the velocity up to 94.
Well,
which
now,
is high for him.
That is high for him.
Now, here's the question. This is a serious question. How was his arm? How was he hurt early in the year when he had been off all that time?
I think he's been out because of suck, if you want to know the truth.
Well, throwing 94. Well, you can say that, but the velocity has been down. Not a ton. Actually, this year it wasn't down a ton. It was down about a mile an hour. But how was he out suck isn't going to keep him out for.
Well,
He didn't even work.
Well, what do you mean? He sucked even down in the minors. He sucked.
Well, he sucked, but he didn't even throw very many pitches. He had a long period of time where he did nothing.
Yeah. No.
That's not what you want to do. That all that does is prolong the time you
What
can
did
come
they
back.
say? It wasn't arm fatigue. It wasn't
I
fatigue.
think it
That
was
in
tightness or something like that. It
Yeah.
was or when it was, no, he was shoulder. I think.
I'm almost
How
convinced.
is
I'm almost convinced he was okay. We're putting him on the IL.
Here's
Suck.
what I think. I think he just wasn't in good shape coming off of spring. I think these guys are not ready. I don't think they're ready. I think a real question has to be asked about how so many pitchers got hurt at the beginning of the year when they just started off.
Yeah.
It just got started. Is the preparation to get your arm ready? Was it not good? Because how do guys get hurt when they've been off the whole off season?
Well, he had a grade 2 right shoulder strain.
I know. How did he get that shoulder strain? Is he not stretching properly?
Mm-hmm.
I have
I
no
mean,
idea.
we can't just keep saying these are the injuries. What are the root causes of the injuries? And is some of it because you're not stretching properly? You're not warming up properly. You're not going through. They don't have a series of lead-ups that build the arm strength. There's something going on. It happened to It happened to 3 different pitchers. Hunter Brown, and Christian Javier. How is that not raising a red flag that maybe the preparation wasn't what it needed to be? It should be. To start the season, 3 guys get hurt when they had been off the entire offseason other than, coming back in spring. That just looks like a preparation thing.
Yeah, Hunter Brown was diagnosed also with a grade 2 right shoulder strain.
Yeah.
So they both had them.
Who was it? What general manager said we're not getting ready properly? We're not throwing enough in the spring, or we're not.
Whoever he was probably right.
Well, but it pissed the pitcher off. It said, hey, don't tell me how to get ready. I know what I'm doing.
It was Dana
Hopefully
Brown
that
who said
pitcher
that.
wasn't-
He
It was
said
Dana
about-
Brown.
He said about Hunter Brown.
Yeah. Dana Brown said it about Hunter Brown.
Yeah, and he goes, Hunter was like, well, I think Dana actually said he was throwing too hard. Like, I think that was his problem.
In the spring, he was throwing.
During spring training. And then Hunter Brown was like, well, I do the same thing every year. I mean, that can be his opinion, but it's the same thing I do every year. It wasn't a
All I
problem.
know is that there's a multitude of pitchers with a magnitude of influence on games who are hurt for the Astros year after year after year. So maybe look at your process.
Yeah.
Maybe look at your process.
Dana, maybe look at the way that
maybe
Hunter's
Dana's
doing.
right. I mean, 3 starters get hurt early in the season. Maybe they're not ready to throw yet. So what are you doing in the spring?
Dana Brown he made comments that perhaps the shoulder strain was caused by the fact that Hunter Brown was nearing triple digits throwing in spring, and saying maybe he was that arm was going too much early, and Hunter was like, what? This is what I always do. So I remember we had a conversation about that. Dana Brown out there saying stuff. So he was saying you're going too hard.
Well, maybe Dana's onto something here. Dana Brown isn't a pitching coach or a trainer or any of those things. So I could see where the player would get. Hunter Brown would be like, "Well, shut up. This is how I do it." And
I'll see. Shut up, Dana. I'll see you in 10 weeks.
that's right. It's right.
Okay, Hunter. I guess April 1st was the last time you pitched. Maybe stop telling people to shut up and maybe try to get back before 10 weeks are over.
Well,
and the Astros are 7 games under 500? Or
Yeah, but that's really. But help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Unless it gets
7
changed.
games under 500, 31-38. And we're nearing the halfway point of the season. And the Astros will not, at the halfway point, I'm going to go out on a limb. They will not be at 500. They'll be under 500 at the halfway point. So that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They're at 69 games right now. They got 12 to go. Unless they go out on an unbelievable stretch right here. And I hope so. I hope they do. I hope they do go on an unbelievable
It
stretch.
starts tonight.
Yep. It starts tonight with Peter Lambert against somebody named Detmers. Reed Detmers. A lefty. Going against a lefty tonight. 713-780-3776. If you talk funny, you're more than welcome to get in here. Or whatever it is that you want to do, you can do that right here
Did
on
any
ESPN.
Spurs fans get beat up last night in New York? Or?
No, but
we know?
the Knicks and Spurs both condemned it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I didn't hope they weren't going to condone it.
Yeah, they condemned it.
I was like, what are they going to Is it
And
going to
they-
be condemn or condone?
And they apparently called Mamdani and the police department party poopers because they can't have a bigger watch party.
Oh, bigger one.
They're going to limit it. They're going to limit it.
Oh,
The
after
watch
that,
party.
all that stuff went down.
Yeah, why wouldn't we want more people out there?
Maybe the NYPD we saw in those videos maybe need to step in and keep things. Of course, those were Knicks fans fighting Knicks fans.
Yeah,
in that
right.
Video.
Right.
I didn't even see them around for the Spurs fans who were getting
There was
their
nobody
jerseys
yeah,
ripped off, and then if they tried to
fight
they-
back. They get their
they wouldn't have gotten punched if they would have just taken the
I
jerseys
mean,
off and
honestly,
let them.
let's just let the Knick fan rip that jersey right off you, and you would have been fine.
This is what you got to do.
Keep
Take
your-
it off yourself. Let them burn it.
Or that.
I know you spent $160 on your jersey. Let them burn it.
Better yet, when you're in, enemy territory, try not to wear the opposing uniform.
These
Just
are
wear
all
some black
things
shirt.
where
Yeah, not even.
not even a black
Wear a
shirt.
white shirt.
Yeah,
Be neutral.
that
Yeah,
too.
wear a white shirt.
Does it sound like we're victim blaming? Sure.
Yeah.
But it's just the reality of the situation.
Okay. If you're at war and you're the only person there with the enemy's colors on, with the enemy uniform, you're going to probably lose.
Yeah, don't run into battle by yourself.
Right.
Is what we're
Have you
saying,
seen
yeah.
the video of I know you've seen it, of Nick Scurfield, who used to work for the Texans as part owner of Trailburger now. You've seen his video of walking through Dodger Stadium with all his Astro stuff on?
yeah.
You've seen it
Yeah.
before.
And
And
they
he's
just
got a video and he's walking, and a couple of them a guy grabs his hat at the end or whatever, but they're cussing at him like you can really feel the intensity
yeah.
of Dodger fans. And I was just thinking that would not be me. I would have
I wore my colors there. I
would
care.
have generic shirt on.
Right. I wore my colors there.
Why would you wear your colors there when they're stabbing? You just
Because-
told people
I
not to
know.
wear it to the.
Well, being in the regular season Dodger game and being in New York for the NBA Finals are two different things.
What if you're there for a World Series?
World Series? You know what? People went though and said it was fine. They did. They went and said they were fine. And we saw a lot of people at
Well,
Dodger
I'm sure
Stadium.
Spurs fans in the building had no problem.
Yeah, right. Once they
I'm
got
sure
outside.
once they got outside of the building
Yeah.
and you had the mob mentality
Mhm.
crank up, because you see people smiling like they're so excited to be part of someone beating up a Spurs fan. Is the excitement levels off the charts?
And you know,
can see it. They
and
were like,
you do
"This is
know there's
amazing."
video, and you can get arrested for assault from it. You do know that, right?
Yeah, the recognition stuff like that's I guess they had 20 arrests the other night, but to go to 26 after they won.
Right, right,
Game
right,
two.
right, right.
We'll see what the number looks like today. My guess is the police are going to be out and really in full force.
I mean, just so stupid. It's a game. Why are we beating people? I mean, it's a game, and it's not even the last game. You
Knicks
guys
fans
are getting arrested for game 2.
I
You're
don't know.
stupid.
I don't know if it was Dell said this or maybe you said it yesterday. Knicks fans at this point have this
They're
new
trying
thing
to-
that they developed where
No.
they don't have to be at the games, but it's the yelling and screaming and F this and
No.
F that. You know, they do the videos after the games. They've got this reputation that they feel like they've developed that they want to uphold.
It's like Philly fans.
Yeah, it is.
Philly fans just, we got to take it to another level.
Mhm.
And Knick fan is doing that now. I'm the most unbelievable
well,
Knick
the
fan.
street Knick fans.
Yeah, right.
I don't know about the ones paying
Well, they were the
10,000
ones, well, no.
16,000 a ticket.
The ones in San Antonio were pretty rowdy.
Yeah.
Pretty rowdy.
I saw some guy in New York say, when that Knicks fan got beat up by the Spurs fans, that was a green light for us to beat up all Spurs fans. Like, I don't even know what he's talking
What is he
about. I have no idea what he's talking about.
What Spurs fan beat up a Knick fan? First
Well,
of
there's fights that happen in
Yeah.
at every event. But what happened to these Spurs fans, I counted 4 in different videos.
yeah.
One was a streamer who was on Kickstream, so everyone says he deserves what happens to him. And I'm kind of the mind that streamers just do deserve to get beat up. I've gotten to that point now.
Well, you're-
Chud the Builder,
Yeah.
see you in prison, Chud.
Yep. Well, I'm.
Well, I actually won't see you in prison.
no,
but
you
good
won't.
luck in prison.
No. What I found is that I don't know what number of times we had to call Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and you have done it as well.
Mamdani should have had more plumbers posted up around New York so people wouldn't have been so frustrated.
Well, you think
Billy
that
could have run
the
some
lack
trucks
of
up
flushing toilets really
I'm
led
saying
to this?
they were like, I got to get out of the house. My plumbing's all screwed up. Hey, let's go down by the garden and beat people up.
Maybe. That could
Maybe.
be it. You know what? If they had, but they don't have Aqueduct Plumbing Company there. That's the problem with New York City. The problem with New York City is they don't have Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We as a city have Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We're better for it. It's a better city because the typical New York plumber.
Mhm.
You don't think he's coming in, he's charging you too much, he's got the
much.
butt crack thing
Yeah.
going on. It's a disaster.
We don't do that here.
Billy, don't do that.
We just have,
I'm not sure about the butt crack thing. We probably get some of that, but we got honest guys that are going to give you a great
They
job.
don't even charge you to come out and diagnose what the problem is. Like, no, you don't even charge you. And they say, look, if you want to go somewhere else to fix it, that's fine. But just know, We're going to have the best prices. We're going to do the best work. We're completely transparent. And that's the difference. That's the Aqueduct Plumbing Company difference. Any job, big or small, they are 100% going to be your new plumber. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Back here. Fair. Let me actually check it rather than keep insisting. Look at this. Let me check it rather than keep insisting.
What a. I mean,
I was wrong twice.
yes.
Tucker signed with the Dodgers.
I mean, so I'm looking for. I need a hit tonight. Dell, who's going to get a hit tonight? Jordan? He's facing a lefty. Detmers is a lefty.
You can pick any player across
Any
baseball.
player in baseball. I am a couple of hits away from winning
Well,
nice,
Kyle
nice
Tucker's
money.
got a big game with the Cubs
Kyle
against the Rockies,
Tucker.
according to AI.
Yeah,
Isn't he a Dodger?
Yeah, well,
No, AI told me I got to push back on you a little bit here. He signed
Okay.
with the Cubs, and then I finally had to go I copied and pasted his ESPN link in, and it went fair. Let me actually check rather than keep insisting. You're right. I was wrong twice. Tucker signed with the Dodgers this past off.
so it doesn't even know who Kyle Tucker plays for.
We're gonna be okay.
To be
Oh,
fair.
now it's saying, oh, let me redo this. Oh, number one, Kyle Tucker versus Jared Jones. Now it's saying Kyle Tucker's the best possible choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind. That doesn't. I don't mind that. But I got Michael Bush tonight in Colorado. Michael Bush. Nervous.
Here's
I'm
the names
3
they
hits
give
away
you.
from money.
Here's the names they give you: Kyle Tucker versus Jared Jones, Pittsburgh. Caminero versus
I
Jake.
don't love Jared Jones. Looked really good against the Astros. I don't love
Junior Caminero versus Jake. Well, Astros aren't always great.
Yeah, I know.
Versus Jake Bennett. Yeah, but either's Kyle Tucker. So, back-to-back lefty with a 4.35 ERA and only 4 Ks on the year. He doesn't miss bats.
that. Who is this?
Bryce.
Junior Caminero.
Yeah. Then you have Bryce Harper versus Max Scherzer.
Oh.
Scherzer has a 9.64 ERA.
Yeah, there's.
Had real command issues.
I just.
Harper's
but-
historically hit him well.
Oh, really?
Harper's hit prop is one of the safest on the board tonight, it says. Pete Crow Armstrong, a.k.a. PCA, versus Michael Lorenzen in Colorado.
I got Michael Bush instead of PCA.
Okay, and then Cal Raleigh versus Brandon Young.
Bregman got a couple of hits last night because he's. Bregman might come out of it now because after he said how terrible he is, now he's starting to
Who are you going
light it
for?
up a
Who
little.
do you have?
I got Michael Bush.
I'm going to say now Michael Bush's chances.
Yeah.
I'll break down his chances
Yep.
of getting a hit.
And Jordan's. Well, in the meantime, let's get Vincent in here. Vincent wants to talk a little Jack in the Box tacos. What do you say, Vincent?
Hey guys, what's going on? You were talking about Jack in the Box tacos last week,
Yeah.
and that kind of reminded me. Have you guys ever been to La Lucha restaurant in Houston?
Yeah. They've got the Jack in the Box
Okay,
tacos.
yeah. Yeah, the chef there, he was a big fan of Jack in the Box tacos in college, so he made his own version of Jack in the Box tacos with shrimp, and they're freaking delicious.
With shrimp. And, oh, wow.
Yeah, with shrimp.
So they just dip them in grease and
Well, they're made better than that. They're made better.
there's
than
nothing
Yeah, they're
like the
made better
taste of
than-
Jack in the Box tacos, though. I mean,
They're made a little bit. I mean, they're made better than
They're
Jack in the
made
Box
better,
tacos.
but
Obviously,
yeah.
they're fresher,
well,
but-
everything is
but
made
they're
better
so
than a
freaking
Jack in
good.
the
So
Box
Bobby,
taco.
he's talking about Bobby Matos. I know Bobby, and he wanted to he created a burger that I want to say it was supposed to be like Whataburger. Maybe it's supposed to be like a diner burger. So La Lucha had that, and I'm trying to like the menu, food and drinks.
Called the classic H-Town Pharmacy Burger. Does
Yeah.
that sound right?
Yeah, that's
And
it.
also, they're called crispy shrimp tacos, also known as late night treat, which is what Jack in the Box tacos
That's
can
what
be.
they are.
So that's what they are. Yeah, there's shrimp, American cheese, spicy arbol chili, chili. But I imagine they're going to hit your tongue a little differently than Jack in the Box's frozen
and
tacos.
your
Stomach as well.
credit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it'll cost more as well. They're not 99 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the
Yeah, they're not
problem.
99 cents, but they're very good. Very
Yeah,
good. If
they
you
are
guys get a
good.
chance to go check it out.
Yeah,
they
but
are-
for 99 cents, I can get 2 Jack in the Box tacos.
For what
Yeah.
it costs to get these tacos, you could get, if I'm reading this right, you can get 17 pairs of tacos. Nearly.
yeah, I think
Oh,
you're reading
guess
it
who
right.
wins?
Well,
Jack
There
in the
is
Box.
no getting around the fact that here it is, $16.95 for his tacos. The pharmacy burger's $15.95. It's over the last probably 7 years. Since COVID, really, we've seen an explosion in prices of
Yeah.
burgers. Where if you find a burger at a restaurant for less than $10, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
It's an absolute miracle.
Well, I don't know if I want it, if you want to know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about this yesterday. As a matter of yeah, there's a Five Guys out in the country, and he was like, me and my wife went and we spent $20. I was like, $20? Do you in L.A.
Who are
you
you
can't find a burger for
Wait,
under
wait, wait.
20.
Who are you talking to?
Like guy, he lives in the country. David, he owns Lulings.
Oh,
He owns Lulings, and
Well, he owns
he was-
he owns
and
a
he
place.
was complaining about paying $20 for him and his wife with fries, the two of them together. He said,
Oh,
"I'll
no.
never go back there."
And that's a miracle price.
Oh my God!
Burger and fries for 10 apiece?
Yes, for $10 each.
That's almost a
And he was like, "That well, out in the country though, now you get some cheap. You can get some good deals.
why
on
their
food.
meat doesn't cost the same.
I don't know.
I get rent is going to be cheaper. When I don't know,
Everything
you
should be
probably. Well, I don't know. In the
I mean,
country-
you have to live out in the country. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
You should get some discounts on stuff, right? I mean, if you're put through that, having to live out there,
They
where
don't see it
no
that way, right?
Astros. Where
No, they say that they get to stay away from city drivers.
Yeah,
who drive
city folk.
who don't pay attention to red lights.
That's stupid. Well, I don't. Who are those people? I really.
You know, my wife's the same way. She told me years ago, if I'm somewhere and it's late at night or early in the morning,
Yeah.
I'm not. She said I'll stop at a red light, but if there's no one there, I'm going. I'm not going to just sit there waiting for somebody.
I know,
to
it's
carjack.
stupid.
She said waiting for somebody to carjack me.
Yeah,
She thinks it's a safety issue.
it is a safety issue.
You don't think of it that way.
I
though.
do. I'm worried about getting carjacked
Is that so?
or sitting at a light when no one is around.
There it is. That's the reason.
Why would I do that? That's
There.
the dumbest thing
That's
ever.
the real reason.
There's
Yeah.
no one anywhere, and I'm
Rules are
just going to
rules,
sit
John.
there.
You're the Texas Tech
Don't
of
go
drivers.
to Japan. Don't go to Japan.
You don't care about rules.
They don't think like that. There could be no one coming, and you'll have 150 people standing on the side of the road waiting for it to turn green.
Hey, I know. And by the way, I got pulled over in L.A. for
Again?
crossing the street. I told you, right?
Yeah.
Crossing the street when I wasn't supposed to. I got pulled over for that. On a scooter.
Woo!
I was on a scooter. Okay?
A motorized scooter?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Woo!
All
You
right.
own one,
What did
don't
the
you?
officer
Well,
say to you?
yeah, we own-
You own the scooters, don't you?
Yeah.
What did the officer say to you?
He said, listen, there's been some. I was like, dude, I'm old. I know how to cross. I know how to cross a street.
Now he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah. I know how to. I've been crossing streets for a long
I just
time.
didn't know if you
time.
could see, sir.
And he was like,
Well,
yeah,
you being
but
so
we've
old, I
had
didn't know if
some
you could
deaths.
see.
I was like, well, if I die, why do you care?
Well, he's a good human being,
Why
possibly.
can't you just? Why do you just not comply?
Because
He
I'm-
won't. Well,
He won't comply.
It's privilege.
No.
Uh-huh. Did
No,
he get
but
tased? No.
It's so
No, of course
stupid.
not.
comply.
People standing on the corner when there's no one and you don't cross the
We're
street.
rule followers in
You're
this country.
idiots. No, you're a
Comply.
bunch of sheep. Is what you are.
Are you a wolf? And we're all sheep.
Uh huh.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a wolf. You're damn right.
Johnson's like, rules for thee, not for me.
Of course.
Yeah. No. The rules are not. It's the rules. So if there's anyone coming, you know. But if there's no one coming,
this
go.
That
That's
does not
stop
say
If
trying
there's
that.
no one coming,
It
you
does
know.
not say that
trying
anywhere.
to New York their L.A.
Okay.
Okay, those are New York rules. Stop trying to New York their L.A.
Oh, really? Yeah, because no one breaks any rules in L.A.
No,
Yeah.
Not the ones you
I'm
break.
yeah. And, man,
Caught you.
and I ran a stop sign and got a ticket too.
Well, maybe
What are
stop
you
breaking
doing?
the rules.
Start
you keep
following
getting
the
caught.
rules.
You're not even a good rule breaker.
I know. I ran.
I just ran.
and
the stop
rolling.
sign.
I was rolling
Oh,
through
yeah,
it,
yeah,
and he was sitting there, and I
You're
was
not.
like, oh,
You're not great at breaking the rules. You get caught too much.
yeah.
So wait, did you got pulled over?
I
You
got
didn't
a
get
ticket for that one.
No, yeah, but you didn't get a ticket for the other one, right?
Yeah, I didn't get a ticket. I got a warning.
A warning.
So you stand on it and go like that?
Yeah, just hit the button. Pull it.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I'm not taking chances. Too many times where I rode that cheap skateboard I had as a kid, and you hit one little pebble or rock, and you go
Well, the
flying
technology
forward
has
off it.
changed
Yeah.
a little
I
bit.
know.
It's a
When I
little-
found out, wait, skateboards can actually roll over a pebble and
And-
not send you flying. Yeah.
And by the way, we live on a hill that straight down. It's you can go pretty fast. You can go pretty fast when you're going down.
I just hope you obey the laws of the land going forward.
F the land. F the,
You
F
keep
the
getting
rules.
caught.
I do.
You need to live in a country
That's
where it
my
doesn't
first
matter.
ticket in.
If he lived in the country, he
30
wouldn't have
years.
these tickets.
Yeah, I could just. You can blow those. There's a light with no one anywhere for miles
In
in
the
the country.
Yeah.
You're gonna
see?
sit there and a red light.
That's
Well-
I've done it before, but
No.
I did think to myself, this is.
Really stupid.
I mean, this is really.
Really stupid.
And I've actually gone through one. I've stopped and I'm like, well,
Well,
if they have a red light camera, I'm busted.
I'm just going to
Yeah.
tell you guys that you are well within your rights, and I commend you if you do. If you're in the middle of the country and there's a red light and you run it, you guys go ahead and do that. To Americas, I ain't doing that.
Look at Ryan in the chat says, quote, if this rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was this rule? Either John Gartano or Anton Chigurh. Can't remember. Are you like No Country for Old Men?
I'm
Call it, friend. You're telling the
Call it.
traffic cop.
Yep.
Call it for the ticket writer on the
Call-
and how about the ticket people who just walk down the street giving people
I
tickets
know. Oh, yeah.
on their cars? They think they're so much better than
Yep.
everybody.
Yep. I got.
You can see with every ticket they write, they're saying in their head, they're saying,
I got a parking ticket there too.
"What? How many?
I'm just.
How many tickets?" The
Yeah,
problem.
I,
There he is,
I-
John Granado. The problem.
well,
Always has been.
yeah. My wife was like, "Man, Can you just follow the rules?
You're
once?
the Mason of your
Yeah.
family.
Yep.
I'm every time I'm opening up a letter like, why do you have a $140 parking ticket?
Yeah.
Because you haven't done it for 6 months. You haven't taken care of this, you dummy. What are you doing? You're throwing money away.
That's what he does. That's what we do. Okay, you don't even need any money if you go to the soccer game for free.
No, and you know what? I put this out there on social media yesterday because I felt bad. Because yesterday when I told you this, I only had a few locations. They've added locations for you to win. This is a real thing. If you can't win tickets through Michelob Ultra to the World Cup, if you don't win them, like, for example, on Thursday at one location, try again on Friday, then try again on Saturday, then try again on Sunday. I'm going to give you a list right now of Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, it's pretty extensive. Or go look at my social media at Lance Zerline and go find where I've posted all the events, all the times, and all the locations. It's on there as well. Thursday, we're at Ojos Locos and Memorial 5 to 8. 2 to 5 is Rodeo Goat and Edo. Friday, 5 to 8 p.m., Christian's Tailgate at White Oak. On Saturday, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., Papa's on the Lake in Montgomery. 4 to 7 p.m. is going to be the Marriott Marquis downtown. And also on Saturday, 5 to 8 p.m., I've got two of them, Highline Park in the Heights and Little Woodrow's in Edo. And then 7 to 10 p.m., and you know what? You could actually hit multiple spots on Saturday now. I'm thinking about it. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., Moonshine Deck in the Heights. Let me just hit you with Sunday. Noon to 3, Chapman and Kirby at Edo. 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., Twin Peaks on Kirby. And then 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Fabian's Latin Flavors downtown. All of these give you a chance to win World Cup tickets by competing in an interactive soccer shootout. The winner's going to go home with a pair of tickets to the Houston-based FIFA World Cup game, a chance to win your tickets. Look how many Michelob Ultra is hooking you up with. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I like that. We got a good crop of young interns this year. They all, hey, and they shake hands. Avery and Ethan are out there. And
Yeah, they're the ones who came in the other day.
They are.
Yeah, they. I think Avery's here almost every day. I've never seen an intern in this. No, that's not true. We had Kenneth used to be in a lot.
Yeah, Kenneth used to be here a lot.
Kenneth
We
used
had
to
that
be in a lot.
older guy that
Kenneth
was
knew
in
how
a
to keep
lot.
his mouth shut.
You're the one who wanted him to keep his mouth shut.
Kenneth knew that
He
he knew the code.
See, I
Kenneth
don't
knew
know.
the
This
code.
makes me uncomfortable.
It's so-
This whole
Kenneth knew the
interns
code.
It's
can't
weird.
talk about
Yeah.
what you do with them.
We don't do anything that they should need to be
Anything you
keep
hear,
quiet.
whatever you hear,
What do they hear?
I don't know.
What do you?
Any number of things.
I mean,
Have you not done the show?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't even want them talking about things that happen on the air.
Well,
I
we
know. I feel
can't
uncomfortable when
really.
things are re-aired.
Well, since it's aired, I think it's public knowledge.
If you didn't catch it the first time, too bad. We got away with it.
Oh, well,
That's how I look at
But
it.
it's on podcast.
yeah.
And
you can
the
always go back and see.
And the
hear it.
YouTube saves the entire day of streaming, so they can go back and watch it as well.
They're the ones that save it.
But
yeah.
there's no reason for us to promote it
Okay.
where people could actually see it.
You are positioning us as a place where awful
Hey.
things are said.
Sam, don't put us on there
Well, now it's
saying what we
Lexi.
said on the show
Now
again.
you got- well,
Now
Sam
we
was
got to
a
tell Lexi that.
Sam was a muckraker. No
She
doubt
was a
about it.
muckraker.
Yeah.
Now she's muckraking for Spring School District or whatever.
And that's
The Big 12 ADs had a little conference call yesterday just so they could just complain to each other about, can y'all believe the Sorsby thing, right? Isn't this terrible, right, guys? The reverberations from a judge's decision to allow Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby to play in the wake of his sports gambling admissions continue to ripple through college sports. The Big 12 ADs held a spirited call around midday with Commissioner Brett Yormark. The call underscored that the league's athletic directors, except for Texas Tech's Kirby Hocutt, are unifying around the notion that Sorsby should not be eligible for next season. The conversation came in wake of blah, 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 blah. The tenor of Tuesday's call being strongly against Texas Tech, and Hocutt was an expected result considering athletic directors in the league have said they are disgusted, disheartened, and sad over the judge's decision. Okay, what was the point of making this phone call, though? In the judge's ruling, he said, this is my ruling, and no one can do anything bad against Brandon and Texas Tech. That was part of it, too. And you can't
No, right.
and you can't have any repercussions against them. What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is stupid. So the Big 12 ADs got on right? Am I right? Yes. I knew I wasn't crazy for thinking this is stupid. Yeah, exactly. What are y'all going to do? I'm just going to have a tersely worded email to Hocutt. What else? I'm just going to say stuff at a press conference. What else are you going to do? I just wanted to talk to you guys, see what y'all's thoughts were. What's the point of this dumb phone call? A bunch of ADs got on a phone call together to do what? To bitch and complain on a conference call? Who cares?
Why didn't they invite Texas Tech on it
He probably
to yell at them?
I know.
Yeah, or,
Hey,
or
you wanna
to
come
defend
on?
themselves.
I'm not coming on. I know what this is going to be.
Well,
He probably just said, I ain't coming on your dumb conference call. You're just going to be mad at me and Brendan Sorsby,
I saw one
Cody
Texas.
Campbell.
Listen, I think Texas Tech graduates aren't happy about this. One of them said, listen, everybody can cheat now, and there's no repercussions for it in school. You know what? Give us everybody gets a 4.0 because we can all cheat now.
I'd say the majority are fine with it. They may not be fine with it, but they're not going to go against it. They're going to keep their mouth shut because that's what you do now. You click up with your team and you cheer on bad stuff.
Yeah.
That's how it works now. That's how the world works.
Yeah.
I got to keep my mouth shut, my side. And let's face it, they could benefit from this.
Right. That's
a great deal.
That's how Plattner is going to get elected in Maine.
The guy's a good player.
Yep. He's on my side. I don't care if he's got a Nazi tattoo.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
Well, that's politics
That's
in
right.
general. It's
Right.
right, left. It doesn't matter.
Right. Doesn't matter.
I'm not even going to get into it, but I've had conversations with people who, in my family, who believe one thing, and then they decided, hey, you know what? I know I believed that 20 years ago. I don't believe it anymore.
Right.
I made some changes. Like, okay.
Okay. No, that's fine. And everybody, you know what? Vote
So,
your conscience
whatever-
and vote. But listen, The 85% of the people polled yesterday said it's wrong for what Texas Tech is doing. And you know what? It is. You can't. And you're arguing, somebody will pick them up. Well, then that somebody's wrong.
No.
That somebody is wrong.
My point is that this won't stand. Like, if Texas Tech is going to look at this as, why would we just give them up when someone else is going to take them? We're going to, and the judge, and they believe the judge.
That's not a justification for taking them.
Hold on. The court said you're good.
I know the court said you're good, and the court is wrong. The court's been wrong before.
Well, people don't. But that's what I'm saying. People in their regular lives don't have the same energy for anything political. No one will comment on anything negative that anyone they're associated with does. Texas Tech ain't going to start. They're not going to start this whole process. The court said you're good, and so Texas Tech isn't going to try to. Cody Campbell's starting to take a lot of heat, and they're saying you're literally the face and voice of trying to change college athletics, right? You've got commercials out there. You've set up a website, all that. You're supposed to be the voice of all this, but you're definitely the owner of Texas Tech University. Like Tillman Fertitta. Tillman only kind of owns U of H. Daspit still throws a bunch of money at it. Mattress Mac does.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other people who are throwing money.
Tillman's not nearly as involved.
But Tillman is still – he still has a big part in it. But Cody Campbell owns owns Texas Tech's athletic department. He owns it.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire who's financing it. And so everyone's saying, okay, then it falls on you. It falls on you.
Well, it should.
What do you think? Why are you okay with this? And everyone knows he's not going to, I think Sorsby's getting $6 million. Where do you think it's coming from? It's going to be coming, a chunk of it's probably coming directly from Cody Campbell.
Campbell said himself,
way, shape, or form.
I'm happy to pay him $5 million. He said that on, I don't know if
Well,
it
he
was
said
an interview.
this isn't right, but this is the system that's broken. I'm trying to fix it.
See, we talked about it. The system he is allegedly trying to fix has nothing to do with gambling on your own team. That's nonsense. That's him conflating something to distract everyone because I guess he thinks we're all dumb. Like, we can't tell the difference between NIL money, transfer portal, coaches poaching other players or other coaches' players. And this guy bet on his own team. And didn't just bet on him, bet on the unders on his own team.
Yeah.
Bet for his team to not do well. Does Cody Campbell think we're all dumb and we don't know the difference when he says the system's broken? There's nothing broken about the system that says gambling on your own team is a bad idea.
Right, and especially gambling. Well, you're really gambling against
He was
your
gambling
own team.
against his own team.
Yep. You're gambling against. Oh, well, he could have argued. Well, I think our defense is so great. That's why.
Passing. Oh, I guess we won't have to pass because we're getting stops or we'll run the ball a lot. I guess he can do that. But he was at Indiana before Kirk Segnetti. He was gambling against his own team.
Right. They were terrible.
Bad. They were bad.
Jeff wants to talk to us. Let's get Jeff in here. Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Doing great, guys. I just had to drive through town the last couple of days and was getting nostalgic hearing Longhorn Scott. I started listening to you guys when you first started, and I thought, man, it's got to be 30 years now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not quite.
97. We started in 97. Yeah, it's 29 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just, again, I listened to you guys for so long, and I don't get to listen to you as much. And man, I just wanted to call and tell you congratulations. Really appreciate what y'all done over the past 3 decades. It's really entertained me. So
thanks.
Appreciate it, man. You see, now that's a nice call.
That's a great call.
That's a great call. And everybody
it's a great call.
You know what, who owes us, you should call in. Okay.
Who owes us?
Well, you owe us, a compliment.
A debt of
You
gratitude.
You owe us a compliment or two.
Yeah, a debt of gratitude.
Yeah.
That's a good way to
yes.
put it, yeah.
We've brightened up your lives for 3 decades now. Okay.
Sometimes,
Maybe a little thank you,
Wow.
like Jeff.
sometimes some of the information we've given has been wrong,
that's
especially
okay.
over the last couple of years.
Well,
Yeah, it
probably
would be.
this morning we did that.
People already like,
certainly
is
possible.
John voting in the Maine governor's race?
Why does he know so much about Graham
He's
Plattner?
not voting in the Maine governor's race.
Can you not know about
I
Graham
know.
Plattner?
Yeah, we've heard.
I mean, honestly, you must be in a hole somewhere.
Actually, if you're not into politics, you'd have no idea.
Yeah,
who
to be
that
fair,
guy is.
you wouldn't know.
If you're not in political Twitter,
Yep.
you wouldn't know who that guy is.
Right.
Just some random
An
dude
oyster
from Maine.
farmer from Maine.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't know. He's on every news.
That's what I'm saying. But why would you watch news if you're not into
Yeah, I'm
politics?
too busy watching U.S.
Maybe because you care about
Not Maine.
stuff.
No, news isn't. News is bad now.
Yeah,
Just
people
don't
hate
watch.
news. They don't want bad stuff, though. come into
David
their home.
Muir is not bad. Okay, David Muir is a
No, I
great
don't think
American.
he's bad, but
Okay.
a lot of news is negative, and people
If
kind
it
of want to
bleeds,
avoid
it
it.
leads.
Well, that's it. That's it.
You could have been
Not
watching
national news.
You could have been.
Oh, David Muir's the ABC.
yeah,
guy.
I heard.
Yeah.
I got what he was doing there. Yeah,
I recognized when I saw him. Like, oh, this guy.
Yeah.
you could either watch the news or watch U.S. versus Brazil.
Or watch
You got
Obsession.
choices.
Mm.
Oh yeah, Obsession.
I
Did
went
you
and
see
saw
it?
Obsession last night. Yeah, I got
Obsession was a.
A movie.
Oh.
I got uncomfortable as soon as she went back out to the car. As soon after he made his wish,
Mm-hmm.
and I felt like, oh, I'm a little worried about how this one's going to go, and, which I knew it was going to go horribly because it was a horror movie called Obsession.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, woo, you got to really be careful how you word it if you get a wish. If you get a wish, you got to. I hope she loves me more than anything in the effing world. Well, get ready to have your entire door duct taped up so you can't get out. Like that was like, oh, this is too much.
Well, the one guy who made the wish got it right, but it went poorly for
I
him
wish
at the
for
end.
$1 billion.
And he got it. That
He
was
just
a clean wish, and then stuff happened
He understood
later.
the assignment there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although it's going to be hard to just
Are
spend
you guys
cash
telling
on everything.
everyone the movie? Is that
Well,
what
that's
right?
one. That's a small plot thing.
Oh.
It's
Well,
not a
we
big
got-
deal.
it's a real easy plot. A guy makes a wish that the girl's obsessed with him or that she loves him more than anything in the world, a girl he has a crush on, then she actually does, and that's it. And you can imagine, and it's a horror genre. So you imagine how horribly this goes.
So the director shot.
he probably liked the sex at one time.
Yeah, and then it got
Well.
it
And
got
then it went
weird.
and then it got sideways when he wakes up in the middle of the
And
night.
she's
in
hiding in the corner.
I was like, I'm out. I just don't know if I can continue
So
to stay here.
apparently, the director shot several scenes where she played it, where she actually liked him and she didn't like him. So you never were really sure, and he intercut depending on what he wanted. So you're never really sure how she felt about him until he did the wish
Kiss
thing.
the person on your left. Like, oh, this is not good.
All
Whoever
right.
that actress is, she's good.
All right. Just go see it then if you want to see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sensation, John.
It is.
Obsession. Once again, yesterday it led the box office. So it didn't lead the box office over the weekend because other stuff came out, but on Monday, right back up to the top. It keeps making money.
I don't like scary movies though, so I'm not going to see it. I probably will never.
Yeah, you're not gonna enjoy
not.
what she's up to.
No, I'm not going to enjoy that. I just stay away from them. I avoid them.
No,
I'm
no. I was like,
Don't do that. Yeah, it's
"Don't
not gonna
do
be good.
that."
No.
I'm like, sit down in a restaurant where she starts to flip out like, you get, so you don't like when
I
things
don't,
make you
I'm
like Larry David.
uncomfortable. Makes me uncomfortable.
Okay, so there's going to be stuff in here where you're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Ricky Gervais.
only with threats of violence.
Yes, and Michael Scott. They all make me uncomfortable, but I enjoy them. The slasher stuff I don't enjoy. That's not me. Time to talk a little Houston Powder Coaters. That's me. Okay, I love Houston Powder Coaters. Okay, so our city looks great, and I don't know if you noticed. Maybe you haven't noticed, but I'll tell you this. Who hired Houston Powder Coaters? The city of Houston, to beautify the city for the World Cup, which is here. Okay, so they said, listen, we want our city to look as good as possible. So they hired Houston Powder Coaters to go throughout the city and anything that's metal, make it look great. Our lamp poles, our street signs, everything. Well, not everything, but they did as much as they possibly could. And you know what? We want to beautify. We want to make Houston look as good as possible. So who do you hire? You hire Houston Powder Coaters, the biggest and the best. There's a show out that's called The World's Best. And guess who the powder coating company is? Houston Powder Coaters. They could have picked powder coaters from anywhere in the world, and they picked Houston Powder Coaters. Why? Because Houston Powder Coaters is the biggest and the best. Houston Powder Coaters pick up and delivery absolutely free, and the job that they do is second to none. I've seen it. It's unbelievable, the workmanship and the care that goes into each and every piece of metal that goes into that oven. You're looking for the best way to powder coat something? Get with the best. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Brian McTaggart's being petty today.
What?
Checking in on former Astros. Kyle Tucker, 236, a 102 OPS plus. Bregman, he puts all their stats out
I
there.
did that.
5
Yes.
homers.
I checked in on those scrubs 2 days ago.
Springer, a 72 OPS plus. He's hitting 202. George is hitting 202.
Checking out. Why did George get it?
I don't know. George
Like
is
50 Cent. Why did he say
Mauricio Sanchez. And then he quote tweets it. Christian Walker has more homers than Tucker, Bregman, and Springer combined.
Yeah, that's just petty.
It is petty. That's what I'm saying. Come on, McTaggs. You're better than that.
But I respect it.
Yeah.
But what did George do?
George didn't.
What did George do?
He's
He's
just
gone a
checking
long
in.
time,
He didn't do
too.
anything. He's just checking in.
Is that an attack?
He's just asking
George
questions.
went to the World Series last year.
Is he calling out like
He's
the fans?
asking questions.
Is he just calling out the fans who complain about Astros leaving? Is that what he
just
is?
checking in.
Because why does George have to
He's
catch?
just doing a check-in.
I
That's
mean-
all it was.
George is an innocent bystander, struggling up in Canada.
Just taking shots. Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. It was Astros lose last night, but that's not the real story. The real story is Dusty Baker's book came out. And our guy Steve Rockford, who is a college basketball coach with Buzz Williams, he is working on getting Dusty for us. He's friends with Dusty.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so Rock's reaching out and goes, What's your radio station, all that stuff? ESPN. I said,
ESPN.
Yeah, I hope Dusty didn't hear or see anything at the wrong time. But Greg Rajan read his book from the Houston Chronicle, and he kind of headlines some of the stuff that was in it in an article in the Chronicle. It's a good article, and it's called "Crossroads: A Memoir in Baseball and Life," and that he wrote with former San Francisco Chronicle writer Steve Ketman. It comes out. It came out yesterday, over 416 pages. Maybe I'll get my wife, since she thinks she's better than everybody because she reads. She's currently on War and Peace. She's literally reading.
She's reading War and Peace.
Yeah, it's been going on for 3 months. It's a long process, but she reads 3 books at the same time. So she reads, and she even hit me with the other day. At least I read. The other day, she thought she had a sick burn on me when we were in an argument about something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, whatever. You know how many series I get through by the time you finish one book?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he, a lot of it just talks about Dusty's life, but in terms of how it relates to the Houston Astros, he said, it felt like one of those junctures in my life where all the background and experience had uniquely prepared me to be the right manager for the Astros and for baseball. It felt like I'd been chosen for this when he got hired by the Astros.
He was the right guy.
Yeah, I think he really was.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I felt like a substitute teacher, like an outsider filling in for A.J. Hinch, in the 2020 American League Championship Series in his first season. He said, next season, my players and I warmly embraced each other in 21, and they made me feel like one of them. And he did talk about that. He said, I was 73 years old enough to have learned to remember what you learned. Hank Aaron taught me that you won in baseball by trusting your feelings. I was going to trust my feelings in this series. I was going to manage with my mind, my heart, and my faith. And we would see how it all turned out. Jim Crane trusted me and trusted my judgment, as well as the baseball minds surrounding me. Jeff Bagwell, Enos Cabell, Craig Biggio, and Reggie Jackson. There's none of those guys left anymore. There were discussions among some of the front office scouts and sabermetrics people on who should play and who should not play, and who should bat where in the lineup. That's when I went on my faith. I know I should have done some things differently according to the data, but I didn't feel it.
The coin has spoken.
Something told me that I wasn't. Something told me that wasn't right in this situation, and so I chose to do most of the things exactly how I wanted to do them because I felt like those were the right things. As one example, this is the prime example of what sabermetric and analytical people think. Like, your feelings are irrelevant here when you're playing blackjack. And it said, as one example, there were some who didn't think it would be smart to bat rookie Jeremy Pena second. I just felt that was the right thing to do, batting him in front of Jordan.
Who said that? No, I never said
He singled you out, John Granado, he says.
That's it.
Much like I did with Rich Aureli in front of Barry Bonds, which is another thing you used to complain about all the time, is Rich Aureli.
Yeah, Rich Aureli in front of Barry Bonds. Are you stupid, Dusty?
But he said this. Baker also went in
Wait a minute. Jeremy Pena, and the Astros record when Jeremy Pena batted second was unbelievably
There was
good.
now I do remember there was some pushback at the time because
I remember
early
talking
in
about this going, well, if he's the 2-hole hitter and we win games, why would you bitch about this?
But during the season, when you had the lineup you had with Bregman, you had Tucker, you had Altuve, like there was a question at that time, why is a rookie here? There was that was talked about because things were really good. You got to bitch about something.
Yeah, I know I didn't bitch about that.
Well,
I didn't care.
Well, I'm not done with your part.
Okay.
Baker also in depth with one of the most polarizing decisions in his final season with Houston, sticking with Martin Maldonado over rookie Yainer Diaz.
Yeah.
Despite the latter's better offensive numbers. I believed in Maldi because I needed him. I needed a catcher who was on par with me as a field general, and Maldi was a guy who could call players-only meetings when it was needed. I knew Diaz would be an all-star one day. In my opinion, it wasn't time. His day had not yet arrived to be everyday catcher. There's so much to learn to master catching at the big league level, controlling the tempo of the game, getting all the signs from the manager, knowing when to take a timeout, not losing focus behind the plate. When you just struck out with the bases loaded in the last inning, it's a lot for a young catcher to learn all of that and try to win a World Series. And the postseason is not the time to be learning on the job.
It wasn't the postseason; it was the whole season. By the way, I don't take no orders from Dusty. Okay, and I and everybody else, he was frustrating AF because he was being. It was.
How did that season
The coin
end?
has spoken.
How did that season end, John?
With a World Series title.
Yeah.
Boom.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He said, "Here's your fake ring that I got you. You're welcome."
Yeah.
I got my
Crane
favorite.
gave you
You,
multiple.
you
got my
guys
favorite.
were
I
asking
know.
for gratitude. That's what Dusty's asking from you. Just give me your gratitude. I
Well,
wanna
he
hear all
did
this
tell
other
us
stuff.
all we would thank him later.
For Yainer.
And look at Yainer now.
Well,
If he'd have had more at bats then, maybe
wouldn't
he'd be
be
a better hitter now.
he wouldn't be injured if he had more at bats.
Well, but before he got injured, wasn't very good.
Well,
Wasn't very good. If he had more at bats as a rookie, maybe he'd have been a better hitter now.
Dusty brought you a World Series title. Just pay him his respect.
I do. I put some respect on him. I put some
Just say
respect on him.
thank you, and all this other stuff you're saying don't matter.
Yeah.
Just say thank you.
About Jose Altuve, he said, "I came to admire him because all he did was just take it. The abuse." He said, "Jose Altuve was not only one of my favorites as a player, but also as a person. Pound for pound, he was the baddest dude in the land and a model of perseverance. He summed up the character of that team, built on perseverance, belief, and staying positive. We felt like we knew we were going to get our destination because Jose believed, and he's the one that set the tone." He also said that he was the one that he fought for James Click to keep his job.
Yeah.
He said even though we didn't see eye to eye, he said he fought for James Click.
Mm-hmm.
That was surprising to see.
That was a little surprising since, yes, they didn't see eye to eye. I think the Yainer thing might have been one of the things they didn't see eye to eye on. And James Click was right about it. But listen, if Jim Crane ain't having you, you're out. Beat it. It was 1940s. One general manager got axed after winning a World Series because he apparently hit some, or he had some drunken altercation with someone in a reporter, and a Yankee general manager got fired. But otherwise, without a drunken outburst, this is the first general manager that's ever lost his job after winning a title, James Click. So it was a little weird. Let's get Elliot in here. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, sports guys. Had a What Are the Odds Wednesday question for you, but I'm actually going to change gears because I just finished the Michael Jackson documentary, and I'm really intrigued to know y'all's feedback, if you've seen it.
I've seen it.
Because I thought he was he's obviously guilty in my eyes. I was a little younger around that time, so wasn't really watching the news media and following it in live action, but now looking back and puzzling all that, I just don't know how he got away with all that. So I'm curious. Well, I do know, I guess, being a celebrity, but I'm really curious y'all's feedback. And do y'all see it the same way, or do you agree with how things played out?
I can only go by what's been
was
reported.
shocked. Well, first of all, the woman that was the juror that was interviewed, and some of the things.
Oh, you've seen this doc?
I've seen the doc.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen. I saw Finding Neverland,
So
and I remember reading all the stories.
So you got to watch this, and you'll be like, Honestly, I don't know how they came to the opinion that he was not guilty. The defense attorney did a really great job, but you can see through that. I mean, yes, there were sketchy people who testified against him.
Was this civil or criminal?
This was criminal.
Okay.
This was criminal. And there were, the prosecuting attorneys didn't do a great job. They put some people on the stand that they shouldn't have. But I was shocked. And the thing that's going to get you is all the people standing outside the courtroom that are screaming, Michael's innocent, Michael's innocent. They don't. That you're blinded. And this is in politics today. It's in this documentary. It was the same with OJ. You're just blinded because of your fandom. It is so amazing to me that people are just so swayed and so passionate for something that they know nothing about.
But that was years ago when it happened.
Well, yeah, but it's still to this day.
No, I was saying. I mean, you're saying to this day.
Yeah.
I mean, that was years ago. Michael was, and that was really that people just want to believe that happens with people you love.
Yeah.
People you love.
Just because
Michael
you
Jackson,
like his music.
I know, but you've also got to look at the kids who are involved too. I mean, I remember
when you watch it, you're gonna. I'm guaranteeing.
I don't need to watch. I watched Finding Neverland, but I read all the stories that were out there, all the accounts. A big problem was the parents were complicit.
Yeah, but
the parents had their kids going off to live with Michael Jackson.
You just said that you watch documentaries and series. And now you're saying you read. I don't. Which one is it, Lance?
Well, that's true. I read short articles.
Well, I got some for you.
Did you see the Michael Jackson?
No. It might be something that I get to. Michael Jackson: The Verdict, I believe is the name of it on Netflix.
I don't even know if I want to watch it because I already know.
It's so
like to me, Michael Jackson.
Well, I knew the whole story too, but it's.
I think Michael had an issue with.
You think?
He had an issue.
Yeah.
Well, let me give you guys something.
He was.
See what you guys think.
It's not great.
On a different TV show. There's this TV show on Hulu, just dropped, all 6 episodes. It's a dark comedy it's set in the UK called Alice and Steve. Alice and Steve are best friends.
Yeah, I saw
Steve
this on
breaks up with his girl. Alice's daughter, who's 26, breaks up with her boyfriend.
Girl, yeah.
And Steve winds up sleeping with Alice, the daughter of his best friend, who's a woman. I'm watching. It's funny. It has Jermaine Clements from What We Do in the Shadows,
Flight of the Conchords.
and the Flight of the Conchords. And I was thinking to myself, if it was Alan and Steve, this would be a 2-episode show, because Alan kills Steve in the first episode, and then the trial is in the second episode, and then the season is over.
And that's it.
Yes, but instead it's Alice and Steve, and it's the back and forth of how does this mom deal with the fact that her male best friend of like over 25 years decided to start a relationship with her daughter. And it's got all the UK comedy, and it's pretty funny. I just know that you have to make it a woman and a man, because if it's 2 guys, that guy's getting killed.
Right. You're not putting.
It's on Hulu.
Like if Chad started dating Frankie.
You're murdering Chad. You're murdering
You would
him.
not murder Chad.
Well, he might consider it.
You would not murder
No,
Chad.
I would.
You just married into a private jet.
No.
Be pragmatic.
Think about it, John.
Yeah. No. I'm not. No. Chad is not dating Frankie. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
You're like
that doesn't. That would never. That's never
yeah, they're
ever.
playing
happening.
it for laughs, and it's funny. I'm only through 2 episodes, but I was just thinking, it had to be a woman and a man.
Yeah.
You can't have it. It can't be allowed.
No.
The other way.
No guy would. No.
No.
Your best buddy is dating your daughter.
No.
No. That is just awful.
Mm-mm.
No. So it's funny. It's good.
Yeah, it's Alice and Steve. It's on Hulu.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. I'll have to watch it. All right.
What We Do in the Shadows is a phenomenal movie. The TV show's pretty good too. It actually is. I didn't want to give it because What We Do in the Shadows
there's
is
a
one of
movie.
my
I thought it
favorite
was a
movies.
series. I thought it was a.
No, the movie is it's Taika Waititi is in the movie as the dandy, as the 17th century dandy or whatever. The movie is incredible. It is a great movie, but the series is good too.
Yeah.
They actually did a good job with the series. The movie's better, but the movie is one of my. It's a mockumentary about these vampires who live in a flat, and it's
Yeah.
in
One's
Canada.
sloppy and one's
Yeah, it is like
One's an energy vampire.
Vladislav. There's no
He
energy
sucks
vampire.
all the energy.
It's in the TV show, I believe.
In the TV show, the energy vampire is great because he's just some guy who can have a conversation with you at
And
the
then just-
cubicle, and because you've been around people like this. You know who was like that? Who was the guy that used to say, I'm a real man, and I'm a guy's guy, and I wouldn't even talk
You
about
want to
it."
name
Craig
this guy?
Sheeman, right?
Oh, what's wrong with you?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That person still lives and is alive.
is
Let's
what
move
we're-
on.
The
What?
HRP is what we're
What's
talking
wrong
about
with
now.
you?
What?
Well, I was just saying that's how John went to Greece for like 2 weeks, and I felt like I had an energy vampire. in me.
Stop. You're a
Just
bad
trying
person.
to be an honest, transparent person.
You had no reason to do that.
That's
Like it's
when I watched that character, I'm like, I felt
you
like that.
got
once
no
in my life.
reason. You had no reason to.
Don't. What is wrong with
Like
you?
if we tell
Nothing personal.
because we
Well,
telling
nothing
it's
personal.
You just called him an energy vampire. What's wrong with you?
Nothing personal.
For me personally, when I was
Stop
doing
it.
a show,
Like if we do the stories about in the past when John's yelling at Bill
Yeah.
Lewis, okay, whatever. That's
why
John.
are you guys all of a sudden doing a name
that's
name?
that's John doing
you don't
something.
care if I do
but you
Droopy
just,
Dog with Bob Lewis.
but that's you being ridiculous. That's you doing a voice. That's you. That's another guy who we won't name. I
Whitehead
guess.
listens to the show.
You did the
He-
voice though.
Whitehead listens to the show.
I didn't do a John Whitehead.
That's John. You're doing the Whitehead.
I'm doing the Whitehead.
Whitehead used to just, hey, I've got to do this commercial for. I got to record a commercial. You have bullet points. Just look at the website. Just basically
see,
summarize. Just whatever's on the website.
Now
say
it's
that.
now it's getting going to a bad
Okay.
place.
Oh my God. He named.
Well, and then you did it too.
No, but yeah, that's different. I
Okay.
I didn't call him an energy
Well, that's
vampire.
true. It was you took a shot at it like a civilian. That's honestly.
What? What are you
Honestly, it's a little much.
Yeah.
You crossed the
talking
line.
about?
Yeah.
You
Uh,
should
I,
have.
I
funny.
can't believe you.
You should have. You got his
You
number.
two got little.
You
turned
should
into little
apologize.
Nancy
You
boys
should.
all of a
You
sudden.
should.
You should
You should
apologize.
apologize. You need to
He's
apologize.
out of our
I felt
circle.
like it was an energy.
That man's
vampire.
out there trying to earn a living.
He's
I
out
didn't
of our
say it.
circle.
I'm saying when I did a show, that's how I felt.
Like he wasn't really part of the inner circle. Like Whitehead and Bob Lewis in some ways, and whatever. But that's wrong on your part. You should apologize.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. You know what? Maybe
You guys-
HRP call him.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Now, what is it about, naming employees, and talking bad about them? Well, not even behind their back on the radio. I think that HR should step in.
When you stab him in the front,
That's right.
HR should step
It's
in.
just as bad as in the back. Okay? So if you're looking for the best way to take care of HR problems, then all you need is HRP. Listen. So you got an admin company, right? And you go, oh, we're fine. Look we got this admin company. They take care of everything. They're taking care of our HR. They're taking care of our payroll. They're taking care of our taxes. They're taking care of our 401ks. They're taking care of our insurance plan. They're taking care of all of our stuff, all our benefits packages. Oh, yay. Well, take a look at what you're paying for that admin company, okay? Well, they gave us a discount on the payroll. Well, they gave you a discount on the payroll. It's like when you go to a burger joint. Oh, we got a burger for $1, but then the fries are $4 and the Coke is $5. Okay, now all of a sudden you spent what you should have spent anyway. That's what they do at the admin company. They're getting you in with a low payroll, and then they're charging you out the wazoo for all this other stuff. Take a look at what you're doing. Let HR&P come and take a look at your business and how they can save you money. It's what they do. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll and HR and everything else to your people. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. I was just listening to Feinbaum talk
Not as
about
much.
this Sorsby thing.
Yeah, it's not as much sports on the show today. We even get a call like, what do you guys think about Michael Jackson? You think he was a pedophile? Well, I didn't expect that call today.
No, but it's a good doc. It's a good doc. You should watch it. It's got a lot of stuff that a lot of stuff. Yeah, I knew the story,
You
but a
saw
lot of
Finding
stuff
Neverland, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But this was Martin Bashir is in it, and he yeah.
Mike was running around with Emmanuel Lewis as a pet for a while.
Yeah.
Even then, I thought, well, this is different, but it's the 80s. We just take everything at face value. Like, he's just friends. That's why he's carrying around Emmanuel Lewis. Just carrying him around. Him and Brooke Shields.
Friends.
Him and Brooke Shields and Liz Taylor just hanging out together. He's buying the Elephant Man's bones and, like, none of it. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't as cynical then. We weren't as cynical people in the 80s. It was like Liberace. Like,
No, but
is
we
Liberace
all
gay? He's
knew.
never said it. He said he's straight. I got to trust him.
But we all knew, though. I mean,
Well, I didn't know he was Michael Jackson was a pedophile.
You didn't?
I just thought he was a weirdo.
No, I think
I just thought he was a weirdo. I didn't think about that stuff back then. Not really, except whenever if you went into a bike store like Arnold and his friend did, and in different strokes.
A very special
different
edition,
strokes
yeah.
where him and his friend went to the bike store, and then
tried to.
And the bike store owner was the same guy who was the head of WKRP in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Not the same actor.
Right, but same guy.
Yeah, and I was like, well, that guy's trustworthy. He ran that kooky WKRP in Cincinnati. Now he's got a bike shop.
Yeah.
You can trust him, Dudley.
Mm-mm.
Don't trust
no, you
him,
were
Dudley.
wrong. You were wrong about that.
A very special episode.
That's why it was a very special.
I learned a lesson that day on a very special episode. Like, when's the funny stuff? When is the part? When is he going to say, what you talking about, Willis? Why is he making Dudley take his shirt off? What kind of weird-ass show is this? Very special episodes.
Where they always
like White Shadow, when somebody ended up getting somebody pregnant. I'm like, well, this isn't funny anymore.
Right. Well, the White Shadow was rarely funny.
Actually, yeah, White Shadow wasn't that funny.
No.
White Shadow was awesome.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't awesome, but at the time I thought it was awesome.
Yeah. But, yeah, you had, that white coach trying to teach all these lessons, in an inner city school. And you know what? And it all, it ended up where we all learned a good lesson there. We all a very special white shadow edition. Yeah, we all learned a big lesson, Del. That's right. That's right. We learned to love each other. That's what we learned. Okay?
That lesson didn't stick.
Yes, it did. Stuck with all of America.
You just heard Lance in that last segment.
There's no racial division in this
Forget
country
about
anymore.
racial division. You just heard Lance in that last segment. What are you talking about?
Well, what did I do in the last segment?
That wasn't a sign of love.
Well, that wasn't a racial thing, though.
No, I just made a comment that
Lance hates
sometimes
Whitey.
No, we were talking about what we do in the shadows, a movie that was turned into a TV show, and I I just said I've run into an energy vampire before.
And then
That's all I said.
Then you name that energy vampire.
I feel like it has more
That man's
context.
trying to earn a living.
I didn't want somebody to
Talking
think
Big
I was
Ten.
talking about, Adam or Matt or Matt. Now that I think about it, I did shows with two different Matts and two different Adams at 790.
Yeah, you didn't mention the bald. You said Sala and D'Amico. You didn't mention Adam.
Well, though he didn't call. I don't think he finds them handsome.
Well, you
I don't
know.
I don't find.
You don't know.
So D'Amico,
He never said it.
Well, I can't. First of all, I'm secure enough that I can say D'Amico is a
Handsome man.
handsome, strong leader
And
of
we
men.
know how you
That's
feel about-
okay.
Yeah.
He's a married man. I'm a married. I don't care.
And we know how you feel
I'm
about
saying,
Josh Pate.
Man, you
Josh
loved-
Pate's very good at
Yeah.
his job, and he's got a beautiful wife.
Yeah.
Who? No, I don't think she was an athlete, but anyway.
I just know you find bald men very appealing.
Yes.
No, I don't. Those.
That's why I'm surprised he's still not with Adam Clanton.
But
Right?
Clan, he wasn't bald at the time.
No, now he is though.
But now he is.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Lance is like, oh, I have regrets.
You guys are so weird. You guys are literally the weirdest. And then here you guys are with oh, don't say Craig's name.
I didn't make. I'm not making fun
Josh
of
is
Adam
literally
Clayton.
putting a whole name out there.
I'm not making fun of
instead
him.
of saying, oh, don't say Craig Sheeman.
Well,
no one even
no.
knows who
But
that guy is.
your attraction to bald men.
Who knows who that is?
We're talking about your attraction to bald men.
Yeah.
I'm not attracted to them. I said D'Amico's
You're
the leader
attracted
of
to
men.
their charisma,
Who?
their
D'Amico?
confidence, and Josh
And Josh Pay?
and Robert
No, I
Saleh.
think
You've
he's
had
good.
kind
I think
words.
Josh is one of the. So does ESPN. They just gave him a $15 million a year contract.
This isn't about.
What about
you
Pat
being
McAfee?
gay or anything.
Pat
It's
McAfee
just
got
that,
$60 million.
60
yeah,
million.
he got $60 million.
It's basically just
$60 million a year.
Have you seen how many shows they have Pat McAfee and Stephen A. on?
Did you? I was watching I'm watching
Pat McAfee
the
just-
game the other night.
He's doing a simulcast.
Yes,
too.
and I didn't know. I didn't realize
With
it. I'm
Kirk.
like, you're not. This is not
Dude,
as good. Who's doing this? It's not Mike Breen. What am I
No.
watching here?
You're on the wrong ESPN.
And I'm hearing Big Perk on there, and I'm like,
Wait,
This
what the
can't be the
They
broadcast.
had Pat McAfee doing a simulcast for
He does the
basketball.
simulcast of the game.
So, yes,
Basketball?
and he does it for football. You already know.
Yeah.
Now he's doing it for basketball. That's why I'll say they may give McAfee and Stephen A. a bunch of money. They are on at every
Well-
event. They are at every event.
Well,
And
the problem is I gave him ratings, and I didn't even realize it. I didn't know what I was watching. I just
Well-
said, "Oh, here's the game," and then all of a sudden I'm listening. I'm
Why is
like,
that a
"This
problem?
is not as good.
why is that a problem?
because it's not as good.
It's not
Why is
as,
that a problem
because
giving
it's
him
not
ratings?
As good.
Why is there a problem giving them ratings?
Well, now we got 60 million because of it.
Well,
Okay.
talk to Wendy.
I
Get your girl.
accidentally was
That's
watching him.
Wendy's job to slow.
I think
that
a lot of
train
people
down.
are watching him accidentally. Okay, thinking,
Well,
"Oh,
a lot
this
of
is the
people
game."
like him too, but yeah, no, they pay McAfee and they pay Stephen A. Smith, and it's like those two get money, but they are. I will give them credit, man. They work more than anybody I have ever seen.
Yeah.
More than I have ever seen.
Yeah. They are. Well, I'm watching them interview UFC, Topuria
Yeah,
and Gaethje.
Yeah,
They're fighting.
they're the headliners.
Oh,
The
my
co-headliners. Yeah,
God. Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be a good fight if it goes down. It's probably going to go down. There's somebody seeking an injunction to stop the fight.
Is this the White House?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody seeking an injunction to stop the fight, but I don't think you just never after Sorsby.
What's the injunction for?
It is. I'd have to go look at it, but it has to do with there weren't the right processes followed to utilize the space or something.
Okay.
It's because it's obviously not a small.
No.
It's obviously it's a larger venue. So they were saying they bypassed a lot of stuff that they were supposed to go.
Do you know how
through.
hard it is to get to? How long it's going to take to get in to this?
I don't even know if they're selling tickets. I don't know how any of that stuff works.
Oh, that'll be
I've
packed.
got Paramount
That'll be
Plus.
packed.
I just if I watch, I'm gonna watch on that.
I'll tell you, there's one thing about like Trump got booed the other night. Okay, at a basketball game, it's a different deal at UFC. Those people love him, love Trump.
Well, why do you
He
think
gets
he's
a
having
standing O
why do
every
you
time
think
he
he's
goes.
having an event there? at the
Yeah,
White
right,
House?
right. I mean, it's going to be.
They're gonna like me.
They love me. Oh, the UFC is the best
If he
because
gets
they all
booed-
love me.
If
Yep.
he gets booed at a UFC at the White House,
Good luck.
that is taken up.
Oh,
That
oh
is-
my God.
That's everyone. That's everyone. That's Jimmy Williams getting booed at the All-Star game when he
So,
was the manager here.
Is that's
No,
that's
no,
Sunday?
it's nothing like that. He will not get booed. He'll get. Are you kidding? They're going to love him.
So that's Sunday. Is that what
It's
it
the
is?
this Sunday?
14th? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
It's a
locked.
Sunday fight. They don't usually do that.
I'm locked in on World Cup. We got 2 matches during that time.
Oh, I
No.
might be too.
I'm watching the World Cup.
might
I hope
be
it goes
too.
well for T's and P's.
Actually, wait a minute. I
for
may be
everyone.
at the game.
No, it's Ivory. It's not here. It's Ivory Coast and Ecuador and Philly, and then Sweden and Tunisia. I don't think those are the games you're going to. The Germany
I'm going
Curacao
to-
game is early.
No, I'm going to June 20th. Netherlands, Sweden.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
tickets to that one?
Yeah, I ended up
you got
getting
Netherlands, Sweden? How'd you
Mhm.
get those?
paid money.
Oh,
What do you
wow.
think?
That's wow.
Paid a price.
I'm
Paid
not,
a paid a
So
I'm not doing all that.
paid a steep price.
yeah, noon at NRG.
I got an invite
or
to
Reliant at this time. At this
a
point,
party for the event,
Cape Verde and
but I'm not doing that
Saudi
either.
Arabia.
you're not even going to a World Cup party.
No, it's June 23rd. I won't be here.
Okay.
Yeah. So, there's a World Cup party, watch party that I got an invite to. Nah, no, thank you. I'll just watch on TV. Glenn Davis starts tomorrow.
Yeah, Glenn Davis will join us at 8:00. Brought to everyone by Kaplan Sinus Relief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll be here every weekday going forward to talk about the World Cup. He'll be able to preview Mexico and in South Africa, which opens up the tournament, and then also, on Friday he'll be able to preview the U.S.
Your boy,
as they open their tournament.
Yeah, your boy Doc Kaplan he's on with Jeff Blum. Did you see that commercial with him driving in
Were
a
they
car?
in the car, yeah.
I'm like, Doc Kaplan, he's going to do you and the biggest names in sports.
Yeah.
You and Jeff
And
Blum.
then lesser names in sports.
Yeah.
Me and then, Blum.
And then,
hit a World Series home run. Big
whatever.
deal.
Yeah,
anyway.
ruined
Big deal.
ruined
Won
our
a World
time.
Series with the White Sox.
Yeah, we weren't ruined it.
Uh,
I mean, we were going to win that series if not for that.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
other than
next,
getting swept.
Next Friday, I'm going in to have my procedure.
Wow.
I'm pretty excited.
Yeah. Join ESPN 97.5 for our soccer watch parties this Thursday and Friday. We watch the biggest soccer games of the year. Will Kunkel and then Jeremy and Joe will be broadcasting from 12 to 6 at Rodeo Goat on Thursday, and then some of the same crew on Friday at Patterson Park. Or join the same crew, not some of it. It's the same crew. The ESPN 97.5 watch parties are brought to you by Huntington Bank. All right, breaking it here. You want to get in? Let's go. 713-780-3776. I got a career for you, an opportunity. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, they want to talk to you. For over 25 years, IBEW Local 66 has supported the skilled men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. We got one of the electrical grids right here, and they got 4,800 members, okay, a community. It's built on craftsmanship, safety, and opportunity. And it's actually not a job. It's a career, okay? And they are going to pay you paid on-the-job training, classroom learning, nationally recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. If you're at a dead-end job, if you're not heading towards a retirement plan, if it's hard for you to get insurance, all of these things are part of this career at IBEW Local 66. You're looking for the best way to to get out of whatever you're doing now that you don't love and will love, IBEW66.com. IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Spurs at Knicks tonight. 7:30. That's going to be fun. I mean, the Knicks finally lost the game. And, they had no answer. They were up 64-57 at the half and didn't score and didn't get 50 in the second. I think they scored 47. Yeah, they only scored 20 in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their quarter. The Spurs won the fourth quarter, which is the Knicks quarter, and that was the difference and that's changed the whole series. What do you see tonight?
I think the Knicks come out much more focused. I see this as a Knicks game. I mean, for all the focus that you had from now, I do expect. I mean, I don't think there's going to be anything that you do X's and O's wise that's going to either you're going to make Castle shots harder or you're not. Either you're going to keep Wemby, either you're going to challenge him on the mid-range stuff, you're going to keep him from getting to the basket, or you're not. I think from the other side, you really need to have a better shooting performance from Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson has very quietly had some real problems shooting, especially from three. He was 3 of 5 in the last game, but Brunson has really shot the ball poorly from three for a while now. For a couple series, he shot it really, really poorly. So I think from a Knicks standpoint, it's a matter of making sure you get on the boards and win the battle of the boards. And then you've got to you can't let the tempo get away from you. The Spurs like to get into early offense and play faster. Now, it's not been – you see the first two games that were wins for the Knicks, look at the scores in those two games. And then the game where the Spurs, who are a tempo team, when they win the game, look at the score in that one. It's really a matter of you've got to keep this game in the low 100s if you're the Knicks. If you're the Knicks, if you get to 110, you should win this game. So I think it's just about making sure you turn it into a feisty game and you slow down their early offense. You want them working out of the half court. In my opinion, you've got the Knicks are a better half court team, are going to be a better half court team than the Spurs are going to be. So whoever can win the battle of tempo, I think that's going to be key. Have you ever noticed that we get a lot of Mike Brown talking?
Yeah.
But we don't get a lot of Mitch Johnson talking?
Yeah, no.
How come we see very little Mitch Johnson at the podium? That guy's a great coach, obviously. But we get all the Mike Brown sound. I never hear Mitch Johnson talk.
I don't know what kind of soundbite he is.
It's all Wemby. Wemby, what did you think about people getting beat up in the streets? I think it's bad, and it's a game, and we shouldn't beat up everybody. And that's when I realized, why are we going to this 22-year-old for everything? He's not a terrible speaker, but he's not great. Wemby's kind of average. Wemby, I don't want him to be the go-to for everything. I don't know who the Spurs have who is their go-to orator. We could stick Steven Adams in front of a microphone or Fred VanVleet and even Kevin Durant and be golden. Those guys know how to answer questions. Steven Adams might be one of the most interesting people in the whole league.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a problem. I don't know who the Spurs have. They're a young team. I don't know if any of those guys are great speakers. Landry Shamet is really good. Brunson is pretty good. Karl Anthony Towns is okay. Sassy, but okay.
That's disrespectful.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
But the Spurs, they only talk to it's Wemby.
Yeah, they probably the local. We don't watch it as much. No, the national media is
national.
Not,
that's all I say.
They're not catching on to De'Aaron Fox sound or Castle sound or no, they don't care. Vassell, they don't care. They don't care about that. That's just Wemby. What did Wemby say? And we have to run with that because he's a French accent. That's what we have to do.
Don't open the NRG roof for the World Cup. Somebody just put that in the tweet. No,
it's 1,000 degrees. Did you guys hear Mike Brown's? I think we had it for a while, didn't we, Del? Mike Brown's sound about his coaching style, or how he it was a really, really good soundbite about I have to change. I have to adjust. I have to. Depending on who's in the game, it was a really good soundbite. Mike Brown, has he changed your attitude? Mike Brown was thought the only reason he won was because he had LeBron.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
I think Mike Brown is probably a pretty good coach.
Yeah,
he has changed.
Mike Brown is going to have. I was I thought Mike Brown that's a hire. Okay, I mean you're just trying to put a guy in there after, but he was the right guy for this. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
After Tibbs could only take him so far because of how hard he worked him. And Mike Brown is not doing that.
Mike Brown also Mike Brown's own comments that he meets the players where they are.
That's right.
So he said with Karl Anthony Towns, he did. Some of it starts feeling kind of soft, like, well, Karl wasn't comfortable with this, and then Karl and I made changes, and then Karl still had this, and I made changes. I'm like, come on, Mike, what are we doing? But then the more he talks, he said, but then he got to a place where he was comfortable with what we were on the same page. He was comfortable with what I was asking. The reality is, and this is why I think Jeff Van Gundy would probably have a hard time getting back in as a head coach. It has changed, and you do have to meet. You hope that you have great leaders on the team who can be coaches. Kind of. See, we're lucky we have a Will Anderson.
Yeah,
and to a lesser extent, a C.J. Stroud. C.J. still kind of wants things. I think he's still, like I said, he's a little picky with his food, what he wants on his hamburger and what he doesn't. But Will Anderson is one of those guys who, I got this. I'll make sure everything's right in the locker room, coach. Don't worry about it. If you get one of those guys in basketball, you're golden. And he has to be a really high up because you can't have a heavy hand in the NBA anymore. I mean, you can try. Kelvin Sampson, that'll work in college. But even more and more doesn't work in college because players will just portal out. So if you hurt their feelings, they'll just portal. And that's that. Frankly, it's shocking that Kelvin has had this long a run because Kelvin Sampson does not have step. If he's got something to tell you, he's going to tell you.
You're going to work your ass off, too,
and I hope
now.
you're going to be okay with it because if you're not, you can get on. But guys, stay here.
Well, but Kelvin Sampson also picks the right parents.
Why can't you reach out to your contacts and get Kelvin Sampson in studio with us?
Well, can do that.
Okay, why haven't we done that?
I don't.
He's too busy on tour.
Yeah, he is.
Not John, Kelvin Sampson.
What do you mean on tour?
He is.
He's trying to get the
out
people
there
motivated to spend.
And get a PJ.
What do you mean he's on tour?
He is going around having
we need money
talks and with people saying we need money.
Did you see his when he first took over the job at U of H? Have you ever seen those videos where he would go to the cafeteria to try to get students to come to the game?
Yeah.
Did you ever see that video?
Yeah.
It was disconcerting, but also telling of what you have to do at U of H, especially a program that had fallen on hard times for as long as it had, but also what Kelvin Sampson was willing to do grassroots. But I don't think you can coach like that in the NBA anymore. I just don't think you can. The players make way more than you do, way more. And they know that they can exert. A lot of them have grown up in AAU. They've grown up in, let's just be real. I mean, pampered. They have a lot of, they've been given a lot of advantages and opportunities, and all along the way, there hasn't been a lot of pushback for some of the players.
You can't coach like that anymore because there are none of those coaches out there anymore. The closest thing is Ime.
Yeah,
I mean, Tibbs is gone. Van Gundy's gone. I mean, the taskmasters are done.
Yeah,
they can't get a job anymore.
What's the reason? Because the players don't want a taskmaster.
Yeah.
So Mike Brown's a guy who obviously is a good X's and O's coach, but he understands the personality angle, and that's important for NBA. You don't have to like it. I don't always love it, but it's necessary. You have to respect it. You have to respect that somebody has, because you got a bunch of tough guys with the Knicks. They play hard. I mean, the Spurs play hard.
Yeah.
The Spurs play hard too. And honestly, the Spurs have not. There's not been a Spurs basketball. Even though you had for years and years you had Popovich. Spurs basketball still feels like it's from that Popovich tree, with Mitch Johnson. And Mitch was from there, right? And Ime is from there, so it shouldn't surprise you. And Mitch is 39 years old. Maybe it's easier to get coached up hard from a 39-year-old, but I think coaching hard is different. It's not just getting screamed at anymore. Coaching hard is just being demanding accountability, but it doesn't necessarily mean screaming and yelling and all that. That's not necessarily the sign of coaching hard now.
You know what's neat is you see these videos of Greg Popovich showing up at their practices or talking to them and how much they respect and love Greg Popovich. And none of them were coached by Greg Popovich, but they know.
They know.
They know.
They know. And Mitch Johnson came up with the Austin Spurs as an assistant basketball coach with the G League. So he's been a Spur since 2016. So everything he does is – so they've been able to keep that same energy.
It feels a lot like Spoelstra.
It does.
Yeah.
And and Del, how is Spoelstra considered? He's not considered.
He's considered a really good coach.
He's not considered a soft coach, is he?
No, but much
he had to square up on LeBron one time when he was walking off and he almost swung on LeBron.
Well, that's not true.
And beat his ass.
It was the first year
Almost.
they were struggling, and LeBron bumped them, and LeBron went to Riley and said, "Hey, get rid of this guy," and Riley said no, and that's the difference between some organizations and others.
Yeah.
We talk about the coach, but the coach is empowered by who hired him, and Riley said, "No, figure it out." And how many executives will do that to a player now? Say, this is our guy. You guys got to work it out. You're grown men. That's how he'd operate. Spoelstra's not
good on him.
Yeah, Spoelstra's not a hard ass, but he's from the Riley school. He's adapted because he's a more modern type of a coach. But there's a standard, and you got to reach that standard. And some coaches can't enforce that because the organizations won't back them. And that's the difference.
You know, Kirby Smart is from the Nick tree. But Kirby's got a little more love him up. Like Kirby's a love him up guy. Dan Lanning is from the Kirby tree. And Dan Lanning, I don't know if he ever coached under Saban directly, but Dan Lanning also has an understanding of how to deal
Kirby
with
needs to
players.
be a take the keys away guy. That's what he needs to be.
Yeah, he does. But Nick Saban right now, it would be hard for Nick Saban has a lot of the same Kelvin Sampson type stuff.
It was ironic that Georgia's assistant athletic director was
I know.
I mean, killing Texas Tech for.
We're not going to schedule anymore. We cannot stand for this. Like Georgia, you can feel that way.
You
but
sit this one out,
you gotta
Georgia.
sit it out, Georgia.
Sit this one out. Ducky McSweeney's. All right, it's a place on Post Oak. If you've never been there, it's right next to Maggiano's. It's cool. It's named Ducky McSweeney's. How cool is that? TVs all the way around. Okay, great bar. The food is really, really good. Okay, they're happy. Their happy hour, think 6 until 6. $6 pitchers of beer. $6 house wines by the glass. $6 wells. $6 mozzarella sticks, nachos, chicken tenders, cheese pizza. Ducky's happy hour is daily, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. $6. $6. Okay? And I've been there, I've watched a Super Bowl there. I've watched Rockets playoff games there. One of the things is they got the sound on and you can hear. It's great. It's great. I love a good sports bar. You know I love a good sports bar. I've been in a bunch of them. My boy Nick has had one forever. Ducky's, Michael, and what he's done there, excellent as well. And their pizza is amazing. Wings are incredible. They got a sushi bar right next door, a sister restaurant right there. So if you're, my wife loves going there, which is not easy to get the ladies there, but the food is really good. They got sushi. And you're going to love Ducky McSweeney's. Remember the happy hour, 6 until 6. Ducky McSweeney's on Post Oak, north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
What? Oh, how awesome.
Steve just sent.
How about this? Growth spurt.
Yeah, Steve
Coors
sent.
Light growth spurt. That's
It's 3
awesome.
cans. So what it is, John's pretty excited about this. Coors Light unveiled an 18-inch taller boy canister that holds and insulates 3 stacked 12-ounce cans. Oh, so it's just okay. So all it is,
It's a cooler.
It's just a canister. It's a cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not. I thought we had 36 inches or 36 ounces of
We do.
of beer.
We still
in it.
do.
Well, yeah. Well, you have 36 fluid
Got
ounce.
3
Well,
cans in there.
You do, but you got to take your can out.
Yeah.
But you're going to keep 3 with you insulated. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Actually, you should get one of these.
I'm going to get 12.
You don't have to do that.
Well, that's 36
Well, can
beers.
you just put them back? Well,
and that'll be a good day. We'll have a good day then.
you're not drinking 36 beers.
Oh, me and Andre the Giant, we can.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't have any idea how many beers I can drink, and I'm going to try for it today.
You
I
don't
was
have to
watching
try for it. You don't try to always have to go for
You
records.
do well. You don't have to, but
No.
if I'm going to have a fulfilling life, that's what I do. Okay, that's right. So you live your life
Moderation
the way
is
you
the thing
want,
you don't
and I'll live mine the way I want.
subscribe to, huh?
Okay, you live your life with a bunch of bald men, and I'll drink
Not how it works.
36
He doesn't live
Coors
with them.
Lights.
He just has an.
I live my life with my family who are at home,
Mm-hmm.
and that's pretty much, and my dogs, and that's pretty much it. I like this solitude. Every once in a while, Solus and I will go watch a sporting event or a comedy show at Smart Financial, and then an occasional concert, and then we'll go to. I don't even go to restaurants as much anymore.
John, you got it all wrong. He doesn't live with the bald men. He's infatuated with the bald men.
No, I do have strong feelings for D'Amico Rhines. Y'all do have that one right. You've tried to expand it. I never put Sal
Josh
in.
Pate.
I never put Sal. That's his thing. He gets very jealous of Josh
It's
Pate.
not my
getting
thing.
attention.
It's-
No, I think
His
everybody. It's recognizable. By everybody.
I'm
It's his
aware.
thing.
I'm aware. I'm not jealous. I just see that you
Meemaw, every time Josh
you light
Pate
up.
brings up his Meemaw saying something, you get so mad.
Meemaw's funny.
You know, Meemaw
I
once
just
said
I
about
just
Georgia
noticed
football.
you light up like that caller said.
It's
that,
good college football talk.
That caller said that about me when we talk
No.
about movies and television.
Yeah.
When you know Josh is coming on, it's a little spring in your step.
Listen,
That's all.
Listen, I kind of slobber on him too. okay?
Well,
All
I
right?
mean that's
He's
the
really good.
unsaid
Yeah,
thing.
he's
It's both of
really
you.
really
That's
good.
the unsaid thing.
You guys are able to continue to slobber on him because you take turns.
Right.
When one guy's doing it, the other guy can breathe, and then the other guy does it, and then the other guy can breathe.
You know, you're one to talk.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Who are you gonna come up with for me?
Michael Carroll.
You got-
When he
what?
starts talking about comic books.
I love Michael
Yeah.
Carroll, but
I know.
I don't do what
Michael
you guys
Carroll's
do.
going to be co-hosting with me today, guys.
I never
we
said-
get to talk about all
That
the,
is not the
Marvel
tone.
universe.
That's not the tone I
exactly
have.
the tone that I heard.
That's
You
not the
do,
tone
you
I
do
have.
slobber loud on him.
You guys know I struck a chord here, and you're fighting back. I understand. But
No,
you know,
he didn't strike a chord. He's a good college football expert.
He's the best.
just imagine.
No, we got the best in the
we
world
got the
on
best
with us.
in the nation.
just
You know what?
admit that when you know Thursdays,
Great, recognized, great.
when you know Thursdays are here during the football season, you guys have a little
Maybe he
pep in your
gets in the
step.
Hall of
we
Fame
do.
like we do.
We
I
do.
mean, you guys
we get
feel
to
a little
talk college
lighter.
football.
We get to talk
That's not
college
Brendan
football.
Sorsby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just glad you both love them because it would be a little weird if
love you,
if
Josh.
one of you guys couldn't take a breath.
You get so jealous of Josh Pate.
You enjoy.
You're so jealous
You
of Josh
enjoy
Pate.
that
It's
one.
crazy.
I'm not jealous. I think you guys as veterans maybe show some tact and
Why are these
be professional.
Why are all these quarterbacks wearing GoPros on their helmets this offseason? Have you noticed this? I
No.
saw it with Jaden Daniels. I see it with Shador Sanders here.
Malik
is this
Willis is
something-
doing it too.
This must be something that the NFL is going to unveil.
Well,
You know,
Dolphins quarterbacks
eyes from a quarterback or something. They must have a show.
Well, the
they're gonna
Dolphins
do.
quarterbacks did it under McDaniel, but now with the new regime,
Well, now-
the other
now-
quarterback's doing it too.
Maybe it is for a sports tech that's out there where they put the video in so that they see where your head is looking. I mean, I would want it to be a tighter window of vision to where I guess you can't do that. You have to have it because there's peripheral vision, but you really do want to. You really would like to see the head turn so that you see exactly where they're getting their reads and when they're getting their reads, and because routes are designed. So route concepts are designed with read 1, read 2, read 3, and there's a timing to them. This route is run at this distance so he can get to that progression. Then this route is breaking open. That's why they have to stay on time. That's why a press cornerback that can slow a release can end up screwing up route timing. There's a lot that goes into this, but I think there's a lot of people who just think quarterbacks just look at the field and just make a decision where to go. There's certain places you look based on coverage, based on safeties. There's a timing mechanism that is involved there as well that some quarterbacks are really good at and some aren't. There's a lot that goes into getting through progressions. So that's why it's a big deal to be able to get through progressions at a good pace while still giving each look, And sometimes if there's the coverage right off the bat, you can get away from number 1 and get to number 2.
Mm-hmm. Talking about number 1 and number 2. D'Amico said yesterday, offenses are going to struggle, especially against this defense. Let's hear from Matt Burke.
His defense?
So listen, I'm a little surprised Matt Burke didn't get more love this offseason because the league should know Matt Burke took over the defense and it got better.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Burke took over the defense last year.
Where did he get? He had an interview.
He had one? I don't remember.
He had a head coaching interview, if I remember correctly.
I'm surprised he didn't get more than that. I'm surprised he doesn't get nearly as much love nationally as he should. This is. Mike McDonald is getting all the love in Seattle. It's his defense, right? And they won the Super Bowl, and rightfully so. The Texans didn't win the Super Bowl last year. I don't know if you heard. They did not win the Super Bowl, but not because of Matt Burke. Matt Burke was excellent when he took, and I don't think enough is made of it, that, this is obviously D'Amico's design, the players that are picked, the type of player, D'Amico's got a type that he wants on the field defensively. But Matt Burke took it to another level last year. Mm-hmm. Here he is yesterday talking about the philosophy that he has with this defense.
Yeah, I would say our core philosophy at the end of the day is we want to be really good at what we do. And there's times where I don't care if you know what we're doing. Like, if we're really good at it, it doesn't necessarily matter. We got really good players, and we want to put those guys in position to play well. And sometimes, it's not about me or Meek or anybody coming up with these crazy exotic schemes and look how smart we are if our players can't execute and can't do what we want them to do. So we want our guys to play fast. Now, I do think, there's complexity in within when you don't play a lot of coverages, you don't play a lot of different fronts, you have to have subtleties and checks and change ups within those fronts. And so I think, I don't want to say maybe to the naked eye there's some things missed in terms of how we just subtly structure things, that it all looks the same and you may think it's all the same, but in reality there's some different things that are happening out there. So I think that's what we try to do, is make it all look the same. Okay, you want to come in here and think it's pretty simple, then that's great. And then when it's in real time and there's some different moving parts that don't look exactly what you think they're supposed to look like, I think that's where we get a little bit of our edge. So, again, we've tried to add some new wrinkles this year. Again, we're trying to evolve, and people are looking at our tape and where can we add some things and take some things away that didn't work for us and keep growing as a defense. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah. I wonder,
I like that. I don't care. You know what we're doing? That's fine. But we got better players.
Mm-hmm. But he did say we're trying to evolve and change some things on tape so they don't.
Yeah,
he did say at the end. He said,
but he also said, "Hey, we're not, look how smart we are. It's
execution.
It's execution. Yeah.
And
you know what? They got really good players.
If the Texans are disciplined and physical and fast, or play fast,
do offenses catch up to the Texans this year?
I'm trying to be as open-minded as possible. I just have a hard time saying yes. I don't know why Will Anderson won't be better as a pass rusher this year now that he's in year 4. Danielle Hunter doesn't show any signs of letting off the gas. You're still kind of average in the middle, but you're not bad. Your linebackers are the same. Your secondary is excellent. God forbid they would have gotten a third pass rusher, like a third legit pass rusher. Caden McDonald is a run stopper, but he'll only play certain downs. But it could help put teams behind the sticks a little bit. Like the Buccaneers probably wouldn't have had that success running the football last year if Caden McDonald was on that team.
Is
I mean,
Robinson to the point yesterday?
Dominic Robinson, no, I don't think. Those
No,
guys.
and Dylan Horton. I don't know. We don't know enough about Dylan Horton because
Solomon
of
Bird.
his.
I don't see those guys. We've
Well,
seen Dylan Horton. He's been
so
here 2
to
years.
the point of the caller yesterday, said, "Why did we not sign Derek Burnett again? Why didn't we not?"
I don't know. I don't know if it was a cost thing. If he didn't want to be back in Houston, I don't know. But
apparently they have Texans cap says they have $27 million still available out there.
of course,
They
they
use.
can sign everybody. It's the most incredible cap I've ever seen.
Yep.
They can sign anybody they want, whenever they want, and have a bunch of money left over. I mean, they've redone a lot of deals. That's one of the reasons they have money. But, yeah, it's fascinating how they're able to manipulate the cap, and it hasn't hurt them yet in terms of credit card spending. Not yet. I haven't seen it.
Nope. You know who else got money? Gold Nugget, and you can get some of it. Yeah, that's right. You can take some of Tillman's money. You want it? It's sitting there. It's waiting for you at the blackjack table. It's waiting for you at the craps table. It's waiting for you at Pai Gow. It's waiting for you. Is that a game? I think it's a game, Pai Gow. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it's not a. Is that food? No one knows. No one knows what that is. But I do know this: that if you're a player, Golden Nugget Lake Charles is right here, right down the road. So easy to get to. People, you're looking for the best way to get to a casino, a Vegas-style casino with a DraftKings sportsbook that's awesome, with all the amenities you could possibly want, all the restaurants, pool, golf, everything you could possibly need right there, one spot, 2.5 hours down the road. So easy to get to. Driving, a tank of gas as opposed to buying plane tickets. 2.5 hours as opposed to 7 hours by the time you leave your door and get to your hotel, or 7 hours or more. So if you're looking for the best way to play and get your gamble on, all right, Todd Rundgren is coming the 20th. You got Slay coming on the 27th. It's go time. You're looking for a great place to get your gamble on. We're going to be there Monday and Tuesday. We want you to come out and join us. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5. Matt Bowen put something together on ESPN.com that's pretty interesting. In the NFL, the groupings, 11 personnel, which is 1 running back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers. Best team in the league at it. Most snaps with 11 personnel.
Let's see. Is it? It's not the Texans.
It's not. No.
Okay. I would say. What about the Bengals?
It's the Cowboys.
Okay.
Cowboys. They used it the most, and they were the best at it with a 101.8 EPA on 11 personnel snaps.
We know
they
13
have
is,
really good wide receivers.
13
And
is the
Javonte
Rams.
Williams had a great year.
Yeah, 13 are the Rams. They're the undisputed king of 13 personnel.
12 personnel.
12 is 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers.
2 wide receivers. Cleveland had the most snaps. The
no
best
one-
at
no
it
one
was the
cares.
Falcons.
Wow. I don't even.
Well, you had Pitts and.
Who's the second tight end over there?
Um,
I don't even know who the
but
second
Pitts
tight end
had
is.
himself a breakout year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bijan by himself is,
Mm-hmm.
13 personnel. The Rams had the most snaps, 3 tight ends, and they were best at it.
Mm-hmm.
The team to watch for in 26 he has is the Bears. Okay, and then there's 21 personnel. Unless they make Cade Stover a fullback, they're not going to run much 21 personnel, right? I mean, and that thought is Cade Stover may be a
No,
fullback.
they're not running 21.
They're not running 21 or 22. So what's the Texans' best personnel?
For this year?
Grouping, yeah, for this year.
Oh, still probably 11. Probably 11.
I think it might be 12.
There's a chance 12. I mean, who are your 2 tight ends?
Well,
you have one who doesn't
Schultz
block.
for sure.
Schultz who doesn't block.
You don't. Well, right, but I mean, he can catch it.
Right.
It's almost like it's 11.
Right.
Because Schultz isn't going to.
That's why.
But I think they're going to use it with Klein on the field.
You think the rookie gets on there?
I think the rookie gets on there.
This is my thing. Is you don't have blockers there. See, what makes 12 dangerous is if you have 2 guys who are combination tight ends, like Garrett Graham and Garrett Graham and Owen Daniels, or Owen Daniels and Joel Dreesen. You remember Joel Dreesen? Dreesen was the blocker. He was the wide, but he can actually catch a little bit. I was surprised his wide receiving numbers were actually a little better than I remembered when I went back and looked at it. And then Owen Daniels was a guy who became a better blocker. The only thing that makes 12 personnel dangerous is you got to be able to be a threat. You got to be a good enough blocker to where, if you try to if you don't match up with them heavy enough, they're going to run the ball on you.
Well, Schultz isn't Jimmy Graham. I mean, he blocks some. He's not. He's not great at.
Well, when he efforts, he can block a little bit.
That's the thing. Is he a scrape block. He's awful. He doesn't even. It looks like he doesn't even try sometimes. To push him off his route for a second, and then head out the defensive end on his route to the quarterback.
Go look at his run blocking. I'm kind of curious to see what his run blocking looks
like. But
I
think, you don't think Klein's going to be on the field?
Marlon Klein, he's. I think he'll be there some, but not a ton.
What about Brevin Jordan?
If he makes the team.
What about Stover?
I mean, Stover has a heads up. Stover's ahead of Klein. Stover knows how to play. It's just a matter of can he stay healthy. He's going to be a better blocker than Marlon Klein is, and potentially a better receiver, or at least more. He's ahead of both of them. When Stover came out, there was still work to be done. He was still a little bit raw. Klein's the same way, still work to be done. And then Foster Moreau, if they play him, he's just purely a blocker.
Blocking. Right.
I mean, that's
you can see them doing that, right?
I could see that.
So that you got I
could see that. But you'd like for both your guys to have a chance to catch passes and a chance to block. Like, that's what makes 12 dangerous, is we can throw it or we can run it at any point.
Moreau may catch 5 passes or so.
He might. He might. I mean, I'd like to see him run out. They are going to run more 12 personnel.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt about it. They wouldn't have 5 competent tight ends in camp right now if they weren't going to.
And they all are competent.
They are competent. I mean, Foster Moreau is is more of a Y, which is a pure blocker. As far as combo tight ends, I would say F. An F tight end pass catcher is going to be that you move around is more. Even though he lines up in line some, I still don't consider. Maybe I should consider. I want to go back and look at his blocking, but maybe the tight end, our tight end,
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz. Maybe I should consider him a combination tight end. I'm actually going to go back and watch some of his run blocking, see how he did, because maybe I'm working off an old narrative on him. So I want to be fair.
Well, we've seen plenty though where he just.
That's why it's easy to get that narrative in your head stuck. If he blocked better last year, I want to give him credit. So I'm going to go watch some of it. But Marlon Klein will get after it a little bit as a blocker. He just needs to get better at it. He just needs more snaps. But you can't play at Michigan and not block a little bit if you're a tight end. All the guys who come out of there can block some. So, including Colston Loveland last year, and now Marlon Klein this year. So, Cade Stover has the ability to block. That's a combination tight end. Marlon Klein is a combination tight end. That's why Marlon Klein is one of those guys that the Texans covet, because you want players who are not just saddled as a pass catcher only or a run blocker only. That doesn't do you any good on your personnel groupings. You want to make your personnel grouping difficult to miss, where you can mismatch. We go to 12 personnel. You want to go to you want to go to base personnel, we're going to mismatch you with one or both of our tight ends. Or if they can really run block and you're not very good stopping the run, we'll just keep beating your brains in with 12 personnel. But what I like is when you go to 12 personnel and they can't go to nickel, they have to stay with base, and you got a linebacker there who's bad in coverage. That's how you want to force them on the field so that you can isolate them. And that's why being able to be multiple, being 11 personnel grouping and 12 personnel grouping specifically, the best teams can go to either one of those. Because depending on who that's why Bill Belichick, people remember what Bill Belichick did with Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. You know why he was doing that? Because he recognized the advantages of being able to mismatch you on two guys who can both block and both catch the ball. Belichick, and that wasn't the first time. Bill Belichick's first attempt at that was with David Sloan from Texas and Garrett something, who had played at Tulsa. He was kind of a smaller pass-catching tight end. He had been trying to get that two tight end thing cranked up even before Hernandez and Gronk. But once he found it with Hernandez and Gronk, you couldn't match up with the Patriots. Like, you couldn't do it. So, and that's why Sean McVay kind of figured that out too. We want to get to personnel groupings that you can't match up against. But to do that, you have to have athletic tight ends who are tough enough to block, who are willing to block. If Dalton Schultz would just be willing, I looked at my write-up of him coming out. Like I mentioned, that he can run block some. I didn't have that as a huge weakness for him. It's only when he got into pros that his effort level, I think, kind of backed off. But if he cranks up the effort level, and maybe he did, and I'm gonna go back and look at it and see if maybe that's something I need to reassess. Maybe he is somebody who did say, you know what, I'm going to get after it. Because I know he was great as a pass catcher last year. That guy was terrific as a pass catcher.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. Keep going. Okay. Oh, we're here until the bottom. Okay, it's great. That is awesome. Well, we got some sound, too, of with D'Amico. Well, that was a quick one. Let's talk about Dalton. Let's have Dalton Schultz, since we're talking about Dalton Schultz. But Dalton Schultz is talking about the offensive line and the attitude of the mindset of the offensive line. And here is Dalton Schultz on this new offensive line.
I think first and foremost, run blocking is about mindset. Mindset and then technique. Are you willing to put your face in there? Are you willing to fire off the ball and honestly be willing to miss sometimes? Are you willing to just take off and run through a guy? And I think from the new faces that we have and the new guys that we brought in, that's the first thing that's jumped out to me, is just the mindset. I think D'Amico threw a few clips on in the first week of pulling some of the O-line back, saying hey, we can't, on pass blocking, we can't go clean out a DN who's just kind of sitting there holding up. We had, guys flying around trying to hit people. And so I think, just that, from that mindset, that's a problem that we hadn't necessarily had for the last couple of years. And that's something that jumped out immediately. like having to pull guys back and be like, hey, like, slow down, which is usually what he's saying to the defense. So to see it on the offensive side is nice. But yeah, man, I think at the end of the day, like, it's all here, and I think we got the guys for it.
I do think, I really do, with the additions that they have, I do think it's going to be a good, not even a serviceable, I think it's going to be a good offensive line. Top 15 offensive line.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's not shooting for the stars.
No.
Top half of the league.
But, well, it is for the Texans over the last 3 years.
Yeah, but it's one of the things that Chris Popovich, is it Chris?
No,
Cole Popovich. One of the things that Cole Popovich got cleaned up was the mental stuff on twists. He got that cleaned up. Now, you get beat one-on-one, you get beat one-on-one in execution. But you don't want to get beat by games where you just can't think along with what the defense is doing. And that really got cleaned up a lot last year. Now it's a matter of getting Tay Ursery's technique, a little better, a little bit more consistent. It's a matter of keeping Braden Smith healthy and understanding when to give him some help because he's a short arm tackle. It's a matter of keeping, of Wyatt, and frankly, it's a matter of Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram mashing people inside the run game. Your guard, center, guard, and hopefully Keelan Rutledge at center. Hopefully the guard, center, guard of Ingram, Rutledge, and Wyatt Teller, I'm hoping that they are moving people around this year. Because if they are, then you can sit in 12 personnel and just say, we're doing this, and you can either stop it or you don't stop it. But if you don't stop it, we're going to keep hitting you with that, and we're hitting you with easy play action throws. Because when your linebackers come crashing down on the little fake dive play, we're just going to throw over the top to a tight end right over the right over the top of you in between the hashes, and we'll just light you up. And that's when Kaylee can get on a roll as a play caller. When he is sitting there getting 4 yards a pop on first down, running the football, and then second down you run it again for 4, and you're not 3rd and 2. The full playbook's open to you. All of a sudden, those linebackers are coming downhill much harder, and the play action becomes much easier. And that's where 12 personnel will come in handy for the Texans this year. They do love Xavier Hutchinson, though. They do love him. They trust him a lot. Tank Dell, you're really limited when Tank's in the game because that's a throwing unit.
Higgins is going to be on the field.
Mm-hmm. But Higgins is big. Yeah. Nico is big. Those guys need to be able to
Xavier's big, too.
Xavier's big, too. They can go big.
Yeah.
Oh, they can get real big on you at any point. Foster Moreau and Cade Stover. That's a big 12 personnel group right there.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you can be an 11 and be big with Hutchinson. And then in 12, you can just go Nico and Hutchinson, Nico and Jaden Higgins, either one of them. And there's Foster Moreau's in there, even with Dalton Schultz. And I'm watching Dalton Schultz against the 49ers right now. It's it is what it is. It isn't the best I've ever seen.
No.
There's some effort here. But this is one game. And he's matched up against, well, I give you an example. Here's a clip right here. And this is all you want. This is all you want from Dalton Schultz going up against, he's physically beat, but he stays after it.
Yeah.
He stays after it and he finishes his block. That's all you want.
Yeah. He got kind of bowled over a little bit, but he held his ground.
Just slow them down enough. You're not going to, most tight ends are not beating defensive ends.
That was a pretty big dude he was blocking there.
It was a real big dude.
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing is putting Dalton Schultz on their defensive end and then expecting him to, you want him to be able to move him out on a run
you just
block.
Want him to neutralize.
No. You're running away from that side then. If that's what you're doing, you're running away from that side. It's 926 ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. You got one more segment to get in here with us because we've got one more segment of What Did We Miss? And then we've got News of the Weird coming your way at the top of the hour. Glenn Davis is going to be joining us every day starting tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Every day, all right? It's brought to you by... Dr. Kaplan.
Yeah.
Doc Kaplan.
Michael Kaplan.
Yeah. Doc Kaplan is bringing you every day Glenn Davis at 8 o'clock. So there is no one who knows more about dude is doing the announcing He'll be.
That's so great. He got
Yeah,
games.
it is.
Yeah.
He'll be doing the announcing for the games here, and then he's going to go to L.A. and do a quarterfinal match.
Where can we? So FS1. He'll be on Fox. Is that what we're saying?
I guess so.
Okay.
I guess so. And ESPN right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he's doing radio.
Radio ESPN.
Okay, got it.
Right. That's our show.
No,
That's this.
I'm just trying to figure out where people can listen to Glenn when he's calling the games. Because, different.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Partners,
no, we don't have that.
No, I know that, but different partners, depending if can grab the World Cup. A lot of people are broadcasting. So he's doing the Houston-based games on Fox Sports?
I guess so. We'll ask him tomorrow.
Okay, we'll ask him tomorrow.
That's what I assumed.
Okay.
Yeah. And rightfully so. How about that? Glenn Davis, superstar, going to be with us every morning at 8 o'clock. So if you want to find out what's going on in the World Cup, this is the guy. He's right in the middle of it.
Yeah. I mean, we had Messi in Alabama yesterday.
Yeah.
He played a game against Iceland at Auburn, Jordan-Hare Stadium. It's the first and only time Messi will spend any time in Alabama in his life.
That's it.
I don't think
well,
Messi
he loved being here and getting Marcel Reed's jersey. No, he did.
Did he?
Look,
Messi spends his whole life taking photos with people who he's being told are important to that area, but he's never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Marcel Reed's just another in a long line of people who fit that profile.
It was actually Marcel who was like, "Do you want a picture with me?"
Feels unlikely.
Yeah,
feels unlikely. I wonder. Sean and I talked about this. Where does that jersey go? Like
Marcel's?
Like where does Marcel
to Messi?
Yeah, like his kids are based down in Miami, of course, because that's where he plays his club ball.
Does Messi still have that jersey?
My thought is, could his kids care about college football? And they remember Marcel Reed throwing the picks against the Canes.
No chance.
Argentinians love college football.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe the kids are like, you know what? We're down here. Let's figure out what the people love. I don't know. What's the frame of reference for Messi and Marcel Reed? Anybody in the Messi circle? Anyone know anything about Marcel Reed? There's no chance.
No
Zero. Chance. Someone had to. What's he do? Oh, he plays quarterback.
What?
Okay, I guess I'm taking a photo. Marcel Reed had the audacity to sign that jersey. What is that gonna matter to Messi? That man's got the best players in the world of all sports giving him jerseys.
Yeah.
And now Marcel Reed's on the list.
I would say there's a 2% chance he still has that jersey. He left it in the locker.
I don't see. The thing is,
I think he did.
I think someone collects it. He doesn't want to be seen as rude. I don't think he has it in his possession, but I think someone grabbed that jersey.
He just did this.
I don't think
he got right there to his locker, and this is what he did. He took it and just went.
No,
he didn't throw it away.
I didn't say throw it away. He just threw it somewhere and just somebody go pick that up.
There's someone go pick it up.
He's not an a-hole. Well,
we don't really know.
I have actually heard from somebody from a marketing standpoint that, do you know he doesn't, he won't come in for any, do you know the people, like the soccer stuff going on in his commercials is not him?
He's not dribbling.
Oh.
It's not dribbling. You'll see a lot of it's lower body stuff. All he'll come in and do is smile. He does very little.
That beach one that he did?
Yeah. Won't talk. Doesn't talk, just comes in, smiles, and holds your product and turns to everybody else and does whatever, and that's it.
Well, Inter Miami doesn't allow him. They don't give his availability to people. He doesn't talk to media down there. He's their biggest star, the league's biggest star.
He doesn't even talk to media.
Does no media.
Yeah, they say he does the absolute minimum.
They have a team of international stars. They have two guys from Argentina, him and another guy who are going to be on the World Cup team. In fact, they combined for a goal last night. Somebody was like, man, where would Argentina be without the MLS? Because a couple of their guys play for MLS teams. Those guys, the big stars for Inter Miami, do not talk to the media. So what you'll get is if there's a controversy or they blow a game, they'll send some 20-something-year-old kid who's on the team who speaks English, hey, go out there and talk to everyone. They never get to talk to the stars. And that was part of how they secured all those players. We don't have to talk to the media. Cool.
You know what? We don't talk to the media either.
Well, no one's looking to talk to you.
I mean, we are the media.
Yeah. Well, we don't.
I am the media.
No, we don't. We don't talk to the media either.
No one really talks to us.
Messi might make a Hall of Fame someday too. Okay,
Possibly.
but
Possibly.
But
not the. I bet he doesn't make Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Feels
No.
unlikely. Well, he
No.
doesn't talk.
He doesn't talk.
That's
Can't
difficult to do.
You
He
can't
never-
make the Texas Radio
Yeah.
Hall of Fame if you don't talk.
Suck on that, Messi.
I always find that weird when you guys do that. Tell some guy to suck on what do you want him to
What?
suck
On
An
that.
egg.
Come on, Dell, clean
That
it
he
up.
won't.
He
that-
said
Clean it
it.
up, Dell.
He said it.
Yeah.
My gosh, you're
I
just
mean,
filthy.
just
You guys have
embarrassing.
You're a filthy, dirty
Filth
person.
and flarn right now.
well, I saw what you did to Josh.
Let's talk about Champion Energy right now instead of
I
that.
heard it. Excuse me. I'll correct it. I heard what you did to Josh.
Nothing. This is you see, he's obsessed with Josh Pate. His obsession's
really
worse
is.
than anybody else's.
It really is.
I love when he comes on. You guys just light up. There's
I'm gonna
stars.
call him.
Light
I'm gonna
up.
get-
There's
I'm gonna
stars
get
in
him
your
on
the
eyes.
best.
There's stars in your
We
eyes.
have the
You
best.
know what? We need
Yo,
to get
you
him
don't
on.
get him on your show.
I'm
That's right.
because I've been overwhelmed by the minutes he spends on this show.
That's right. You're damn
I need
right.
to get him on to talk Sorsby tomorrow. We need to get him on.
Oh, I imagine he's pro Sorsby.
No. No. He is pro college football.
Yes, he is.
If
And
he thinks you're screwing up college football, he's not a fan.
no, he's not going to be. Is he going to be a
He
fan of?
hates agents.
Is he going to be a fan of Champion Energy? I don't know. He doesn't live here, but if he was here, he probably would use Champion Energy because Champion Energy is where you get your electricity at a better price. Champion Energy, champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560. You're looking. I love Champion Energy. I loved what they did for me forever when I lived here. Use them, and I would have never changed because champion.energy/1560 was there for me every single time. The only time I ever needed them and called them was when I moved and I had to move my service. That's it. And they were perfect. And every time my bill was up, they contacted me and said, hey, we got a better rate. Let's sign it right away. And we did. And so I'm telling you, I loved the way Champion Energy was for me. You'll love them too. Champion.energy/1560.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 9:38, ESPN 97.5. What did we miss? Serena won. Serena's back, and she won.
She hadn't played in
1,375
games.
1,375 days. And she beat she won in doubles play in Queen's Club in London.
This is the start. This is the warm up for Wimbledon, right?
Yeah.
I assume she's trying to make it into Wimbledon.
I guess. I don't know. Does she have to qualify now, or no? As a former champ, she probably.
wouldn't think
I
so.
don't know. No idea. It's women's tennis. No one can possibly know.
I'm just
It's
googling right
impossible
now. I
to
think
know,
I may
McAfee, $60 million. For those of you that
suggest
weren't
she
here.
is strongly considering her
Okay.
participation in Queen's Club.
Okay. Mhm. The Knicks and the Spurs say all that violence is bad. Okay.
Yeah, all the players that they talked to said, you know what?
It's
Yeah,
bad.
we don't think this is good.
No. So
we
there
don't
you
think
go.
so. They took a stand and said we don't think Spurs fans should be lit on fire or beaten to death.
I did see there was a guy last night in a Spurs jersey, and they held a lighter to his hair.
I saw that.
He did not.
That was last night?
Yes, he did not ignite, but they did hold a lighter to
Good.
his hair.
I saw
good.
that video.
So
Yeah.
they didn't burn him.
And they did pull his jersey. There was the
Correct.
Yeah.
But they did not set him on fire. So Knick fans are adapting and learning that perhaps beating people up because they support their team is.
But we can burn him.
well,
Just
well,
the hair.
Well, to be fair, I said I don't think they tried to. They just said as a threat, there's a lighter next to your hair. Just watch it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that guy
That's what you get for wearing that
because
shirt.
that guy
Exactly.
looked really threatening out there.
Yeah, well, he had the wrong colors on.
Yeah.
And you know what that
You're
means.
wearing the
If you
wrong
go to the
colors,
wrong
guess
neighborhood
what?
with the wrong,
Yeah,
That's
things happen to you.
Yep.
South
The
Central,
neighborhood
where-
happens to be
where
the
John lives in South Central.
He does
he
not
can't
live
run
in
around in
Central.
blue.
In
He doesn't
blue.
live in
He
South
can't run
Central.
around and run around
Yeah.
in blue.
No,
You
that's
think-
fine.
Your shorts? You think you
my
can wear those
neighborhood.
shorts in your
No
neighborhood?
blue?
No.
No.
You think John's in fear of Pyrus? Is that what you think is happening?
No, he is one.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
He
I'm
comes
not,
from the
I'm,
Pyru
I'm
set.
a Crip, not a Blood.
Oh, then you can wear
I
blue.
can wear blue.
Yeah, you can wear
Yeah.
blue.
So,
Are you a
I
rolling
forgot
Crip?
which one.
Are you a rolling Brentwood Crip?
So have you decided which one he is? Brentwood. Rolling
Sherman
Brentwood.
Oaks. Crip.
Rolling Sherman Oaks?
Yep.
Are you repping Sherman Oaks? What set you claiming, homeboy? Where you from? Sherman? Sherm? You used to call it Sherm?
The Sherm.
This
The
is
Sherm.
all
The Sherm.
bad.
The Sherm. They don't ask you what set you're claiming at their super expensive
They know.
grocery stores?
They know. At
I
Gelson's.
can only imagine what you pay out there.
Gelson's. Oh my God.
Every day is like a trip to Whole Foods.
No. Whole Foods is discount
It's Walmart of LA.
next to Gelson's.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Or Central Market, one of those. I like y'all stuff. I just ain't paying for it.
We're down a ref. FIFA confirmed a Somali referee scheduled to work the World Cup is being denied entry into the United States.
Yes, he
My
flew.
wife asked why they didn't have him just work in.
Some other people asked that
Canada or
why
Mexico.
Canada or Mexico was off the table. He flew back home and he was welcomed as a hero. People were, as he was walking, I guess, I don't know where he was walking, but there's just cameras on him, and the people in the area were applauding him and welcoming him back to his area. That you think you get to work a World Cup and you get sent home? That's tough when you're on the verge. But I don't know why he can't work in Canada or Mexico.
Yeah.
That seems like that could have been an option. What else did we miss? Wemby does not get a flagrant, doesn't get the upgrade. There was a
course he
question about
doesn't.
whether he would,
He could-
but the NBA said no flagrant for
if
you.
he had
What are you
a
talking
razor blade in his elbow and he sliced someone's neck,
He could go full on Tupac in what's the movie where Tupac was hiding a razor blade,
in his
in his lip where they played.
he could go
Remember
Peaky
that?
Blinder.
Yeah, the four of them. Tupac ends up turning bad, but yeah, he could take it out and literally slice him.
Slice
And John's right, and
Yeah.
they'd be like, "That's a flagrant one.
Yeah.
That's a flagrant one. We can't have you going to the white meat on somebody's face."
Well,
And then not giving you
I'm
at
not
least
sure.
free throwing the balls, guys. For free throwing the ball, you can't be doing that, Wemby.
yeah. Well, I don't even know if they'd sell him that.
On further review, it's been overturned.
Yeah. The White Sox called up Braden Montgomery yesterday. Hit
Boom.
a walk-off homer.
He's an Aggie, right?
Aggie.
Good Aggie.
One of the good Ags.
Good.
There are no bad Ags. I don't
That's
get why
true.
you guys say
That
that.
is really
One of
true.
the good ones. There are
No,
no bad
they're
Ags.
all
This
good.
guy's one of the
They're
really
all
good
good.
ones.
They're all good ones.
This one hits home runs.
Yeah.
Better than most
Yeah.
Aggies.
That's right.
He's a home run hitter.
Well,
That's
they
right.
did get knocked out of the regional by USC, so maybe they need more guys hitting home runs.
Remind me again,
that's
is
because
Texas,
he's gone.
Is
'Cause
Texas
Braden's
still in
gone.
it, Dell?
Yes.
Is Texas still in it? Oh.
Yes.
How did the Aggies feel about it?
Championship.
Oh.
Texas Longhorns.
Oh.
Finally, if they continue to win, they may be able to make enough money to support their athletic program.
How did the Aggies feel about supporting a guy named Braden?
What do you mean?
Braden?
You think Aggies
That
are
ain't an
against that
Aggie
name? What is an Aggie name?
Aggies have changed. It is not the same A&M that you're.
George, Ralph.
Ralph.
Okay.
A&M's
What athlete's named Ralph?
A&M's a lot different
Today.
than when I was going to school too. I didn't go to A&M, but
Braden?
A&M is there's plenty of
Braden.
What are you gonna do? Aiden's, Braden's, they all. This is what
Aiden's,
parents
Braden's, Caden's, they're all
Jadens,
names.
They're all names who are Aggies now. Aiden, Braden, Caden, and Jaden. You can't avoid them. Black, white, Asian, it doesn't matter. All parents naming their kids Braden, Aiden, Caden, and Jaden. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've got an Avery. Do you think that's an Aggie name? Does Avery sound like an Aggie name to you?
No, and he doesn't look like an Avery.
Okay, well that's my whole point.
Right.
Names are just you can't. The A&M is a lot different than what you're probably thinking.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Now they have what you're thinking still there.
Yes, they do.
That's still
remains.
there.
Yes, they do.
The percentages are different now. It was shocking to me to see how different the food scene is better now. I know anybody who is not from College Station. What are you talking about? They used to have the wing place. No. They have some actually some legit restaurants there now.
The chicken.
No, not just the.
Well, they have the
not
chicken.
the Dixie Chicken and the wing places they have. They have other restaurants that are good
They
restaurants.
have more places than that, or lanes. They've got more places than Dixie Chicken.
I
or
went when
Lanes.
we used to go when A&M used to have us come out there when before Jimbo got mad at us or wouldn't come on our show anymore when he started losing. When we would go out there, I would always go grab a lunch I'd go find a different place out there when we were coming back, and I was like, "Wow, this place is pretty good."
Well, they got the Dixie chicken, they got the Confederate chicken, they
don't
got
have
the,
a Confederate
Don't
chicken.
imagine, and all that.
they got Southern
The
chicken. They got
There's more
that's
than
right.
just chicken play. You're gonna be on the list of Aggies. In there. You want Reagan to text you again?
Confederate.
I just
chicken?
don't feel like Braden is an Aggie name. That's all. Okay?
It is. It is an Aggie name. It's an everything name.
No.
It's a Cougar name, a Longhorn name, a Brown name, a Lehigh name. It is a Rutgers name. It's an. You can't get away from Braden's.
I have not seen a Braden play for the Miami Hurricanes, though. I will say that.
Yeah, okay.
They
that's
have
my
not had a
point.
Braden yet.
Yeah.
So it's not a Kane name as it stands.
There you go. Not a K
Malachi
name.
is. We
There
got a
you go.
Malachi, though.
NC State is opening an investigation into LSU's recruitment of Will Wade.
Oh, Braden McNabb? Miami?
Who's that?
Oh, no, it's hockey. Never mind.
See? Look at you. You're
Miami
trying to catch me in
hockey?
something. See?
think.
Look at you.
I don't know.
Oh, you're not doing
It says Braden McNabb hit it. It said, no, Braden McNabb thought he beat the buzzer, but the Hurricanes outshot Vegas.
Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, but it could have been Miami.
Coulda. You don't
That's
know.
the whole thing. Like,
No,
we were on
you
the
don't know.
verge.
I'm the one who just said it. They
They're
don't
Hurricanes.
exist.
You don't know.
Yeah,
Carolina
Dell
Hur-
actually knows his team. There's no Braden.
Could have been playing UNLV.
Well, I will say there's not a lot of Bradens there in the Dade County area.
No.
probably.
Okay.
Or that come up with Luke Skywalker with Luther
No,
Campbell's football
Braden's-
program. There's probably not a lot of Bradens.
Maybe
I'll
maybe a
admit that.
baseball transfer might be named Braden, but at this point, no on basketball, no on football.
But Braden Montgomery was baseball. You got to look at your baseball.
I said
team.
baseball.
Student
but-
population has some Bradens.
Oh yeah.
I'll
Hey,
bet you the
hey,
Miami student population's cranking
Let's
out
look
some
it up.
Bradens for you.
I'm sure they do. I'm not looking up the
look it
student
up.
body at
Go
Miami.
through the whole student body.
I'm just saying they don't place football. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Let's get Keith in here before we end the show. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, what's good? Hope everyone's doing well. Just wanted to check in, see what we're thinking. I'm going to be about 2 weeks away from my
10-win team.
underdog college football pick of the year.
Oh, we
college
got to
football
see
pick of the
he
year.
hit.
He hit last
Shout
year.
out to Keith. He was on
2 weeks.
Vanderbilt. He wouldn't
2
leave
weeks
us
away.
alone.
Are we going to have a
He
countdown?
wouldn't leave us alone the entire season, and he came out on
he
time.
Should we put a countdown on our website?
Is he going to eliminate
He's
teams
studying.
every day?
He's studying right
2
now.
weeks away.
2 weeks, okay.
2 weeks away.
I'm studying rosters, coaches, schedules, transfer portal, NIL, everything. I'm digging
Everything.
deep. I'm looking for a trash team from last year that's going to surprise some folks this year. I don't have Diego Pavia this year, which sucks, but I'm digging deep 2 weeks out. My question is to end the show, how long till the Ravens sign either Stephon Diggs or Tyreek Hill? I need to know. Thank you.
What kind of question is that? How do we know? How do we know that?
And
ask Eric DaCosta.
Damn, Keith is the king of who's sitting on the who's on the street right now.
Yeah, he must have been so happy. In fact, I know he was when the Giants signed all three of those guys, Juju, Berrios, and Odell within 12 hours of each other.
It was like
what a day he had.
Keith exploded.
Well, that's one way of putting it. Sure, he must have had
That
a
was
day.
Keith's dream day.
I don't
What's
know.
the best day you've ever had, Keith?
The day that the Giants
when
signed
the Giants
3 street agent wide receivers
in one single day.
One single day. It was great.
And then when Carson Wentz got in the game.
They all came in for workouts and they all got signed.
Yeah.
You know who is not a street free agent any longer is Joel Bitonio. He retired. And at his retirement ceremony, he said, I was drafted the same year as Johnny Manziel, and we actually roomed together. I learned some things not to do from him. 14-year pro, 7 either all pros or Pro Bowls. I think he was 7-year. I think it was all pros, actually. He was really, really good. And Johnny Manziel ended up doing some celebrity boxing against Bob Menry. So
Johnny did win that fight, though.
He did win the fight. They've taken some different paths.
Yeah. He won that fight. Thank God. That was a big matchup right there.
Yeah, Menry versus Manziel.
I didn't even know.
Huge.
Who is he? Who's Menry? Who is he?
He's the one who does, he just got smacked in the face. Like he sounded like, can you play him a Bob Menry?
Well, he wound up being a voice guy for Buffalo Wild Wings for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then it
sounds-
turns out
yeah.
he's kind of a lunatic. Like I saw he was on the Nelk Boys pod. This is something that I don't watch or listen to it, but then, I'll see Dana White came on and yelled at Bob Menry about something, and yeah, Bob Menry and Dana, he's just some guy with a good radio voice.
Okay.
And and what he would do is he would read like he was doing radio
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
and then he would drop F-bombs.
Right.
That's a damn disgrace right there.
yeah, yeah.
On somebody misses
I've
a
seen
putt.
his video.
He did a lot with golf.
I didn't know that was him.
Yeah.
I know. I've seen his video.
Yeah.
He's funny. But why is he fighting Johnny Manziel?
Because
they got beef?
Because they don't use him anymore. His shtick is over, so now he's got to make money. So now he fights Johnny Manziel.
Okay.
And it was literally
I
not a
guess
boxing
everybody's got
match.
to make a living.
No, they put on. This is a UFC. This is an MMA.
I know.
Fight between the two of them.
I know.
Yeah.
But why? Who cares? Who wants to see them fight? What's that? Why?
I got really bad news for you. You are going to see it's all starting to change anyway. They've got streamers versus they are already putting together full fight cards of streamers of kick streamers versus YouTube streamers, and people like my kids' age are going to watch that. It's where it's headed. Boxing, no one wants to hear this. Y'all didn't want to hear it when I said UFC was going to be bigger than boxing. Boxing is going to, in 10 years, boxing will be in trouble because these dumb streamers will be, because you'll have a generation of people who are now 30 years old, and what do they want to watch? They want to watch streamers. They don't care about boxing. They didn't watch boxing when they were kids. Why would they watch boxing now?
Yeah.
Why would they become boxing fans? They're going to be, I like to watch fights, but I like watching fights from people who also would go into, places and play pranks on people. Now I want to see them fight.
Okay. All right, we got a break, and then we got News of the Weird. Coming your way next, right
And then
here.
open presents after
That's
that.
not weird enough. Then let's do that. That's happening next, right here. Australians are grosser than you might think. A popular Masterton tourist attraction has been forced to close for the day after repeated incidents of people defecating inside it. It's a fernery. You know, you can walk through and there's all kinds of plants and everything, and it's a giant fernery. We've had several incidents of people defecating in the fernery. It's a public health hazard, and our teams are in the process of cleaning it up. Do you think that we should close San Francisco now too?
I don't think you can close cities.
Well, if it's about people
say
just dropping deuces everywhere.
That actually is not as big an issue as it used to be.
Damn it.
What did you
What
see?
about outside your neighborhood right
What
now?
about outside this building? Aren't you the
I
one
saw
that
a
saw a guy
guy
do
dropping
that?
a deuce right on the
You
street
saw
out
that.
here. Yeah.
Are they going to close us
And
down?
aren't you having people dropping deuces right by
I have,
you?
No, I haven't seen that. I've just seen
Speaking of
people
that,
posting up.
it wasn't a person, but the dog and their dog walker was back. I was upstairs again, and
you didn't get out in time.
I got out in time this time. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the dog didn't complete his sinful business. So I didn't have any evidence, but I did look, and you know what? I have to retract something. Maybe not a skinny teenage boy. Maybe a skinny, short-haired lesbian was the dog walker.
Nice
was the
job.
dog walker.
Nice job, Dell. Book cover.
Wow.
Because I got a closer look, because I actually got out this
Well,
time.
how do you know the sexual
Come on, John.
proclivity there?
Come on, John.
Did you ask?
Come on.
I mean,
I
you're
said
judging
maybe.
that book by its cover.
I said maybe. I did say maybe, but, you know, with 25% of the precincts reporting, I mean.
Hey, listen, if Rahman can win in L.A., the late votes might be
I don't know.
You don't know.
You're right. I don't know, but experience tells me I'm probably right.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
No, I like to judge books.
Yeah,
by their
yeah,
covers.
yeah.
I do.
And, you know.
I'm all for it.
And it was two perpetrators, but the dog didn't, because there were two people walking their dogs. This time, the dog did not complete the task. So I could
you were
not
just hoping.
I was waiting.
You were waiting.
I was waiting. Hey, excuse me, because there was no bag to pick it up.
Were you excusing me already? You were ready for an excuse me?
I was out. I was just waiting to see if the dog would do what it was trying to do, and then we were going to have an actual conversation. But the dog didn't complete the task.
Oh man! What if it came to blows and you got to hit a lesbian?
The phrase had to hit a lesbian,
Or she would have hit you.
Yeah.
Now, she was slight. She was slight.
Didn't mean she's not good with those hands.
You're right.
You
I don't know if
You
she has an MMA background. You're right. I don't know.
It's the worst feeling in the world when you start talking about
And all of a
stuff.
sudden you're on
Hey,
X.
get over
On one
here,
of
and
your
all of a sudden
on your
you're out.
algorithm.
on one of my algorithms.
I wasn't planning on a physical confrontation.
Watch this guy get beat up in his front yard by a lesbian.
It would have been
Steve
just a
Edmund
conversation
video.
about how unneighborly,
Soy boy.
she was being.
What if you were talking all that trash and you know she had cauliflower?
It wasn't a
ears? You'd be
trash.
like,
It wasn't.
"Uh-oh."
Well, you
Shouldn't have said
never
that.
approach anyone with cauliflower.
Never.
You're asking for it.
Ever. Yeah. Ever. All right, we're done. Mapes is here today.
Mapes is back. He helped out
Mapes.
with the Glenn Davis show yesterday, but he's back. Michael Carroll filled in admirably.
Speaking of Glenn Davis, he'll be here tomorrow.
Oh
8
my-
o'clock, everybody, every day, talking World Cup
See
right
this
here
video of
on ESPN
New York
97.5.
Knicks fans chasing the Spurs team bus.
Oh, my God.
Look at this. In the streets, they're chasing the bus.
They're so stupid.
What are y'all going to do? Turn it over, set it on fire? Actually?
Now
Make
that
all
you
the-
ask.
Now that I ask, yeah, make all the Spurs take their jerseys off so they can burn them.
Or burns for his hair.
Nice job, New York.
Yeah.
I was there
Stay
for 4
classy,
days.
New York.
Nothing happened. I
No.
never had any. I just,
You didn't have a
Not one
Cavs
person.
jersey
I
on.
wore a
Not one
Rockets
person
jersey. Like, why are
punched
you
you or
wearing?
tried
I wore a
to-
Rockets jersey. They're like, why are you wearing that? Y'all are out of the playoffs again in the first round. I said, I know.
Yep.
But Kevin Durant came.
Did you say remember back in 93
Yeah.
or 94?
I don't wanna
93,
bring-
94?
No, because all these punk ass kids weren't even alive.
That's true.
Yep. No, they weren't.
They don't
Remember
care.
John Starks? No.
No.
He sits on the baseline every game. You don't know him?
Nope.
Nope.
Don't care.
Well, have you ever seen this streamer? Yes.
Yeah.
That guy's amazing. he plays Roblox and opens packets of basketball cards on a video screen.
All right,
Oh,
we're done. I got to go.
incredible.
Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome to the show. We welcome Sean back. He was deputized to produce the Glenn Davis Show, Soccer Matters. This is Glenn's time as the preeminent voice for soccer in this city. His time to shine. He's going to be calling games, the Houston games here, not on ESPN 97.5, but he'll be calling the games. He will be kind of your one-stop shop. If you need information about the tournament, Glenn's going to be your guy. He'll join the John Lance Show starting tomorrow at 8:00. So if you're a soccer fan or it's a big event and you just want to be appraised of what you should or shouldn't know, he's the guy for the World Cup. So Sean helped Glenn out last night. And while Glenn will be previewing things, including Mexico, South Africa, and then the U.S.-Mexico on the U.S.-Paraguay on the John Lance Show, what was Glenn's tone last night, Sean? Is he? I imagine he's excited. Did we get a full-on preview, or is he like ladling out the information slowly because he's got a full month of this as he's going to be a big part of the World Cup?
Yeah, there wasn't like a full, here are the contenders. Here's teams who can't win. It wasn't anything like that. It was more. A lot about just like Houston hosting the World Cup and what we've seen with the tune-up games, the friendlies from across the nation of, the scenes from freaking like Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, of all places.
Of all places, that Auburn, Alabama is taking ownership of the game of soccer.
Yeah, I don't know how the
Jordan Hare Stadium.
The SEC sites did this. Like Messi, we gave away tickets for Messi. He didn't play, but Messi in College Station. Messi did play last night in Auburn, Alabama. It's a crazy thing to think that Messi, maybe for the first and last time, spent some time in Alabama, because Alabama, famous for not having any pro teams, clearly doesn't have an MLS team. So there was no reason for him to travel there. Yeah. We don't think of it as a soccer hotbed. So I'm not sure why Messi would have ever been in Alabama until this week. Does he ever? So the question would be, does this spur the people of Alabama into wanting an MLS team? Because that's the only way I ever see Messi making a stop there at any point in the next couple of years. It would have to be a pretty quick turnaround to get an expansion team there. Like the closest he could have possibly ever been was Atlanta, because of Atlanta FC or Atlanta United, whatever they're called.
Yeah,
now.
and then flying over it.
And
go to
BBVA
Stadium. Or not BBVA. Oh, my God. What year is it?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
I like to call it the Oven because that was the nickname was given at the time that it was created, the stadium here in town.
Yeah, no, I don't foresee the Auburn FC taking off.
It might be Birmingham. I don't know. What would be the city that gets like?
It would be Birmingham.
Yeah, right. Would Mobile I get. You know what? I gotta pull back. They do have UFL, right?
Yeah, they have UFL.
So they do have a professional team. So it would be in Birmingham. That would be the place.
They might have. Was it USL? Is that the?
They might
soccer league.
It's possible. Yeah. So they may have a second division as far as U.S. is concerned.
But we also, I mean, I now that I think about it, I think we talked about it off the air. But the clip from Lawrence, Kansas, of the guy being like, "Thank you, Algeria."
Yeah, the Midwest is all about this.
Here in Lawrence, Kansas.
The Midwesterners are being very Midwestern, welcoming the Algerian national team.
That German kid on Twitter, I don't know if he's a kid. Seems young.
He's become very popular.
With the Cristiano Ronaldo profile pic, who's making his way basically through the American Southeast to Houston for
because Germany will play a game here. Yeah.
I forgot who they're playing.
Is it Curacao or something?
Yeah, that sounds right. I forgot if it was them or Cabo Verde. One of the
Verde will be here against
teams that are very happy that
there's 48 teams. Yes,
48
these are two teams taking advantage of the fact that the tournament has expanded, giving new countries an opportunity. Yes, I think Germany's playing Curacao. Cape Verde's playing like Saudi Arabia here at some point.
Yeah, Saudi.
Yeah. So yes, that kid is making his way. He hit a Buc-ee's. He has become one of the more popular followers on Twitter.
JJ Watt has reached out and offered up what I have to assume is the 5-star VIP tour of Houston, which is nice.
The random European who's traveling the country to see the games is getting a very different vibe than whatever news reports they get about this country when they're
Yeah.
overseas.
Yeah.
I did see one, and I don't know if it's joking or leaning into something. Someone was traveling along in Georgia, and I forgot what the place was, but it was a great view. They're up high, and it was a great view.
Yeah,
of,
like Chattanooga Lookout or
yeah, something like
yeah.
that. And they were talking about the view, and then they said, this American to my right said this would be a great sniper spot. So I don't know if that's just leaning into
wrong.
well, I mean, if you look at
the video,
yeah, I mean, not wrong, but I don't know if that's real or leaning into the perception that people have of our country because of things that have happened here. So it is it is about that time, and the visitors who have come here seem to be enjoying it, at least the ones who are online. We'll see as the games get going how FIFA treats people, because they are the governing body handling all this, while the cities in question are just simply trying to find a way to make it profitable for them, because FIFA's certainly going to make their money.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the smaller you go, the smaller town, the smaller, like if you're in the Chattahoochee River, you're gonna have a good time. It's that once FIFA gets involved,
once you actually get on site for where these games are being played,
big local governments or federal government get involved, then it's you might have a little bit tougher of a time. But if you want to go to a really nice gas station, boy, do we have you covered.
Buc-ee's they got locations across the South, and you can enjoy those if you're doing the thing.
If you want to eat like a king, anywhere.
I did not know. I guess it's the Super Buc-ee's. I didn't know Buc-ee's served hot meals at 1 a.m. because that's where he had his dinner at 1 a.m. And I know the brisket sandwiches are available at lunchtime and a little bit after that. I didn't know
that churning.
I did not know that was available at 1 a.m. Apparently, particular Buc-ee's will allow for that. But we're starting with that because it avoids starting with our local team and what they were up to. Yesterday with Michael, I mentioned that I saw an on-pace guy talk about the Astros record through their last 19 games, a very random number to choose. 19 games, and they were playing .632 baseball. And he goes, if they keep this up, they can win 90 games. And I thought to myself, okay, on-pace guy got me to discuss this. But also, has he seen the volatility of the rotation? Look, we were celebrating Tang's performances up until the last couple. He had not been great the last couple, and then it just all fell apart last night. It was never a game. The Astros get worked by the Angels 10-1, and I don't know how anyone would do the on-pace thing when there's too much of that going on, where it could be Tang one night, Imai's pitched pretty well the last couple, but who knows if he reverts back, and then even Arrighetti, who's been great, the last couple starts haven't been great, and while it's nice to assume he's just going to be great all year, I mean, would you be surprised if there's a bit of a regression with Spencer Arrighetti as he continues to make his way and solidify himself as a starting pitcher in this league? The good news would be that Hunter Brown's on his way back, and also Christian Javier pitched pretty well. Not just pretty well, pitched really well in a minor league rehab start. 3 perfect innings. Velocity got up to 94. I think he averaged around 92 or so. So that's encouraging as you hope for some of your more established starters. And Javier, I still call him that, but he hasn't pitched well for the Astros for several years now. If those two are actually going to be dudes, Hunter Brown and Javier, then maybe on-pace guy has something. But depending on a rotation of Lambert and Tang and Imai and Arrighetti, and throwing Mike Burrows as one that's going to get you to a point where you can seriously consider having a pretty good year, that's tough. I'm sure he baked in the Javier or particularly the Hunter Brown return, but I would hope for those guys, because I think we're just going to have nights where Peter Lambert doesn't have it because he's Peter Lambert. The story is a good one, but he's still Peter Lambert. So to expect that, though, the good performances to just be consistent, I think is asking too much, and that goes for Tang as well, as he had not been good in the previous couple years. He wasn't great early with the Astros. They put him into a starting role, and he had been better early, and that was surprising. And then he's kind of reverted back to not being a great starter because that's not really what he is. And it was a disaster last night as the team was never in it, and they get smacked around 10-1. They'll go again tonight against the Angels, so it'll be another late night for us as we watch the Astros, as people have now dubbed it the slog, to try to get back to 500, as they are now 7 games below 500 once again. It's going to be very hard to do this without a big-time winning streak. And with your pitching staff and even your offense being so up and down, I don't know how we can expect them to put one of those together. I don't think this, if it ever happens, it's not going to happen quickly. It's going to be a win, maybe you have a great week and you take 4 out of 5 for the week, and look at that, you're a couple games closer. But I don't know that this is going to be a quick process that people are hoping for.
You're going to have to be like 3 games over in June, 2 games over in July.
It'll be something like that. By the month, you might inch your way there, and then maybe you put something together as guys are, if it ever happens, the entire roster is healthy, and then maybe you go on some type of run. But the comfort is that the AOS and the AL overall sucks. I was watching, or at least keeping track of the Mariners game before the Astros game. The Mariners got problems with their high leverage bullpen guys. It had been a problem for them the last couple weeks where their closer had blown several games, and then they ran another guy out there who stunk too. He had been good up until that point, but he was bad against the Orioles, and the Orioles eventually tied it in the 9th. But that guy, Randy Arozarena hit a 2-run bomb to give him a 6-4 win, and then they barely held on. They gave up a run, had runners in scoring position to lose the game in the 10th, and then they were able to claw their way out of it. So they were able to win, and of course the Astros with the loss fall further behind them. But it'll be Lambert, the aforementioned Peter Lambert, against a Reed Detmers tonight. The Angels have some of the more anonymous starters in all of baseball, partly because they play for the Angels. I saw someone describe the Angels. They're a team full of guys who probably should be in AAA or past their prime, former high prospects who never panned out. Oh yeah, Mike Trout's there too. That's how they were described. Just a bunch of guys, a combination of guys who are good enough where they're not a complete embarrassment, but they're pretty terrible, and they'll play pretty terribly game to game. But it's this Angel malaise where they don't actually want to try to be awful. So they run these guys out there who just combine to be awful, but they're not really fully in on a full-on rebuild. And that's why we get what we get from the Angels every year.
They feel like they lead the league in when I watch them play the Astros. I am like, oh, that guy. I'm like, oh, that guy's still in the league.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Moncada. All right. It's cool. Like, I remember that guy.
They just I'm just going through their roster right now, and you just see a lot of guys who you would hope, if you're a bad baseball team, weren't filling up roster spots. You would just rather have a younger guy in that spot and see what you got, particularly in their pitching staff. It's just a bunch of mid-20s or older guys. Yeah, he had a great night, his first night back against the Astros. But why is Trey Mancini on that team?
Again, it's those guys where I'm like, oh yeah, Trey Mancini. Okay,
I remember him, and then
glad he's still pulling in a paycheck.
It got people to remember his big play in the 8th inning against the Phillies in the World Series. So it's just a lot of those
Josh
guys.
Bell?
Yeah, just Jose Siri's playing for him. It's just a bunch of that on that team, and it's led to a not so great beginning to the year. The worst team in the AL by far at this point. I mean, the AL West, at least, by far at this point. So congratulations to the Angels who won last night against our Astros.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say congratulations for somehow being by far the worst in the AL West.
No, which is a tough task. The AL West isn't great. And the Angels have found a way to be the worst by a good margin. Like
to stand below.
Yeah, like the AL West isn't good. We know, because the Astros aren't good and they're still in the race. But the Angels are the one team you can point to go, okay, no chance. Whether you think the A's are capable or not, whether you think the Rangers are going to fall apart, at least the other 4 teams in the division, you could, if you want to hope beyond hope, you can say this team could make the playoffs. Hell, Ben Verlander was doing that with the Astros a couple of nights ago. Say, hey, I'm telling you right now, they're making the playoffs. Like, all right, man.
That was aggressive.
Thanks.
That's aggressive.
Because they were taking apart the A's. He goes, they're going to make the playoffs, and then they lose the next day, of course, but
Yeah.
to the A's. But that got him going. Forget about the fact they had come off losing the previous 2 series, but because they got to the A's, all right.
There we go. Inevitable.
I'm pretty close to saying they're inevitable again. Okay, man.
Just like when my brother was on the team.
Yeah.
That's my thought. I was like, does he not know Justin Verlander's not on this team?
I don't know. You don't have to hype them up
Is
like
there
you
still
did.
some vestigial
I don't. You look with your brother on the team. You want to be their biggest cheerleader. Okay, I get it. You're the Antetokounmpo of baseball. Got it. But you don't have to do that now. He's not on the team.
Yeah.
But yet he's still doing it. His brother's time with the Astros has made him pot committed to the team. And yet,
happy to have you.
Yeah, appreciate.
One of the only
love a
national
voice.
voices.
Love a national voice back on the team. We appreciate it. He can do that even with a team who's always flirting around 7-8 games under 500, depending on the day. And yet the Angels have found a way to be completely out of it and stamp themselves as, hey, we're not even going to pretend to think this team is going to turn around. It's been a real accomplishment for the team in Anaheim who has the identity crisis and wants to call themselves Los Angeles, like anyone's fooled by that.
Although, I will say with the Angels, if you're an Angels fan still invested in winning baseball games, which God bless you, but sure, you got to be kicking yourself about not last night's game, the night before. The sack fly.
Oh, yeah, you weren't here to talk about it.
25 feet past
You
second
mean
base.
when Altuve explained it as saying, "Oh, I just had the zoomies, and I just wanted to run."
I think he was like, it was the wrong decision. That
Good play,
became right.
Yeah, he pretty good. He was the guy who goes, "It was a bad process with a good result." Pretty
Yeah,
much
exactly.
Is what he said.
That's exactly what it was.
And it worked out for him. Although Seth Payne, who for people who don't know, does a show at 610, but former Texan defensive lineman as well. He screenshotted at the point where the ball reached the catcher and where Altuve was. He was out by 25 feet.
It was a terrible decision.
It was an awful decision, and yet it worked out. And Altuve was like, "Look, I did it, and that's a Jake Myers RBI." Actually, no, that's a fielding error by the catcher. Jake Myers doesn't get an RBI on that, but we appreciate you trying to big up your teammate. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. Tang on the mound last night didn't go well. Let's see what Lambert has. Let's see if the offense can show up, because they did not do that last night. It doesn't help when you feel like you're out of the game by the third inning, and that's kind of what Tang provided last night. All right, 713-780-3776. You can call us at that number. Sean's back. We will get into a question I have about the finals tonight because, well, we'll get to it when we come back. We'll talk about it. But first, before we do any of that, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's simply the place you go to if you got a plumbing problem. Big or small, they'll handle it. And they've been in business locally for years now, helping people out with the big jobs, the small jobs. They let you know what type of problems they can solve for you right on the website. You can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and find that services menu. It'll drop down for you and see if one of the things they provide fits what you need help with, whether it be a fixture or tankless or traditional water heater, gas piping, new construction. They do remodels as well. They got it all for you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. And call them and get yourself a free quote. You don't get charged for them figuring out what the problem is and how much it'll cost. That sucks. It's already going to cost you something to get a problem fixed. You shouldn't be charged for figuring out what the problem is and how much it will cost. They'll do that for you, and then they'll set you up with whatever problem you need fixed. They'll take care of you. That is the way at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And if it's one of those bigger jobs like a repipe, you can go there and trust them to handle it because they are Houston's premier repiping company. They've done over 1,000 of those. So if you have an older home and you are worried about those pipes, they'll take care of you. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
During the break, Michael and Sean were talking about movies, and we got a new one with the trailer that just dropped. Social Reckoning. It is the sequel to The Social Network. We've got Jeremy Allen White from The Bear. We've got Mikey Madison from Anora, and we've got the eldest boy, Jeremy Strong from Succession. He plays Mark Zuckerberg. So that trailer just dropped. You can watch the trailers out there. Don't need to give the trailer away. But I'm interested. Sean said during the break between this show and the previous show that the Jeremy Strong of it got him.
I'm in on Jeremy Strong. I
Bill Burr's in it.
I'm in on Bill Burr too.
Bill Burr plays. I will tell you the one thing I will tell you about the trailer is Bill Burr is featured in this trailer, but he plays kind of like an HRE risk assessment type, more of a straight man. He's not comedic in any way, which is what Bill Burr's like. He was funny in The Mandalorian Grogu, but he was still playing a rather serious role. Yeah. Bill Burr is doing a thing that I like. Like, okay, you're certainly a great stand-up. You got a comedic background, but we have seen the comedians in their movies that are about them not fare well. What Nate Bargatze's the latest with
oh yeah.
I forgot what his movie was called, but it didn't fare well. Bill Burr's doing a thing where, hey, this isn't on me. I'm a character in this movie. I'm playing a role. Bill Burr's turning into a character actor, but he's recognizable because he's Bill Burr. But from what I can tell, he's not one of those guys who you only know the face, you don't know the name. Yeah. He's got enough of a career before that's never going to be him. But choosing this path seems like a good one. I don't know that comedians as famous as him normally will go down this path, but we have seen him in things that go, oh, Bill Burr's pretty good.
Yeah, and he does it while still doing comedy and still, doing his stand-up comedy and still being a, probably, I don't know, top 10 active stand-up comedian. Like, he's done 1 million Netflix specials, so he's doing this, and then in between, he's like acting opposite, like, one of the actors that takes himself the most seriously, possibly, like, ever. In Jeremy Strong, who's like obsessive about this stuff.
Yeah, so he will appear in some comedic movies. Yeah, that's his thing because I'm sure the paycheck is pretty nice. But they're also Bill Burr appearing in like these prestige
he was
shows
in Breaking Bad
as just a guy. Yeah,
he was in Breaking Bad. There's like no, I mean maybe he got like a couple jokes in there, but it was like very Breaking Bad jokes where they're like, this is just a funny situation that him and Huel found themselves in.
Yeah. As far as my rankings of comedians turned actors, at this point, we got to have Bill Burr at the top of the list.
Ooh, higher than Sandler?
What's he providing for anyone today?
Uncut Gems? All right, okay. Hey,
I recognize it.
He does serious stuff.
He does, but it's so overshadowed by the Netflix deal, man. There's so much Netflix slop that he's in.
He does like 8 for them, or 1 for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to overlook all the times I turn on Netflix. Oh, there's another Sandler movie. I'm not watching this. It looks terrible. But yes, as you said, he does have uncut.
He does, yeah. If you take out the bad stuff,
there's a lot of bad stuff.
If you take out the Jack and Jills of the world,
like how am I supposed
to?
Take...
underrated.
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
How am I supposed to take out all the bad stuff? It's pretty much all bad stuff.
Because a lot of sifting. You have to do.
Respect it. The deal from Netflix was giant, so you make your money. I get it.
QB Halloween.
Great.
Ridiculous 7.
You haven't named one that's appealing at all.
I don't even have the list in front of me.
You just riff there. I'm sure there are like 6 more that you can get to.
There's another. Yeah, there's definitely another one. I'm forgetting.
I respect him. He isn't. The children are now. His daughters are now involved. His daughter's trying to start a career. I got it.
That's where I draw the line.
I mean, it's expected. At least it's from a man who like earned it coming up the ranks, and now he's trying to. He wasn't gifted it, and now he's gifting his daughter.
Sure.
I will be fine. Like, what about Murder Mystery 2? Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Him and Jen Aniston again?
Yeah, no, it's a lethal combination, but didn't see
understood. Spaceman. That was actually a little bit more serious. He had Carey Mulligan in that movie.
Yeah, that's Paul Dano's in that movie.
Yeah. So he does the serious stuff. I mean, but the comedic stuff, I'm out on that. All right. Speaking of being out on something, Knicks fans, I'm out on you.
Oh,
we're just out on them completely.
That was a good run that you had with Knicks fans.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? Some of you, as I reference quite a bit, the kid who called Donovan Mitchell a PAB. It's a little aggressive for a 12-year-old, but it was funny.
I like the energy.
Yeah, but the rest of this, come on. Even the video that put me over the top, because I was even questioning whether some of it was real with the Spurs fan. There's just the kid who was just amongst all these Knicks fans with the Wembanyama jersey, and they rip it off him, and they don't hit him, and they just stomp on it. The guy who fought back and got punched, okay, that seemed real. But some of the stuff I'm questioning if they're just doing it for content. But when I see you hold a lighter up to a guy's hair and threaten to set him on fire, all right, I'm out. Even if that's fake, even if you got another New Yorker to wear a Wembanyama jersey for the bit, I'm out. Enough. I'm still on the Mariska Hargitay, Anne Hathaway train, and as far as their fandom.
But they're letting down Mariska.
Stabler and Benson were in the crowd for Game 3 and didn't get anybody, didn't arrest anyone.
There were a lot that could have.
There were some jokes that were made,
courtside.
Considering the content of
and how rich you have to be to buy these tickets.
Yeah, considering the content of the show that made them famous, jokes were made about who they could have arrested that night. You can figure that out if you so choose. But as far as the game tonight, so the Spurs, if they're going to win the series, have to do something historic. Got to be a team who loses the first two games at home and comes back to win. It helps if Jalen Brunson decides to dribble the ball as much as he did in Game 3 and not lean into what made the Knicks a team who won 13 games in a row, moving the ball, playing through Karl-Anthony Towns. We will see Karl-Anthony Towns does not have a lot of good second halves in these games because he's simply not taking shots. So we'll see what happens there if Mike Brown emphasizes getting back to what made them one of the more historic playoff teams of all time as they try to bounce back. It's probably wrong, or maybe not wrong, but incorrect to do it, or the wrong way to approach it, I guess. Maybe I'll just stick with wrong. If I just play the odds, which Han Solo said never tell me the odds, the Spurs are not winning the series. Do I believe that this Spurs team is historic and they're going to do something no other team has ever done? Lose 2 games at home to start the series and then come back to win the series in the finals? That's what we're talking about. The Spurs winning the series goes against the entirety of NBA history. Now, they have one of the more unique players in NBA history, but if he was 27, I would go, you know what? You have freak, alien, whatever you want to call him, sure. But do I think this team can do it? Even in Game 3, they were flailing. If not for that Stephon Castle 3, when they were only up 3, that game could have gone to hell. De'Aaron Foxy, if he doesn't make the jumper, who knows how that game goes? So I should just be looking at it game by game, but it's always in my head that they have to do something no one's ever done.
And that's the crazy part is, like, if you just flip the results of Game 2 and 3, it's like, oh, they definitely have a chance.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's true. If they had won Game 2 and lost Game 3, yeah, I wouldn't rule it out at all.
Yeah, and it's like
the games have been close enough to think that way.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where it's like that it like shouldn't have a bearing on Games 4, 5, 6.
It really shouldn't at all.
But like, it does. I mean, statistically, it does. Like, it is a very hard thing that you're asking them to do. Like you said, them being so young. At the same time, it's like they're not like out of these games.
They're not being outplayed, but
yeah, it's like
they at the Spurs might think they should be up 3-0.
I was gonna say, or at the very least, it could be 2-1 the other way.
At least, yeah.
So that's why I'm not as down as, like, you know, history tells you. There's also an element of for what I basically until like 2011, 12-ish range that the finals used to be 2-3-2. So if you lose the first 2 home games, you're especially cooked.
That's also a part of the equation.
Yeah. So the fact that it's 2-2, 1-1-1 makes it a little bit easier after dropping the first 2 games, but I don't know. It is It's tough. I wonder how much of it is like the Spurs kind of need to, like you said, like if they're 25, 26, 27, like it would be a better chance. But like, who's to say that this isn't the, the part in the Victor Wembanyama Last Dance documentary 30 years from now where it's like when we were down 2-0, that's when we like grew up as a group and became the ultimate winners.
So I'm trying to find, because the other thing that plays a part in this is how many teams have actually ever lost the first 2 games at home in finals history. So it may not be a big mountain, that big of a mountain to climb, because there haven't been that many teams to do it.
Yeah, or maybe it was 3 that have lost because 1 and 2 at home and 1-3 on the road. I forgot but it's not a long list.
If I'm going by one site, MSN.com, I believe they can be trusted. You've got the 93 Suns who lost both games at home against the Bulls, the Magic to the Rockets.
Yep. They got swept.
Then they got swept, and the Suns did their best. They lost in 6, and that series could have gone to 7 if not for John Paxson.
Probably, other than 98, the closest Jordan finals.
I would think so, because I think Game 4, the one the Suns lost to go down 3-1, was a great game too. And
that was there's a double overtime game mixed in there.
Yeah, so I think that was the one the Suns might have won to make it 3-2. I think if I'm going by this website, it's only happened twice in NBA history where the team at home lost the first 2 games at home, the Suns and the Magic.
Yeah, because thinking about like the 2-0 comebacks, it's all, it's Milwaukee and Phoenix from 21, but that
started on the road.
That started on the road.
The Heat
and Dallas started on the road. Yeah.
So while it has never been done, it just hasn't happened that many times. So that may lead to more confidence to believe that it can happen, because you just don't have a history of this. It ain't 18 times that has happened and no one's been able to overcome it. It's like twice.
Yeah, it's not going down 3-0. Funny enough, something they just avoided. But it's not going down 3-0 where it's like, okay, we have 700 instances of this happening,
and no one ever making a comeback. So if you have some belief in the Spurs, or you're using the 0-2 deficit as a reason they can't come back, there's not a lot of data to dissuade you from believing the Spurs can come back, or to cement your belief that they won't come back there. So, but as far as Game 4, the Spurs have consistently gotten off the great starts. Can the Knicks find a way to keep the Spurs from jumping out? They did it against the Thunder, and the Thunder at times clawed their way back in. And certainly it's been the case in these 3 games where the Knicks have had to get going after the Spurs jump out on them. We'll see about the environment, because we know things will be a little different. The president won't be there, so people won't have to be in the building as early as they did. I think it turned out if you followed the recommendations, knowing that the extra security was going to be a part of your experience, people were in that building for like 6 hours.
Yeah. I saw a picture. It was just a funny picture of Victor Wembanyama getting whatever the little metal detector hand
the
wave.
Wand. Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, all right. What are you?
I think it's standard
I know. I get it. It's also funny because he's
SOP. Yeah.
7'5".
Like if he was hiding something in his collar, would you really be able to detect it? Like, of course, the Lisa Salters interview is the one where people are laughing because she's nowhere in frame.
Yeah.
It's just her hand holding the mic
like
up.
She's standing like the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, so he can talk. And it was something where they had to pull him back out on the floor because he got out of there, and then they had to bring him back, and eventually Lisa Salters was out of frame the entire time she was asking questions.
And then De'Aaron Fox was like, "It's close to midnight. Let's
get out of here." It's like, what is he? How old is he? I know he's young, but he's not 15.
Well, he's also a big sleep guy. He's he goes to sleep at like 9 p.m.
Well, it's kind of tough when you're playing in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, it's not suitable,
particularly
for that.
Well, anytime East Coast, West Coast, you're never going to go to bed at 12. Or excuse me, at 9. So I think I got the Knicks tonight. Maybe it's because I just don't want a Spurs title to run to begin. Not that they're guaranteed to win the next one. We know we always assume that the team who wins is going to continue. Except no one's saying that about the Knicks. No one is saying the Knicks are on the verge of this long run if they win a title.
Because all their guys are 29 years old.
Yeah, but that's generally the prime of.
Yeah, but
that used to be the prime. Like you win one when you're 28, 29, and then that goes for a couple years. But that's no longer the case. No. And the NBA has shown that long playoff runs are are a real problem the next year for the teams involved in them.
That's the biggest thing, I think, is that like with the Spurs and with the Thunder in the West Finals, where it's like you have the two-time MVP, still 27 years old. You have 22-year-old who, looks to be on the verge of becoming the best player on the planet for several years, where there is like an element of like, okay, this is like there's some, sustainability here. The Knicks, it's a lot of like, if Brunson can keep making up and unders with 4 seconds left on the shot clock, and Karl Towns can play defense for the first time in his career, then they can really make some noise.
And that is why people are reporting still that the Bucks may hold off on making any trade of Giannis before these finals are over to check in with the Knicks and see if they would want to part with Karl Anthony Towns, despite, if we're just going by what has happened over the first 3 games, if we just went by merit, would be the leading contender to be the Knicks MVP for the finals if they happen to win it. Because Brunson's shooting has been atrocious. We'll see if he can get back to form.
It's like Loki shut him out of it.
Yeah, and dribbled him out of it in Game 3. And yet people are like, you know what? The Knicks, maybe they're a Giannis team because Giannis had some interest in them early on. They don't have any picks, so it would have to be plenty of players. And they have some picks. That's probably a misnomer. People keep saying because they gave up all those picks for Mikal Bridges, they don't have any. By the time the draft rolls around, they will have tradable picks, but not as many as some other contenders. But it appears the other contenders aren't all that in. I keep seeing reports every day that this team isn't in. This team isn't in. Have yet to see that about the Knicks, despite the fact that they're in the finals. Eric, you want to talk about Germany? I imagine it's soccer, not the country, because I don't think I could trust you to just talk about the state of Germany as it stands as a country right now. So we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else can join us, 713-780-3776. All right, hour 2 begins. We'll get to Eric here, and then something that this show has discussed quite a bit. Maybe we now have an answer to the question of why the Rockets did not take Stephon Castle, a guy who looks exactly like a guy Ime Udoka would like. Now we may have an answer why they didn't take him and instead took Reed Shepard. Let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk about, I believe, Germany, the soccer team, but we'll see. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys. Germany's a beautiful country. I was stationed there for a bit. So, but yeah, I was calling because last night I was listening to Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, and I guess you had heard some guy named Herman, who writes for the Chronicle. He said the World Cup games in Houston are the least exciting. I mean, we have Germany, which have won. I think they won the World Cup more than any other country. Also, I know Ronaldo is playing the first game, but hopefully he'll be playing in Houston, so that's exciting as well. But I'm picking Germany to win the World Cup this year. And for the Spurs being the dynasty, I don't think the last time an NBA team has won it back-to-back, I believe was the Warriors back in 2018. Since then, I think there hasn't been a consecutive winner. And Project Hail Mary comes out on MGM Plus on June 20th, if anybody's interested in. I heard there's going to be a part 2 about that movie. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, so due to the success of that movie, there's a belief that a part 2 will come out. Now, the writer of the first book doesn't have a sequel to that book out, so I don't know if he has the control that he gets to write a second book before they make it, or they'll just, collaborate and they'll make a movie because
That's George R. R. Martin how that goes.
well,
they'll finish it without you, buddy.
yeah. So I don't know if Andy Weir sold the rights to all the characters or just for the book. So I don't know how it all goes there in those contract negotiations. But yes, I have heard that, or seen at least, that a Project Hail Mary 2 could be in the works. I'm sure they would find a different name for it than Project Hail Mary 2. Hell, The Social Network is called, their sequel is The Social Reckoning. You can find a way if you so choose.
Project Reckoning.
Project Dead Reckoning.
Hail Mary Reckoning.
Yeah. Now that the Hail Mary has been completed, like Aaron Rodgers would, what do they call it? I don't know. We'll find out. Hail Mary 2. The Rocky story.
Our Father.
Yeah.
Just name it after a different prayer.
Yeah, we will see. We will see about that. The other things, Germany, Eric, since you are picking them to win, if we're going by FanDuel, they have the 7th best odds to win the World Cup behind Spain, which is your favorite, France, England, Brazil, Argentina, and Portugal, which, as you mentioned, has Cristiano Ronaldo. Portugal's in town, Germany's in town, the Netherlands are in town. So you have major clubs playing in the city. Do you know the Herman he's referencing?
Oh, yeah. He was one of the guests from last night.
Who said they're not exciting. Now, you don't have major clashes between the two teams, all the teams I mentioned.
Yeah.
I think the best matchup on paper might be Sweden versus the Netherlands. Is that here? I don't remember. Lance was talking about possibly going. I don't remember that if they're in town. So, yeah, when you have Curacao and Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia, you're not exactly getting the best matchups as far as on paper, but you never know how the game's going to go. If you've got Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia fighting for a World Cup win, you don't know how that game's going to turn out, even though it may not really have any consequences or at least have any real implications on the tournament itself. So I would just say, hey, we got the World Cup in town. Enjoy the experience. And there are no guarantees we'll get a great game, but you never know. It could be a 4-3 game, even though it doesn't really impact the tournament overall.
Yeah, I have no idea what other cities have schedule-wise, just because I don't live there. It's just not like beaten into my head of like, oh yeah, there's 2 Portugal games, there's a Germany, Netherlands, it's just like I don't know what Atlanta's looking at. I know that because, and this is something Glenn and I talked about before the show started, is that because it's 48, like the group stages are just going to be so diluted, and there's just going to be such mismatches between these squads that are you have Germany, France, Italy, or not Italy, Spain, and they're having to play teams that would not be in any other World Cup ever. They're playing the 44th ranked team, So there is an element of like the group stages. You're probably going to have just in general lower. I don't want to say quality of game because one team's going to be looking really quality, but you're going to have lower, competition.
You certainly might have some goal differential situations where teams might be trying to pour it on because they're playing one of these teams.
And you're getting an extra knockout round game in exchange for that, essentially.
So what you have here, as far as we're concerned, our first match is Germany versus Curacao. Then you got Portugal versus the Congo DR. Netherlands versus Sweden, two European established, I won't say Sweden's a power, but two established countries in the world of soccer. And then Portugal versus Uzbekistan and Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia. So those are matches as far as group stage games are concerned. We will also have a round of 32 game and then a round of 16 games. So we'll have a couple knockout round games, and that's when Houston's portion of the tournament ends. It ends on July 4th, that round of 16 game here in town.
July 4th. I also, how does MetLife get the final?
I don't know.
What FIFA official did they bribe?
You mean Infantino? Isn't that his name? That would be the guy, I guess. Who you have to bribe?
I guess that it's a very easy answer.
Yeah, you asked. I think if we're playing this game about who had to get bribed, him.
But I mean, like MetLife. Okay, sure. I get it's near New York, but on match day, it's not going to feel very near to New York.
And also,
and also, it explodes players' ACLs in the NFL.
Well, we'll have grass, Sean.
Oh, okay.
FIFA mandated grass will be down. So the question is it the turf or is just that stadium in general as a curse? We'll find out.
Or how I don't trust their ground. Their grounds crew can't handle turf. I don't know what they're going to do with having to roll a grass carpet out there.
FIFA's inspected it.
Okay.
We believe everything is fine.
It's gonna be pallet grass like old Reliant Stadium.
No. There's FIFA.
Wes Welker's gonna tear his ACL.
Not even Reliant, or as it's called now, Houston Stadium for the World Cup. Even Houston Stadium is doing that. It is FIFA approved Infantino. FIFA approved grass with the grow lights and all. So we should be okay.
Okay.
We'll see. When Germany and Curacao play, I don't imagine they'll suffer the same fate as that Texans punter or Wes Welker.
Yeah,
or
and
others.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, that's why they got away from the grass.
They should have them walk out there to inspect it as like a
former players.
As a
good, I lost portions of my knee here.
Yes,
I should be able to ceremonial grass tester.
Mm-hmm. And half of the New York Jets and Giants.
I'm sure and the 49ers.
And the 49ers.
I'm sure all those people want to relive the memories like you want them to.
They walk across, like it's like a ceremony from
one
end zone to the other.
I'm not worried about it. If Messi can survive Jordan Hare, I think Florian Wirtz can survive Reliant in a couple days now.
Yeah. I wish the best for Florian.
Yeah. Kai Havertz, you're good. Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it, buddy. You'll be fine out there. I would name some Curacao players. I ain't got nothing for you. I have to look at the roster right now.
No, apparently only one is Curacao player was actually like born in Curacao.
Yeah, they're all born in the Netherlands.
It's Netherlands B squad essentially.
Maybe that's strong. Maybe C.
Oh yeah, true. It's people that could also play for the Netherlands that under no circumstance would actually make the team.
So they now have an opportunity.
And now they have an opportunity to play in the World Cup.
If you want a comp, it is Team Italy from the World Baseball Classic.
Yes. There's a lot of Vinny Pasquantinos on Curacao.
Yes. So we will see how. I don't know what people from Curacao are called. I was going to say Curaçaoans, but I don't know that's the case.
I also avoided that.
I imagine we'll find out on match day. Someone will let us know what you should call people from Curacao, but they will be in the World Cup.
Curaçaois.
I don't know, man.
Curaçaois.
So we will find out as they play the Germans. Now the Dutch and the Germans have had a long-standing history of playing. Mm-hmm. So this is
long history.
A Dutch satellite for multiple reasons. So this is a satellite Dutch squad going. So we'll see how it goes. Do you think the World Cup is just like the NCAA tournament? Look, we're not going to have the Dutch and the Netherlands in the same group. But you know what would be good? If we have Dutch players in a different uniform playing the Germans, because that's been a historical rivalry.
It's A&M playing UT San Antonio.
Yeah, only
it's like, hey, close enough.
The
right?
European mind can draw those connections, and so can I, because I know enough about the sport.
Again, I don't think they'd do something so underhanded as that.
I sense
tip the scales. I saw the group draw. I saw it. I saw the ping pong balls that the three heads of state pulled out of the giant lottery machine.
You did. I didn't. And I hate watching those things. It takes forever.
It was also. It was another. At least the first part of it. I think I did the first hour of the. Glenn Davis did a.
Oh yeah, I was out for that day.
Yeah. And I watched the first half of it, and then the rest. When I got home, I was like, okay, here are the groups.
Yeah, there's no need.
But I did watch. I did watch them like coach these guys how to pull a ping pong ball out of a bowl.
You know, the NBA, I believe they're potentially going to move to televising that. It's not going to be a great TV experience.
People are going to hate it.
They're trying to do everything they can to convince people that, hey, we swear nothing nefarious is going on. So we're even going to broadcast this boring-ass experience.
Yeah, we're going to make the TV product worse.
Yeah, hey, look, you have accused us of cheating so much that we're going to bore you with this process. We used to just bore Zach Lowe and others. Now we're going to bore you too.
Yeah, you used to have to get a credential to get this bored.
Yeah. Now you can be bored at home.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be something in 5 years where people are like, why did they change it back?
Because you question the integrity of the entire process. Now they're doing it.
I feel like that's so much. I mean, the NBA is like the worst case of this, but there's so many things where people just complain, and then they're like, all right, here, we fixed it. And they're like, they get the, first time of like, this is cool. And then it's like, actually, this sucks. This sucks too.
Just watching guys pull ping pong balls.
Yeah, it's a terrible product.
Yeah, it's not good for TV.
The way they do it is the correct way to count it down.
You just don't believe them. You think of frozen envelopes and other things, and now look where we are.
And even though Zach Lowe says it's all on the up and up.
Yeah, it's part of the NBA media complex. It can't be trusted. Let's move on, or actually stick with this topic, because the ping pong balls have not gone the Rockets' way because the NBA's out to get them. So they have never been able to get the top player in these drafts as they try to rebuild. But sometimes you can still get a great player even if you don't have the top pick. And the Rockets, had a chance to get themselves Stephon Castle, who fits what you think an Ime Udoka player would be. Hard-nosed, doesn't back down, good defensively, not scared of anyone, tremendous athlete as well. And Ime Udoka, not surprisingly, was very interested in Stephon Castle. He was one of the guys the Rockets were targeting, according to reports from The Athletic, until Stephon Castle, because of his want to play with Wemby, let teams know who could have kept him from his dream of playing with Wembanyama that, hey, I really don't want to play for you. Just letting you know, through his people, and they asked Castle about it. He said he was very aware that the Rockets and Ime were fans of his, and he said, I wanted to play with Wemby. So, and then the reporting kept going, and we found out that they signaled to teams that would be in the spots to pick him that he didn't want to play for them. So while this show has talked about why would you take Reed Sheppard when Castle feels like a perfect Rocket under the Ime Udoka regime, now we have a potential answer. But does that mean they shouldn't have just taken him anyway? Like, what was Castle going to do? Hold out and go, you know what, you should probably trade me. He got what he wanted, and now the Rockets are suffering for it along with everyone else in the Western Conference. But I don't know what he could have said that if they were all in on him, what he could have said to turn them away. Like, just take them. He's going to show up. It's not like he's not going to play. Now, his concern was they had established backcourt guys ahead of him in Fred VanVleet. And imagine Jalen Green being one of the blockers from getting you Stephon Castle. He was so concerned about Jalen Green being there. Hey, Castle, just listen to Houston media, or at least Houston radio. So there's some Houston media members who love Jalen Green. I don't know if our show existed at the time of that draft. If it did, or just listening to me talk about Jalen Green on the morning show, Castle, I could have had you.
Yeah.
I had you, man. I would have let you know this isn't someone you should have been worried about.
Yeah.
And the Rockets eventually traded him, of course.
We definitely talked about how any one of these young guys can get benched
at any point.
So I think what would have happened is that
now he was right about Fred.
Yeah, 100%.
The Rockets love Fred.
But Stephon Castle probably would have ended up just playing more or playing over Jalen Green. Jalen Green would have played like the requisite amount of minutes to be still like, hey, we value you. Also, so we can trade you later. Yeah, whatever. But
last
we value
year,
you.
Last year, if he impressed more than Reed Shepard did in the
he would
season, he would have played.
Yeah, he would have only played however little the 30 or whatever games that Reed Shepard played. Like he would have played more.
I will predict that if the Rockets had taken Castle, he does not make an appearance in the G League. He is not sent down to the G League as a rookie. He would have played quite a bit. That is an Ime Udoka guy. We now have supporting evidence from the Athletic that he was interested, but Castle got his way, and now he's a Spur. So even more reason to dislike him. He didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Now
none of those guys want to be here.
Yeah, Dylan Harper
Dylan Harper.
He wasn't even an option, but he let everyone know, hey, don't trade up to 2. Hey, Houston, don't trade up to 2.
Sleep those guys.
I don't want to play that. Yeah, just build up an entire narrative where every Spur on the roster at one point had a chance to be Rocket and said no.
The Rockets tried to schedule like a due diligence interview of like, hey, they did have the 10th pick in that draft.
They could have made a trade if they wanted to, and Harper was like, get out of here, beat it.
Actually,
hey, talk to Ace. Maybe you can get him if you trade up.
Yeah. Actually, he poured Gatorade on Rafael Stone's face. That's actually what he did.
So we do know at least 2 Spurs starting players decided, I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be in cornerstones.
2 of the guys they're going to be banking on to become a legitimate dynasty. We heard Eric scoff at that, and rightfully so. Dynasties don't exist right now, but they're in a position to at least be good for the next 5 or 6 years. And they're like, no, not Houston.
Yeah.
And it is right that they're Spurs and they didn't want to be here. So there's even more reason to hate on them. And now you have actual evidence and a right to, as opposed to just random sports hate. They said no to this city.
Did we ever get to answer why Victor Wembanyama was fist pumping?
The Rockets
the only franchise to get a fist
Rockets
pump?
were a dumpster fire. What other answer did you need? Is before Udoka got there. They were a trash heap, Sean.
Hey, okay. Yeah.
He was right at the time. Turns out the Rockets were on a path to being respectable, but even still,
immediately respectable.
Proven right. Now I'm sure
didn't have the foresight to believe in Ime Udoka.
Now he didn't know he was going to play for Mitch Johnson, but it all worked out for him.
It did all work. I think it all worked out for him. But I'm saying should have also fist bumped when the Wizards came out. There's a lot of teams that you wanted to avoid.
It is pretty crazy that even at that time, with the Wizards existing, the Rockets were still the best player of a generation as far as draft prospects.
The Hornets
was
had
like,
the third pick.
No,
or the second pick. I
no, the only team that got that visceral of a reaction was the Rockets, and I get why Rocket fans were thrilled when Şengün at a time was putting him in the rim, that one game.
Yeah.
It's a little insulting when the Wizards and the Hornets exist for him to react that way. But
OKC, Chet Holmgren for Şengün.
Oh yeah. Sure.
One guy's not afraid of him.
Yeah, that is the thing. Chet's gonna have to fight it won't happen this offseason. He'll have to show it on the court that he's not afraid of Victor Wembanyama. From Sam Presti's comments,
he needs to do HGH. I think he needs to do.
You think he needs to do something illegal?
He needs some muscle mass. He has 0 muscle mass.
Well, he's going against a guy who doesn't have much as well, but that guy is not afraid of you.
Also, if you look at him side by side, Victor Wembanyama has way more muscle.
Yeah, while Wemby noticeably is a thin player who people believe needs to put on more muscle, there is muscle there.
Yeah, Chet looks like a high schooler.
And I imagine if we put Chet today versus Chet when he was drafted, you will see a difference, but not an NBA difference.
No,
not enough.
Not like I don't know. I mean, I'm sure NBA teams have a strength and conditioning coach.
all do, yeah.
He's not getting profiled like a college football strength and conditioning coach, where they're like, we love this guy. Look at the before and after pictures with all these guys.
Yeah, the OKC guy isn't Tommy Moffitt.
No.
No, he's not getting the Tommy Moffitt treatment.
It's not Tommy Moffitt, for sure.
Who's currently with the Aggies after a long stint with LSU, I believe. So, you mentioned college football, and we'll go to break here. Like in the offseason, players, whether they're freshmen who are early entrants or just guys, they do the transformation thing, and they go, this is what I look like, and they'll do the shirtless thing. This is what I look like when I first got here, and this is what I look like now. Insert strength coach got me right. They got me right. There are no pictures like that of Chet.
No,
none of that's happening.
Like I remember seeing it was like pregame, and it's where he just like is warming up with the undershirt on. I'm just like, this is ridiculous that a professional athlete who's been in the league now for 3 years he was the same draft as Jabari Smith. However long Jabari Smith has been in the league, so is Chet, and it's like there's just nothing. There's like not a bicep there.
And I bet if we did the side by side of Jabari as a rookie and what he is now, you're gonna see a difference. Yeah.
I don't know.
Chet.
Is he not taking it serious? Is he lazy?
I'm not putting that on Chet.
Is he like Zion, but the other way?
Who's the OKC version of Mariah Mills for Chet? Can you imagine if that came out this offseason on top of being afraid of Wemby?
I just meant eat himself out.
Oh, I thought
I didn't mean the other.
You mean not eat himself out the league?
Yeah, he's doing the opposite. He's doing. When's the last time you had a good meal, Chet?
I hope. Well, it is OKC. It might be tough. I do hope.
Sonic.
It's not a good meal, Sean. I do hope for a Zion like arc for Chet, which involves a Mariah Mills type.
Okay.
Yeah, as he drowns in his sorrows this offseason, he goes down a dark path.
I mean, someone like Mariah Mills would like break his hip. Like
I don't know
break his pelvis.
Don't know who Chet's version of that is, but if it happens, it's great for content. He should be in the gym, but he's up to shenanigans.
Yeah,
that's great for the NBA offseason.
Maybe
All right,
a different category.
I don't know what Chet likes.
I don't know either, but I'm just saying it'd be a lot like having to box out an NBA center for him.
And we know he has trouble with that. But he's a great defensive player, so maybe he'll find his way there. All right, we'll go to break with that. But before we do that, we've talked certainly quite a bit about the World Cup, and it's in town. And you know what else is in town? A chance to go to those games. All you got to do is be competitive and win. That's what Michelob Ultra is providing for you. Around the city, you're going to have 11 chances starting tomorrow to compete in an interactive soccer shootout. And if you win, you get a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Starting tomorrow at 5. Actually, it's starting tomorrow at 2 at Rodeo Goat in Edo. Show up there, play the game, and win. You get yourself a pair of tickets. Also from 5 to 8 on Thursday as well from Ojos Locos in Memorial. And then let's go to Friday. From 5 to 8 at Christian's Tailgate in White Oak. Then on Saturday from 3 to 6 at Papa's on the Lake in Montgomery. Sticking with Saturday, 4 to 7, the Marriott Marquis in downtown. And then Highline Park in the Heights from 5 to 8. Then you got Little Woodrow's in Edo. And then wrapping up the Saturday events in the Heights, Moonshine Deck from 7 to 10 p.m. Little Woodrow's is 5 to 8 in Edo. And then we go to Sunday, 12 to 3, Chapman and Kirby in Edo. And then Sunday, Twin Peaks, the Kirby location from 3 to 6. And then finally, Fabian's Latin Flavors downtown on Sunday from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. You have 11 opportunities to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup brought to you by Michelob Ultra. In fact, I believe Lance has tweeted out the locations as well. I know there's a lot of them. So if you go to Lance Erline on Twitter, you can find all the locations. He's put those out. Remember, we're also broadcasting from Rodeo Goat tomorrow from 12 to 6. So you can go out there, get your chance to win, and also watch a half day of ESPN 97.5 programming. Play for the chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we told the story about Castle not wanting to be a Rocket, and KJ chimes in. Castle having the nerve to tell teams he didn't want to play for them, exactly what the morning show spoke about, how players in this generation are so entitled and pampered that a player that wasn't number one, or at least the number one pick, has the nerve to say where he wanted to play. That has been going on for a while. Guys like to pick their locations. Hell, Ace Bailey, who I referenced, didn't want to play a couple places because he didn't see an opportunity, and he wound up in Utah. It's not new.
Stephen Curry didn't want to play for the Warriors.
And frankly,
and they picked him anyway.
I mean, famously, John Elway wanted nothing to do with the Colts. So, although he was number one, which was, I guess, part of KJ's point, but Steph Curry wasn't number one. He wasn't going to go number one. It happens all the time. Normally, it's not as obvious as it was with Eli and John Elway, two quarterbacks who were going number one, who were at least projected to go number one. But in the NBA, we see guys turn down workouts all the time because they got a promise from some team that they're going to pick them. So I don't want to play for you because this place seems like the right fit for me.
I mean, guys that are going to go in the 50s will turn down because they want to be unrestricted or undrafted free agents.
Oh, yeah, undrafted. They have a better opportunity.
Yeah, so like it's very funny that it happens probably the most in the top 5 and then the second most in the bottom 10
when you
of the draft.
Guys would rather control where they're going to go. There's an opportunity, whether it be through summer league to be showcased, and then of course make a roster,
or just like you hit it all. You do all the meetings. You hit off with one coaching staff and not the other, whatever it is.
Yeah, and even on the NFL level, at the end of the draft, agents will tell teams, "Hey, I got a guaranteed spot where, as a UDFA, where someone's giving me a guarantee of $250,000. Don't pick me. Don't pick my player. My player has that." I don't know if that was the case with Le'Veon Moss when he got a giant guarantee to sign with the Dolphins, and then he decided he didn't want to play football anymore. But I think it happens weirdly quite a bit at the end of drafts in basketball and football, and then at the top in the Castle situation where he goes, "You know what, Rockets, get out of here."
Yeah,
my guy.
Baseball's draft is crazy. It's because it's not just like who do you think is the best player. It's like you have to will this guy sign? How much will they sign? What if we sign a guy that's under the slot amount so we have more to sign a second round pick? The baseball draft is I think it's the least popular among the big drafts, not only because guys don't play for the team for 3 years if they play at all for that team that drafted them, but it's also it is so complicated. There's it's not just a simple draft where you can just oh yeah, if you need a defensive end, it's either this guy or that guy. You pick your favorite. It's it's quantum physics to figure out which guy they're gonna pick who's probably never gonna play for your team.
You can always go back to college, or actually go to college, depending on when you were drafted. There's so many options for a baseball player to make a decision, particularly if they don't like their draft slot or the team who picked them. So I think players have found a way to gain more control throughout the process. It's just really stinks when a really great young player decide this city not for me, and the city he does want to go to is one of your at least big in-state rivals.
I can't beat out Jalen Green, so I don't want to play for him.
Well, he's not a great evaluator of a roster, I will say. He didn't
or himself.
He didn't. I guess he didn't know.
That guy.
For all the confidence he displays on the court, did not think he could beat out Jalen Green. And turns out Jalen Green, less than a year after Castle said, "Nope, not for me," was a Sun, and there's clearly a spot in this rotation for Stephon Castle.
Stephon Castle's not a scorer and has had a way better scoring postseason than Jalen Green.
What could have been. The Wemby thing, understandable. The Rockets' reputation was in the trash. You get it. Still sucks to watch him celebrate that way. The Castle thing, what are you doing, man? I mean, the team had just had a great turnaround, and they were coming off a 41-win season. They had got to 500. I know Jalen Green. I guess that month of March for Jalen Green really shook up Castle.
You know what?
It's possible.
Like the Wembanyama thing, where it's like, if you go back, like, yes, they had hired Udoka, former Spur, but Victor Wembanyama didn't see the vision there. Wanted to play for Greg Popovich instead.
Whatever.
If you go back to whatever June of 2024,
people were talking reckless about what Jalen Green could be because he had a great month of March. So maybe Castle saw that and go, "Oh, this guy's going to be one of them ones. I don't want to wait behind him." Turns out, he got a little head of himself on his evaluation.
Yeah.
Jalen Green and the Rockets are worse for it. Oh well.
Does he shoot the same percentage from 3 as Jalen Green?
I imagine he does it on less attempts if he does.
Yes, which is good considering what they both shoot. But yeah.
I don't like this comparison.
I'm just saying that because the whole idea of Stephon Castle being a great Rocket would not only be some of the turnovers, but also the fact that he plays hard-nosed defense, point of attack, bulldog type. And it's like Jalen Green's more of the scoring guard, that kind of thing. It's like Stephon Castle's a better scorer than the scoring guard. And that's not on his,
it's not
that's not what he introduces himself.
No.
It's the Bill Burr conversation. Bill Burr doesn't go, "Hi, I'm character actor Bill Burr." No, it's 9-time Netflix comedy special haver,
Top
Bill
5
Burr.
comedian currently in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that where it's like, oh, by the way, also I'm a good character actor.
You know what I found out? Doing Spurs Rocket comps aren't great for the Rockets.
Historically, no. Since 1995, it hasn't been great.
Not great.
It hasn't been great.
We can all relive
that one series.
What Hakeem did to David Robinson, but really since that point, it's been all Spurs.
Not great.
Yeah. So like Duncan era and beyond, it's been all Spurs, and right now they seem like they're up, and the Rockets are trailing.
This season was Jalen Green's worst 3-point shooting season. So for his career, he has a better average than Stephon Castle. But it's close.
Well, he's not our problem anymore. Well, neither one of them are our problems.
Yeah.
Jalen Green in particular.
Maybe in a couple of years, Stephon Castle.
Well, honestly, he is our problem in a different way, and it's going to be a thing for a decade as long as he wants to be a Spur, which he appears to really want to be.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah. Sam Amick. What the hell was that? I mean, it's good insight.
It's good reporting, and
it
gives me some insight into the Rockets not being completely blind to who they are. They didn't want him. At least the coach did.
Yeah.
And now I was going to say we're stuck with Reed, but we have been graced with Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Looks great in the new uniforms.
He did. He is one of those guys who got to take photos. Unfortunately, if the Spurs were dropping the uniforms, they wouldn't have a photo shoot because they're still playing. That's the difference.
That did cross my mind because the date was, I think, between game 1 and 2. I want to say was when the jerseys dropped. I was like, they could still have been playing. Like, it would have been very unlikely. I don't think we ever actually thought they could make the finals.
No,
but it was theoretical.
The jerseys would have had to wait.
Still be playing.
The reason the Wolves, although theirs were leaked, the reason the Wolves and the Rockets were able to drop new uniforms is because their seasons are over before they wanted them to.
When the Texans dropped their new uniforms, they announced it in April. They waited.
You're like, you know what? Who knows where we're gonna be?
But might have another playoffs we might be in.
but these two teams are like, oh, it's over. No, let's just get these photos out of the way. And it was important to get Tari in those photos because we don't know how long he'll be a Rocket.
Yeah, that you know what? You do have to hit a sweet spot of
before free agency, before you make a trade.
Yeah.
But after the season's over.
Yeah.
And the Rockets found their sweet spot, and now you get a taste of the new uniforms with all the guys who helped you win 52 games, but also not get out of the first round. So we'll see what the Rockets do. Look, the Rockets don't appear to be in the mode to find themselves a new star to pair with Kevin Durant, but maybe a move on the margins helps the roster. With no first-round pick, there's not a lot of intrigue unless a surprise. The real thing is, does Tari come back and at what price? And can they get off of DFS, which seems like a task right now, considering what he did.
Seems like you're going to have to lose a first round pick or two to get rid of him.
Yeah, you might have to attach an asset if you're trying to make a move to get off a DFS, which would be tough when he was thought to be just another add to the wing depth, which got really sparse because he was out for a while because of injury, and then we would rather have him not play because he wouldn't shoot the ball well. So that's the chore for the Rockets. While we're talking about what the Spurs have done, the Rockets don't appear to be a team who's just gonna you know what, this is your next 5 years. They'll try, but they do have some constraints, and with no first round pick this year, they won't be able to add a good young player unless they do it through trade. So we'll see how that goes. Speaking of good young players, this came up across my timeline. You know, Charlie Woods is in the news because he's Tiger Woods' kid. I think he's going to Florida State for golf. Where are we on him being the caddy for another player? I don't know. Look, it speaks to he's different than Tiger. I don't think Tiger was ever going to be caddy for a guy who's his same age, who's in a major youth tournament. Charlie Woods is carrying the bag for a guy who I forgot the kid's name, but he did.
Miles Russell.
Who did he win the tournament? Or did he finish well?
Yes, qualifies for U.S. Open.
So his good buddy Miles Russell qualifies for the U.S. Open, and Charlie Woods was holding the bag, carrying the bag, his caddy. That's one way I know he's different than his dad. Ain't no way I could foresee even young Tiger Woods carrying the bag for some kid.
I mean, I don't want to crush.
I'm not crushing young Charlie Woods.
But Tiger at his age was playing in these events.
Well, that's true, but
he would be the one qualified.
Yeah, Miles Russell has been a youth player of the year for a couple seasons, a couple years already in his young golf career. But Charlie being the caddy. Interesting, and they talked about it. I think Miles Russell said it's great to have my friend with me as I go through this. I'm Charlie, you're going to a school that I don't respect in Florida State. It's a good golf school.
It's a great golf school,
but I don't like him. So
thank God he's not a cornerback.
Look, Charlie Woods is not committing to Mike Norvell.
No one is.
No. They did just get a 4-star, Sean, their first 4-star of the cycle, I believe.
Think he's committing to the university.
Is he a legacy recruit? I don't know that kid's background.
He's making a 40-year decision,
yeah, so,
hopefully.
Well, you don't pick Florida State for that. But
that is true.
But a lot of 3-stars are rolling into Florida State up until this kid decided Florida State was for him.
Yeah.
How big did that bag have to be?
Charlie Woods had to help carry it.
Yeah. Different bags, but you get the point.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. It is because Charlie Woods, he seems like he's a pretty good golfer.
Yeah, he's got a scholarship to one of the better golf schools in the country.
Yeah, it's not like a full, if Tiger is the Michael Jordan, this isn't.
What are the kids' names?
Marcus and Jeffrey?
Yeah, I think so. Mark, both got scholarships to college, though.
They did play at Illinois?
Yeah, UCF, Illinois, so
Yeah.
power conference. Well, at least with Illinois at the time, power conference school. So
yeah,
I don't know how good young Charlie Woods would be. It just did strike me as odd that Tiger would even allow it. Hey, what are you doing in the family name? What are you doing? Well, Tiger can't.
Yeah,
Tiger doesn't have really anything to stand on when it comes to that. Now that I think about it, Tiger can't really say that. What am I doing to the family name? What are you doing? Yeah, that's true. It's true.
How many mugshots do I have?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Maybe he's more Elin's son than Tiger's son when it comes to humility and stuff.
I mean, I feel like we would, because I really, barely ever hear about Charlie Woods. 2, when I do hear about him, it's always golf related. There's never the
he's
Charlie Woods was caught on a Twitch stream saying XYZ.
Yeah, Aiden Ross hasn't tricked Charlie Woods into promising something.
Yeah.
Then he has to walk back. Putin, cool, yes. Charlie Woods, no.
He seems like, again,
seems like a very nice kid.
Yeah.
From all we can tell, as you mentioned, no off the field issues for Charlie Woods as he enters his college years. Still only 17 years old,
and the fact he would caddy for his friend.
I said that. So I'm saying maybe more Elin's kid than Tiger's kid. And
they're both committed to Florida State as I'm reading this article.
They're good friends, and he may caddy in the U.S. Open for him. that's a possibility as
cool.
well.
That'd be cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, but this is something. Because I saw this headline. I guess I didn't realize that it was for a. I guess I assumed it was some like event, pro-am kind of like, fake tour event kind of thing. I didn't know it was to qualify for the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Apparently, this kid like had to survive a playoff to make it. That's 17-year-old. Yeah.
Miles Russell got it done.
Yeah.
I just imagine like Tiger being like Logan Roy and watching this going,
Not my son.
I don't know. Does he treat him like what not what's the one that got involved and eventually married the, let's say, sex worker? I forgot. Connor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one who ran for president?
Yeah, Connor. I don't know that
Well,
Charlie's
con
going to reach
heads.
that status for being the caddy for another guy. But if I'm putting Tiger Woods in the Logan Roy category, I can't believe the guy who's doing bore on the floor. I can't imagine Tiger being like, my kid's caddying. That's cool.
I love you, but you are not serious people.
I just imagine that's going on.
Charlie Woods doing L to the OG.
I mean, you know what? From what we can tell, it appears
Nothing like the Succession family.
No, and Charlie seems well adjusted.
Yeah,
and he hugged his boy when he won. So things are going well in that regard. He gets to go to Florida State, a really good golf school. So things are going well there. It's just struck me as like that ain't the Woods family I know. Not the one I've become accustomed to.
What would Earl Woods have to say about it?
I didn't even mention Earl.
Eldrick, that's one thing.
Yeah,
Earl.
I didn't even think about Earl, what time he was on. That's a good point. If anyone's the Logan Roy, it's Earl.
Yeah, actually it's all kind of lining up when you put Earl as Logan.
Yeah, Tiger's the eldest boy.
Yeah,
and then
not great. He doesn't have his siblings.
And the grandkids in Succession seem okay. We don't really see them very much, but we're not hearing things about them. And maybe Charlie fits that mold as the one who's going to avoid some of the complications that have happened with previous Woods.
Very a lot of complications.
Yeah,
very complicated.
Yeah, too long. Yeah, too long to get into.
There's a documentary actually about that. There's probably several, but there's HBO one. From
if you're unaware of what the time Tiger's been on, you can find it. I don't need to update you on that. It's everywhere. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment to go. Only way we're really going to talk about golf on the show is in that way. So there it is for you golf heads.
I mean, U.S. Open. I mean, we'll
mention the U.S. Open.
We'll make our U.S. Open picks on Friday.
I'm taking Miles Russell. There it is. We'll go to break with that.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Shout out to Will Wade for cutting through with college sports news that has nothing to do with Brendan Sorsby. A tale as old as time. Will Wade and LSU and the trouble that follows. So Will Wade is back at LSU. He got back into college basketball with McNeese State, took them to the tournament. Remember the kid with the boombox? That was McNeese State from a couple tournaments ago. He was at NC State last year, led them to the tournament, I believe, as well. Maybe were they a first four game? I forgot. Really not the point. Unless you're NC State and you're pissed off at LSU and Will Wade. So NC State has opened an investigation into LSU for violating North Carolina law for improperly inducing Will Wade to return to Baton Rouge to be their coach. I don't know anything about North Carolina law, but they believe LSU violated the Unfair and Deceptive Trade Practices Act, which allows the aggrieved party to recover damages, including attorney fees, according to court documents. So they believe LSU committed a crime, and they want compensation for it. According to NC State's general counsel, the timing and circumstances of Coach Wade's departure from Raleigh and his resignation, along with the LSU term sheet and the eventual buyout payment of $4 million to NC State, raises questions about LSU's potential liability in the matter. So it does feel like, hey, we committed to this guy. We brought him back to Power Conference basketball after he was in the wilderness. He left us after 1 year. F this guy. What can we do to make the team that took him from us, or the program that took him from us, responsible? So LSU's going to have to deal with it. I don't know that there's any real legal basis for it. I just think it's funny that, the regular old, our program's better than your program, or at least or big bank take little bank type of circumstances of taking a college coach. It felt pretty normal, but NC State says, hold on, we don't like the way this went down. We're gonna have a conversation with our lawyers about it, and it's just great. Will Wade's back with LSU, and this is something they can't even get to a game with him, or a real practice with their new team, and this is the deal.
Only Will Wade can have the headline of, like, the team who hired Will Wade might have broken the law.
Yeah, to get it done.
Like Will Wade has the most, like not just controversies, but they're like a very specific type of controversy where it's like, wait, now like the feds are involved with this? Like what how, like he got caught on a wiretap? But this is way back in the day now. But it's like all of these things where it's like, really, it's like only Will Wade like is kind of the gangster type coach, and just never has the moment of like reconciliation. He's always like, nope, this now. I mean, didn't he say something to the effect, maybe when he was at McNeese, where it's just like, yeah, what I got in trouble for now is just like how business is done.
He also said,
just boom.
He also said, I think,
I win
maybe in a speech or something he made public at a presser, that he told those McNeese State kids, look, we all want to be someplace else.
Yeah.
This is just a stop.
Yeah.
Look, and he took some of those kids to, I believe, NC State. But he just said, hey, look, none of us really want to be here. I get it. Let's be real about this. We're just trying to move up. This is one stop on our way to a better spot. And he has certainly followed those words. And now NC State is pretty much saying that LSU, of course, got this going and then delayed some of it until the buyout lessened. That's part of it as well. Like you were in on Will Wade for a long time, and if you had done it in a way that it normally goes, you would have owed us this. But instead, you maneuvered, you pretended, and then when the buyout lessened, then you struck and got the deal done. So, which is, I feel like, par for the course when it comes to college coaching and stealing one coach away from another program. But NC State is saying, you're not playing that game with us, so we'll see what happens there.
This does, I mean, Will Wade has to be one of the most, like, notable college coaches that has, like, one Sweet 16 to his name.
Yeah, there's not that much winning going on.
Like, he has a good record, but a lot of it's, like...
He is a good basketball coach.
Racking up. Well, it's also a lot of VCU and McNeese wins that are like really whatever. But like his LSU record's fine. It's not,
made the tournament a couple
amazing.
times, won a game once.
It was 20-14 last year. Like it's not like this is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It. You know what it's a lot like? It's a lot like Lane Kiffin, really. Where there's
until
like
the last couple years.
Yeah,
right?
where it's like there's so much controversy, so much like spotlight on this, and it's like it's tops out 10-win seasons. Like that's kind of it. Then it all comes crumbling down in 3 years.
And guess where Lane Kiffin is?
Yeah. What makes it even better?
They're
gonna be best friends,
and you got
or worse enemies.
You got Kim Mulkey there too. There was a line from someone when the Will Wade hire went down. Of course, Lane Kiffin got there before Will Wade, and we know Kim Mulkey's been at LSU a while. They said the three of them were the lion, the bitch, and the wardrobe, and I believe.
Yeah, which one's which?
Mulkey was the wardrobe.
Yes. Okay.
We
Good.
know. Of course, you could call her a different word, but they avoided that particular gender specific insult. And you can decide who's the lion and the bitch with when it comes to Wade and Kiffin.
I don't really want to call either of them a lion. That's
well,
the problem.
Well, no,
I went through the record.
I got to clean it up. Lyin.
Oh.
It was the lion spelled like a lie, the bitch, and the wardrobe.
Now I don't want to put the B word on anyone.
Lying feels better because you can fit
Although,
both guys under there.
How Lane Kiffin maneuvered the LSU exit or the exit to LSU from Ole Miss, and the way he exited Tennessee to go to USC.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that.
It's a lot of. I'm not calling him one. It's a lot of B moves that he's pulling off.
This is why
I'm not calling him one.
This is why it's such a great moniker. And if you like CS,
they're all lying.
And if you like C.S. Lewis, even better.
Yeah. This is one for the real C.S. Lewis heads that also love college sports.
Yeah, I'm a person who read
weeds.
I'm a person who loved college sports and read those books as a kid. So it struck home with me. It's a great line, and you can pick and choose which one fits each coach. But I think Mulkey is clearly the wardrobe.
Yeah, I'll say the other two definitely aren't the wardrobe.
Yeah, so
you can make arguments for all three being the other two, but Mulkey is the wardrobe.
Yeah, but Wade and Kiffin aren't the wardrobe. I mean, Kiffin's known for a visor, and I don't know what Wade wears. Honestly, don't care actually.
Visors is really huge in the college coach space, I would say.
You don't see it other places.
Don't see it a lot of
maybe golfers.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, golfers will mess around it.
Yeah. All right, we're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. Joe's out for one more day, right?
Yes,
so
he's not here today.
Is it Kunkel?
No, it's DJ and Sarge with Brian.
Got it. It was DJ Sarge and AJ yesterday, right?
Yeah, definitely AJ yesterday. I'm not sure. I don't know. All those guys are on vacation all the time. It's DJ and Sarge.
DJ and Sarge today, and then we start our World Cup watch parties beginning tomorrow. And speaking of that, I want to let you know before we wrap it up, join ESPN 975 for our soccer watch parties this Thursday and Friday as we watch the biggest soccer games of the year. Thursday, Will Kunkel and then Jeremy and Joe will be broadcasting from 12 to 6 at Rodeo Goat. And then join the same crew on Friday at Patterson Park. The ESPN 975 soccer watch parties are brought to you by Huntington Bank. All right, we're done for the day, Sean. So what does that mean?
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
Let's go, Weah. We're going to play that quite a bit if things go poorly and other things about them, because this is the time. This is the tournament that we've all been building to. Let's see if our squad can get it done. All right, we're done. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay, that's cool.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, the countdown is on for what could be the largest and most historic initial public offering in the stock market's history. That's as SpaceX is scheduled to make its public debut on the NASDAQ Friday, trading under the ticker SPCX. Final IPO pricing is expected to drop after the market closes on Thursday. The company, though, taking an unusual approach by skipping the standard price range and going straight to a fixed target. In automotive news, Stellantis is recalling over 1 million vehicles globally due to a potential fire hazard. The recall affecting 2021 through 25 model year Jeep Wranglers and Jeep Gladiator pickups that are equipped with an electric hydraulic power steering pump. And in the tech sector, Apple rolling out some new child safety features to give parents tighter controls over screen time, communication, and access to apps. Apple noting that the most critical step parents could take is setting up an official child account, which is required for children under 13 and available up to age 18.
How could you not be a great sports pub with the name Ducky McSweeney's? You can't. If you love a sports bar that's a little more elevated, cleaner, better food, an incredible bar, you're gonna love Ducky McSweeney's Pub. The pizza, wings, and burgers are legit. Fish and chips and shepherd's pie, Irish iconic. And yes, they even have chef-crafted sushi, plus massive screens everywhere. Perfect for every beautiful game. On Post Oak, just north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's Pub.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I think we need another big location.
Okay, where?
Do you remember the shot heard around the world?
Sure, it was the shot that started the Revolutionary War with England.
I'm thinking about buying a big firearms store not far from there.
Why?
It would give us a bigger inventory.
Danny, you've already got the largest inventory of collectors' firearms in the world.
And this would help make sure we stay the biggest.
Are we going to go to the Old North Bridge where that shot was fired?
I've already got tickets.
Minuteman National Historic Park?
That's where we're headed.
Can I look for some Paul Revere silver while we're there?
Of course.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner with Timer and Voss in Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas, 1 block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Get ready, Houston. The world stage of soccer is taking over this summer, and ESPN 97.5 FM is bringing the excitement with our summer soccer watch parties, presented by Huntington Bank. Join us all tournament long as we gather for big matches, great food, cold drinks, prizes, and big soccer energy. Go to ESPN975.com for a full list of event dates and locations. The Summer Soccer Watch Parties, presented by Huntington Bank. Don't miss the fun.
I feel like I'm getting robbed when I bet the finals on a sports book.
Dude, delete that app. You need to be using Polymarket.
Polymarket?
Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for greedy sports books.
Even during the finals?
Especially during the finals. You can even trade on whether Trump or Chalamet will attend the games.
No way. What's the catch?
No catch. And it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back, they're giving you $50 free on your first trade.
I'm deleting my sportsbook app. How do I get started?
Download Polymarket now and use promo code SLAM for $50 free for your first trade. Stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Download Polymarket and use promo code SLAM for $50 free on your first trade. Use promo code SLAM.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show. Rich Eisen Show.
I was livid with the officiating.
Here we go again. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
All the shots we took, we got fouled four times.
Today's guests, ESPN senior NBA writer Vincent Goodwill, host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's correct. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on a massive Sports Wednesday right here in June 2026 here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. Vince Goodwill is going to be joining us talking about the NBA Finals. That's what's going down. The Stanley Cup Final is now 2 games apiece, one of the more exhilarating Cup Finals we've seen in a while. We'll talk about it with you if you wish. At 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Mike Florio with everything going on in the National Football League as well. Hour 3's open, so we've got tons of time to play win-loss games or chat with you about anything that's going on in your world. Again, that number is 844-204-RICH, number to dial. This was SportsCenter. My conversation with Chris Berman has been out there for a couple of days right now. My conversation with Dan Patrick's been out since last Friday. It is a labor of love for me and our coordinating producer, Mike Hoskins, just absolutely crushing it with the edits and the production. This was SportsCenter presented by Gusto, is out there for everybody on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and the show's YouTube page for you to check out. Mike Greenberg is the next episode that drops Friday, as the kids might say. So I appreciate all the feedback, highly positive feedback that I'm seeing on all those fronts. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. What's going on?
Hey, Rich. Good morning, man. What's up?
Jason Feller wearing an old school Rich Eisen show lid, man.
Whoa,
I appreciate
my favorite team.
That is your favorite team. I appreciate that. Something Del Tufo would never say.
I mean,
his favorite team right now is whatever's working the favors in the World Cup.
I mean, the World Cup is
good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson.
I don't know if you heard me making smooching sounds because Feller just.
That's usually
all right.
It's usually your lane, TJ.
It's respect.
Right. Wow.
All right.
Good to see you.
First
TJ.
of all, watch your mouth. Secondly, third hour open. I got a lot of stories so we can fill it.
Fantastic. I got it's a Wednesday, which is a Power Rankings Wednesday. I've got the Power Rankings of the top NFL defenses as I see it here in the middle of June.
Ooh. Now, what are you basing this on?
All right. If you want to know right now,
I don't.
Last year's numbers of total defense, total points given up. And then just gut and feel.
I like that.
So in other words, I have no idea. But it's my opinion, and there are many like it, but this one is mine.
Way too early?
It doesn't matter.
Defenses?
It's coming up.
Rich, your opinion's got your name on the
I
cup.
appreciate it.
So,
All right. And anything to pass the time to get rid of the nerves for tonight's Game 4, I'll tell you that.
Oh, you're feeling it already?
Really?
Here's what I'm going to, start with today. Mm-hmm. Tonight is really going to be lit because Trump's not going to be there. There's no, it's going to be back to the usual of
the crowd back.
There is a watch party, although there's a big to-do. James Dolan going at the mayor in a press release on Tuesday night because he just can't friggin' help himself. And but the bottom line is it's back to, if you will, regular order, and for the most part, and the narratives from Game 3 that are resonating now for Game 4 are just epic. Absolutely, completely epic. From, put up the headlines of today's New York Post. The front page, it's a wanted poster, and it's the photograph of Wemby shoving Brunson down, which led to no call, right? And also led to the association putting one of the top official, if you will, on ESPN to say, we're looking at it for a flagrant foul, possibly. And they looked at it and said there's no flagrant foul coming. And that would be a big thing because Wembanyama, as you know, already has 2 points against him. If you get more than 3, I said 2 points against him due to that thrown elbow in the series against Minnesota that caused him to be ejected but not suspended.
Yeah, 4 points, automatic suspension.
Right. So put that, if you don't mind, the front page up again. I know I'm prattling on here, but the wanted poster is Wembanyama shoving Brunson down for crimes against the Knicks. Alias Wemby, height 7'4", nationality French, charged flagrant foul, reward NBA trophy. And then because, again, this is a Murdoch-run newspaper, they took a shot at the local district attorney.
Wow.
Saying even soft on crime D.A. Bragg would find him guilty.
Wow. Can't help themselves.
They just can't help themselves.
That's really the DA's name? DA?
Yeah, I believe Alvin Bragg is his name there in the city of New York. Back page, is sort of dovetailing on it, calling him Skinny Pop.
Wow.
Okay. Angry Knicks vow to hit back tonight after Wemby's cheap shot on their captain. And the pull quote, as we use in the print business, that's out there. Jose Alvarado, who might go up to Wemby's thigh, says he got away with that one, but that'll be the last time. So here's the issue. If Jose Alvarado is going to be the Knicks enforcer, that's a problem.
This was my point yesterday.
Because Wemby could just knock him over with a stare. And, that has been the narrative. Al Harrington has chimed in on it. That soundbite is wherever he said it, I believe is on a podcast somewhere, saying that this is outrageous, that the Knicks let Wembanyama get away with it. Draymond Green says if Wemby shoved Steph over like he shoved Brunson over, he said he would have gotten ejected on the spot. And so that's built up going into tonight, that there is a certain sensibility that the old school Knicks would never have let go, countenanced, however you want to put it. Anthony Mason or Oakley would have put somebody on their ass if anybody did that to, well, no one's going to do that to Ewing, but the best player of the Knicks is 6'2", as listed, right? And so who's going to, if anybody goes in the direction of Jalen Brunson, right, who's going to back the play? Now, obviously, it would be helpful if the ones that would just back the play would be the actual referees who are in charge of making sure this stuff is either A, not happening, or B, if it does, is properly charging a foul to whomever does this.
That would help.
Because the video that you see also shows Cat being mugged at the same time.
Yeah, but they always show the video right when Wemby shoves. Back it up a few seconds, and Brunson has him in a bear hug.
Well, Brunson also, when he got shoved down, did have a grasp of Wembanyama's jersey.
So, yeah, the guy's just like, get off me.
Well, then that brings into the point of, how are you calling it in both ways? 24 free throws for the Spurs in the second half of Game 3, just 8 for the Knicks, 10 more free throws for the Spurs on Game 3. The Spurs actually have more than 20 free throws, and it is an advantage in this series by this point. The officiating for tonight, the officials have been named.
Oh, hold on.
I've got it for you.
You got it?
Pop it up. Zach Zarbo, who, if I'm not mistaken, is was ranked number one by, players in a vote, right?
Yeah, he's the best official in the league.
Okay, James Williams and Courtney Kirkland. So series extender Scott Foster and also the most meaned official of the day, Tony Brothers. Neither are going to be on the court tonight.
Yeah, Mark Davis, who was the lead official last game, he is the replay center ref tonight.
So eyes on that, because every single time a Knick gets touched tonight, the Garden crowd is going to go absolutely nuts. It will be a hyper-aware Knicks crowd this evening in Madison Square Garden, hyper-aware of what's going on. And it will be a cauldron from jump in that regard this evening. Who is getting fouled? Is it being called both ways? And then if somebody dares to shove Brunson over, who's going to go chest to chest? What's going to happen here? So it's going to be an extremely tense evening in Madison Square Garden, especially because the Spurs are 4 quarters away from getting home court advantage back on a Wednesday night after a Friday night gave the Knicks a 2-0 lead with 2 road wins and a ton of cushion going back into Madison Square Garden. If the Spurs respond by taking 2 in the Garden, I said 2 games in the Garden, to make it a best-of-3 series with the Spurs having home court advantage, meaning the Knicks need to win once on their home floor to mean they don't need another win in San Antonio. That's what's at stake tonight. And the head coach, Mike Brown, was asked about, I guess it's only fitting in Madison Square Garden, where Billy Joel is the house band, talking about pressure.
Obviously, I'm a firm believer that you can grow and learn a lot in wins, but you can do the same as in losses too. And we have a veteran group, and nobody is quote unquote panicking or anything like that. Everybody is disappointed that we didn't go out and execute and play to what we feel our standard is. And that's not taking anything away from San Antonio. But we feel like we can play better, a lot better than what we did. And we're looking forward to going out on the floor and showing it.
Mm-hmm. I think there's definitely going to be scuffles tonight, and I'm curious how that is officiated. How, who, and what are teed up, how they break it up. I think that's going to be a super interesting storyline.
Well, the cast of Law and Order is courtside. You know, and I'll just say this. If you told me going into the NBA Finals, the Knicks would have a 2-1 lead going into Game 4, I'd sign that piece of paper.
No doubt.
With this very pen of, I thought this was your mold remediation pen.
So did I. Always first environmental.
I don't know what it is.
What is that?
I would have signed for it. And the Knicks team that had just ripped off 13 wins in a row in the playoffs constantly said, we're 0-0. These wins don't matter for tonight. So if that's the way they approach it coming off a win, you have to approach it that way coming off of a loss. And they have that mindset coming in. And one other thing I would say, you have to learn to pace yourself. Pressure. You're just like everybody else.
Oh, here we go. You're just reading Billy Joel lyrics.
Yeah. Pressure. You've only had to run so far, so good, but you will come to a place where the only thing you feel and you have to deal with pressure.
Dun, dun.
Because I know you love this conversation.
Oh, more than anything. And Rich Eisen?
Who's under the most pressure?
The Knicks better win tonight.
Well, I'll just say this.
They better win tonight.
Hold on. If the Knicks don't win tonight and it goes back to San Antonio, okay?
Oh, man.
Hold on a minute. And it goes back to San Antonio, and it's all dormy, and we're now going to hear that the Spurs are in a position to be the first team to ever lose the first 2 games of NBA Finals on their home court.
Oh, pressure can shift.
And then,
don't you worry. Better believe it.
And now that's been erased, and the Knicks have got to go back to a spot where they, by the way, just won 2 in a row in front of the nuns in the produce department and everybody else that's there in their turquoise shirts.
Or some not.
Right? And if the Spurs don't win tonight, then they've got to win 3 in a row against the team that just bounced back after a 13-game win streak in the playoffs.
You're trying to say the Spurs have the pressure tonight?
How do they not?
Whoa. No.
How do they not?
The pressure is all on the Knicks tonight.
Why?
Okay?
Why?
Because then if you lose tonight, you have blown a 2-0 lead on the road,
Correct.
going back to your house where you don't have to play another, you can win it at home.
Mm-hmm.
There's none of the Trump bad vibes tonight, so you don't have that excuse. The watch parties and all that stuff is still on. There's no bad vibes. Nobody's sleeping during the games. Like, all on the Knicks tonight. If you lose this game tonight, all the talk tomorrow is going to be like, Spurs got it. Knicks blew it. They had their chance.
Right.
That's the only conversation.
Or
Thank you, TJ.
As a Knick, I might think I'm going back to a place where I just won 2 games.
Really? That is totally forgotten in everyone's mind.
How can you say that?
That might as well have been a month ago.
Right. You're talking about people who are yippity-yapping about the game, not the actual guys who were playing who knew that they just went to San Antonio and won 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
They already forgot about it.
How can you say that?
Listen, the bottom line is the Knicks would prefer not to be in that position.
Yeah, obviously.
Right? And they would be now just needing 1 win in their final 3 games that are still, if necessary, to win a championship. And all they got to do is just win at home. I'm just saying, if the Spurs don't win it, look out, man. Right? Look out.
But this is the same position the Spurs were in last game when I was telling you the Knicks had all the pressure on them. And what happened? They came out early. Wemby dominated early, down double digits early.
And then the Knicks took a 7-point lead at halftime, causing you to text the entire group saying this series is over.
Felt like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
Then blew it. Then the Spurs took over, and the Knicks didn't make a fourth quarter 3-pointer until it was too late. Horse was out of the barn.
Spurs also missed 7 free throws. I mean, that game shouldn't have been close at all.
So Knicks. So where do you stand on this? Pressure. Who's got the most pressure tonight?
That's a great question. I've been sitting here listening to you guys go back and forth. I don't know if they're really Spurs.
I like it.
Whole question.
Spurs, because
who's under the most pressure to win tonight?
Again, if you're the Knicks and you lose, it's still a tie series. You know, you're still tied.
If you lost all the momentum that you stole.
That's fine. But if you're the Spurs and you lose, you might as well change your name to Saran because it's a wrap. It's done.
Unless, just ask the Cavs coming back from 3-1 down against, by the way, the Curry Warriors at the zenith. Okay? Of their run.
Yeah, but before,
it's possible these things happen.
Before Chris says it,
who's going to kick Wemby in the nuts?
Obviously, you knew this was coming. I wanted to say it before he did. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There was a person on that team who wasn't.
No one on the Knicks is dumb enough to do that, are they?
Alvarado's from Brooklyn, and I tweeted that Alvarado DGAF the other day. I know that. And by the way, Sean Elliott came on our program just a couple weeks ago and said, "Look out for that guy. He's always given us problems," and he has done that.
Mm-hmm.
He has done that, but him as the enforcer, I wouldn't choose him. He would kind of be the last to say that, but I'm glad at least somebody said it. And as far as the Knicks feeling pressure, just go into this game thinking all your life is Channel 13, Sesame Street. What does it mean?
I don't know that
pressure
guys on that team are
pressure. That's it. That's all it is. Embrace it. Just look up. That's Billy Joel's name in the roster. In the rafters.
Well, it's the only banner up there.
Wow.
Oh, it's not true. That's funny. Funny. I appreciate it. That's a Celtic fan chiming in, being irrelevant right now.
Like I said, before Rick.
That's correct.
I know
what's going on.
I know Knicks fans with no rings aren't talking to me now.
You're still caping for Luke Cornett over there.
Like I said, though, the vibes are back. Vibrations count.
We'll see. Vince Goodwill's next.
Nick's got this.
And with you, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Vincent Goodwill covering this series from NYC when we return.
Professional Power Plays brought to you by Propane.
Okay, team, America's energy security is on thin ice. Overburdened electric grid, rising costs, severe weather. You could stick with the grid and ride it out, do nothing and hope the problems go away, or here's your power play. Propane. Affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, tell me about Round Top.
Round Top is pretty awesome. You have it in the spring and in the fall. It's coming up. So if you find a vintage glider, if you find a vintage sewing machine base, we've even done fire hydrant pumps. If you find cool things like that could use some TLC, bring it to us and we will bring it back to life.
What's some of the weirdest things that you've powder coated?
One lady had an obsession with frogs, and she had 27 frogs that were all doing different activities, reading books, playing guitars, doing yoga, being a ballerina. So that was eccentric right there.
It doesn't matter what the metal is. You guys powder coat it and make it look better.
With no judgment.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. Get to Rodeo Goat in Edo this Thursday from 2 to 5 for your chance to win, because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents 21 and older. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules/ for prices and details. Houston, grab your crew and head to Patterson Park this Friday for a full day of soccer with ESPN 97.5 presented by Huntington Bank. We're broadcasting live from noon to 6. Catch the early match and stay to cheer on the U.S. team in a premier watch party destination. Watch from inside or on Patterson Park's expansive elevated deck while enjoying great food, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Also register to win a $500 gift certificate from Republic Boot Company. So join us this Friday live at Patterson Park.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Houston, your shot at $1 million starts June 13th at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Step up to the Fanatics Games PK Challenge and compete to advance to Fanatics Fest in New York, where you'll go head-to-head with some of the biggest names in sports. Plus, enjoy free photo ops with Nico Collins, Zanil Hunter, and Tank Dell, card breaks, giveaways, and more. Spots are limited, so sign up now at fanaticsgames.com. That's June 13th at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Your road to $1 million. Sign up at fanaticsgames.com.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Houston, it's football season, and there's no better place to catch the action than Taqueria Sarandas. The match is on, the crowd is cheering, and your table is loaded with sizzling fajitas, authentic tacos, enchiladas, plus ice-cold beer and cocktails. Every great play deserves a great meal. Every goal deserves a celebration. You eat, you score, go! Bring your family, bring your friends, and enjoy all the soccer action at Taqueria Sarandas. Taqueria Sarandas, where Houston watches soccer with locations across Greater Houston. Get to your local Taqueria Sarandas.
The place. That's it. Back on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We love when Vincent Goodwill stops by, and he stops by right here, suited and booted, ready for
Look at him.
Yeah,
right
boy,
now.
let's go.
Good to see you, Vincent. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, guys. Because I had to get up this morning, so it's been a long day.
Okay.
It's going to be I'm excited, man.
Well, I appreciate you staying up and staying suited and booted. I appreciate that. Okay. We just started the conversation, Vincent, about how the narratives from Game 3 that are going to truly roost in Game 4, I think it's the officiating. And if they just spend the first 6-7 minutes just letting everything go, like Game 3, we're running some risks, quite frankly. What's been the conversation, do you think, on that front, Vincent?
Well, it's always weird from game to game because it's a different officiating crew every game. Zach Zarba tonight is the league's lead official. He might be the NBA's best official, and the players respect him and they like him, and he's always communicative with those guys. So I think tonight during captains meetings, it literally only takes maybe 30 seconds, guys. You bring the two captains together, the players will talk amongst themselves. They'll say, hey, I'll let you play tonight, or hey, let's watch out for this. I don't think that we are at the risk of something ugly happening. Like, this is the NBA Finals. Okay. I think there's a lot of chatter, but nobody wants to get thrown out of a game. I think what happened with Victor Wembanyama the other day, that was a little retaliatory for things that have been happening throughout the course of the series. But at least I don't think, unless Charles Oakley gets his ban lifted and comes into the Garden tonight, I don't think anything crazy is going to happen on the floor.
Well, I mean, that said, there has been a conversation that I'm sure some Knicks players have heard, is that you can't allow Jalen Brunson to be shoved over in your Garden and be able to live to tell the tale. You shouldn't let that happen. And I don't know who's going to be the guy if it happens again, or if the officials will just say, we've got this. Let's not have any vigilantism here. But I certainly know the Garden crowd will be hyper aware from jump as to whistles, where they are, where they aren't, for sure.
Rich, it's going to be I won't say a desperate atmosphere, but I feel like that's the word, right? They have so much on the line for tonight. The pressure is all on them. If this series goes back to San Antonio 2-2, you have undid all of your great work throughout the course of this series. So as far as Jalen Brunson goes, there has to be someone that says, we have to protect our captain. We have to protect our leader. What that looks like can be on a multitude of things. It doesn't mean you go after Victor Wembanyama, Rich. It means, you know what? Maybe I'll set a hard screen on Stephon Castle. Maybe I'll set a really hard screen. Maybe it's clean. Maybe it's an offensive foul. But it's a physical screen that sets the tone. Like, we think of like mano y mano. Like, oh, you took out Brunson, I'm going to take out Victor Wembanyama. It doesn't work like that. The officials are going to be they're going to be so hypersensitive to that stuff that it has to be a little more subtle. And here's the honest part of it, guys. The Knicks were not in the other night. The Spurs were by far the more physical, aggressive team. And when that happens, the refs look at it and say, oh, if this team is playing on this tone and you guys are not matching their physicality, don't expect us to bail you out. So I do think the Knicks have to, in general, take a more physical, a more aggressive tone, but they just have to know where the line is. That's always a tricky thing when there's a new officiating crew from night to night. Where is the line? It usually evens out over the course of a 7-game series, but it's going to be interesting to see who does what this evening.
Vincent Goodwill here on the Rich Eisen Show. Another narrative that you just pointed out was pressure. You just echoed what Chris Brockman said to start our broadcast, that the pressure's all on the Knicks. Obviously I gave some pushback to that, being a native Brooklynite who grew up in Staten Island, New York, that if the Spurs lose this, then they've got to win 3 in a row against a team that had won 13 in a row in the playoffs, including 2 on the Spurs home court. They have to win 3 in a row against that team that just bounced back. So I'll throw that in your lap, Vincent. What do you think?
You're not wrong. And clearly there's only been one team to come back from a 3-1 deficit in the NBA Finals in 2016, LeBron and Steph and everything that was dripping in that series. I think once you get to the NBA Finals, there's pressure all around. There's nobody that says, oh, it's acceptable for us to lose tonight. We got 3 more games in this series. Every game is dripping with drama. I don't know if we express as media, at least those of us who sit courtside, who cover the league really closely, how physical and how emotionally draining these games are. Everybody feels that pressure. Jalen Brunson most certainly feels that pressure. We know Karl Towns feels that pressure. But playing under, like you said, you're playing at Madison Square Garden this evening. Tonight's going to be a little more of a, shall we say, Rich, normal atmosphere tonight. Game a little abnormal. Maybe tonight's going to be a little more normal as far as, people who won't be there, people who ain't going to be falling asleep, stuff like that, right? Like those things. So with that being said, if the Knicks can get themselves into their normal rhythm, right? The normal just game day rhythms, the normalcy of what this is going to be, I think by and large they're going to be fine. But you're going to have 20,000 nervous New Yorkers in this building. Like, I don't think there's any doubt that the Knicks fans believe the pressure is on their team. The San Antonio Spurs have 2 players in their rotation who are 19 years old. They don't know how to spell pressure. They've got through this season. The Knicks are the team that was built to win a championship or built to get to the NBA Finals. That's why I say the pressure is on them. And you can't say, man, we love New York. It's the Madison Square Garden. It's the Mecca and everything else, to say, oh, no. The pressure's on somebody else. No, you got to take that. You got to take that, Rich.
Vincent Goodwill here on the Rich Eisen Show. Your favorite storyline that nobody's talking about through the first 3 games of this NBA Finals? It could be somebody's background story coming to the fore now. It could be on either team. What do you got for me, Vincent?
I don't know if you know who we work for. We run these narratives into the ground by game 4. We talk color, did you go to kindergarten, all that type of stuff, right? But honestly, I am fascinated by Mitch Johnson, the not yet 40-year-old head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. So much of what we talk about with the Spurs revolves around this lineage. Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan and David Robinson and all that they did this franchise and getting them to this point. Mitch Johnson took over for Greg Popovich, who had a stroke over a year ago, and has had to mold and meld this team into his image. And we don't know that much about him. And he's in the NBA Finals for the very first time. Can you imagine the pressure that he feels? He's a novice in this. Mike Brown, this is his 3rd NBA Finals. He was, once in Cleveland almost 20 years ago, once in Golden State, as the interim or acting head coach when Steve Kerr was out following back surgery. He's been through this. Mitch Johnson has not. So I'm wondering how he feels, in addition to how he's handling the Victor Wembanyama stuff, how you're handling the cauldron of New York City and Madison Square Garden and some of the chants. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this. He's getting catcalled and everything else when he's walking the streets of New York by Knicks fans.
Saw that.
That's a lot. This is so enormous for someone to go through for the very first time. He's from Seattle. Like, I'm wondering what he felt about beating the Oklahoma City Thunder, being a Seattle Sonics guy and everything else. There's a lot there. We just haven't had the time to dive into that because we're so focused on so many other very rich storylines.
Including Greg Popovich himself as well. Our colleague from The Athletic, Sam Amick, reporting that Pop popped onto the flight pregame, the flight to pre-New York City and gave a speech. And then also individually sat with players, which is just another fascinating part of the storyline, Vincent.
All of this is. And think about it from Pop's standpoint or the Spurs' standpoint. They've had crushing losses throughout all their championship years. Remember the Ray Allen shot in 2013. That was in Game 6. They could have clinched the championship, and they had to go back the next day, 2 days later, and play a Game 7, and they should have won that Game 7, and it didn't break them. So for Pop to come on after a crushing loss in Game 2, they very well could have packed it in and said, you know what, this is the Knicks' coronation. Everybody in the NBA, everybody a part of this NBA world wants the Knicks to succeed and break this championship drought. We can just, show up and give a cursory effort, and they didn't. They don't care, and they don't scare. And I think part of that has to come from this Spurs DNA led by Greg Popovich, who clearly, of course, 75, 76, 77 years old, is not the person, not as with it as he once was, but still clairvoyant and still has experience and still has the players' ears. And I think, to me, that's another one of those branches of the tree that we haven't seen much of, that level of experience that he's clearly passed down to all of these players.
You want to take a crack at, I know this is not usually your lane, you want to take a crack at what happens tonight, Vincent?
A crack at what happens tonight? Look, I'll just say this, Rich. I want to see a long series. I don't want this NBA season to end. It has gotten great. You know, I've covered the Knicks on the back end of the season and going into the playoffs. They've been impressive. I want to see some real adversity. That's what I want to see. I think Game 4 are usually classics. Michael Jordan's 55 against the Phoenix Suns was a Game 4. Magic's Junior Skyhook was a Game 4. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gave you a great Game 4. Stephen Curry put the Warriors on his back in Boston a few years ago in Game 4. What I'm looking forward to seeing is either Jalen Brunson or Victor Wembanyama adding their name to NBA Finals lore, because Game 4 tells you who's winning the series and it tells you who the best team is, and that answer may not always be the same team.
Vincent, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Let's catch up in short order. I really appreciate it. I know you're busy, and I know you're getting up and staying up and doing all the ups. So thank you.
Hey, this is fun, man. Thanks again, Rich.
You always. That's Vincent Goodwill at Vince Goodwill to follow.
All right, Vinny, enjoy the game.
Yeah,
I appreciate
you. He's got to stay. He's not a pundit, but he's there.
Sure.
That's why I took a shot at that. Didn't expect a history lesson, which is pretty cool. Game 4s are
usually epic
for some big performances, right? You got in my ear towards the end of Vincent's history lesson. There's another big performance that's...
Well, I'm sure Vincent would be interested to hear this. Reportedly, the Wu-Tang Clan is performing tonight at halftime.
Staten Island's finest.
Woo!
Staten Island's finest.
And then I told TJ that, and he said, Nick's huge tonight, so we'll see.
Is that right?
Put all your money on the Knickerbockers.
Method Man's going to lead the way? That's the sixth man? Method Man is the sixth man?
Meth.
Well, he's probably
he's
the enforcer that the Knicks need, probably.
No, that would be Ghostface. Yeah, he would be the one you wouldn't want to mess with out the woo.
All right.
I mean, Meth was swole when he was here last.
The Larry Sanders Show, one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Artie, who was the Rip Torn, who was the actor who played Artie. He was also the, I believe, Patches O'Houlihan, speaking of Ben Stiller.
Yes. Correct.
In Dodgeball.
Men in Black as well, yeah.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah.
Dodge, duck, dive, dodge.
Well, the older version, I think Hank was the younger version of Patches O'Houlihan.
That's right.
Anyway, I'm going down a wormhole, a Rip-Torn wormhole here. He played Artie, the producer of the Larry Sanders Show. And when Larry once upon a time asked who was on tonight, and Artie said it's Staten Island's streetwise troubadours, the Wu-Tang Clan. That's how he put it. So here we go. Let's go to Staten Island, the fifth and forgotten borough, part of tonight's game. And, I never, ever thought Greg Popovich would be in the role of Yoda in his career, but that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
The old Jedi still there to turn the youngsters from going to the dark side. Keep them from going to the dark side. That's basically it. Does that make Wembanyama the Skywalker of the equation? Pretty much, right? And they're the new hope of San Antonio.
Wemby feels like Kylo Ren a little bit. He's got a little evil in him.
Come on now. There's no, and that's the thing too. Knick fans, you're looking for
well, the media's trying to paint Wemby to be this dirty player, bad guy.
Come on, man.
The foreigner coming to America.
It's just absurd.
He doesn't have his hand on his heart for the anthem.
Come on, man.
Neither does anyone else.
Come on now.
Wemby went to Shaolin to study with the monks. The Wu-Tang is all about the Shaolin.
Sure, yeah.
This is going to be interesting.
So you got the nuns, the monks, and the Wu-Tang Clan. That's what's going on.
So the nuns and monks and the Wu-Tang walked into a bar.
There we go. And sprinkle a little Fat Joe in there.
Oh, yeah.
DJ Khaled on his phone.
No, he may not. Somebody put some downtime on that man's device, please, for tonight.
Put it in a bag.
There again.
By the way, Chappelle was there. Put it in a bag.
If he's sitting there staring at his phone again, the Knicks should kick him out and say, just go back to South Florida and give the seat to somebody else.
The whole game he's on his phone.
Give me a break, brother.
Take his phone. Another one.
Take his phone, yeah.
He probably has another one on.
Yeah.
And another one.
take his phone and his burner or whatever the hell he's got.
Just be careful, of course. Don't run into Mayor Bloomberg. You know what I mean?
Oh, by the way, how about that Jose Alvarado line? And people were going nuts because it looked like Bloomberg was drinking a soda. And if I'm not mistaken, his time in New York is he was trying to ban sodas from fast food places because of its caloric problems.
Yeah, well.
And look at him now, huh? In his dotage, having a soda and having Jose Alvarado sit in his lap. But basically, he could sit in if you're a player, you can land in the lap of, it's just spin the wheel of Law and Order stars or Tracy Morgan or anybody from 30 Rock or LD. Could be anybody.
New York over L.A., Celebrity Row, man. They came out. Eli and Jeet sitting next to each other.
Everybody's getting a ticket except for you and me. What the hell?
We don't live there.
I don't know.
Well, neither does half of the people that are sitting around there. Bob Kraft?
Hey, Bob
I'm sure he has many homes in many places.
I think he was a guest of David Zaslav, right? He was sitting next to him, who was sitting on the other side of Larry.
Yeah.
I knew I could text Larry about the game because he wasn't taping it because I could see him sitting right there. Maybe he should go up to DJ Khaled and tell him about phone etiquette. Can I text Larry
Text
now?
Larry right now, please. Ask him if he's going to the game
does
tonight.
He know I'm sure he is. Does he know DJ Khaled? Does he know who he is?
50-50.
Just look for a man on his phone. Okay. We'll take a break. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Very good. Mike Florio's coming up in hour number 2, talking some NFL.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off Pella projects or no interest for 48 months, equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
Houston, it's football season, and there's no better place to catch the action than Taqueria Sarandas. The match is on, the crowd is cheering, and your table is loaded with sizzling fajitas, authentic tacos, enchiladas, plus ice-cold beer and cocktails. Every great play deserves a great meal. Every goal deserves a celebration. You eat, you score, go! Bring your family, bring your friends, and enjoy all the soccer action at Taqueria Sarandas. Taqueria Sarandas, where Houston watches soccer with locations across Greater Houston. Get to your local Taqueria Sarandas.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
The world stage of soccer is finally here, and ESPN 97.5 is bringing the excitement to you with our summer soccer watch parties presented by Huntington Bank. Catch the opening day of the tournament with us this Thursday at Rodeo Goat in Edo. ESPN 97.5 will be broadcasting live from Rodeo Goat from noon to 6. So come out and enjoy great food, cold drinks, win some prizes, and feel the big soccer energy. The summer soccer watch parties presented by Huntington Bank. Don't miss the fun.
I feel like I'm getting robbed when I bet the finals on a sports book. Dude, delete that app. You need to be using Polymarket. Polymarket? Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for greedy sports books. Even during the finals? Especially during the finals. You can even trade on whether Trump or Chalamet will attend the games. No way. What's the catch? No catch. And it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back, they're giving you $50 free on your first trade. I'm deleting my sportsbook app. How do I get started?
Download Polymarket now and use promo code SLAM for $50 free for your first trade. Stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Download Polymarket and use promo code SLAM for $50 free on your first trade. Use promo code SLAM.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Sure, every bar has a happy hour, but are they Ducky happy? At Ducky McSweeney's Pub, happy hour is 6 until 6. $6 beer pitchers, $6 house wines by the glass, $6 wells, and $6 mozzarella sticks, nachos, chicken tenders, and cheese pizza. Get lucky at Ducky's, daily from 11 to 6. And sports fans, there are massive screens everywhere, perfect for every beautiful game. On Post Oak, just north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's Pub.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House. Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube. And make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Back on ESPN Radio and Sirius XM Channel 80. Let's go to Ed in the great state of Michigan. What's up, Ed, in the great state of Michigan? What's going on, Ed? That's line 6.
Hey, guys.
What's up,
Quick question is the way it's going. They're posting stuff all over New York City, whining about this, and players are going to follow along. They're going to get out there and they're going to whine. And I know New York believes something else in the rest of the country because the rest of the country believes all New Yorkers are a bunch of whinies. Whoa, was me, whine. If this thing goes sideways tonight, which it really could, if San Antonio wins this,
yes,
and they go back to San Antonio tied 2-2, what's the reaction in New York going to be?
Well, Ed, first of all, let me push back on you. The Knicks players are not whining. I could play you a soundbite right now from Jalen Brunson saying, once again, we've got to stop fouling. We got to stop turning the ball over, which was his reaction when he was asked point blank about Wembanyama. He's just like, everybody saw it, and then he just started talking, like that's not whining. The coach said one thing about the officiating. Knicks fans are livid. As if you root for the Pistons, you'd feel the same way, man, wouldn't you?
But you have your boss post plastering stuff across the news. You don't think that what was me whining is going to seep into that locker room for those players? You don't think it's going to show up on that court? They're going to be looking for every single little call. I mean, I'm not hearing New York fans cry about Cat and Brunson. They're the two biggest travelers in the NBA. Cat will take 11 steps before he puts the ball up. But nobody's crying about that.
Okay.
I mean, come on, man. Plays happen. Quit whining about it.
Okay. Thanks for the call. That's Ed in Michigan with his 2 cents prior to Game 4 tonight.
Ed must be seeing stuff that I'm not.
No, Ed, I know what he's saying, his point of view. But, I mean, the head coach, that's his job, is to say that sort of stuff and put it front and center. And we'll see if the calls are any closer to being more equitable. Yet it's not like the Spurs are being completely squeaky clean. We'll see. This was SportsCenter. Is, like I've mentioned, a labor of love. It's a new show that's out on Disney Plus, the ESPN app. You can also see it on the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel. Dan Patrick was the first episode on Friday. There's another one coming on Friday with Mike Greenberg. The latest one we just decided to drop in between as a special in between Fridays. Every Friday is when we're going to drop. My chat with Chris Berman live on the stage of the Strand Theater in San Francisco this past Super Bowl. Talk with Chris about his SportsCenter beginnings. And while he was growing that franchise, he was also creating a new sports TV niche, host of the NFL Draft This is some fun stuff on This Was SportsCenter. NFL draft. When did that first hit your desk, and did you think that was televisable when you first heard about it?
We did it the first, it would have been April, maybe it was late March, but first April of 80. That was the only one I wasn't involved in. I mean, and it was rudimentary.
Right.
And the meeting apparently was, Pete Rozelle, the commissioner, Chet Simmons went to, and we'd like to televise the NFL draft.
Hi, hello, and welcome to the New York Sheraton Hotel's Grand Ballroom, the site of the 1980 National Football League College Player Draft.
I started the second one, not the host. I mean, I had a variety of roles. 1 year I was in like a New York lunch place.
You can see the red and the white tablecloths. Maybe a little early for some to start going, but we're at Mike Minucci's restaurant, where a lot of sports folk and the Big Apple will be coming out to give their opinions on the draft. It's at 7th Avenue and 52nd. And if you're in the Big Apple, you want to give your opinion, by all means, stop by.
The draft was like an oasis in the middle of a desert.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and welcome to the 53rd National Football League. They'll call it the selection meeting. We call it the draft. The crowd is ready. We're ready here at ESPN.
And then football went into hibernation again until the training camps opened. So it was like for 6 months. This was the one day that, we didn't have mock drafts in November, okay? By the way, it's a little much, okay?
But the guy who does all the mock drafts now is Mel Kiper.
No, I'm not. I
will never
love Mel.
Chris. I will never forget being in college and watching him basically say,
I think it's a typical Colt move. I mean, here's a team that needed a franchise quarterback.
He would just go lay into it. And I'm sitting in college, and I'm like, wow, this guy sitting next to Berman is losing his mind.
To pass up a Trent Dilfer when all you have is Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
It was wild. Just to see moments like that, and then have the general managers come on, and then the coaches react.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a player. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take.
It was obvious that this was becoming not just something for the fans, but it was an industry must-see.
Another thing, we put it on, or Chet, they thought of it because this was one day big time for us. And no way they could have thought it's become the extravaganza. I know it's been 40-plus years.
Right.
Again, it was an oasis for football fans in the middle of the 6-month dark period.
This was SportsCenter, out now. I'm telling you, it's just
God, so perfect.
Yeah, just serving it up in spoonfuls.
Maybe one of the
seeing Mort right there with the black flag.
Seeing Mort, and that clip never gets old. Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Right. And Mel looks so young.
So young.
And they cut away to him while he's getting ripped, and he's just like, just trying to sit there and compose himself. And Berman was the ringleader. And so that's just an hour-long conversation with Chris that is just chock full of nostalgia. From the way SportsCenter began to the drafts explosion and all the nicknames, too. This was SportsCenter presented by Gusto on Disney+, the ESPN app, and the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. That's hour one here.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together. With low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match after the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
Griffin, I beg you, find my daughter. April 1919, war-scarred and directionless, former Marine John Griffin is pulled into a high-stakes search from London to Paris, where mystery, violence, and a global conspiracy collide. From local Houston author Alex Juden comes Red Tiger Hunting, the first gripping entry in the recently completed John Griffin post-Great War mystery series. Called a rousing adventure by Kirkus Reviews. It's fast, dangerous, impossible to put down. Get it on Amazon or at Murder by the Book. Red Tiger Hunting.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country, because superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents, 21+. Begins on 2/1/26 and ends on 5/31/26. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Live from the heart of downtown Houston, Green Street is bringing the world together with Howdy World, a month-long celebration inspired by the excitement of the world's game. Join the party from June 12th through the 27th for free events featuring live music, interactive experiences, watch parties, and more. Whether you're catching a match at Tom's Watch Bar, grabbing dinner and drinks at the Palm, or filling the night with concerts, comedy, and cocktails, Green Street is your go-to destination before, during, and after the action. See the full lineup and RSVP now at greenstreetdowntown.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Rich Eisen Show.
I was livid with the officiating.
Here we go again. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
All the shots we took, we got fouled four times.
Earlier on the show, ESPN senior NBA writer Vincent Goodwill. Coming up, host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. Your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. In the commercial break, our recording producer Mike Hoskins just got in my ear and told me that the edit for the Mike Greenberg edition of This Was Sports Center is now in my inbox for perusal. And we're going to QC that and get it all up to speed for a release on Friday. I'll be on Get Up in support of that, talking with my subject of episode 3 of This Was Sports Center. The first 2 episodes, me chatting about the old days with Dan Patrick and Chris Berman, are sitting out there on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel. Or if you want to listen to it, that's the way you want to take in podcasts, even though it's a very visual show. It's sitting right there, too, wherever you get your podcasts. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Vincent Goodwill joined us in hour number 1 about Game 4 of the NBA Finals. That's tonight. Let's talk the NFL because that's what we like to do. The founder of Pro Football Talk, the voice, the man behind the keyboard. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Florio is back on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing great, Rich. How are you?
This is I haven't seen you zoom in from this location in a while.
Well, I'll peel back the curtain. I have been dealing with what I thought was sacroiliac joint dysfunction, and it now possibly maybe a herniated disc.
Dude.
So it hurts to get up and walk. The only place that I am pain-free is right here, which has caused me to be extremely productive this week because I don't have anywhere else I can go.
Okay.
Yeah, well, a lot of articles on the site.
I enjoy all of them.
Yeah.
I've taken them all in. The one that I want to lead with is your latest on your opinion of the Indiana or Chicago / Illinois Bears. Mike, what do you think?
Well, Rich, you've been doing this a long time, as have I. That is a kind way of saying we're both older.
Seasoned.
We've been around. Yes. And we've seen this movie, and we know that it's important to have leverage when you're talking about the significant financial investment that comes from building an NFL stadium. The Bears don't have the leverage to say, we'll move to San Antonio. They're not leaving Chicago. So at some point along the way, as they were having difficulties in making something happen, first in Chicago and then in Arlington Heights, which I think became the leverage for Chicago, they recognized, possibly inspired by the Kansas City Chiefs going from Missouri to Kansas eventually, hey, we can cross the border. Indiana's right over there. It's still in Chicagoland. Let's start talking to Indiana and let's see if they'll give us what we want. And the fact that they keep talking to Illinois after they've gotten what they want from Indiana shows that Indiana is leverage to possibly get a better deal in Illinois. The real question to me is whether Indiana's a bluff. If they can't get what they want from Illinois, will they eventually say, we'll just go to Indiana? That's TBD. But for now, it's clear that however real Indiana may or may not be at the end of the day, it's, for now, leverage to try to get a better deal in Illinois, whether that's Arlington Heights on the property the Bears bought several years ago or in Chicago. And there continues to be news from time to time about communications between the Bears and Chicago about a stadium in Chicago. So I think that's kind of where we are. They got through the legislative session without getting anything done. They may have a special session. They keep talking to Illinois. They want to find a solution in Illinois, and I think the league wants them to as well. Until then, Indiana is just kind of sitting there as the way to squeeze Illinois.
And so the Indiana deal is for an audience of one, and that's the governor of Illinois, Governor Pritzker. Is that what you're driving out here, you think?
More than the governor, you got to get the legislature on board as well. And Pritzker said yesterday he'll call a special session if there's a bill that both sides can get behind, both the House and the Senate. There was progress on a Senate bill that would have made Arlington Heights the best possible destination. And then there was some effort in the legislative session to make Chicago more attractive. But I think it's just generally a push against Illinois' reluctance to write a really, really big check at the expense of taxpayers. That's something Pritzker has said on multiple occasions. And, the pushback isn't surprising. If any of these measures end up on a ballot, they fail miserably. Look what happened with the Chiefs. They just wanted to extend an existing sales tax in Jackson County, Missouri. And they were on the heels of 2 straight Super Bowl wins. And it failed miserably. That was the impetus to start looking around at Kansas. So, yeah, I think that this is a general play to get Illinois to do something. There are some states that will never do anything like California. There are some states that will do whatever they have to do, like Nevada. They saw an opportunity to take the Raiders, and they did whatever they had to do. Illinois is kind of somewhere in the middle, and maybe they need to face the threat of losing the team to Indiana before they'll do something about it. But first, they have to take the threat seriously, and I don't think they're taking it seriously.
Well, I'll be honest, man. With all due respect to Indiana, Northwest Indiana, or even Arlington Heights, where, if I'm not mistaken, the Bears are already $200 million in the hole, right? Having bought the property there and raised the racetrack that used to sit there at Arlington Heights. Chicago's a jewel of an American city, and the number of American cities that have within, I guess, the city limits, the actual city, not maybe the sprawling county beyond it, that are home to an NFL stadium, like Seattle, Baltimore, just to name a couple, right? Las Vegas is another. We're getting fewer and fewer. Obviously, Buffalo has one now, as well, is in this group. Nashville. Very few cities are just where the stadium is, right? Phoenix is obviously not Glendale, for instance. New York City is not New Jersey. I could go on and on here. It would just be a cry. Why not? I don't know. Stay in Soldier Field or figure something out that the Bears would get the real estate that they're also looking for. Because if I'm not mistaken, those are what NFL teams are looking to drive at, is that there's real estate deals to be made around a stadium and an economic model. Mike, right?
And you want the Dome, not just to potentially bring a Super Bowl to town, but also to have a venue that can be used year-round. That's what they're doing in Cleveland, where they're moving out of Cleveland to a suburban location in a domed stadium. They want to be able to have the concerts, the Final Four, all the different things that can be done in that football stadium that's going to host 10 games per year, maybe up to 12, depending upon how well the season goes. You got plenty of other days on the calendar where there's nothing there, and it's just a way to generate more money for everyone and to help pay for it. And so even if the Bears would stay in Chicago, it's going to be in a dome. Which, look, we saw that Rams-Bears playoff game, and football in the elements is a beautiful thing. Now, when the elements affect the on-field product, it can become a little bit of a problem. But I think for the most part, we like seeing games in the elements. And I agree with you. We like seeing stadiums in the cities for which the team is named. I'm an hour and a half from Pittsburgh, and I make that drive from time to time.
That's another one.
Sometimes when I'm driving through Cannonsburg or Bridgeville or some of the other outskirts of Pittsburgh, the idea that seeing a giant football stadium where the Steelers play there is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But you're right. More and more teams, they find the land, they find the deal, and they make it happen. And they're not hesitant about leaving the city for which they're named.
Yeah, I mean, when you come through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, right, going into Pittsburgh, just boom, it's like Gotham is right there in front of you. It's beautiful. Mike Florio here on the Rich Eisen Show. Man, I am just loving the narrative that NFL teams are beginning to soak in. NFL locker rooms are beginning to soak in that Myles Garrett to the Rams is essentially ended the season already.
Every time that happens, doesn't the team that we thought we should just go ahead and give the trophy to and cancel the season, don't they disappoint? Remember the dream team in 2011? That was Vince Young's comment when he was signed to be a backup quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. I remember all the way back to 2000 when Washington added Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders, and people were ready to just hand them the Super Bowl trophy, and they didn't even make the playoffs. So I know the next pipe dream is Aaron Donald coming back, but if that would happen, that would put so much pressure on the Rams at a time when there's already a ton of pressure on them, on Myles Garrett, on Matthew Stafford, who, speaking of back situations, they were talking about putting him on injured reserve to start last season. And anybody who's had back issues know they can come back without warning. And it can be the dumbest thing, like bending over to pick up a pile of clothes for the wash, which happened to me 2.5 weeks ago. And if Stafford gets injured, what are they going to do? They're going to go with Ty Simpson? They're going to go with Stetson Bennett if Stafford would have another back problem? So it's going to put a ton of pressure on the Rams as it is. You throw Donald into the mix, and it may become unprecedented, just the presumption that this team is going to go wire to wire and win the Super Bowl.
And again, I don't know if this is just, it's June, we're kind of bored, we're waiting for training camp stuff, despite there being OTAs that are going down, Mike. But social media is usually the through line where you're like, oh, wait a minute, somebody's posting this, somebody's posting that. Aaron Donald is posting highlights of himself on Instagram, which I don't think he's been doing lately. This does seem to be having a real possibility, Mike. This really does feel real to me.
He said last week he needs to relight the fire. Maybe that is his way of rubbing the two sticks together, putting those things out there, seeing how it's received. And, he's 35, but he hasn't played for 2 years, so he's got 2 fewer years of wear and tear than he would have if he was 35 and played continuously since he entered the NFL as a first-round pick in 2014. And he looks like he can still do it. And to the extent that he got burned out 2 years ago, and that's what he said happened, he got burned out. It's easy to get burned out when you got 2 or 3 guys blocking you every single play. He sees now the possibility to come back and play with someone else getting extra attention. And he can go do the thing he's never been able to do, which is maybe take on only one guy or, 2 instead of 3. That would be something. And that would make the Rams are already the favorites to win the Super Bowl. They get Aaron Donald, and it becomes LA Rams season, and they host the Super Bowl again this year. And anything less than a Super Bowl appearance, if not a Super Bowl win, is going to be viewed as a disappointment for the Rams.
So that'll be easy for all of us when training camp hits to have a conversation about the NFC. What about the AFC, right? I don't know. This thing seems to be wide ass open right now, Mike, doesn't it?
When you consider the coaching changes that have been made and what that means for teams like the Bills, what it means for the Steelers after 19 years with Mike Tomlin, the Ravens after 18 years with John Harbaugh, the Patrick Mahomes factor in Kansas City. I think the return of Eric Bieniemy to be the offensive coordinator is going to have a very positive effect on that team. There was an item recently in The Athletic from Jesse Newell with quotes from Bieniemy and others about what he's done to kind of get the team back to fundamentals, get them back to basics, get them back to almost a high school mentality. They may have lost sight of that some last year after going to 3 straight Super Bowls, and Bieniemy left after the 2022 season. So I think it may be the breath of fresh air that they need. And I know Patrick Mahomes is very excited about the fact that he's back. And, we know, yes, Patrick Mahomes is recovering from one of the worst injuries a player can have, but I think we also have a pretty good idea. He's going to do everything in his power to be ready to go week 1. There already seems to be ahead of schedule, to no surprise. The Chiefs are a team that I would not take lightly. We got robbed in 2018 of a rematch of the 54-51 week of Thanksgiving Monday Night Classic between the Rams and Chiefs because the Patriots won the coin toss in overtime, went down the field, won, and punched their ticket to the Super Bowl. We may get, who knows, Rams-Chiefs when it's all said and done this year.
That would be something, to say the least. And you're an industry leader, Mike, in looking at breadcrumbs and seeing a loaf, looking at embers and saying that's smoke. You look at smoke and say that's a fire. So going into training camp, Max Crosby, George Pickens, which one do you think is more likely to be a real deal revisiting exit visas despite contracts and things of that nature?
I think that between the two, Crosby is the more likely to be traded. And the irony would be he has recently said he doesn't want to be traded after the misfire to the Baltimore Ravens. But once people see that he's back and he's healthy, once we get closer to the season, once we get into the season, if the Raiders struggle again, and it seems like every year they have a fire sale, or at least the willingness to have a fire sale, and in the past it's been everybody but Max Crosby and maybe Brock Bowers. This year, I think it makes sense to wonder if the Raiders don't become competitive and aren't in a position to contend when we get toward the Tuesday after Week 9, there could be a contender out there that thinks it's one pass rusher away. So I think that's far more likely. With Pickens, if he's going to be traded, he's most likely to be traded before July 15, because after July 15, whoever acquires his contract cannot sign him to a long-term deal. They acquire the exact rights that the Cowboys have. And under the franchise tag rules, even though he signed the tender, you can't sign him to a long-term contract after July 15. I think the Cowboys are content to keep George Pickens for the duration. And I think it'd be very hard to find a trade partner for a 1-year deal at $27.298 million with the option of tagging him next year if they don't do a trade before then. In my own theory, we were talking about this on PFT Live today, I think it was leaked right before the draft that he was going to sign the tender as one last shaking of the tree to see if someone would offer the Cowboys something for him, because you can't trade a guy who's franchise tagged until he accepts the tender.
So what, I guess in this respect is, what would be his reason to not show up in a mandatory setting, right? I mean, what would that mean? I don't get that move, right? Unless it's to basically say you could still re-sign me to a long-term deal, do it, right? Is that what
That's the only leverage he has at this point. But Rich, why would you accept the franchise tender and put yourself under contract when all you had to do was not take the tender? All you had to do was nothing, and you missed the mandatory minicamp, and you don't face roughly $100,000 in fines. Now, it's only $100,000, but it's still $100,000 that he easily could have avoided. So it makes no sense if he's not there for the mandatory minicamp. I think he's at a point in his career where he needs to convince people that the 3 years in Pittsburgh, and more specifically at the end of the road and when it all was kind of getting dysfunctional and not working, even if it wasn't his fault, even if it all flowed from the fact that the Steelers failed to use him the way they should have, he needs to get people to forget that. 1 year in Dallas, one good year in Dallas, hasn't done it. Another good year in Dallas could do it. And accepting the franchise tender, skipping the mandatory minicamp, that will cause confusion around the league, and that will make people less inclined to think he's finally realized it's in his best interest to show up, take the money he's getting. Yes, it's well below the market, and that's one of the problems with the franchise tag, especially at the receiver position. The market's north of 40, and he's getting 27 when he otherwise would have been able to go to the market and see what someone would have paid him. But still, 27 is a hell of a lot more than we thought he would have gotten a year ago when he was making 3 in the final year of his rookie deal, and nobody really knew what he was going to do in Dallas. So I think his best play is to be all in. I thought he'd maybe even show up for the voluntary stuff. Like, hey, let's go. Like what Kirk Cousins did when he got tagged in Washington, like what Dak did when he got tagged. I'm going to be here. I'm going to have the best possible year I can. I'm going to position myself for a shot at the market. And the worst case scenario is they tag me again next year. And if he was holding out for something that simple, like I'll show up for 1 year and promise not to tag me next year, all the more reason to not accept the tender in April and push this thing all the way to the start of the regular season.
Lastly, I know this is some red meat for you, spinning curve in the zone, or to use your current state of affairs, a nerve block for you.
I'll take one of those.
I know that. What's Brandon Ayuk's play right now, man? I mean, the latest video coming out, not biting the hand, but clowning the hand of the Niners, who I think we all know at some point are going to eventually have to release the guy in time for playing this season. Him coming out and basically clowning the team, I don't get it, unless it makes him feel good and he knows that they're going to still have to release him anyway, and this makes him feel good that he's putting something out that again clowns the 49ers. But do you have a better insight on what he's up to?
My favorite conspiracy theory of the week, which is one that I believe I came up with.
Okay.
The 49ers, here's my theory. The 49ers canceled their mandatory minicamp to avoid having Brandon Ayuk show up. And what Brandon Ayuk should have done, he should have shown up first day of the offseason program. Here I am. Deal with me. Put me on the practice field. Assume the risk that if I pop my Achilles, you're going to owe me $26 million. He could have brought this to a head by showing up and forcing the 49ers to do something. And it's in his interest now to be ready to go for training camp. If he, for some reason, stays away, they put him on the reserve, did not report list, they can squat on him. They can continue to squat on him. The best outcome for the 49ers, if they can't trade it, and a trade would require a reworking of his contract. Nobody's going to pay him $26 million this year. But if they can't trade him to the Commanders or someone else, the best play is he doesn't play. The best play is he doesn't show up for the 49ers, because then he doesn't go somewhere else and get back to being the guy that earned the 4-year, $120 million contract. So he should have been there for the offseason program. He needs to be there for training camp. And I think when he shows up, if he shows up for training camp, that's when the 49ers have a decision to make. One thing we learned, and it's been almost 20 years, if not exactly 20 years, when Steve McNair was with the Titans and they were trying to trade him to the Ravens. They tried to keep Steve McNair out of the building. There was a grievance that was filed. McNair won. You can't tell a guy, don't come in. You can't tell a guy, you can't practice. The 49ers have to assume the risk of allowing him to practice. And if he gets a season-ending injury, they owe him every penny of the $26 million. His leverage is to show up. Their leverage is to do nothing and hope he doesn't show up. He should have already been there. He needs to be there at the start of training camp. That's the quickest path to ending up in Washington or wherever he wants to go.
Mike, appreciate the information. And then, of course, that laugh you just gave all of us here. My favorite conspiracy theory is one that I believe I came up with. That's next level, man.
Don't you miss the days when conspiracy theory wasn't a term that immediately connoted something like ridiculous? Like, it was fun. There was a time when it was fun. Mm-hmm. At some point over the last 10 years, it's become something that is anything but fun.
Mike, thanks for the time. Feel better, bud.
See you, buddy. Thanks.
That's Mike Flory, everybody. Hey, and if you're in his area and you want to drop off some ibuprofen, he'll take it. All right, let's take a break and chop up a little bit what he just said. Your phone calls, 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14, because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability, and we're still doing it every day because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Cleveland Browns head coach Todd Monken asked to name a starter. When's it going to happen? Classic stuff coming up. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Houston, your shot at $1 million starts June 13th at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Step up to the Fanatics Games PK Challenge and compete to advance to Fanatics Fest in New York, where you'll go head-to-head with some of the biggest names in sports. Plus, enjoy free photo ops with Nico Collins, Zanil Hunter, and Tank Dell, card breaks, giveaways, and more. Spots are limited, so sign up now at fanaticsgames.com. That's June 13th at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Your road to $1 million. Sign up at fanaticsgames.com.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened Banking Center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Houston, grab your crew and head to Patterson Park this Friday for a full day of soccer with ESPN 97.5 presented by Huntington Bank. We're broadcasting live from noon to 6. Catch the early match and stay to cheer on the U.S. team in a premier watch party destination. Watch from inside or on Patterson Park's expansive elevated deck while enjoying great food, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Also register to win a $500 gift certificate from Republic Boot Company. So join us this Friday live at Patterson Park.
If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
I feel like I'm getting robbed when I bet the finals on a sports book.
Dude, delete that app. You need to be using Polymarket.
Polymarket?
Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for greedy sports books.
Even during the finals?
Especially during the finals. You can even trade on whether Trump or Chalamet will attend the games.
No way. What's the catch?
No catch. And it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back, they're giving you $50 free on your first trade.
I'm deleting my sportsbook app. How do I get started?
Download Polymarket now and use promo code SLAM for $50 free for your first trade. Stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Download Polymarket and use promo code SLAM for $50 free on your first trade. Use promo code SLAM.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Confirmed. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. We'll take phone calls in a moment. All right. Todd Monken has turned into a fun soundbite, guys. I'm not going to lie. You know, he sounds like he's perpetually hoarse. He's constantly, he's got the Doc Rivers voice, right?
Sure.
He's got something going on.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson.
He's got something going on.
Yeah.
Todd Monken, they asked him if he's going to name a starter, number one.
Well, I mean, it's
minicamp. I know that, but why is he going to do that? It's June. Get out of here with that. It's a quarterback competition in Cleveland. He's trying to create one. He's trying to have one. He's having one. All right? You got the floor, Coach.
I'm not going to name a number one, so that I am not going to name. That chances are that's not going to. I shouldn't say that. Chances are I will not. Now, once we get to the fall, we'll have to dissect the reps how we see fit. I just don't see it after the way Shedur's played and Deshaun's played. They both played well enough to earn the right to compete to start.
Has someone shown you more that you're not ready to make that decision?
Well, I would have hoped that. But I like both of them. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's really as simple as that. I like both of them, and we haven't had the pads on. That's the hard. We haven't, as much as I'd love to have made that decision, either by someone separating themselves upward or downward, either way, which has not occurred. So, and we haven't even gotten to practicing against an opponent, putting the pads on, having a controlled scrimmage or playing preseason games. I would have loved to it. I was being honest. I think you'd love to have the starter named. I just can't do it. I'm not there yet.
I know that Seattle is Hard Knocks this year, but I kind of would like Cleveland.
Yeah. Two things off of that. Number one is the fall.
I heard that too.
We're going to figure out the reps in the fall.
I mean,
we all know a number one's going to get named in the preseason, unless he wants to go into the Browns season opener being coy about it. But we'll see, preseason action prior to that game at Jacksonville. I mean, is he going to just keep Jacksonville guessing as to which mobile quarterback they're going to see? You know what I mean? So I heard that, and I'm like, okay.
I mean, the first day of fall is week 3.
Okay, but I think by the reps, like whoever's starting is going to get the reps, okay? That's number one. And number two, we just heard why Dylan Gabriel's wearing number 6. Because he didn't mention Dylan's in the running for starting for this team. Shador has clearly separated himself from Dylan Gabriel. The Dylan Gabriel versus Shador days appear to be over, right?
Yeah.
He's talking about Deshaun and Shador. Some coaches will be like, the whole quarterback room is involved. Everybody. Have your head in a swivel if you're in the quarterback room, because I might call your number, 8 or 6. You know what I mean? So it seems like Shador has a real shot at this thing. A real shot at this thing.
I thought it was interesting that he said that nobody had separated themselves good or bad. So they're just kind of the same.
But it's.
I saw a nice deep ball to Isaiah Bond on.
Well, and he's also pointing out that they're not in pads. Yeah. So to ask him now, who's number one going into training camp? Why would he do that? Who's going number one going into the preseason? We will see who's he going to give his first preseason start to. All things being equal and healthy, but it sure sounds like Dylan Gabriel's got a mountain to climb here. That's what that sounded like to me. Fun stuff, man. He's a fun soundbite.
Not for him. It's not fun.
Well, for Dylan Gabriel? No, of course not. He lost his number and apparently is number 2 on the depth chart ranking here.
Probably his chain, too.
Yeah, like I said yesterday. His bike, his chain, everything. That's snatched.
Meanwhile, in Minnesota, last we heard from Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, they're both sitting in the same classroom, but on either side of the classroom listening to the same teacher. There's not a lot of collaboration in the study group. To which Kevin O'Connell, the teacher at the front of the class, technically, ultimately at the end of the day, with Josh McCown in there, saying, there's no big deal here. Everybody's getting along. It's all good. Competition's healthy, yada, yada, yada. Okay, now, here we are. June OTAs, minicamp, whatever you want to call it. Murray was asked, and a very interesting answer here, very honest answer, the most challenging aspect of his current status and practice time with the team.
I think the toughest part is, again, I was there for 7 years. I know I had 2 different, offensive systems, but at the same time, you're getting all those reps. Now having to split reps, it's me already being behind, not getting the amount of reps that, you would typically want a guy to get learning an offense. That's probably the toughest part, just, again, going back to the past, being in control of everything, understanding what we were already doing because I was comfortable within the system. Now coming into the new system, learning on the fly, trying to play fast, efficient, and let it loose while learning it. That's the toughest part.
When was the last time you think Kyler Murray in practices didn't get all the reps? Ever?
College?
College?
No way.
Well, I don't even know that. I doubt it.
I would say middle school.
Maybe, right? If ever?
If ever. Yeah.
Hey, Kyler. Good rhythm, good stuff. We know you need time to get up to speed here, but step off.
Probably playing a different sport.
Step off the field.
Yeah.
JJ's got to take reps. Here's what he had to say about the rep split.
Those reps being distributed are something out of my control, and the only thing I focus on is that next rep, and keep it as simple as that.
Okay, that was the answer there. Seems like nobody's happy with the number of reps that they're getting.
2017, Kyler backed up Baker.
There you go. So there you have it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you, sir, for pegging that.
Oh, wait.
Man, Kyler was so good his junior year at Oklahoma. Obviously won the Heisman. 42 touchdowns, 7 picks. Led the nation in everything.
They went Baker, Kyler, Jalen Hurts. back to back in Oklahoma as a quarterback.
Where's Caleb Williams in that regard?
He went Spencer Rattler and then Caleb, but Caleb backed up Spencer. So he started 6 games that season. So
interesting that somebody would ask J.J. McCarthy if this is a legitimate quarterback competition, because it sure sounds like one. Kyler's like, I'm used to getting every rep, people. I came from a spot, and I'm trying to play fast. I'm trying to be as up to speed as possible, and I'm not getting all the reps that I'm used to. And McCarthy's like, yeah, the way that I'm looking at the reps being split is I can't control it, meaning clearly he would give himself more. But McCarthy was asked that question. Here's his answer.
It feels like the same thing every day. I mean, even last year. I'm just competing with myself to be the best kind of person I am for this team and best kind of quarterback. And at the end of the day, the more we do that, rising tide lifts all ships, and we'll be in a good spot by the end of it.
Family Feud.
Okay, good.
Good answer.
Someone got to him and told him to, answer a little more plain and boring.
Yeah. Like I'm not liking the study group.
Yeah.
If I'm here and you're here, doesn't that make it our time?
Mr. Hyde.
Kyler Murray also 42-0 as a high school quarterback.
That's insane.
Hey, J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, he had a long stretch.
He had, I think, from high school through being drafted by the Vikings, had one loss.
Yep.
One to Georgia. No, to TCU, pardon me. Yeah, that was Cade McNamara that lost to Georgia, which led to the J.J. McCarthy ascension. Then he lost to TCU.
Right.
In the Fiesta Bowl.
Didn't you go to that game?
I did. With Cooper. I did.
I was trying to be funny. I was just like, remembering.
I did.
J.J. McCarthy was 36-2 in high school.
Okay, so he lost 3 games.
So these guys are used to winning and getting all the reps.
Getting all the reps.
Yeah.
So I understand it then.
Again, there's no question. One would think McCarthy's got a leg up in terms of the offense and knowing it. He was in it last year, right?
He won a few games down the stretch.
Right? He didn't need to, first day of 2026, have to put in the practice facility into his Waze in his car, like maybe Murray had to, right? So that's the advantage. But the other advantage for Kyler is 7 years of experience and the fact that they don't know what he's capable of doing in their offense just yet, but they've seen what he did and they see what he can do. And he's $1.3 million. And while he is that, boy, do they really want to see him. That's his advantage, right? You could also then now say one's more talented than the other. You could.
All I know is if J.J. played every game the way he played against the Cowboys, he looked like a professional quarterback on the night. 3 total touchdowns. Oh. I was like,
where does this guy?
Why did he have to show up today?
I mean, inconsistency is a trademark of the inexperienced. Why did I come up with that one?
You just made it up.
I did.
Your words
on a football fortune cookie.
Come on now.
Inconsistency is a hallmark of the inexperienced. So,
let's put on a T-shirt.
I just think there's going to be a thumb on the scale for Kyler Murray at the end of the day. At the end of the day. But right now, Kyler's like, you want me to play fast and get ready for this thing?
I think Kyler Murray
more
is
reps.
the safe choice.
Why?
Veteran, played a lot of football. He's had a lot of success,
right?
Despite some injuries in there, but it just also gives McCarthy more time. He's still super young.
I know that. More time, though. I mean, this is now year 3. You're going to have to make a decision on picking up a 5th-year option. You got to. I just think everybody believes if the Murray that has played well for Arizona shows up in Minnesota with this team and that coaching staff, it will be better results at the end of the day, win-loss, playoffs, than what he had in Arizona. And the inconsistencies that the inexperienced McCarthy showed last year, they don't have time for that.
Yeah, it seems like it's easier to start Murray. If he struggles, go to McCarthy. If he struggles, to go back to Murray, than the other way around.
Unless you're a coach of the year guy and it's just like, it's my way and everyone's going to trust it. And if I say it's McCarthy first and then I go to Murray, so be it. I mean, Kevin O'Connell's going to have a pulse on the whole damn thing, that's for sure. And unlike last year, Murray's a better option than Carson Wentz, wouldn't you say?
I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so.
Well, Wentz was also banged up.
But it sounds like it's a full-on competition to the point where they're competing against one another in that classroom in a way that sounded unhealthy, right?
A couple weeks ago. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that now the reps are being split to a point where neither is used to it, which sounds like a competition.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fair. On the up and up.
Which spot is more of a competition, Cleveland or Minnesota, you feel like? Or are they both pretty even and split?
Well, I don't know. We haven't heard both Watson and Shedeur say what Murray and
we haven't heard them
AJ
speak
said.
at all, really.
Right.
So.
That's true.
I would say the Browns are not
We've heard now
rushing
from
to put Deshaun Watson in front of a microphone.
True, but we've heard from Murray and McCarthy now 2 times each.
How many?
I said 2 times each, and we haven't heard from Shedeur or Deshaun at all.
Well, different spots, I don't know, different coaches, different situations.
Just curious.
I don't know if there's anything to read into any of that.
Yeah.
But I don't have much of a read on what Cleveland's doing to give you an answer there.
Yeah.
Which one is more of a competition? It sounds like both are. But the splits of the reps in Minnesota shows that this is a true competition, and may the best man win. But I still feel at the end of the day, let's see what we have in the new guy who's got 7 years of experience and a potential massive upside with a team otherwise ready to win now, rather than potentially going through the ups and downs of an inconsistent year again with J.J. McCarthy, which we saw last year, based on the fact that we gave up a guy who then went somewhere else to win the Super Bowl and got that inconsistency. And the other guy is so inexpensive for just this one season only. I think the thumb will eventually be put on the scale for Murray. Maybe I'm wrong. 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on the program. We'll take your calls when we come back. Hour 3 is totally open for all of us.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
For 73 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Summertime weather is here. Prepare your backyard for your guests. We've got what you need for your curb appeal. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1952.
Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local 66 is opening the door. With more than 4,800 members, their apprenticeship programs combine classroom instruction with paid, hands-on training so you can earn while you learn and build a nationally recognized career in electrical, construction, or line work. Whether you're just starting out or ready for a new direction, they're ready to help. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How could you not be a great sports pub with the name Ducky McSweeney's? You can't. If you love a sports bar that's a little more elevated, cleaner, better food, an incredible bar, you're gonna love Ducky McSweeney's Pub. The pizza, wings, and burgers are legit. Fish and chips and shepherd's pie, Irish iconic. And yes, they even have chef-crafted sushi. Plus massive screens everywhere. Perfect for every beautiful game. On Post Oak, just north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's Pub.
Hey, Lance here. When it comes to sinus issues, I've dealt with it all: snoring, chronic sinus pressures, allergies, and even a deviated septum. So I made an appointment with Dr. Michael Kaplan at Kaplan Sinus Relief. And why not? He helped pioneer balloon sinuplasty. And if you're going to get that done, go to the Pioneer. I can't wait to share my experiences with you because they treat everything ENT, accept most insurance and Medicare, and have appointments available today. Stop feeling sick all the time. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
The world stage of soccer is finally here, and ESPN 97.5 is bringing the excitement to you with our summer soccer watch parties presented by Huntington Bank. Catch the opening day of the tournament with us this Thursday at Rodeo Goat in Edo. ESPN 97.5 will be broadcasting live from Rodeo Goat from noon to 6. So come out and enjoy great food, cold drinks, win some prizes, and feel the big soccer energy. The summer soccer watch parties presented by Huntington Bank. Don't miss the fun.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah, I got it.
ESPN Radio. Oh, so Bob Costas, you got the old first ever Bob Costas drop?
In Switzerland, it's illegal to own only one guinea pig because they are prone to loneliness.
Very good. There you go. Wonder if Bob remembers doing that.
Those Snapple facts, that was a phenomenon.
Yeah. All right. This is a rarity here for the win-loss game, is someone to call in and do the win-loss game announcing their new team fandom, apparently.
Okay.
I feel like this is like a high school prospect choosing a hat, right? Live on the Rich Eisen Show to announce where they're going.
We need to have that one day.
I love this.
Tim in Arizona, you're here on the program. What's up, Tim?
Hey now, Rich.
What's up?
Hey now.
What up? What's going on?
Hey now, Chris.
Hey now.
TJ, how about a woo woo?
Oh, boy.
Woo!
Okay.
All right. Hey, Rich, full disclosure, I am Tim from Arizona, as you know.
Yes.
And
quite the introduction.
I'm actually not in Arizona. I'm actually in Malibu. I'm hanging out at Joyce DeWitt's beach house.
Nice one. That's a great reference to Chris Fowler talking about he had no idea Joyce DeWitt was a family member or like a family friend. Right, but what are you calling in to do, Tim, other than tell us you're GPSing?
Hey, if you recall, I was a Colt fan for 50 years.
But not anymore?
Not anymore.
Who are you rooting for, Tim?
It's all different since Jim died, and I just can't handle it anymore.
Okay.
But here's the deal. It breaks my heart, but I'm moving on. And so my new team that I'd like to reveal today, I was looking at three. I was looking at the Patriots, but, as a Colt fan, I can't be a Patriot fan. All right? Then I was looking at the Giants, and just recently some things that happened with the Giants, I cannot be a Giants fan.
And so who is it, Tim?
My boy Mendoza.
Okay.
It is the Raiders.
Put up the Raiders. Put up the Raiders. The Raiders. We only got 2.5 minutes now after that lengthy preamble that Tim in Arizona is no longer rooting for the Colts. He's rooting for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Sure you want to do this, Tim?
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Here we go. What happens when they open up against the Miami Dolphins?
The making. Okay. That is actually a win.
Okay. What happens when they visit the Chargers week 2?
Loss.
1-1 home at the Saints.
Loss.
1-2 home for the Chiefs.
Loss.
1-3 at the Patriots.
Loss.
1-4 home for the Bills.
Loss.
1-5 home for the Rams.
Loss.
1-6 at the Jets.
Win.
2-6 at the Niners.
Loss.
2-7 home for the Seahawks.
Loss.
2-8 at the Broncos.
Loss.
2-9 at the Browns.
Win.
3-9 home for the Chargers.
Loss.
3-10 at the home for the Broncos.
Loss.
3-11 home for the Titans.
Win.
4-11 at the Cardinals.
Win.
Winning streak 5-11 at the Chiefs.
That's a loss.
Okay, so you're 5-12 as a new Raider fan, and I think speaking on behalf of Raider Nation, who needs you?
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Tim.
The Raiders are going to be a dynasty. They are. They're going to be a dynasty.
In football?
And I'd like to say one more thing. I agree 100% with Ramon and Jacksonville's prediction on the Colts.
Okay.
So you can initial my initials next to his also.
I believe that was a 2-15.
Cosigns. Wow.
Ramon in Jacksonville. 2-15.
I think he might have gave him 3 wins, but yeah, they're not going to win more.
No, I'm looking at it right here. It's
okay.
Thank you for the call.
He gave him 2 wins.
He did indeed, 2-15. So there you go. So Tim, basically check marking Ramon Jr. in Jacksonville's 2-15. He just upgraded himself 3 wins. Welcome to Raider Nation.
Moving on up.
Hey, Raider Nation, move over for a new fan who thinks you're 5-12. Who needs you?
What's more likely, the Colts go 2-15 or the Raiders go 5-12?
The Raiders go 5-12. Interesting. Colts aren't going 2-15, man.
I think this was a pretty good pick by him there.
Okay. By the way,
Mendoza's cool.
He thinks there's a massive upside, which so do I. So do I. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country. Because superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents, 21+. Begins on 2/1/26 and ends on 5/31/26. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Looking for a great round? Play Houston National Golf Club, a true link-style course with one of Houston's most unique layouts. Tee it up at the golf club at Texas A&M, ranked among the top public courses in Texas. Or plan a getaway at Cypress Bend Golf Club in Manning, Louisiana, set along beautiful Toledo Bend Lake, just 3 hours from Houston, with great stay-and-play packages. 3 incredible courses, 1 standard. Visit SterlingGolf.com. That's Sterling with 1 G. And book your next round today.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I think we need another big location.
Okay, where?
Do you remember the shot heard around the world?
Sure, it was the shot that started the Revolutionary War with England.
I'm thinking about buying a big firearms store not far from there.
Why?
It would give us a bigger inventory.
Danny, you've already got the largest inventory of collectors' firearms in the world.
And this would help make sure we stay the biggest.
Are we going to go to the Old North Bridge where that shot was fired?
I've already got tickets.
Minuteman National Historic Park?
That's where we're headed.
Can I look for some Paul Revere silver while we're there?
Of course.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collectors Firearms.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Rich Eisen Show.
I was livid with the officiating.
Here we go again. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
All the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times.
Earlier on the show, ESPN senior NBA writer Vincent Goodwill, host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. Coming up, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone lines are lit. We're going to get to your calls in just a matter of moments. Game 4 tonight. We talked about it with Vincent Goodwill from New York City in hour number 1. And then in hour number 2, we talk with Mike Florio about the National Football League and also his back being out. So send a light a candle for him and his lower vertebrae. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. Chris Brockman, good to see you,
Hey, Rich,
sir.
what up, man?
Good to see you, Jason Feller, and an old school Rich Eisen Show lid. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson. How are you, sir?
It's good to be seen.
Good to have you be seen, for sure. And we'll get to phone lines in a second. My power rankings shortly. Top 10 defenses in the NFL.
Ooh.
So we're sitting here on June the 10th. Power. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. I just love the way stories marinate in our sports world. First, the shocking ones will surprise us, and then there's the ripple effect, and then the reaction, and then the rebound. Okay? For instance, in the NFL world, Myles Garrett going to the Rams. Holy yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy.
Because we were looking for A.J. Brown to be traded that day. He was eventually. Didn't think Myles Garrett would get done on June 1st and be sent to the Rams. Okay? For Jared Verse and 3 draft choices over the span of 3 seasons and 3 different rounds. And didn't see that coming. So we're stunned and we're shocked. And then the ripple effect is not only is Garrett going to the Rams, but you even thought about it for an Overreaction Monday subject matter. And normally those are done as a knee-jerk reaction to just have some fun.
And a little outrageous.
But Aaron Donald coming back.
Yeah.
Actually. That Myles Garrett showing up for the Rams would actually lure Aaron Donald, who had no desire to continue playing football anymore, back. You know, light a fire, scratch an itch, all that sort of stuff. Get him thinking. That's possible. And then comes the reaction from all of us here in the media, which is Rams are clearly the best team in the NFL. They now should win the Super Bowl. And then that gets put into the sports media meat grinder, and you sprinkle in a couple of comments from other teams, like we had Cooper Kupp on the program the next day. And his answer was, Aaron Donald, I've already texted him. He's not allowed to come.
Not going to do it.
Okay. Donald being the one who put the ring on his own finger with a sack of Joe Burrow, but also a ring in Cooper Kupp's hand, and Cooper was the MVP of that Super Bowl. Not allowed to come back. And then with those jokes and the germ of truth being, Myles Garrett on the Rams is a problem. Myles Garrett on the Rams is a problem. Teron Armstead comes on this show and says they could go 17-0 potentially. We put him through the win-loss game. He comes up with 16-1 because he thinks they'll take a knee on an undefeated season by resting starters in Week 18, yada, yada, yada. The subtext is, good luck to the defending Super Bowl champs and everyone else to try and beat the Rams. And that narrative begins to start to permeate. And the NFL is full of prideful men. I think the first person to mention this narrative in a very sarcastic way was Dan Campbell, who, for whatever reason, was asked in Detroit, what do you make of the Myles Garrett acquisition by the Rams? And here was his answer.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. They've won it now, right? I had none. He's a hell of a player versus hell of a player, and they're 2 totally different players. But that was what they felt like they needed to do, and good for them, man.
Yeah. His answer could be like, what are you, I'm the coach of the Detroit Lions. What are you asking me for?
Yeah.
Because the subtext of the question is you're asking me because you think I'm going to give you the answer that the Rams are now better than us? And that's why he's like, I guess it's over now. You want it. And that's beginning to resonate. You're going to start to hear this more and more and more places. You might not have, been paying attention to the career of Mack Wilson Sr., a 2019 fifth-round draft choice, now currently playing in Arizona. Alabama Crimson Tide fans know who he is. Maybe some SEC fans are aware of his pridefulness. But he resides in the division that Myles Garrett now occupies, a place in. Get it?
How do you feel about Myles driving?
They got to deal with us. At the end of the day, they got to deal with us. So.
Here it comes, guys. Wow. Here it comes. No, you're going to start hearing it. We're not waving white flags here. They got to deal with us. And I'm just wondering if prior to October 18th, week 6, Cardinals at Rams, that somebody in the Rams tape department might cut that one. But you can't blame him, right? You can't blame
What's he supposed to say?
What is he supposed to, when you are asking other players that question like I did to George Kittle? Like I did to George Kittle just the other day. The subtext is, I'm asking you because they're now officially better than you with Myles Garrett, right? That's the subtext. Anytime you ask another player in the NFL, not on the Los Angeles Rams, about this question, Cooper Kupp was saying, we've got a bunch of talented guys here. Kittle, right? I purposely did set it up with him by asking him about his comeback. Okay? You're coming back. And I'm like, it's too bad your season's over. And this was his reaction. Just staring off into space like, all right, Rich, you're going there. It's too bad your season's over. Like, you're coming back for...
cool.
Hey, you're setting yourself up for comeback player of the year, but that's all you're going to win, right?
Yeah.
That is the subtext to Garrett showing up for the Rams. And it's just only beginning now. I'm telling you, there's going to be some fantastic sound bites that are coming in training camp and prior to games against the Rams. Certainly if they get off to a hot start. Certainly if you look at the Rams schedule, and if they go to Melbourne. I better get that straight because Hugh Jackman's on the show next week.
Melbourne.
And then they, on Monday Night Football, teach Jackson Dart a lesson. And then they go to Denver. And then they go to Philly. And then on Monday Night Football, in front of the whole country, they beat the Bills.
I mean, that's a pretty
And
tough.
then they're 5-0 walking into Mac Wilson's week by welcoming him into SoFi.
And maybe the Cardinals are 3-2.
I get it. All I'm saying is that if they get off on that zooming start, every time you face someone like Garrett's coming, if Donald's there too, how are you going to beat them? And it's just a very prideful group of men in an NFL locker room. They don't want to hear it. And anytime you ask them that question, it's infused with the subtext of you've got no shot. So what's your reaction to having no shot? It's coming, guys. It's already happening. I can't wait to watch this play out. Let's go to Al in Dallas. All right, Albert,
Hey,
you nervous too? What's going on in your neck of the woods, Al?
No, I'm not nervous.
Oh, boy.
Listen, they played the worst game they've played in 14 games, and they were still in it to the very end. They missed so many shots. They turned the ball over, and they got roughhoused. That's the thing that, to me, is disconcerting, is that they got roughhoused in their own house. They need to, I don't want to see a Miami Heat Knicks style game where, somebody's wrapped around the leg of Alonzo Moore, of a Wemby, but they need to get they need to act a little tougher. And I don't know, what player needs to do that, because, what they're doing to Brunson is kicking his tuchus, and it really just is making him a little ineffective, because I'm starting to see little flashbacks of turnovers and a little over dribbling. I think maybe a little bit more Alvarado out there, who shows a lot of chutzpah and can dribble a little bit.
I don't know. Here's what you're getting at, Al. Here's what you're getting at here. Let's chop it up. Is Alvarado instead of Brunson is not the answer. But what
No, I don't mean
what Alvarado is doing, I
Yeah.
got you. But what Alvarado is being able to do, whether it's his speed or his size, is he's able to beat the Spurs off and their terrific perimeter guard play on defense. He's able to beat them off the dribble more than pretty much anybody else. Like, he's not getting trapped by two guys 40 feet away from the basket with the midcourt line as their backstop, right? Like, he's able to beat them and potentially find a three-point shooter spotted up open because he's able to be so quick. The Spurs aren't able to close in on that guy. And the person who's closing in on that guy more often than not is Wembanyama, because all he's got to do is take 2 steps and stretch his arms out, and he's defending him, right? So that's the Knicks on offense are getting into their sets with 6 to 8 seconds to go on the 24-second clock, and that puts a ton of pressure on them to make shots and hero ball and all of that stuff.
They've been doing, which they've been doing in the last 13 games.
So I think that's what you're getting at here. But you look at Brunson's final stat line. I mean, he had 32 points in Game 3 after having all that foul trouble. He was just 11 to 25 from the floor. That's not efficient enough.
Oh, and I'm not. Listen, Jalen Brunson is the legend. He's the man. I'm not. But you just saw some of those troubling. Yeah, I mean, you said it, getting trapped away from the ball, picking up the ball, the wrong guys having the ball. It was the first time we've seen it in 13 games. Boo-hoo, right? We got rich people problems. No pun intended, Richard. But, it's like, and I think they're going to go. And what I like what I love about Mike Brown as opposed to Tibbs is he seems to be a little more malleable, a little bit more, hey, we're going to do this. I'm going to make changes. He already made a change, early in the playoffs. So I'm extremely confident that we're going to see a much better performance. And I mean, San Antonio shut the lights out of the ball too, by the way. So let's not forget that. Like they and this is no slouch of a team, So, but I'm extremely confident. I would be shocked if there wasn't a much better performance. And the performance that they had, they almost won the game and still didn't play well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks.
Richard, I got to say this also before I go.
Okay.
I watched that Dan Patrick interview, that show. That is my new favorite interview show. What an awesome thing that was. And you did a great job, and I can't wait to continue to watch the series as it.
The Berman one's next. It's already out. You can catch that one. Mike Greenberg's next. And it's just a fun series, and it's chock full of memories and nostalgia and fun, good stories between people who.
And we get to learn a lot about you and the person you're interviewing.
Thanks,
and
man.
How and look what's happened. I mean, you've risen from all that and become the success you are. So it's great. It's actually pretty inspirational.
Thanks,
and I'm not just sucking up to you.
Appreciate it. No, if you are, I'll accept it. Thank you, Al. That's Al in Dallas. There he goes. Just in Game 3, Spurs shot the ball better. They shot 46% from the floor. Knicks shot 45%. They both shot 35% from 3. The Spurs made 12 threes. The Knicks made more threes, 13. And they were 0 for 9 in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks took only 3 more threes. So it's not like the Knicks did, with all due respect, like the Celtic thing, which is they took 50 and only made 13.
Right.
Free throw shooting. Knicks shot 82% from the line. Spurs shot 78% from the line. They took 10 more free throws.
Missed 7.
And they made 7 more free throws than the Knicks did. And won by 4. I mean, you could keep going on and on and on here about
pretty even
the turnovers. Spurs turned it over 8 times. Knicks 13, and there were some really bad ones too, where it's just like, they were holding the beer of the Wemby hitting Castle in the back of the jersey type turnovers. So, man, I don't know. I can't watch pre-games for games that just rile me up. I just can't. Although inside the NBA is an exception. Again, I just keep on talking about, when it's a Michigan-Ohio State game. Less person, I just want to sit in front of the TV and say, I wonder what Urban thinks. Like, that ain't happening.
I'd maybe tune in at halftime. They're saying some wild stuff on that halftime show.
What?
Especially last game.
Well, I know that he told. By the way, Charles is just the best, man. Charles is the best. Yeah. He was talking about Cardi B. Those were Cardi's D's, right? It's,
yeah.
And he told Dan today, because he was on DP's show, that he hopes that he gets fired because he's got 6-7 years left on a contract that they know he's not going to finish. So he doesn't care. Yeah, but I will tell you this. I would bet that line, even though it might be offensive to some, that's Charles. So, that's why he does have 6-7 years left on his contract, because he says stuff like that.
The other one he told Dan was one of the downsides is to taking a GLP, that he's lost a lot of weight, is that when he tells people to kiss his ass, there's less of it these days. Yeah.
Charles, just be Charles. Like that's what we want.
Yeah,
that's what I'm sure what ESPN wants.
It's great.
Just be you, man.
Can't have Shamet go 1 of 8 from 3.
Don't you blame it on Landry Shamet?
Well, him and Mikal Bridges were 2 for 13.
Like, Bridges, not in the same way that game 2 is a Bridges game. Game 3, there were some misses, but you have to, dude. It's not. You have to credit the Spurs defense. I'm not sure how many. Like if the Knicks are constantly starting their offensive sets with 10 seconds to go on the 24, 8 seconds to go on the 24, 6 seconds to go on the 24, Spurs have won the possession.
Well, that's what Al was saying, too. It's obviously noticeable the last game. Brunson dribbling too much. They need more ball movement.
And so, that would lead to Shamet getting a 1 for 8, because I'm sure the looks aren't open. I'm sure they're rushed. Same thing with Bridges. And then if the officials are just ignoring a mugging on 34th Street, that doesn't help either. No. All right. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I've got my power rankings coming up. With my the best defenses in the National Football League.
Fun.
Some are going to be pissed. But these are just some eggs you got to crack to make a power ranking omelet.
This is true.
When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner up with the Rich Eisen Show, well, that means a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. 844-204-RICH, also the number to dial. Take your calls coming up next as well.
Professional Power Plays, brought to you by Propane.
Okay, team, America's energy security is on thin ice. Overburdened electric grid, rising costs, severe weather. You could stick with the grid and ride it out, do nothing and hope the problems go away, or here's your power play. Propane. Affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they've been helping our 97.5 listeners for years, but why Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you ask? Well, many of the other well-known companies charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they give free estimates for repipes, tankless water heaters. They're the ones to call if you need a gas line installed or moved. They can do it all so that your gas never runs out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You know, there's nothing I hate more than dishonest business practices. So I built the company GiveMeTheVin.com around this slogan. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it. At GiveMeTheVin.com, we show up at your house, check in hand, pay off your payoff. It's just that simple. GiveMeTheVin.com.
We're the only 5-star BBB rated car buyer out there.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Houston, Texas, what is up? Nick of Nick's Place here. Summer is sizzling and Nick's is the place to be. Daily food and drink specials, big outdoor covered patio, and over 40 TVs to watch your game. Need more? Mondays, it's our 4 for $4 special. Tuesdays, Dart League. Wednesdays, Sip and Paint. Thursdays, Singo Bingo. And Friday, karaoke. And every weekend, it's our big, beautiful, bubbly brunch. So come on, let's summer together. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
John Renato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if you're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
I feel like I'm getting robbed when I bet the finals on a sports book.
Dude, delete that app. You need to be using Polymarket.
Polymarket?
Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for greedy sports books.
Even during the finals?
Especially during the finals. You can even trade on whether Trump or Chalamet will attend the games.
No way. What's the catch?
No catch, and it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back, they're giving you $50 free on your first trade.
I'm deleting my sportsbook app. How do I get started?
Download Polymarket now and use promo code SLAM for $50 free for your first trade. Stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Download Polymarket and use promo code SLAM for $50 free on your first trade. Use promo code SLAM.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. Okay, let's go to who's been waiting the longest here, man. I'll go with Tom in Westchester, New York, has been hanging on for a while. What's up, Tom? What's going on? You there,
Hey,
Tom?
Rich, how you doing?
How are you, Tom, in
I'm here.
Westchester, New York? What's going on?
I'm good. I just I wanted to do the Giants schedule.
The win-loss game for the New York Giants, do you?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, here we go. He says like he's very excited about this. I wonder what's going to wind up here. The only other person has been Matthew in Connecticut, who had the Giants go 12-5. Let's see how Tom in Westchester does here. Home for the Cowboys to start it off.
I think that's a loss.
Okay, TJ.
He
huh?
gets it. He gets it.
All right, he gets it. Then you visit the Rams on a Monday night.
That's probably a loss, too.
Oh, that's
I mean,
0-2 now.
great.
0-2, home for the Titans.
I think we win that one.
All right, went high register. Home for the Cardinals.
Win.
2-2 now at the Commanders.
I think that's a win also.
All right, high register. 3-2, home for the Saints.
Well, I actually called earlier in the year, and I said the Giants would beat the Saints, which turned out to not be true.
Well, he turned
so
it
I'm
over
gonna
19
double
times.
down.
So what are you going to do here?
I'll say win.
All right, that's 4 in a row now, going to the Texans.
And that's a loss.
4-3 at the Eagles.
That's week 9.
That's coming off a bye.
Loss.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're now 500, 4-4, hosting the Commanders on a short week Thursday night. You sweep them?
No, I think we split because the Eagles are probably going to beat us pretty bad. And we're not
Man,
gonna
coming
be able
off
to
a bye.
recover.
You're now under 500. You're now 4-5, hosting the Jaguars.
That's probably a loss, too, honestly.
4-6 at the Colts and Daniel Jones.
We should win that one.
Okay. Ending that 4-game losing streak. You're now 5-6, hosting the Niners.
That's most likely a loss.
5-7 at the Seahawks.
I think we need a miracle, but that's probably a loss.
5-8, hosting the Browns.
I think we'll beat the Browns.
6-8 at the Lions on a Monday night.
I think the Lions beat us.
6-9 at the Cowboys.
I actually think these last 2 games we might win because the Eagles and the Cowboys might rest their starters, so
All
we
right.
might have a chance there.
That's 8-9. Tom in Westchester says the first season of John Harbaugh with the Giants is an 8-9 campaign.
And hopefully we'll improve on that.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate the call. 8-9. Your thoughts?
I think they should be happy with that. I think they'd sign for that.
I don't think they would be signing for that or happy with that at all. Starting with 0-2, then get to 500 and get above 500, and then lose 4 in a row. They'd finish 4-7 after being 4-2. I don't think that would be a happy time in New York.
I mean, their win total 7.5, so 8-9.
Okay,
That's
I got you. There you go. So Tom's right on the number. Yeah. Speaking of numbers, there's 10 of them in power rankings.
Hey!
I have my power rankings of NFL defenses in 2026 as they currently stand in my mind, presented by SoFi. Hit it, please. Hit it. Power rankings.
Power Rankings.
Man, I love that open because it involves Private Pile from Full Metal Jacket and then me screaming the word power rankings into a microphone. I don't know. Well, it makes me laugh. It does, and that's all that matters to me, as you know, frequently on this program. When I said earlier on in this show, hey, I'm going to do power rankings of the top defenses in the NFL, somebody from one end of the sets goes, what's your criteria? What are you basing it on?
This is a question. Hey, me.
What are you basing it on? I'll tell you what I'm basing it on. Numbers, facts, and gut feel. And a set of eyes.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
You know, I'm not a big analytics guy, Rich. I like your head, like your head or your gut. That's
And I'm
sometimes what you gotta
starting
go
with
by.
2 teams that weren't anywhere near the top defenses last year. Because there's always something to improve upon.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think I know where this is going.
Number 10 on the list, Nnamdi Madubuike. If he comes back and then you can plug in their new head coach in Baltimore to the equation. You know? They're plugging in their new HC, their young guy, my guy from the University of Michigan in the Jim Harbaugh program, also John Harbaugh.
Both of them.
I think the Ravens are going to be a top 10 defense again. What do you think about that? That's not a rhetorical question. What do you think about that? Top 10 defense.
Why not?
I don't know.
All right. Good response.
Not exactly,
Okay.
breaking it down, but it's just gut feel.
Then you're definitely not going to like.
Gut feel, I'm eh.
Huh?
My gut feel on that is eh.
Okay. Jesse Minter, all he does is just stop people. Okay. Number 9 on the list. They were DFL last year. I love what the Cowboys are cooking.
Okay.
And I'm calling my shot here.
Okay, babe.
I'm calling my shot and say the Cowboys are going to have a top 10 defense.
Ooh, a top 10?
Yes, sir. I'm putting them at 9.
Top 9 defense.
I love that line. I love Caleb Downs in the back to solidify and then marry the front and the back end. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what Warren Sapp told me a long time ago. Front and back and then the defense play together. They're married. That's what you got to do.
I'm hearing good things, man.
Dude, and Overshown in the middle. He's healthy, running like a deer, sideline to sideline, doing his thing.
Caleb Downs is supposedly taking over.
Dude, let's go.
Come on.
Defensive Rookie of the Year candidate on the back end of a Dallas Cowboy defense, the chip on his shoulder saying, wait a minute, I could have played for my dad's team, and they went with an offensive lineman instead. I could have played for the Commanders. They went for my teammate and Sonny Styles instead. He's going to have chip on his shoulder twice.
Both of them.
And they play 2 teams.
How many?
Twice.
How many teams?
Okay.
Yeah, Dallas was 30th in yards per
30
allowed last year.
30.1 points per game. That was DFL.
Yeah, that was
last
awful.
year.
Yeah.
Number 8 on the list. I know they let go of Jonathan Grenard, but they still have Brian Flores, and they still have this defense. I put the Vikings 8. I put them 8th here. Okay. I still think they've got a top 10 defense, and that Jollohorn should be a blowing quite a bit. Yeah.
Nice. Do that again.
I don't wish to do that again.
Vikings 3rd in yards allowed last year.
You like that, Jay?
I did.
Okay.
That was like that.
They lost Jesse Minter, but the Chargers are still the Chargers, and they still got all those guys, and they still got Derwin James, who's been pizzade. They were 9th in points per game allowed last year, 20 flat, but the Chargers are 7th here on my list. Number 6 on the list was 5th overall last year in points per game, 19.1 per game. The Philadelphia Eagles are still pretty damn good on that side of the ball. Everybody focuses on the offense for a reason. Obviously, A.J. Brown's gone now, so let's focus there. But the Eagles still have, Quintanamo Bay and Cooper DeJean and those guys in the middle of that defensive line. And if they need pass rush, Howie Roseman will just flip a 3 for somebody, knowing that they'll walk at the end of the season and they'll get a 3 as a draft comp. Right. He does it every year.
Yeah.
So that's the bottom half, if you will, of the top defenses in the NFL. Number 5 on this list, everybody watched them improve game to game to game last year, certainly towards the end of it. I'm putting your Patriots 5, Christopher.
I like it. Good spot.
I think Christian Gonzalez might be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate this time.
Yeah, speaking of guys about to get paid.
He's that good, man.
Yeah.
He's that good. And I know we're not writing home about a lot of these name players, but together, holy crap. Did they peak when it was necessary last year?
I mean, the Super Bowl wasn't pretty, but it could have been even uglier if it wasn't for him making a few stops.
Yeah, they ranked 4th last year in points per game at 18.8 points. That's it. That's all they gave up. They gave up less than 3 touchdowns a game last year. Number 4 on the list is the team that beat a lot of people up defensively. I'm putting the Broncos here. I'm putting the Broncos at 4. Man, are they friggin' good. Number 3 on the list was 10th overall last year. They gave up 20.4 points per game. But Myles Garrett is on this team now, and I'm putting them here. I think the Rams are now in the top 5 defensively. Don't forget, Trent McDuffie's on the back end too, man.
And Aaron Donald's coming back.
Well, I mean, if Aaron Donald comes back, then, obviously I'll revisit this equation.
I'm just going to keep saying
this conversation. Jalen Watson was added defensively as well. So they took 2 corners from Kansas City. Which, by the way, is not on this list, but they were a top 10 defensive last year, even with them having a massively off year. So
yeah, they were 10th in yards allowed, the Chiefs.
They're 3. Number 2 on the list are the Houston Texans.
Okay.
I mean,
2? Who's better?
What do you mean?
Yeah, right? Who's left?
Who are you talking about?
All right, there's one I can.
Yeah. The Texans are unbelievable. And they're young and they're good and they're just gunning for you and they're trying to make your life miserable. but number one is the defending Super Bowl champs.
Oh, now you respect the champs.
What do you mean? What is? Come on.
Wow.
Come on. What do you mean now I respect that?
Wow.
I've always
Well,
respected the defending Super Bowl champs. I had them.
Power rankings.
They weren't. I don't have them one as the way too early number one.
Or two.
Now that
because I wanted to
that's a
use
little
that. Excuse
suspect.
me. I wanted to use. There's a method. Let me explain my method. How dare you?
They got the belt.
He's like the method man.
I went with an AFC team and an NFC team at the top two there, just to kind of give people an idea of where I'm thinking for a Super Bowl matchup.
More Sam Darnold disrespect.
Okay. Seattle's defense. Seattle's defense was stupid, off the charts. And, let's see if any of their losses will come to bear here. But I'm just going to assume John Schneider got a couple draft picks right.
Tends to do that.
And that's my power rankings of the NFL defenses, 1 to 10 in 2026, as it currently stands, presented by SoFi. Get your money right. I hope you get your money right as much as I got these choices right, because I did.
No love for the Raiders.
Come on. You're a fan, but
you're
come on.
supporting Tim in Arizona now.
Come on now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tim in Arizona joins Raider Nation, says, I'm going to be so into this 5-12 team.
I'm here. We suck. Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. You know what we're going to do? Speaking of Raiders, let's buck you up, okay?
Thanks.
Here we suck.
Let's buck you up. You want to hear from Kirk Cousins and Fernando?
Oh,
yeah.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Stepbrothers.
Peaches and cream, the stepbrothers. You know what I mean? Well, who are we hearing from first? The top first overall pick? Let's hear Mendoza first. What's he talking about? Oh, he's talking about learning. Oh, we keep talking about, other quarterback competitions and learning and things like that.
This should be a competition.
Well, I mean, it may be, but these two guys are,
Best friends.
you know what I mean? They're best friends, right?
Yep.
One of them's not scraping their you-know-whats, and the other one's drum kit. All right, here's Mendoza.
Yeah, I feel like we're all in different stages. Kirk being more of a veteran, Aiden being in his fourth year, fifth, pretty sure his fourth, and then me being in my first year, and then also Jacob Clark, the other UDFA quarterback who's also in his first year. We've all come together and have combined our experiences, whether it's from an experienced mind, a naive mind, and Aiden's mind who's a little bit of, who's a mix, who's a little bit of a veteran, and to be able to collaborate with Coach Janocko and Coach Sullivan and Coach Kubiak has been very, very influencing for me in my development, whether it's just sitting back and listening to Kirk have a conversation with Coach Janocko, whether it's asking Aiden O'Connell a question, whether it's hearing Coach Kubiak talk to the whole offense. It's been an overload of information, and I've been trying my best to take on all the information and try to apply it on the field.
Come on, man. You just want to hug him
Belly.
after every answer, don't you? Just to give him a hug?
Get a Mendoza jersey.
Because he's talking about Aiden O'Connell, right? He's talking about the the undrafted free, the
guy.
UDFA guy. That's right. Okay, yeah. Fernando's not the only Big Ten quarterback from the state of Indiana in that quarterback room. There's a Purdue Boilermaker named Aiden O'Connell in there. A lot of young pups in there. He's just a pup.
That's cool.
They're all eating from the same bowl.
Like puppies.
Yes. Well, let's get the
pup cup.
The pup cup. Yes.
Pup cup.
Yeah. They're all puppy dog pals. That's what they are. But the old dog, the OG, Kirk Cousins, he was asked about mentoring.
Oh.
I think to say I'm mentoring them is a bit of a reach, probably more of a narrative than it is the truth, in the sense that they're pretty good players and pretty experienced, and I'm learning a lot from them too and asking questions of them. And so it's always been a working force together in the quarterback room, and that's what it is. Nobody's leading more than someone else. I think we're all just kind of a working force together, helping each other, giving feedback, giving perspective, giving another set of eyes. And I've always felt I prepare my best during the season when we can all kind of be together in that room in the evening, going over things together, rather than working in our own silos. I think when we can kind of all be giving feedback on each other, that's when I think the best ideas come out.
Yeah, man. Exactly the opposite of the Minnesota.
Exactly. Can we send this clip to Minnesota and be like, hey, guys, just this is how you need to answer questions from now until week one.
Unless that is an accurate accounting of what it is in their quarterback room, and the one that you heard from Minnesota is an accurate accounting of what's going on in their quarterback room, and one and the other are different ways to approach it. One sounds more healthy than the other, right? But there's also another reason why Kirk is pushing back on the mentoring thing. Is like, he's not there to mentor. He's there to start games and win games for the Las Vegas Raiders. That's what he's over. So at the end of the day, there will be a competition. There will be some people going out there competing for the one job that's out there. And, you know, there can be a lot of this all shucks stuff that you want to just hug Fernando Mendoza. But at the end of the day, that's a competitor down there, man. And he's going to want that gig, right?
This is going to be hot. The Raiders are going to have a better season than the Vikings.
That is hot.
Sure.
I don't think we could take the temperature of it. That's how hot it is. It's melting the thermometer. That's it right there.
I don't think you need to go any further than listen to the quarterbacks talk.
Just because
listen to them talk.
That's absurd because one of the two is going to get chosen in Minnesota, and one of the two or three, or include the fourth one, is going to get chosen in Vegas, and they're going to go out there and they're going to play.
TJ, you got the vibe meter out.
Yeah.
What is the vibe meter in Vegas versus Minnesota? And that is going to translate to wins and losses.
In June.
So what?
Kind of early, but
yeah. Or in the case of Minnesota, that's a May soundbite. Come on now. At one point, Kevin O'Connell's going to choose one, and that's it. End of the story. And they're going to start playing games, and they're really good. That's still Justin Jefferson out there, who is someone who can overcome a vibe, by the way.
We're a 1 in 5 start away from you know what? I want to be somewhere else.
Hot takes.
I'm kind of surprised it hasn't happened already.
Okay, that's an interesting take, and I'll allow it, if you will, for the lack of a better phrase. I hear you. Put a pin in it. I'd love for you to, although unfortunately you're Minnesota fans, you to come back on the show, say late October, and go, you remember on June 10th? Okay, that's entirely possible. You may be right as well. Speaking of another Billy Joel song,
yeah,
right? But the only thing I'm thinking about is you're hearing this stuff about this quarterback room right now. The Raiders quarterback room used to be hungover and tired and smoking cigs. You know what I mean? Like
tattoo artist in the corner,
you know what I mean?
Right?
And these guys, they're probably watching Puppy Dog Pals in their spare time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What the hell's going on?
They brought their toys.
844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. We'll get you set for Game 4 tonight. One last time. Don't go anywhere.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off Pella projects or no interest for 48 months, equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
Houston, are you ready? The world's biggest tournament is taking over Midtown at Social Beer Garden HDX. Watch every match on massive indoor and outdoor screens with stadium sound that puts you right in the middle of the action. As every match comes alive, raise an ice cold Michelob Ultra or Modelo for every goal, save, and celebration. Bring your crew to Houston's ultimate soccer watch party. English and Spanish broadcasts available for all games. One tournament, one city, one place to watch it all. Social Beer Garden HTX. Visit socialbeergardenhtx.com for more details.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, People are immortal.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match after the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
I feel like I'm getting robbed when I bet the finals on a sportsbook.
Dude, delete that app. You need to be using Polymarket.
Polymarket?
Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for greedy sports books.
Even during the finals?
Especially during the finals. You can even trade on whether Trump or Chalamet will attend the games.
No way. What's the catch?
No catch. And it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back, they're giving you $50 free on your first trade.
I'm deleting my sportsbook app. How do I get started?
Download Polymarket now and use promo code SLAM for $50 free for your first trade. Stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Download Polymarket and use promo code SLAM for $50 free on your first trade. Use promo code SLAM.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Today, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but that right one helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. And get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. All right. One last NFL soundbite that caught my eye. Mike LaFleur. As you know, James Conner's there, right? He's
back.
Coming back.
Yeah, that's right.
And they went ahead and drafted Jeremiah Love. Those are two pretty damn good backs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's... You know, they got Trey Benson there, too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a loaded running back room.
Riches.
What are you going to do? How do you handle that if you're the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Roll tape.
You want to be able to divvy that thing up. Now, you can't have everybody up on game day because of obviously the roster limitations right there. But if we can split it up, keep it fresh, have a third down back, like we're not at that point, but that's the perfect world, and we'll see what's the best thing, you know, going into September. With that being said, just like if Steph Curry's on fire and he's supposed to get his sub, you're not taking the hot hand out. And that's kind of the same approach you end up taking with a back. Like a back, just like a basketball player, any football player can get into a rhythm. It's like just keep giving him the football. Like he's just feeling it right now. So, again, hopefully at some time all those guys are going through that flow and they're kind of in that zone right there. But to your first point, the depth is that's a net positive for the Cardinals.
Two things. You're drafting Jeremiah Love, top of your fantasy draft. This has got nothing to do with winning games for the Arizona Cardinals. We're talking about you.
Not anymore.
Who are thinking Jeremiah Love, you're going to use top 5 pick on him.
Not anymore.
And all of a sudden, James Conner's getting all these carries. Well, Trey Benson's got that hot hand.
This sounds like Falcons year 1, Bijan Robinson.
Is that like a danger warning sign to you, that comment?
That is a red flag across the fantasy universe right now.
Right? TJ, you feel the same way? Because I heard that, I'm like, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Yeah. Be careful on drafting a rookie here. Or is he just so damn, that's what he's got to say right now, because there's too many guys that are so damn good, and it's going to be Jeremiah Love's gig at the end of the day. He's going to have that high.
James Conner's too good to not get run, though.
But James Conner's on the wrong side of the running back age, coming back from a pretty serious and gross injury.
Right.
We've been waiting for the Trey Benson, takeoff, and it's just been kind of stalled out a little bit the last couple seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It does give you kind of pause, like, whoa, I don't like hearing that, but it's June, and Love's going to be the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
1,600 total yards, double-digit touchdowns. I can't anticipate it being less than that.
The other thing that I'm taking away from this, and the radio audience might miss out on it, but it's too bad. What's the bangs to tall hair ratio on Mike LaFleur?
He looks so young.
No, I'm not young. I'm talking about the hair.
I know. This is Brockman and I were talking.
He's got bangs, and then it goes up. Like it goes straight up.
Is it a Pelissero situation?
I don't know.
Those are bangs?
But it looks like he's got a straight line.
It looks like it kind of.
It's a hairstyle.
What? But so you about a again.
I mean, his lineup is.
I have these questions because
I'm jealous. Yeah, jealous.
So you've got the hair. You go an inch up, and that's when you take a comb or a brush, and then you go straight up from there.
I'd have to call Benny.
Why don't you just go straight up from jump?
I think they cut it shorter. And then leave.
It's a haircut situation.
Why am I saying anything?
I mean, word of the wrong.
And then the sides, they're high. It's a high
tight.
fade.
It's a nice
That's
fade.
a fade, man. That lineup's kind of immaculate.
Tight. It's tight.
This is all. By the way, all of it's
Fresh
a choice.
cut.
All of it's a choice. Which, by the way, I'm jealous that there's a choice. I'm out of choices. I have no choices. Well,
that's not true, Rich. It's not. Turkey.
Dion and Susie might go.
Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Rich Eisen show live from Istanbul.
Yeah, the Istanbul version of the Rich Eisen show. And suddenly, I look like Cousin It.
Do it. Family trip
from the Addams Family. Nice.
Before it's all said and done, I want to see
reference.
you rock a ponytail, man. I think that would be
ponytail.
Rich, a ponytail or a man
bun? That's a choice from Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, he's making it.
Do you remember, we had the picture of him with the NFL owners meeting, and he's sitting there, and there was a cactus behind him too, and it's like, who's wearing it better? Spiky. Who's wearing it better? It's a choice. I'm jealous, man. Mike, you do you, man. You do you.
And give the ball to Jeremiah Love.
If Brockman's taking Jeremiah Love top 5 in his draft,
a lot.
You better not play a hot hand named Demercado.
Just know that Conner is going to get some goal line touchdowns.
That's
have to
true.
be okay with
That's
that.
true.
It's going to
That's
happen.
true.
But Love is probably going to, he's going to be the RB1.
Yeah. He might run it in from midfield, though.
Love say he wanted to play kickoff.
That's not happening. He said that to us at the combine.
Yeah.
I told him to his face at the combine, we just met, sir. But I can assure you, that's not happening.
You're not
I don't
on
know which
punt.
team's going to take it.
Yeah, come on.
Chris Webber is going to break down Game 4 of the NBA Finals tomorrow on a great, fun show. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Get ready, Houston. The world stage of soccer is taking over this summer, and ESPN 97.5 FM is bringing the excitement with our summer soccer watch parties, presented by Huntington Bank. Join us all tournament long as we gather for big matches, great food, cold drinks, prizes, and big soccer energy. Go to ESPN975.com for a full list of event dates and locations. The Summer Soccer Watch Parties, presented by Huntington Bank. Don't miss the fun.
Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. Get to Rodeo Goat in Edo this Thursday from 2 to 5 for your chance to win, because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents 21 and older. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules/ for prizes and details.
Griffin, I beg you, find my daughter. April 1919. War-scarred and directionless, former Marine John Griffin is pulled into a high-stakes search from London to Paris, where mystery, violence, and a global conspiracy collide. From local Houston author Alex Juden comes Red Tiger Hunting, the first gripping entry in the recently completed John Griffin post-Great War mystery series. Called a rousing adventure by Kirkus Reviews. It's fast, dangerous, impossible to put down. Get it on Amazon or at Murder by the Book. Red Tiger Hunting.
Brinkman Quality Roofing, a local family-owned business, has 50 years experience in roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman's workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace.
And we're back. How y'all doing, man? This is Jeremy and Joe show. Obviously, you got their distant cousins and DJ Bieneme and Big Sarge Media. We just finished arguing about something so maniacal because he's obviously wrong. Because, all we do is argue. It should make a song about that. But in reality, he was really wrong on this one. Sometimes I take some L's, but on this one, he was wrong. We'll talk about it later on in the break. We had Texans not training camp, but mini camp, fake camp. That's what we should start calling them, fake camp.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But so we can talk about that a little bit. We're gonna talk some WNBA. I mean, not actually, we'll talk some WNBA.
We'll talk WNBA.
We will talk some WNBA. We will talk some NBA, and might spring on some Rockets. The Rockets are kind of irrelevant, but that's not here nor there.
Irrelevant?
Yeah, they're kind of irrelevant.
They're not irrelevant.
They're kind of irrelevant.
Don't do
just
that.
being real. Just being real, brother. They're kind of irrelevant.
More relevant than the Heat.
Not after we get Giannis, big dog. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Sarge and I, we were at practice today. It wasn't too hot out there, was it?
Whoa. No. Address me the right way.
My what? Big Sarge Media?
No, the Will Anderson of sports debates, because I only know one speed, and that's destroy and win everything.
Is that accurate?
I'm the Will Anderson of sports debates.
Is that accurate?
Very accurate.
It's not
Who you want to put up against me?
It's not accurate at all.
Hey, look.
I would
my
say,
namesake. Who do you want to put up against me?
I would say you're more. I would say you're more. If we're talking
anyone.
like DNs, I would say you're more like Jacob Martin. You know what I'm saying? Like you're more in that space. You feel me?
I was gonna go Jerry Hughes.
Yeah. Jerry Hughes is a good one. Like you might be able to get us 10 sacks when it comes to debates, but then you might next year be at 2. You feel me? So
if I had to put you at quarterback,
yeah,
right?
Which quarterback put him at?
Since you're leading, Sam Darnold. Before
I just want
he left the Jets. Before he left the Jets.
So that means he still had. I mean, he eventually became a champion.
Hold on. He eventually became a champion.
And then
right?
what did Jacob Martin become? And what did Jerry Hughes become?
Hey, listen. I don't listen to you all because, combined, I'm pretty sure that. Listen. Hey, have you seen those things on social media where they showing these guys? It'd be like 4 or 5 on 1. Brian, I can take you and DJ on both at the exact same time if you want to talk about these sports debates, and then I'll make you all cash out me money for wasting my time going up against both of you.
You tried to get Brian to cut off my mic last time.
What?
You did. You said, hey, I will pay you.
Multiple times.
You forget that?
Wait, hold on. Brian agreed with me about cutting off your mic.
He did not agree. He did not agree.
Oh, come on, Brian.
He
you
didn't
know what?
agree. He didn't
You know what?
agree.
I heard you earlier say that, you're a little rusty at doing this, so I get it. You probably got selective memory, Hey, look, I get it. For medicinal purposes only, right?
What? Never a day in my life, brother.
Going back to the Texans, Sarge, obviously we were out there today. My bad. Will Anderson of the base, we were out there today. What were just some of your takes that you saw out there from, not mini camp, but what as I like to call it, luckily, fake camp?
It's a purpose, DJ. Now, let's not just, act
it does
like
have a purpose. I would admit
let's
that.
not act like it doesn't serve a purpose. But one of the things that you and I were discussing when we were out there today was something that we discussed on yesterday, because we were talking about Nick Caley's offense in year 2, and I said that he's going to have to, open up that playbook, and he's going to have to design different types of schemes for explosive plays and different types of schemes to keep the defense at bay. And so you and
Cliche.
Cliche. What was the cliche?
Open up the playbook. That's a cliche to me. But
It's
go
not
ahead.
a cliche.
Open up the
DJ.
playbook. That's a cliche to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure by the end of this segment you'll use a cliche. And you're like, I don't use cliches, but
I doubt
let me say that's the pot calling the kettle black. But
Go ahead.
But you and I seen a play, and I won't say who was involved in the play, but that offensive play that we seen, and I said, okay, so I'm interested now, and this is the second day. On yesterday I seen some things, but on today, one of those plays that really stood out to me, DJ, and I said,
yeah,
wow. And so that's what I've been looking at. I don't, all that other stuff. I don't care about. Hey man, is this guy doing this? Is this guy doing that?
Right.
But that's what I seen. That's what stood out to me. Today we'll get into some other stuff. But what was the main thing that stood out to you?
I think the main thing that stood out to me is the ones haven't got that many reps.
The ones?
Yeah. I think that stands out to me a little bit.
Offense or defense?
On both sides. Like the one, we're not seeing that much ones versus ones. Like sometimes we start team and you see Davis and his group out there, and then they'll get to Grams in that group, and then
Graham Mertz.
Yeah. So yeah, like it'd be 2s versus 2s and 3 versus 3s. Like they're kind of getting more reps than the ones in terms of just like that competitive period. It's very clear like they're trying to see, they're trying to analyze some other guys and let because they're ones that kind of established for the most part. Like there might be maybe Kalen Rutledge might eventually get into the starting line, which he should, and then maybe Caden McDonald will eventually get into the starting lineup. But those are really the only spots that maybe the other outside linebacker spot because EJ Speed's hurt. But that's really it. Like everybody's other spots kind of solidified. Right, like Higgins is gonna be outside. Nico, CJ's got quarterback. David at running back.
But do you think that it's designed that way because of this mini camp?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think it's designed that way intentionally because I think like with CJ and his group, and I guess the starting defense is more like, all right, we're trying to have, I guess they're really focused a lot of situational football because we've seen a lot of 2-minute drills, a lot of third down periods, 2-minute drills where they're on the goal line and there's only 6 seconds left, right? It's been a lot of those situations they've been working on. Not saying that the 2s haven't worked on that too, but like they're getting more full field reps where the 1s are kind of like it's way more stagnant, which is why if anybody's kind of noticed, like, when you're on social media, you don't really see too many reporters having this elaborate, deep observation.
Yeah.
Because they ain't really much to have right now, So That's probably my biggest, but I do think that's a good thing because that shows where they've developed into, what they've become, to where we can really use this period in this section of the offseason to work on the mental aspect.
One of our really good friends, Brandon K. Scott, who is host of the B Block podcast, he has this thing that
what the K stand for?
I've never asked.
Yeah,
I mean it's kind of like what is the A? Oh, Stephen A. is Stephen Anthony. What is the M in Jonathan M. Alexander?
I don't know. I actually don't.
I know what the M is in Cody M. Davis.
What is it?
Montreal. Is that the one who sing "This Is How We Do It"?
Montreal. Cody do got a black name. Like that's like black across the board. Like Montreal's a middle name. Cody, not Cody, but Cody, and then Davis.
Coty.
Yeah, Coty. Yeah.
When you Brandon K. Scott. When I was on his B Block podcast, said something that I was like, "Yo, bro, that describes things perfectly." So you know how, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of the fans fall in love and get and stick to one guy and be like, "Yo, this is the guy that's going to be, the next Texans great," or whatever the case may be. Last year it was offensive lineman Ladarius Henderson. Remember, everybody like I still have people who I do not talk to because of Ladarius Henderson. You stole my take, Sarge. I did not. I actually see Ladarius on a consistent basis, and I have his phone number. So,
why are people arguing about Ladarius Henderson?
I'll tell you that off air.
What a random brag. I got his phone number.
Yeah.
Hey, man, listen. I don't humble flex. I just flex. Anyway, I told you the Will Anderson Jr. of this thing. But so
you just missed the sack.
Brandon K. Scott said that he calls them camp crushes. And the camp crush this year is wide receiver Lewis Bond, right?
Yeah.
So out of what I forgot what
Boston College 6th-round pick.
6th-round pick, right? So he is the camp crush. Everybody wants to know what Lewis Bond is doing, right? DJ, I think that I have a camp crush that I've probably had since the Houston Texans drafted CJ Stroud.
Who?
You know who my camp crush is?
Who?
Davis Mills.
Okay. Why?
Because he looks so good, DJ, sometimes. Like today, did you see the touch pass, the sideline toe touch pass he threw
I know you're talking about.
to Lewis Bond?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then turned right around and threw that same sideline pass to Jalen Noel, and Jalen Noel scored on that play. Yeah. Like when he drops back, you know who he is? He reminds me a lot of, and you know what? If I had to put a quarterback on you and Brian, I know who it is now. He looks like Brock Osweiler, kind of like how y'all look in these sports debates, but he looks like Brock Osweiler. In practice, DJ, oh my God, bro.
And you like him?
Yeah,
Brock,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
huh?
what? Like,
Brock
what?
was awful.
He was awful in practice.
You're comparing him to Brock in a positive way?
I'm talking about practice Brock.
I mean,
that's all I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Camp crushes.
I've watched practice Brock when he was with the Dolphins in Miami.
No.
He was terrible.
Practice Brock with the Texans. Oh, DJ, he dropped back. He looks the part. What is he, 6'6"?
6'7".
Oh, 6'7". He drops back. He looks the part. And
Or
DJ,
8.
when he releases the ball, it's like a beautiful spiral.
We're gonna have to ask some other people to.
No. Kind of like how it looked with how it looks with Davis Mills. Like it looks amazing coming out of his hands and like the perfect spiral. You're like, wow. Man. And then you get in the game, you're like, all right, well, I mean, but hold on. To Davis's credit, though, I'm not going to take a dump on Davis Mills. Davis Mills kept this season afloat last year.
He did.
So I'm not going to sit here and take not we can't talk about him last season, but I like watching practice Davis Mills. Like he's becoming my camp crush.
But isn't camp crushes usually people that like we don't really know much about? Isn't that the objective?
How much do we really know about Davis?
Well, we'll find out more after the break. This is Jeremy and Joe as we're talking about camp crushes and Davis Mills, who's been in camp with the Houston Texans since forever, I guess. So again, this is Jeremy and Joe. Stay tuned at the break.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
And we're back again. And
DJ,
we're back again. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe show.
Thank you
on
for
ESPN
bringing me back.
97.5. Jeremy and Joe are on vacation. They let us, sit
Country
in.
cousins.
They're country cousins, and if you're watching us, then you know that we're definitely a different melanin. Hey, I just got a question for you though, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you noticed the difference? Did you notice the difference coming out of the break?
What's the difference?
The difference in between what AJ was playing and what Brian is playing?
Man.
Now, there is a reason for that.
Uh-oh.
We picked up the edition that Aziz let us in on White Boy Wednesday.
Ah.
So, yeah. No, normally it'd be a mix-up, and, I might cater, but today's White Boy Wednesday on the show.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We love our white brothers.
It makes sense.
That love us back.
Hey, look. And looking at Brian, it tracks.
It does. It does. I can't run from it.
So hold on. Who's your favorite rock band?
Green Day.
I used to be into that Park one.
Linkin Park?
Yeah, Linkin Park. Yeah, when I used to play the piano, I used to be in bands and we used to play some Linkin Park songs.
See, I'm old school rock and roll. I'm old school like Bon Jovi. Like that was my rock and roll band, and Van Halen.
I really, like
I could play some Van Halen today.
Yeah.
I got some.
If I'm gonna listen to rock and roll, it gotta be the one that make me want to bang my head on the steering wheel.
It's a different.
Well, like some Metallica?
Yeah, Metallica. Yeah, like some Metallica.
I'll get some Metallica.
Yeah.
Can you play it only in his headphones though? Because I definitely do not want to hear that.
Hey man, it's gonna get you ready for whatever you about to go. Whatever.
Listen.
Combat you about to get into.
Hey, give me the heavy metal light version. I don't need that. What's that metal? I don't need that metal.
That's not really Metallica. They don't scream.
What I know, but I'm saying, like, what is it's called grunge music too, right? They have
grunge is like Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, them are my guys.
Yeah, that's grunge. You're probably thinking of just straight hardcore.
Well, who sings "Welcome to the Jungle"?
That's Guns N' Roses.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome. Yeah, man, I used to play Madden a lot, but Welcome back. Sarge, you had a fascinating question that made me think a little bit. Go ahead and give that question to the viewers so then I can answer that question.
All right, so before we get back into day 2 of Texans minicamp, because there's some other things that I want to talk about, especially when it comes to some of those the offensive the offensive side of the ball. DJ, we were talking about. I said that I think my camp crush up to this point has been Davis Mills because he definitely looks the part. Mm-hmm. And now, not always, but for the most part, he looked the part. And if it wasn't for Davis Mills, when CJ was, he kept the ship afloat.
Right.
Last year when CJ was out for 3 games.
Yes.
CJ was out 3 games. Davis Mills won all 3 of those games. He also they had to come back against Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
That was Jacksonville that he came back in.
He had a game-winning drive against the Titans.
Yep, and I feel like if, that game against the Broncos, we know that the Texans was
they almost won that game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Texans were in that game, and, you got him coming right off the bench, having not played any regular season snaps, and,
So long. Like Davis might have had, at that point, we're talking about, like, maybe 15 snaps since CJ. Well, since CJ had got here. Remember when CJ got here in 2023, they went with Keenum, and then obviously I think Davis got in that second game against the Browns. Case Keenum.
You thinking about your nephew?
Yeah, I'm thinking about my nephew. I got my nephew in the building. But anyway, so you might have played like less than like 50 snaps, maybe 60 snaps across like 3 seasons.
Wait, hold on. When CJ got hurt in New York,
yeah. Davis got in, but that was like late fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So he might have played like 10 snaps. And then Case Keenum started the next game. And then the following week, Case started, and they was getting their doors blown off. I think Davis got some reps. He didn't play much in 2024. He played like maybe that last game. And then like against the Titans on the road. And then 2025, obviously he wasn't playing up until.
Right. And so, with that being said, though, so I said that, watching him in prayer, I said, hey, man, up to this point, especially with what I seen today, I was like, man, hey, Davis Mills looks amazing. So, DJ, I have a question for you because we also talked about former Houston Texan quarterback Brock Osweiler. And I said,
apparently
he looked the part. Like, DJ, like if you just let him drop back against air, like you just let him drop back against air, like not even like no, definitely not 7-on-7 and not team drills. Just let him just drop back and just throw passes to the wide receivers.
Yeah.
He looks the part, but we all know that he just couldn't get it done. So my question to you is, has there ever been, name some players, if you can, off the top of your head, that looked the part of an NFL player, but it did not translate on the field?
This one, so it did translate, then it stopped translating. But Damian Pierce, he looked the part, and he had success, and then like it completely like just vanished. You know what I mean? Like that one is always gonna be a weird one for me. Cause I'll go, what happened?
Wait, hold on, time out.
You don't think he looked the part?
So, okay, so hold on, Paul Bieniemy. Listen.
Yes.
Yes, I see where you're going. I'm not following you. I'm gonna go a different direction.
So you mean like they didn't have they looked the part but never had any success?
No. Because with Damian Pierce,
he didn't look the part.
But he never played. He wasn't in a consistent system either.
Oh God, here we go.
He had 3 different offensive coordinators, right?
Oh my God.
Did he not have? Hold on. Did he not have 3 different offensive coordinators?
My Lord, here we go.
Why do we have to say here we go, DJ? Like I'm listening.
He a running back.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that Damian Pierce is no longer here. But by the same token, like you have to throw that in there, DJ.
I'm not cutting Damian slack for not working out in Houston. Like it was working, because you got to think about it. Like the first game he was in,
Tim Kelly
was very similar to that was Pep. Was very similar in terms of like the running scheme, very similar to what Nick Haley likes to run. So like. I can't then be like, oh well, he had a bunch of different systems. Well, the first and third,
you put it behind
the
Joe
first
Mixon.
the first and third, yeah. But I mean, like
all pro.
Damian forced that move. If Damian would have ran the way he's supposed to run under Bobby, they'd never go and get Joe.
So here's what I'm about to say. Pep and Bobby ran 2 different systems.
Okay, but like they went back to Nick Haley,
and then they went to Nick Haley, a first-time offensive play caller. But by the time they got to Nick Haley, Damian Pierce is already pretty much on the outs. But you haven't seen anything consistent from him. Like I'm not just trying to give him a pass, but by the same token, like we have to throw that in there.
I don't know. I mean, that kind of answers your question.
His rookie year, he ran for what?
929 yards.
And he could have came back. He went out with an ankle injury. He could have came back.
He could have went for 1,000. So
right.
his fall off will always be very jarring, because like running backs usually don't fall off like that early without a major injury.
So what about Christian Harris?
That is a look the part, never panned out. He looked every bit of the part. He had calves the size of my head. He could jump through the roof. Cause they said like the best dunker on the team was Christian Harris.
I asked that.
Yeah, you did. He was the arguably one of the fastest guys on the team. Obviously, he wasn't the fastest, but he was one of the fastest guys. And he played linebacker. You know, like he was ripped.
You know the only
big.
person who was faster than him, right?
No, there's other people faster than him.
Nah. They'll tell you Danielle Hunter is the only person that was faster than Christian Harris.
Come on, bro. Do y'all hear that? Does anybody really believe that Danielle Hunter was the only person faster than Christian Harris? Brian, when you say that out loud, does that even make sense? Like,
not really.
No. There are other people faster than Christian Harris.
Hey, Brian.
I mean, I'd guess most of the DBs and receivers are
saying,
faster.
like,
so this is for the viewers and the listeners.
I would say like
now.
Stingley's faster than him. Kamari's faster than him.
You see this? You see what I'm doing right now?
You're flexing?
Yeah, I'm flexing. You know why? Because I got this from the players themselves, DJ.
Nah, bro.
Don't sit here and try to tell me I'm wrong when I'm in the locker room talking to the players.
I can 1,000 tell you're wrong because I can pull up. Hold on.
This isn't directed towards you, but it is directed towards you since you're on DJ's side.
I can pull up the GPS. I can pull up the GPS metrics of the fastest guys from last season. Christian Harris is not up there.
DJ, listen to what I'm telling you.
I can pull it up though.
I don't listen.
Hold on. You know me. I like to live in facts.
Right.
FACT.
You're pulling up the metrics from what games? He didn't have a lot of snaps.
He played a lot of special teams.
DJ, are you trying to tell me that the players inside of the locker room that practice on a daily basis with this man is wrong? You can't.
Yes. Because
players never exaggerate or lie.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Multiple players.
How many players?
They have a stopwatch.
I remember one time. This one, Kyle Allen was gonna start, right?
Oh yeah.
Going out of Miami, right?
Go Cougs.
Players were in there talking about, boy, he was out there slinging it. He looked good. They were down 30-0 by like the second quarter against Miami.
So I'm sorry. Did we never hear D'Amico Ryan say that
he's very athletic? Yes.
And he said he's like the fastest guy on the team.
D'Amico has never said he's the fastest guy on the team. He's never said that.
Man, listen, let me tell y'all something.
That he
hey,
has
look,
never
the position
done.
I'm in right now, I
He's
love it.
never done. He's
You
never
can't
done that.
tell me
Okay,
that
but
when I'm talking
I can deal with
to,
facts. I can deal
when
with
I'm
facts,
talking to, no, you're not dealing with facts because you're going to pull up metrics from games. He didn't have enough snaps.
Bro,
I'm
he played
telling
in a lot of games. And he played special teams.
You could pull up
where-
23 when he played.
I'm
and you
pulling
can pull
up,
up
I'm pulling
special
up the
teams
words.
play where you're running full speed down the field on
I'm
special teams.
pulling up the words from his coworkers.
All right, go ahead. Pull
From
up
the
words.
players,
Yep, go ahead.
listen, from the
Go ahead.
players that are in the locker room with him.
He wasn't faster than Stingley. He's not faster than Kamari. He was a fast player though, but he was not faster than Stingley. He wasn't faster than Kamari. He might not be faster than Nico.
Now, listen, without saying names. What if I said? What if I told you that some of the players that you just mentioned
I don't know,
said that Christian Harris
maybe
was fast?
Draymond,
Was fast.
but
He was the fastest guy on the team.
well, the metrics don't back that
Hold
up.
on.
The metrics don't
Hold
back
on,
that up.
hold on.
Hey, the metrics in the game do not.
You can't
back that up.
You can't semantic me, DJ. I'm married to an attorney too.
Yeah, me too.
So
But
you
I'm
can't
just saying,
semantic
though.
me.
I'm
You're
just
gonna
saying,
pull
though,
up.
There's
He
no metric
doesn't
that says-
have enough.
Yes, he does.
Stats
Yes, he does.
For you to
Yes,
say
he does.
He
Yes,
played
he
a lot in
does.
23.
Yeah. So okay. So let me
But
ask you a
again,
question.
he plays enough to get the metrics of how fast he's running.
We can at least go off their 40 time, which you ran. I pulled it up. He ran a 4.44.
I'm not.
They're going to 4.3 at his pro day.
I'm not going by 40 times.
Why?
I'm
Are
not.
you-
I'm not
what?
going by 40 times.
That's pure speed,
I'm
though.
but not going by metrics. I'm going by the people that he works with.
Because
I don't see
people
how y'all are trying
people can't
to
be incorrect.
I don't. Multiple people.
People can't be incorrect.
Multiple people.
Yes,
That
multiple
don't
can be
know what I'm
incorrect.
talking about.
They
Multiple
can
people.
Multiple people can
Man,
be
listen,
incorrect.
We're
yes.
gonna come back to this.
That
We're
1,000% is
definitely
the
gonna
thing.
come back
People
to
can
this.
be incorrect.
We're about to take a break. When we come back, hey, look, it has turned. It is the Jeremy and Joe show right here on ESPN 97.5. But guess what it is? It's Big Sarge, the Will Anderson of sports debate, versus
accurate?
I guess these other guys, the Brock Osweilers of
look the part, though.
sports debates. We'll be back.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hey, welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5 Radio. As you can tell, Jeremy nor Joe is here. It is their country cousins, DJ Bieneme and Big Sarge. Hey, DJ, I got a quick question.
I might have an answer.
And Brian, maybe you can chime in on this. So we were here on Wednesday, right? And
Wait.
what's the
You
day?
said we were here?
We were here on Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday.
Is today's Wednesday?
Yes.
So we were here on Tuesday. Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Dang, listen, that's what happens. All my days start running together when the Texans are back.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts.
So we were here on Tuesday. Now we're here on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're not here Thursday and Friday, correct?
Yes.
So who takes midweek vacation days?
That's a good question, Brian. Yeah, that's a good question.
Who takes?
Yeah. So is
With
Jeremy,
the family, who takes?
Is Jeremy and Joe back on Thursday and Friday?
Joe's back on Thursday and Friday. I think Jeremy took the whole week off.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't like a midweek thing. He's just off the whole week.
Oh my God, you know what that
But
means?
Joe was like, I think he was off last Friday, and then he's back this Thursday. He bookended it.
Gotcha. You know what's going to happen. If they're allowing Jeremy to take that much time off, he is going to be
washed or something?
No. He's going to be nauseating with this trolling when he gets back. Having not sat in that seat for what, a week? He's going to come back. He's going to be on a heater.
Yeah, facts. I agree.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jeremy wouldn't sit in that chair and be like, hey, you know what would probably be a good idea? If the Houston Texans traded C.J. Stroud just to get it going. That don't sound like a Jeremy Branham take?
Shut up, Stroud. Maybe. I think he would only say that if somebody said you should pay him market value, and then he'll ask, well, what about trading him? Because he has to be a contrarian. You know what I'm saying?
Because I'm pretty sure in his notes, he also has traded Şengün and KD for Giannis.
Well, I would trade Şengün in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think twice about that. I don't think you go in the championship with Şengün as your top 2 player. But that's just me. Well, you know what? I mean, we'll be able to see it, come out. Well, yeah.
Right now, you can't even get to the second round with Şengün as your second best player.
Yeah. So I genuinely believe win a championship with him as your top 2 player. I just think stylistically, he has to have the ball in his hands a lot to be effective. To even be effective, not efficient, because he's not an efficient player. And he can't shoot. He can't stretch the floor. He can't shoot threes. He can only really operate from the elbow down. I don't think you can win a championship, much less make a deep playoff run with him being a top 2 player on your squad.
So I'm gonna say it this way. I do believe that you can win a championship. Maybe not with him being a top 2 player, right? Because if you have let's just say the Houston Rockets run it back next year, and we'll get back to Houston Texans football here in just a second. But maybe not as a top 2 player.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But let's just say if he's maybe the 3rd option on a team. Right? And wait, hold on.
Okay. But depends who the 1 and 2 are, though.
So, and that's what I was about to say. Like, he can't without a point guard, he's not going he can't be your second option on that team. Well, not the Houston Rockets, that Rockets team. And, he really missed not having Fred VanVleet on the court this year, because Fred is one of the ones that put him in a position to put him in the best position on the court. The Houston Rockets did not have the only true point guard that they had this year was he's a little bit older, and he was coming off the bench, and that's Aaron Holiday. That's the only true point guard that they had. And so, and if you want to consider J.D. Davison, but Aaron Holiday, he
who the is that guy?
He's on the Rockets. He plays on the Rockets G League. He can really he can hoop, but he just hasn't gotten his NBA game all the way together yet. Matter of fact, I think he was in Boston with Ime Udoka. So he's getting there. He just needs more playing time. But they didn't have a true point guard. So now you're forcing Reed to be a point guard, which I don't think that Reed is a point guard. And now you're bringing
that was a terrible draft pick, by the way.
You're using your
Yeah, Reed's a terrible draft. You could have got Stephon Castle.
No, you couldn't, DJ.
Okay, if you say so. All right.
All right.
Stephon Castle in the NBA Finals doing his thing.
So,
Reed Shepherd.
I'm glad you said that because this is something that I put out on social media a couple of weeks ago. This is what I said. So at the time, right now, like I said, we'll get back to Houston Texans football, and I definitely want to finish my point guard point since you didn't want me to do that.
No,
but
you can finish that.
Let me just say this, DJ. At the time that the Houston Rockets were drafting, right, they already had a Stephon Castle build type player on their team in Jalen Green. So you don't get Castle and put
Jalen.
Hold on,
one's a point, one's a wing.
Well,
Jalen Green.
Stephon Castle is not a true point guard. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. But you have a similar 6'6" build player on your team already in Jalen Green. You go out and you get Reed because at that time you're not thinking that you're going to get Kevin Durant. So we're doing hindsight is 2020. Of course, Stephon Castle looks amazing in the San Antonio system around, with those players that are built around him. But if he'd have been here, now you got him and Jalen on the floor together, and they basically do the exact same thing. So now what you got pretty much the same player, just like when you had Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green together. So if I had to, jump into the mind of Houston Rockets general manager Rafael Stone, I would say that he's looking at it like, well, I already got Jalen Green here. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get a shooter. I'm going to go out and get a shooter in Reed Shepherd.
And then you get a small shooting guard who's 6'1" maybe. Because if you're that tiny, you probably can't defend very well in the playoffs. So that's what you go and get. Stephon Castle is 6'6".
But you already have a 6'6" player.
And who?
Jalen Green was already here.
Not 6'6". He's like 6'4". Big difference.
How many times have you been around Jalen Green?
Jalen Green is.
How many times have you been around Jalen Green?
If Jalen Green was.
How many times have you been around Jalen Green?
You got it. Fine.
Thank you.
He's 6'6".
So
cool.
So with that being said,
he's listed at 4'4", by the way.
The problem, Jalen's 6'6". But the problem, I just seen Jalen a couple of months ago. Yes, he's had a growth spurt. He did. He was young when he came to the NBA.
Okay.
So with that being said, right, the problem isn't. The problem now. Listen, Reed's defense, of course, but he's only been in the league for 2 years. So you gotta build up your body, and let's not act like
This just sound like a lot of excuses why they weren't able to make the right picks. You're giving a bunch of excuses.
Stephon Castle at that time. They need a shooter. Reed Shepherd is a shooter. He's a catch and shoot type of player. They haven't ran the right type of offense for him yet, and you're trying to force him to be a point
in the playoffs. He's a liability in the playoffs. He can't defend. You can just go at him all day, every day. You know what I mean? Like I'm just being honest. So, cool. I mean,
he's been in the league 2 years, DJ.
But it's funny, though, if you would have drafted Stephon Castle,
you
would have been more prepared for this past – you'd have been more equipped for this season that just came up because even though Fred got hurt, you still would have had Castle. You could find whoever you want to put a shooting guard.
Who drafts like that, DJ?
Bro, some
this
teams
doesn't even sound.
Some teams draft best player available until you have a roster that's good.
Because this
best
is
player available.
a maniacal
you know what's
take.
funny? You know what's funny? Like good organizations, they draft. Sometimes they just draft the best talent, and you figure out the rest. Right? Like the Miami Heat when they got Bam Adebayo, when they drafted him, they had Hassan Whiteside, who was in the middle of a massive extension. And they still drafted Bam Adebayo because that was the best player on their board. And now look how that turned out. He's helped them get to multiple finals. Now, did they win? No. But again, sometimes you draft the best player available.
The Houston Rockets needed a
bro.
Person,
when you draft based off of quote unquote need, especially when you're not in that position yet to draft based off of need, and when you explicitly include the fact that you came off a terrible season again because you ended up with another high pick, you should draft based off of talent.
Hold on, Sarge. Like, wouldn't you say Amin Thompson has a similar body type to Jalen Green?
No.
I mean, they're both slim 6'6"ish wings.
Yeah, have you seen? And this ain't no flex to you. I flex that to DJ. When's the last time you seen our man? Seriously.
I mean, I can look at his height online.
You're looking at his height, but look at his build. He's way stronger than Jalen.
For sure.
He's way stronger. He's way more muscular. He's way more toned.
For sure.
All right, I'll go further back. The Rockets had Ralph Sampson and drafted Keem #1.
Boom. Mike, Drop. Mike, drop. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
Hey, Brian, after your cheerleader finishes, let me
Thank you.
Let me jump
Thank
in
you.
and say
Hey,
this.
that was a good one. That was a good one.
Hey.
That was a good one.
Were we in a different era?
Hold on.
Were we in a different
No,
era?
bro.
of basketball?
Sometimes, bro, that doesn't make any sense.
Teams draft
bro.
best available.
Yeah, bro. When you're drafting that high, obviously the players that you have aren't good enough to prevent you from drafting that high. So everybody's positions up for
DJ,
grabs.
you can holler
The
as
Heat,
much
the
as you
Heat
want,
drafted
you're
Dwayne
still-
Wade when they had Eddie Jones.
DJ, I don't care how much you
I'm
holler.
just
you're
saying.
still wrong.
I'm
And
just
Brian,
saying.
let me say this.
I'm just saying.
During the time that they drafted Akeem, they were going for a twin tower lineup. They wanted to be big because they want to play big on the inside. What is basketball today?
I mean, the
Analytically,
Rockets go
three-point shooters.
twin bigs when they're healthy.
Well, I'm talking about analytically
Bingo.
three-point shooters, right?
Bingo.
And they
bingo,
only
bingo,
and do you know that why they had to go double big?
bingo.
And I know we got to go to a break. Do you know where the double big lineup was constructed? You remember when Anthony Davis got traded to the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, of
His
course.
first game against the Houston Rockets, he was killing them. They put Steven Adams in the game so they could try to slow him down. Now, he eventually got hurt, but also Dallas has a lot of size at the forward position. So the only way that they could combat that is to have Şengün and Steven Adams in the game at the same time. Up until that point, they weren't playing together like that. That's when that was born, and he just rode that wave out. So it wasn't, let's get Steven Adams so we can run a double big. When they drafted Hakeem Olajuwon and they already had Ralph Sampson, they wanted to dominate because at that time of basketball, that DJ was, were you even born then?
No.
No, 83? No, he wasn't born.
Were you?
Yeah, well, I was born in 83.
Okay, then. So I feel like I'm the subject matter expert here. So at that time, and I know we got to go to break. I think he cut my mic. Oh, at that time, I think we got to go to break. They were the big men were dominating, so they wanted to have that big lineup, a big lineup. The Rockets wanted to have that, and Hakeem was like the best player, one of the best players coming out of college. Hey, listen, we'll continue this on the other side of the break. You're tuning to Jeremy Joe right here.
Yes, sir.
Jeremy Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. That is DJ BNMA. I am Big Sarge, and behind the glass we have DJ's distant brother, Brian.
You're just mad because you're losing the debate about.
I'm not losing the debate.
You are, though.
That's the one thing.
Right, moving off of.
No, wait. Let me finish this thing out. Let me finish this thing out.
Go ahead.
Before we got into basketball, and then we're in here soon we'll talk about Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Game 4 of the NBA Finals between the San Antonio Spurs and the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things. Let's get back to some Texas football, and we were talking about
Yay, Texans!
We were talking about looks the part in the NFL. I said that my camp crush was right now is Davis Mills, but DJ. Going back to Texas minicamp today, day 2 of Texas minicamp, I'm going to say that one of the things that I did notice, and I have noticed, and look, I thought, and to be honest with you, I thought that it was just coach speak. I thought that it was just player speak about them getting in and out of the huddle and getting to the line faster, making more pre-snap adjustments. Now, I do have to lean on you because I do, no matter how much your opinionated sports takes are, you do have, like, your sports takes are terrible, and Brian's as well. But no matter what your opinionated sports takes are, you are a football savant. I would tell any and everybody that. I've said that in your presence. I've said that behind your back. DJ, when they're saying that they're getting in and out of the huddle faster and they get into the line, and does that mean that now CJ is going to have more time to make audibles? Is this the year that we get to see him completely take over the offense and make and do the things that he wants to do?
I mean, he could do that last year, but I do think that it will allow him.
Well, when do you think it started last year? I don't think it was in the beginning.
He always had the ability to.
The ability, but I don't think that a lot of.
I mean, he was calling the checks at the line of scrimmage, checks for the offensive line,
early,
the pass protection,
early on,
week 1, and I remember against the Titans, that touchdown to Jaden Higgins was a audible, by him, he's.
Well, what week was that?
That was week 4. So that's within the first quarter of the season. So he had that,
but. I'm just saying I don't think that I seen it, so that's why I'm.
But you're not gonna see it unless you talk to people. You know what I mean? You got to talk to people and ask in that aspect because that's not. No matter how people try to make it seem the only person that makes it clear as day.
Yeah,
is Dak. Dak make it clear as day. Dak make it clear as day, but not all the time is it clear as day because sometimes it might just be a simple hot route. So, them getting to the line quicker, that is good in that aspect. But I don't really get too. I want to see it against. In live action when it comes to those particular nuanced things in terms of how fast it gets to the line of scrimmage to make checks and this and that. I want to see it in game action because it's great to do it against in shorts and shorts and helmets, but I want to see that in a game before I start to really give real praise to that, if that makes sense.
And I don't think I don't want to say that I'm giving it praise.
I get what you're saying though. I know.
Yeah, so I'm saying, is this the year that we see this completely be C.J. Stroud's offense? Because I don't think I've seen that in his 3 years that this has been completely his offense.
He got to earn that though, right? He has to. I'm not saying he can do that, but he has to kind of earn that. I think that's one of those things that a team, offensive coordinator isn't just gonna just hand over per se to allow you to become Peyton Manning. You have to earn that right. So it's really on him, being consistent and diligent with his approach, which I think he does do that. So he kind of has to earn that. I'm not saying he won't have that, but he has to. For him to get into that position, he has to earn that. But I feel like he kind of has some of that going into year 2, right? I remember saying things like I'm the captain of the ship, I'm basically running the show, blah blah blah. Granted, Bobby still doesn't let him do X, didn't let him do X, Y, and Z. Nick Kelly gives him more free reign, but I remember talking to a GM last year, and they were just kind of like, hey. Every quarterback wants all that, but a lot of people aren't ready for all that. Just having that entire plate on your shoulders to where you're basically an extension of the coach on the field, where you're into the line, you're setting the pass protection, you're reading your pre-snap reading the defense, you're orchestrating the motions, et cetera, et cetera. You might change the entire play. Because once you change the play, you got to reset their protection. So like that's a lot on the play of a quarterback, but I think he has the mental ability to do that. He just has to prove that to the coaches.
I think that I want when I'm taking a look at it, I'm going to say that Nick Caley and Bobby Slowick are not the same first year play callers, if I could say that. Because
in what sense?
If you let me finish, no, I'm messing with you. But when Bobby came in, Bobby got CJ as a rookie, so they're both learning on the fly at the same time. He's learning how to be an offensive coordinator. CJ Stroud is learning how to be a quarterback in the NFL, and then they had those 2 years together. So going into year 3, now CJ is a more experienced quarterback.
Year four, but yeah.
No, I'm saying last year.
Okay. You're right.
So going into year 3, and you get a brand new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. But Nick Caley has 2 years of film on CJ, or 2 seasons of film already on CJ.
Yeah, I get you saying.
Yeah, and so when he comes in, now he can, do things do things towards his strengths and what he's able to do. And you could hear CJ said last year that, hey, look, we're pretty much on the same. We're getting on the same page. He allows me to do a lot of things that I want to do, and now I think that going into year 4, this is the first time. This is the first time I believe that CJ finally has an offense built for him.
Oh, I disagree.
Built around him.
I disagree 1,000% on that.
Yeah,
one.
Of course you do. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Brian, say you disagree too.
Yeah, I think
CJ's
CJ's a spread quarterback, and they're not a spread team.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I think CJ's bet. Like if you were to give him, truth serum and say, hey, what style of ball you want to play, he wants to play a spread.
Yeah, like more 11
not like
more
West
11,
Coast, not
11 personnel, kind of just dropping back, airing it out in that aspect. Like, I don't think, like, don't get me wrong, like some 12 personnel, but I don't. No, because look what he had at Ohio State, like, and running that type of offense. Like that's when you get and you got to think about it. That year in 2023, I'm not saying it was completely similar. It obviously was not similar to what he was doing at Ohio Ssate. But they were taking shots. They were pushing the ball down the field, right? Like they were running a lot of crossers, daggers, a lot, taking shots down the field consistently. Like that, and that's what you saw him play his best ball.
So
this is not.
This is why sometimes I tell you, DJ, that you listen to respond and not to comprehend.
You said the offense is built around him. I don't agree with that one. I don't at all. At all.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Go ahead.
We get to the break.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The reason why I said that I feel like this offense is built around him, and this is for you too, Brian. I didn't say this was built for him for college, CJ. This is the offense built around NFL quarterback, CJ. This is built for what he has right now. He doesn't have Heisman Trophy winning wide receivers around him. Like,
so
hold
that
on,
means the offense
like he
is
had
not built around
hold on,
his
you
best
not
strengths.
let me finish talking first. I'll let you finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
He doesn't have all of the weapons and that offensive line that he had at Ohio State. And so what I'm saying is now, especially with the concerted effort that they made to boost the offense in the offseason and the concerted effort that they made to get the offense better, I think and believe that this offense is built around C.J. Stroud, NFL quarterback C.J. Stroud, towards his strengths as an NFL quarterback, not as a two-time runner-up to the Heisman Trophy in college, not Ohio State college football, C.J. Stroud. Hold on, wait. I'll give you a chance to respond.
After the break.
After the break. You're tuning in to Jeremy and Joe right here on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, that makes sense.
Welcome back. Top of the hour right here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 Radio.
You heard him?
Wait, no, I like this music though. Hold on, man. Don't talk over good music. Who is this, Brian?
I actually have no idea. Michael Carroll made this one.
This is nice. Yeah, DJ, remind you of your Harvard days.
Bruh, I did not go to Harvard.
Yeah.
Went to Columbia.
Oh, I'm sorry. You went this. Oh, you remind you of your Yale days? Yeah.
I didn't go to Yale either. I went to Columbia in New York City on Broadway.
Hey, Brian. Let me say
In
this
Manhattan.
real quick. Let me say this.
Does that make it harder? That makes it more street.
Hey, look, hold on. Ask him what name he went by when he was at Columbia.
Daniel.
Why'd you go by Daniel?
Great question.
Yeah, I know why. I could tell him.
I didn't feel comfortable going by DJ at Columbia. But then
Code switch.
No, it wasn't even code switch. It was more it was more imposter syndrome.
What?
Are you trying to fit in?
Yeah, bro. Like when you're like one of the few black kids in your class, like you're not like, and it's very clear you're one of the few black kids in your class that actually understand like black culture and the plight of being a black person in America. You're going. Sometimes you may. All right, let me try to. What's the word?
Assimilate.
Yeah, assimilate and try to like. All right, I'm gonna reduce that part of my personality a little bit more. Yeah.
So I just feel like
I wasn't the only. I
wasn't
wasn't
like Dave Chappelle news anchor on people.
I wasn't the only person that I like. My friend Shinhee, she's Asian. She went through a similar aspect of that aspect too. Like just being Asian in that environment, like not feeling like she could truly be herself. Yeah, like. Yeah, that wasn't because I was code switching. That was more like imposter syndrome.
Well, hold on. Code switching means you're not being yourself.
Yeah, but
you
like
change.
I think code switching is more that has like a negative connotation
It
of
does
like
not
well,
have a
not negative. My
connotation.
bad, not negative, but more in the sense of like you're like, all right, I'm just putting on a front for these people. Where when you're more imposter syndrome, like it's more like a default mechanism. All right, let me just try to be accepted by these people. Where code switching, like, all right, I'm gonna just give them this version, and when I go home, I'm back to being myself. Where this was more like, nah, I'm just kind of like just trying to assimilate across the board and like trying to hold my head above water.
Brian, have you ever seen the movie High Learning?
I have not. No.
Have you, DJ?
No.
You never seen the movie High Learning with Omar Epps and Ice Cube and Busta Rhymes in there?
No, was that what 90s?
Y'all trying to talk basketball to me? Oh my God! You're
What
trying
does
to
that
talk
do?
Ralph Sampson, Hakeem Olajuwon? Like I
That movie
actually
was
seen.
that movie was in 1995. I was born in 1994.
So hold on, you don't listen to old school music?
I do, but I'm just saying like that's not
I'm
the
just-
only way
so-
I'm gonna come across that is my mom or my dad put that.
So
in my,
Ice
my lap.
Cube and Busta Rhymes in that movie, they went there and they exactly who they were. They were there.
But that's a movie.
Omar Epps was exactly
That's
who
a
he
movie,
was.
bro.
So
that's a movie.
my life is a movie, DJ.
Yeah,
so
that's
maybe
that,
that's
that,
why
that,
I
that's not even
can't
comparable,
relate.
bro. That's a movie.
So here's my thing, DJ. So let me ask you a question. When I go around people, do you think that I go around people as Big Sarge, or do you think I go around people as Brian?
That's Big Sarge.
Hold on.
That's Big Sarge. Yeah.
I don't ever change. When I hold on. When I'm
Yeah,
around,
but like you're 55 years old.
Okay, so when I was 30 years old and
Okay,
I was
but
BB,
I went to
I was
yes,
BB
that's
before I was
30
Big
years
Sarge.
old. That's 30 years old.
How old are you?
I was at the time I was 23, 24 years old. So I'm still trying to figure out myself.
So you're trying to fit in.
No, I'm trying to figure myself out. That's not trying to fit in per se. Like that's more or less me trying to survive. It's a big difference.
Surviving what? You can't survive being yourself?
No, you're making it black and white when it's a more complex discussion.
How?
Because you're just saying be yourself. No, bro, it's not like just be myself when I'm still learning myself. I'm now in a completely new city where I don't know anybody.
So
when I moved to New York, I moved there by myself. I didn't know a single soul across the board in
I
New
did
York.
that in Germany. So what I'm trying to tell
Yeah,
you
but
is
be doing that
okay.
in Germany, but still in Germany, you're still trying to figure yourself out. You're trying to learn and figure out the culture and all that stuff. It's not.
Yes.
It's not black. It's still not black and white.
So let me put it like this.
That's like saying, oh, I'm in
So,
Germany.
Are
Well,
you two
never
different
mind.
people? Are you a different person when you're DJ compared to being Daniel?
No, I'm still roughly the same person. Yes.
So what are we talking about here? So if
yeah,
you,
but
if you
again,
were
we're talking about me
if
at
you were-
23, 24 years old.
I
Where I'm still
understand
learning.
that. You act like
yeah,
you've been the only one that's ever been 23 or 24 in
No,
new
I'm not
situations.
though. But like you're talking more like I went to if I went back to Columbia in this current state, I would just be DJ and be myself. Yes, because I have a more understanding of who I am as a person, and my brain is fully developed. Your brain doesn't fully develop until you're age 25, so you're still trying to learn and figure things out. Like there's things that I didn't know about myself then that I know about myself now at the age of 31.
Welcome back to the Jeremy
Yes,
Joe
thank
Show right
you.
here on ESPN 97.5. I'm Big Sarge. That's Daniel.
Yep.
before we went to the break, and that's Brian. Hey, is it Brian with the I or Brian with the Y?
I.
That's the only reason I'm going to give you a pass for sticking with DJ today. If you'd have said Brian with the Y, I'd have said, do not talk to me for the rest of the time that I'm here. Hey, do you have to say that, Brian with the I?
Every time.
Me
every single
too.
time.
Wow, that's funny.
I have to say that. Do you say Daniel with, don't worry about it. Hey, hey, we actually have a caller. Let's go to the phone lines. Caller.
Christian,
what's
NBA
going on,
Finals
Chris?
and World Cup. Okay, let's hear it.
Big Sarge, Brian Bearfield, and DJ P.I.E. How are y'all?
We're doing good, brother. We're doing good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's good to hear from y'all, as there needs to be more diverse voices on these airwaves.
Preaching to the choir, brother.
Still, though.
That was Daniel.
Mm-hmm,
Yes,
exactly. But still, though, I just got a couple questions to ask y'all. First of all, with the NBA Finals being as chaotic as they have been over the last few days, even though tonight's Game 4, what would a Spurs win tonight mean for the trajectory of this series other than it being best 2 out of 3? And also, I know the World Cup is coming up this weekend. I know that we brothers don't really care much about soccer, or, well,
My dad does. He's
everybody
Haitian.
but Glenn Davis. Well, I understand. But still, though, I know everybody but Glenn Davis at the station probably don't really focus too much on this. But let's just say, after the World Cup is over, what can Houston continue to do in order to keep at least a little bit of soccer fandom going, aside from caring about the Dynamo?
All right. So I think the first part of the question, I think the Spurs win tonight.
Okay.
I think we're looking at a 2006 Miami Heat championship run, in my opinion. If they win tonight, because I think that they would.
That the first one after 2006 is with,
that was the first one. That was Wade.
That was Shaq and Wade.
Shaq, that was Wade in year 3. Wemby's in year 3. Obviously, Wade and Shaq, they made a deep playoff run the year before, so they had some playoff experience. But regardless, though, I think that if they were to win 2 in a row, especially when you include the fact that they blew game 2. They had that one, and then they kind of blew it. And then they would have gone into Madison Square Garden and then would have won those 2 games on the road. I think they go back to San Antonio, and I think there's a chance they probably reel off that one to go back to Madison and possibly win that one too.
So this is I have 2 answers to this. One, a win for San Antonio tonight to tie the series at 2 games apiece would be just a win for the NBA. Because that's more money for them, and because a sweep would have totally been a failure for the.
I agree.
And so that them tying it up, that's just Adam Silver saying cha-ching, right?
And
sure. James Dolan saying cha-ching.
For sure. Good job, Brian.
Exactly. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
But secondly,
I was talking to the other Brian.
Secondly, I look at it and I say that even if the series is tied after Game 4, I still have the New York Knicks because I don't believe that the San Antonio Spurs are ready to win it all right now. I'm not saying that they won't win it in the future. I'm not saying that they're not built to win in the future. But I just think right now, because even when you go back and you look at Game 3, even with the Knicks losing that game, you're still looking at the game and you're saying to yourself, hey man, the Knicks are going like we've seen this in Game 1 and Game 2. They could still win this game.
Yeah.
And what is it, 115 to 111 was the final score in Game 3. So I still believe that the Knicks are going to win because when you and I talked about this before, I think that they're going to win it in 6.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
And so, but tied 2-2, I think that what the biggest thing it does is it shines a brighter light on not Karl Anthony Towns because he can always fade. You know that Homer Simpson picture where they
fades into the bushes?
Yeah. For sure.
Karl Anthony Towns can fade into the bushes.
Right.
Jalen Brunson can't. He can't, and that spotlight, and he hasn't had a good series either.
No,
that spotlight is going to shine.
Other than
right
what, fourth quarter, Game 1?
Yep.
Yeah.
That spot, and hold on. Not only has he been playing bad, but you got mushed on national television. You got big face on national television, and your daddy was quick to run up and get in De'Aaron Fox face. But after you got mushed by Wemby, your daddy didn't come off that.
How you feel about the Rick Brunson? 'Cause I see some commentary. I kind of find it, find the commentary silly, but we could obviously talk about it after the break. But just your quick thoughts on like that dynamic of him coming to the defense of his son as often as he does, to where people feel like, I seen someone say like he too emotional to be on the sidelines in this situation and blah 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 blah. And
I hate it.
Hate what?
I hate that his dad does that.
Man, I mean,
because hold on,
all right,
you're at your professional job, like you're Rick. You ain't Big Brunson. You know what I'm saying? They might call him Big Brunson away from the court because he Lil Brunson. You're at your professional job. Be professional. I understand that's your son.
But that's part of coaching, though. Coaches get into it with players all the time.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. Coaches and players get into it. This is a different dynamic in father and son.
No, man.
And so when you're at Jalen Brunson is a grown man.
I think
he treats him like a child.
I think a lot of people. I disagree there. I think a lot of people.
Of course, you do.
I think a lot of people mistake the fact that they forget the fact that like it's a parent in that situation, and he just
But you're at work.
Yeah, but that's still your child, bro.
But
like,
you're at
that's
work.
your child, though.
When
bro.
you step across
if you were coaching one of your daughters, your grandkids, and somebody tried to like step up to your grandchild, you're not gonna be like, oh, do your thing, y'all handle that. No, you're gonna be like, nah, what you doing?
If my granddaughter is 30,
yes,
she handled her own issues and a problem.
No, but you would. But come on, Sarge. You know very good and well you would have your granddaughter's back.
I'm not coming on the court.
He's not going on the court. He
and De'Aaron Fox, he came on the court.
He ran all the way over to the other bench.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't got no issue with that.
I don't
got no issue with that.
So if that's the case, and I'm gonna take it back to just them, right? Now, if I'm on the other team, I'll be like, damn, bro, your daddy got to fight all your battles, bro. So I'm playing against you and your daddy.
That's not affecting Jalen Brunson. That's not even good trash talk. That's not even good trash talk.
It's definitely good trash talk
no,
that he showed up.
That's not even good trash talk for
Yeah, it's definitely good trash talk. I mean,
real good trash talk. We can talk about it on the other side of the break.
Of course, because I'm pretty sure you'd be like, look, you be the main one talking about Papa. Come save me, Papa.
Well, that's what Daniel would say.
Daniel
would say.
I'm a real trash talker.
So I had to wait till the second hour for you to be on my side.
No, I'm with you on this one. I think it makes him look soft.
Yeah, I disagree.
Jalen Brunson's a 30-year-old man. He was in no danger.
Yeah, and it's not that. He talking smack to De'Aaron Fox.
So they were all just standing there looking at each other. He wasn't in mortal danger. His daddy doesn't need to come over and rescue him.
It's not about that, but we'll talk more on the other side of the break. This is the Jeremy and Joe show at ESPN 975. You're listening to his country cousin Sarge and DJ, and we'll be back after the break.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5 Houston. I am Big Sarge. That is DJ BNMA.
We got the anti-dad club.
Right, for sure. Hey, and Brian, I have to ask. I'm probably going to ask after every break. Who is that?
This is Metallica.
This is nice. I never heard this song before.
Yeah, it's from their first album, Kill 'Em All.
Kill 'Em All?
That's the name of the album, yeah.
Kill Them All?
That's actually their PC version. It was named something else before it got rejected.
Hey, get out.
If you would have changed the melody and changed the beat.
Hey, so who sings Let the Bodies Hit the Floor? Let the bodies
Drowning
hit the
Pool.
floor. That's my song right
You
there.
want that? I'll get that. I'll get that for you.
Yeah, man, get that. Once again, you tune into the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. That is DJ BNMA, ESPN Texans reporter. I am
here.
Big Sarge from Big Sarge Media, LLC, the Texans beat writer for Big Sarge Media. That's hilarious. But, DJ, before you and I got the caller,
yes,
and before we realized that you go by Daniel when you're at Brown, and hold on, one of the things we did not do, and I want to do this for Christian because he asked us two questions. He asked us about the NBA Finals, and then he asked us about the World Cup.
Now, you know how I feel about Houston fans.
So I'm going to say this, and
that's a good point.
I don't – the World Cup doesn't move me.
What?
Like, it does not move me
man,
at
you're
all.
insane. You are insane. It don't move you at all?
Not one bit. I will not watch. You know what? Let me take that back. I'm not going to say I'm not going to watch the World Cup. I'm going to only watch when the United States is playing. Because in these type of games, in the Olympic Games, I'm always USA, USA. No, they don't. They don't move me at all. I don't.
Why doesn't it move you? Is it because it's soccer?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not a big soccer fan because if I watch 90 to 95 minutes of soccer and the score ends like 1-1, or they have to go to the penalty. I mean, not penalty kicks, to the what they call a little kickoff or whatever.
Nah, you're talking about
it's penalty kicks.
Penalty kicks, right?
It usually goes 90. You might get additional 5 minutes if it's tied, and then they'll go to that extra like 30
extra
minutes,
time,
extra time,
yeah.
And then they'll go penalty kicks if the score is still knotted.
Yeah, I'm not for that. I don't. My especially now at my big age of 54, I can't sit still long enough. Like I can sit still long enough to watch. I can sit still long enough to watch a football
2
game.
hours. That's like maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours of just cardio. Hell, I might as well. That's like watching people on the treadmill.
We watch basketball.
That's like that's like watching people on the treadmill. Yeah, but basketball. Guess what they do in basketball? They score. They score. They dunk. It's exciting.
Yeah.
Like soccer is just running up and down the field, pushing each other.
I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that. Soccer's not exciting. You're talking like soccer's baseball or something.
Baseball is more exciting than soccer.
Oh, I disagree.
Well, of course,
1,000%.
I would watch.
Soccer players are more athletic. They're faster. They're twitchier. They got more vertical ability. Like, and the thing with the game is always moving for the most part. Baseball is literally someone throw a pitch and then they swing or you miss. If you don't hit it, all right, we bring it back up.
Hold on, Brian. Let me channel my inner Jeremy Branham. Because if Jeremy heard you say this, he would be so upset right now because he is a baseball savant.
Nothing wrong with being a baseball savant.
Jeremy is the baseball what you are the football. Jeremy is am I lying, Brian?
Yeah, I would say he knows baseball best.
A lot.
Yeah.
So with that being
I'm not
said,
denying that. I'm not saying baseball's. I'm not saying
so
baseball
you
is a
think
bad
that
sport to watch.
easy? You think that it's easy to step into the batter's box and hit a ball?
That's not what I said.
Hit a ball going 90 miles an hour.
That's not what I said though. That's not what I said.
So what did you say?
Not say.
That's not what I said.
I did not say soccer is easier than baseball. Baseball is the hardest sport on earth. I have to track.
So what did you say? Repeat what you said.
I said that soccer is more exciting than baseball. I didn't say.
You said they have better athletes.
And they have better athletes.
Yeah.
That's not even like disputable.
So Shohei Ohtani is not a good athlete?
Oh my God. This man said.
Ken Griffey Jr. wasn't a good athlete?
This man said, I'm going to name the best players of all time. Were they not good athletes? That's not what I said. I never said baseball players are not good athletes.
You said that soccer had better athletes.
Yes,
and I'm naming
across
you
the board,
good baseball athletes.
Yes, but I never said they're not good athletes. I said soccer players are better.
Sarge, look up Daniel Vogelbach and tell me if that guy could play soccer.
Is that the guy from Germany?
No, but he's a big fat dude playing baseball. Like, big fat dudes can play baseball. They can't play soccer.
No.
Yeah,
I'm just saying they're better athletes. I never said that. I never said that baseball aren't good athletes or anything
hold on.
like that.
Y'all are acting like all soccer players are world-class athletes. Or is that what you're saying to me?
On the pro level, yes, they are.
No.
But I would
playing
also
in the World Cup? Yeah, they are.
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
So,
but that goes back. You say you don't watch the World Cup. So
the
it's
World
showing.
Cup is pretty much the equivalent to a MLB All-Star game?
No, it's closer to
Olympics.
no, I would say it's closer to like Worlds versus the
So the
baseball
best
ones.
in the world.
Oh, the WBC?
Yeah. It's more closer to that
So
one.
we're
Yeah,
comparing the best in the world to the Kansas City Royals. So you're telling me when you're watching, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. We're talking about the best athletes.
No, I'm not. No,
and for the
no, I'm talking about just like what it takes and what it requires to play soccer is different than what it requires to play baseball. From a pure athletic standpoint, soccer players are better athletes than baseball players, and that's not even like disputable. Soccer players are faster, they jump higher, they're twitchier. Yes, but like baseball players probably have more pure power in that aspect, and they probably have more core strength, and they probably have better
I respect your opinion.
Rotational
I just disagree
movement,
with you when it comes to the
power.
exciting part. I disagree with your opinion on the exciting part.
All right, that's fine. That you can have that, but athletically, no, that's not even not even like.
But you're talking about the best of the best.
No, but even again, like not even that. But if you just go based off of just what's required for the sport, like it's not even the same. As Brian said, you could be a big fat guy and get to the like David Ortiz. David Ortiz type could never ever play soccer in terms of just size and
listen,
could never play soccer, and that's okay. Just like how Messi could never play that like that archetype. Obviously,
so
Jose,
Messi could play baseball. I'm asking.
No. Jose granted, Messi and Jose are very similar sizes, but Messi's archetype, most can't play pro baseball.
So back to my original point, the World Cup. I'm not going to watch until the United States play, and if once they're gone, then I'm like, I may watch Germany because I lived.
Brian just sent us a picture of a guy that plays for the.
That's Daniel Vogelbach.
Come on, bro! That guy could never, ever. Someone that built like that could never play pro soccer.
So who does he play for, Brian?
He's played for the Mets, the Brewers, a few teams, Seattle.
But there's a lot of guys.
Has he ever made an All-Star team?
But there's a lot of guys built like that.
I don't know. I don't know his career that well. I just know of him.
What about David Ortiz?
So hold on. With that being said,
David Ortiz was a big fat guy.
Yeah. But that.
But hold on.
Wrong with that though.
But hold on.
For baseball.
When he was playing, he was in good shape.
He was in good shape to play baseball. He was in good shape to play baseball.
But he was a big guy, right?
Yes, he was in
But this
good
guy
shape
you
to play
just sent me
baseball.
right now,
yeah.
Would he ever make an All-Star team?
But that's not the. But he made the
Because
pros
the world,
though. He made the
hold on.
pros.
Because the World Cup is the best of the
But he
best.
still made
right?
no.
Am I right?
They're
not the best of the
World
best,
Cup
they're the best
is
of their
actually
country.
it's the best of their country. But the highest level.
What is the
highest
All-Star
level?
game?
The highest level for soccer is the Premier League.
I don't have.
Yeah, I'm saying the World Cup is more like the best.
I'm like a fish out of water when you talk about this.
Nah, for sure. I mean, I don't know that much about like pro soccer, but I just know like the generic like aspect of like.
So really, you're just talking to be talking.
No, the Premier League is like the top of the. That's like the NBA, the NFL of like soccer stuff like that. So like, yes, that guy couldn't even.
So with that being said, though, Brian, you don't think that this guy playing baseball, you don't think he's athletic, though?
No, I never say he's not athletic, though.
Your name is Daniel, not Brian.
I think baseball, more so than the NBA or the NFL or soccer, is more skill than athleticism.
Yes.
I think it's the most skill.
There's been big guys that play basketball, too.
Yeah, but not Oliver
Miller.
Guys.
Oliver Miller was a fat guy.
But those guys.
Popeye Jones was a fat guy.
Those guys are more
extinct,
extinct
though.
Now,
though.
Yeah.
Is there a single fat guy playing now?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like baseball's always got like a dozen or so just fat out slobs.
But who right now?
Daniel Vogelbach.
He's still in the league.
Yeah, there was another one that.
But is he playing on a consistent basis?
I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't followed his career that close. I mean, there's a lot of catchers. Look at Christian Vasquez.
But
he's got a sloppy body.
But that's because of the position that he plays.
Yeah, that gets to my point of it's a skill.
Yeah.
It's more of a skill sport than an athleticism sport.
Yes, for sure. That I agree.
So with that being said, I'm only going to watch the USA in the World Cup. And after the World Cup is gone, if you want to continue watching soccer, go support the Houston Dynamo or the Houston Dash.
But the only thing about Houston fans, they're just not. They're not great supporters.
This is Daniel's opinion, not Sarge's.
This is they're not great at support in that aspect. They're only good when like you at the top of the top. Yeah, like they don't support mid. They don't support like.
Brian, where are you from?
Here.
Yeah,
born and raised.
Yeah, they don't. Which pros and cons to that, but yeah.
But where
like they're not a Rabbit fan base.
Where you're from isn't either.
The Dolphin fans are a Rabbit,
and the Texans fans aren't.
No, absolutely not.
The stands are empty when they're bad.
Come on, bro. Like and
Same
like
for the
even when they
Astros, same for
good,
the
like
Rockets.
come on, bro. Like how many times we put out pictures of like when they're doing the national anthem, it might be week 3, and this is with D'Amico Ryans and CJ and that crew, and like it's not the stadium not full. We've seen Rabbit when we went to Cincinnati in 2023. There wasn't an empty seat in that entire stadium.
Good example. They're playing Lakers, man. The Lakers with LeBron this year with Kevin Durant, LeBron, and first quarter the stands are like half full.
So can I say something?
Of course. Yeah.
Because I covered the NBA playoffs this year as well. It was the exact same way in crypto. It was the exact same way in crypto. It was empty.
Saying one city is a bad fan base isn't saying Houston is a good fan base. So they can both be bad.
So this is what I'm about to say because DJ is going to bring up isolated.
No, it's not isolated incidents with the Texans.
We'll talk about this more after the break because I can't get a word in edgewise, and that's why he thinks he always wins because he just continues to talk, and I know radio etiquette. You tune in to Jeremy and Joe right here, ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. That is DJ BNMA. I am Big Sarge. We're sitting in for the guys today. That's one of my favorite songs, and I remember that because when I used to be a Sacramento Kings fan, because Chris Webber was my favorite player, they put it together a highlight reel with playing this, and I was like, oh man, this is amazing. This makes me feel like I should go get a piercing
On your nipple?
Why would my nipple
why
be
does
on
your mind
your
go there, DJ?
Daniel?
I don't know. I just
See what happens when you go to Ivy League school?
I just feel like saying that.
Dartmouth.
Get on the radio.
Hey,
you
one of
wanna
my
say the
kids
word
that
nipple?
I work with, he just got a scholarship offer from Dartmouth. Shout out KJ Keller.
Yep. So breaking news.
Is he gonna go by Kevin?
He goes by KJ. His real name's Kevin, but he just goes by KJ. That's a good question.
For
though.
now, till he gets to Dartmouth.
Till he gets to Dartmouth.
Hey, Kevin. That's how they used to talk to you too. Daniel. Hey, me and Daniel are gonna go down to the Chipotle. Do you guys want anything?
I do like Chipotle.
We're gonna eat our lunch in the quad.
That's funny.
Hey, Daniel. Do you have the notes from yesterday? That I would like to see if you got the notes from yesterday, Daniel, from Poli Sci or whatever. Well, you weren't taking that at that because you had already graduated.
Yes.
You were in grad school.
Yes,
correct?
I was in grad school. Yes.
You gonna go back and get your doctorate, Doctor Cheyenne Benjamin?
Nah, man. I'm really just trying to get my training thing to take off. That's what matters to me most. I leave this whole industry if my training completely. I work out. Yeah, I completely leave everything. Boy, these men can forget about me.
Hey, look, you know who's gonna walk away a rich man soon?
Who, Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs are adding 2 years to his contract in a rework contract. This is according to ESPN.com. Look at that, DJ. In a rework contract that ties him to Kansas City through 2033 at the value of, wait for it, $504.75 million. Now, look, so between him and that other rich guy that be giving NIL deals at Texas Tech, hey, man, they should be able to afford a lot of gambling players, right? They should be able to give a lot of NIL gambling deals.
I'm still trying to get the real details on that. I'm not too sure exactly. Like that, yeah, it's kind of confusing.
But I'm just saying, like, this is a lot of money, DJ.
I want to see exactly what the. Yeah, I got it. I want to see something
about Mahomes' contract.
Yeah, I did. It's not clear and concise because it's like new money on Patrick Mahomes' deal worth $239 million with a total value now at 504 from 2026 to 2033, with the first 4 years being guaranteed at signing. Like I want to see more before I like give any.
See more. Let me tell you something. DJ.
In terms of like the actual, because like a lot of times the reports come out and it's all fluff and.
If somebody texts me right now and say they want to give me $504, I'm gonna celebrate. So $504 million. This is a lot of money.
No, it's not that. It's more like, agent talk and stuff like that. But I don't want to bore the audience with minutia on contract stuff. I want to get back to these Houston Texans fans.
Hey,
though.
man. Hey, show me the money. That's exactly what Patrick Mahomes said. And pretty soon he's gonna he's not gonna be worth that contract.
Who?
Patrick Mahomes.
Why you say that?
I think he only got like a good 2-3 years, maybe four at the most.
Why? How old is he right now? He's 30.
These injuries though, he's
you
coming back off of a major injury.
You acting like he broke his neck.
No, but he's coming off a major lower body injury, correct?
Yeah,
but
I
tore his ACL.
Yeah, but I mean Brady tore his ACL at that same age and went on to play like another what?
Well, we're talking about the GOAT.
15 years.
We're talking about the
GOAT. Yeah, but I mean Mahomes is basically the second best quarterback ever.
Well, we're talking. Never.
I can't say never.
Compare.
You can compare. You can
You
compare
can't compare
Mahomes
Patrick Mahomes
to Brady. Yes,
what's his name? Thomas Brady. Wait.
It's
something Thomas
something Brady. Yeah, but yeah, you can compare. Bro, you can compare Mahomes. Mahomes at his best.
What do you mean by compare?
Mahomes at his best is as good as Brady at his best.
You mean that if Tom Brady's in the room, of course Patrick Mahomes can walk into that room.
Yes.
But when they start,
I think Brady is better, yes, but I still think like Mahomes
can be in the room. Brady is the one that gets to do all the talking first, and then when he's done talking,
for sure.
Then Patrick Mahomes,
yeah. But but yes, I agree there. But I still think that Mahomes at his best is like right there with Brady. At his best. I still think Brady's like a little bit better, but like I think like Mahomes right now the only guy that can.
I'm a Patrick Mahomes fan.
Yeah, no, for sure. We can honestly say, I don't know if you was telling me that Lamar more talented than Mahomes. That's not here nor there. You did, John. I try to argue that Lamar was more talented than Mahomes. But anyway, so I don't know how much of a fan you really are of him, but that's not here nor there. But I do think Mahomes is the only guy. I haven't done one since 2024, January. I do think February actually. I do think that Mahomes is the only guy that has a real chance to like actually challenge Brady in the GOAT discussion.
He has 4.
No, he only has 3.
3. Mahomes has 3.
How many has he been to?
5.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Brady been to what, 9?
Brady's been to 10.
And he got 7, right?
He got 7. He lost to the Eagles and he lost to the
Giants twice.
Giants twice.
Yeah. So as I'm saying, like you think about through this point, Mahomes been to 5.
Brady's been 5, got 3. Brady got 7.
Yeah, no, but I'm more saying on we're talking about just trajectory. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At 30 years old, you think that Patrick Mahomes
at
30
30
has
years
4
old,
more? Hold on, wait, whoa, hold on, because we just stumbled across something real quick. You think that the Kansas City Chiefs not just go, but can win multiple Super Bowls before Patrick Mahomes retires?
Multiple more?
Well, I mean,
like
he only
right
has
now?
3 now. If Brady has 7, he got at least
but
5.
I don't think Mahomes has to get to 7 to be the GOAT though.
No. I'm saying at least get you think that the Kansas City Chiefs have what it takes with Patrick Mahomes to win 2 more Super Bowls.
Eventually, yes. I think yes. I think Mahomes is too great of a player. Like he's a historic type level talent that I just highly doubt that he won't be able to get at least 2 more.
I think he makes it to
I think he'll get
1.
I think he'll at least get 2 more.
At least 2 more.
Oh, no. You know what? Let me not say at least 2 more. I think it gets at least 1 more. Yeah, I'll go
at least 1. So you think? So where do you place the Kansas City Chiefs right now?
It's not really about right now. It's more about like in the future, right?
Well, in the future,
because you're
losing Travis Kelce.
Yeah, but
you're losing a lot of the deep. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no,
you're losing Travis Kelce. Your wide receiver room is still
yeah, but
and their defense has gotten old. They aged themselves out.
Like you're gonna have a down slope. Like Brady and them, they had a down slope, and eventually they got back right once they started drafting the specific players that they needed.
Okay, do not answer this.
All right.
Because
I can't answer until when?
Until we come after the break.
Okay.
But we have a caller. Do not answer this, okay, DJ?
Travis.
I'm going to. I just want to ask you this, right? I just want to ask you this.
Right.
You do not have to answer.
I probably will answer.
And you know why I keep repeating that? Because you heard what he said, right, Brian? He can't help himself.
No, I can't.
So
what's the question?
So how did you stay married for so long?
Bro, listen, we go back and forth all the time. She just got to deal with it. She a lawyer. I'm a journalist.
She's an attorney.
She's an attorney.
There's a difference between being a lawyer and an attorney. I found that out from my wife. All right, so hold on. I did this person. We got 5 seconds before we go to the break.
Seconds.
What did I say? 5 minutes?
Said 5 seconds.
5 seconds before. I did not say that.
Yeah, it kind of did. It kind of sounded like it.
Yeah, that's because I'm country. So now we don't have no seconds before we go to the break. DJ.
Hey, that does sound like
coming out of the break, this is the question I need to ask you.
Okay.
Do you believe that the Kansas City Chiefs will get to the Super Bowl before the Houston Texans?
That's a good one. I
like that. I like that. We're about to take a break. You're tuning in to Jeremy and Joe right here on ESPN 97.5. We'll be back.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hey, welcome back. This is the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. That is DJ BNMA. I am Big Sarge, and we're filling in for the guys as they take a much needed break and vacation, family time. I'm all for mental health days, and I'm pretty sure that those guys are relaxing with their feet up. Well, not Jeremy. He's of course listening to the show and going back and forth on Twitter. So I definitely understand that he's itching to get back into his seat. And I mean, if I close my eyes, Jeremy, I feel like you're here, especially with the way the DJ talks. Brian, who is that? I know the song. I don't know who sings.
It was Linkin
That's
Park.
Linkin Park.
For, DJ.
Oh, Linkin Park. Like
Linkin
I didn't
Park.
know who. I didn't know. Of course, you know when he was at Harvard, they listened to this. Hey, Daniel,
Yeah,
you
you
want to
said
go?
you played in a band, didn't you? You said you played piano in a band in Linkin Park?
Yeah, but that was like 2005 through like 8. No. I played the piano from 4th grade through the 10th grade. So we're looking at like,
whoa,
this had to be like.
You played this
2004.
on the piano?
Because because sometimes in the band, like, we would just, like, think about it.
I thought you played sports in high school.
Yes, I said from 4th to 10th grade. I quit in 10th grade because I wanted to focus way more on
How
sports.
did you get in track in college?
That's a story within itself.
Can you do it in a minute or less?
Yes, it's actually not. I'm actually going to time myself. So, quick summation of how I got into track. I ran track my junior year in high school. Was not that good at it, but I was really more focused on football. I really did to get faster.
And then you went and played
But
the
I
tuba.
was okay at football. And my senior year, I got in trouble, and I got suspended for like 4 games. And I got back. Didn't really have much film. Went to junior college. Went to junior college in Arkansas. Then junior college in North Dakota. Then junior college in Cali.
Didn't a Texas player go to that junior college with you?
No.
Not with you, I'm saying, but went to the same junior college.
No. No.
A player from last year, year before,
I would remember that.
You talked to him about it.
But junior college?
Yeah, he went to the same junior college.
Nah, we went. No, me and Jawar Jordan went to the same university.
Jordan.
Yeah, we went. To the same
I know he
university.
went to Louisville. Okay, so my bad.
Yeah.
So go ahead because I took up.
Yeah. So I need 20
seconds.
20 extra seconds.
No. I took 7 seconds.
All right, that's fine. So when I got to Cali, I went to JUCO in Cali. Also, my third stop in 2015 through 2016 May. I ran track to get faster, and I was starting to run a little bit faster. And then that 2015 season, I got kicked out of the football team for being a diva, because someone told me to go on punt. I didn't want to go on punt. I say some things under my breath. That was that.
Antonio Brown Jr.
Yeah, come on. And then I focused more on track in 2016. I got a track scholarship to go to Louisville.
Cool. That was a great story, DJ.
1 minute and 23 seconds, not including the fact that Sarge took more than 7 seconds for me to.
So in the band, what did you play? Like the triangle?
No, I was playing the piano.
The piccolo.
I was playing the piano. So
Who?
like,
wait. Whoa.
yeah, I played piano.
Not marching band. You played a classical band? Like, I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I used to play piano. I used to play piano. Like I was really good.
Beethoven's Fifth?
Yeah, like I played Beethoven. I used to play Beethoven in my church sometimes. Like I played Fur Elise, something like that. Yeah.
So
I have a very interesting like.
You weren't even in the marching band.
No, I wasn't.
No
in that.
wonder
I
you
wasn't
went by
in that.
Daniel when you
No,
was
I
at
wasn't
Brown.
I wasn't in that marching band. Marching band in high school for losers.
You played the piano in the classical band
Yeah,
on
playing
stage for the talent show.
Playing piano is good for the development of the brain.
Wait, what kind of? So you were playing with oboes and piccolos and
not pickles. So it was called.
You still think he's cool, Brian?
ASM.
You still think he's cool, Brian?
It's called ASM music. And
wait, I thought ASM stood for something. No, don't worry about it.
But I might be missed. But I know it's A something.
Don't ASM stand for something else?
Are you thinking of ASMR?
Oh, hey, look, that's because hey, look, you seen American Pie?
Yeah, of course.
What did he say happened? Where?
What are you talking about?
At band camp, right?
Oh, you're talking about the flute. Okay, all right.
Because DJ was in there. They had the flute, the piccolo. They had the triangle, the oboe.
It's the weirdest band I've ever heard of.
The clarinet. Oh, DJ, did you have these things in your band on your stage?
Clarinet, no. Maybe at school.
Yeah,
but I didn't play when I was in I guess middle school. I didn't play in that band. I didn't play in that band. But the one I was in, I'm butchering like the name. It started with an A though. But either way, it was basically we had people that played the drum, guitar, and piano. So then like it would just be, we would have songs, we'd have notes, and we're playing it and whatnot. So like a lot of times the pianos are more like, I won't say reciting the lyrics, but like you're basically, playing the melody, and you got the guitars doing their part, and you got the drums doing their part. We didn't really have saxophones and all that. Not that I can remember.
So
this is back from fifth through like.
You had a singer too then, so the group,
no singer though.
Maroon 5.
No singer.
They were like beige 8.
Nah, no
Yellow
singers.
10.
I have trophies from
Blue 11.
I had trophies from like competing in like competitions.
What, a battle of the bands?
No, because then they also had like competitions for individual stuff where you would play the piano or you play your instrument, whether it's guitar, drums. And I was playing the piano.
That
so
sounds like a recital.
No, it wasn't a recital. You would go in a room in front of people and you have to play, and you're competing against other kids playing the piano.
He was in Blue 11.
No, yeah. I was winning.
Coming to the stage, beige 7. All right, DJ.
I got first place in some stuff. I got second place. Yeah, what you mean? I got a very extensive resume. I've done a lot of stuff.
Before we went to the break, because I can hear the listeners going, DJ played in Orange 7.
Yeah, hey,
we knew. Hey, that tracks though.
Not that many people can say they played the piano, played sports. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, multi-sport athlete.
You calling yourself a Renaissance man?
Hey, I'm one of a kind.
Daniel.
I'm one of a kind.
Daniel. I'm pretty sure when he was playing in Turquoise 21, I'm pretty sure he went by Daniel.
I did go at Daniel. So funny story. I only went by DJ once I got to high school.
Hey Brian, you want to still be with your cool guy here, or do you want to go?
I go with the flow, man.
You want to come up to the cool side?
And I switched over.
I
switched over to DJ once I got to high school.
I've never been in the band. Like, hold on, let me take
the
that
band
back. I was in the band
in
elementary school.
But the band's not lame though. Like you're making it seem like playing the piano lame.
When I was able to play like school sports, never went back to the band. I never did a recital. I never played in the church.
Jonathan Stewart played the piano.
What does that have to do with?
Doug Flutie played the instrument. Like
no.
Keenan Allen played the piano. I'm actually looking up.
You're not about to compare yourself
Christian
to
McCaffrey.
these athletes.
Christian McCaffrey played the piano.
Were they in Black 15?
But you're trying to make it seem like playing in a band or playing an instrument is like.
No.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing, though.
You playing in the band is what I'm talking about. Don't try to throw yourself in there. Yeah, so
No,
look,
but I'm saying, I played the piano, though.
Hey, like Doug Flutie played the flute.
Hey,
let's not forget, Dan Marino was a great clarinet player.
Yeah, but that also shows that you're able to
pull up the people who played in the bands that you played in. Brent, pull up those athletes.
But that shows that you have the mental aptitude to be able to learn something and be able to develop those skills and play it on the fly. That actually translates into sports. To being able to, all right, this is the assignment that I'm given, and being able to mentally process that and then apply that in the middle
music?
of it. No, you're making it seem like playing
music in the system now.
You're making it seem like playing instruments is
Did I make it seem that way, Brian? Or
No,
did I
but
just
you-
make
you
it seem like
him
playing the
But
in
you
the
made
band?
a point to say, like, once I could play sports in school.
Yeah,
I
and it's
put
like,
all
all right,
the,
well,
I'll put
then,
all
like-
the instruments down.
Yeah, that don't mean that I'm taking a crap or a dump on people who played in it. I'm taking a crap.
like it.
I'm taking a crap and a dump on Daniel.
But like you said, when I could play sports in high school, I stopped playing the thing. Like you're talking to a guy that ran track at a Division I.
But you also
So like it's like I also put it down and got a scholarship to run track.
But you were in high school playing.
I stopped playing the piano in my 10th grade year because like at that point I felt like I plateaued and I didn't want to go to college for it.
Is 10th grade high school?
No, I'm saying but I said I felt like I plateaued and I didn't want to play it anymore.
You couldn't play any more concertos?
No, cause I didn't have time for it anymore. That's all that was.
I expect the sergeant to say concerto today.
Yeah, I just didn't have time for it anymore. That's all that was.
So hey, listen. When we come back, we'll talk about Daniel midlife crisis when he was 20.
Midlife crisis?
When he was 22 and decided that he wanted to have a startup. What was your startup? Because I feel like you're very like I don't always drink beer, but when I do, you're the most interesting man on the planet. You're tuning in to Jeremy and Joe. Hey Jeremy. Hey Joe, invite me back. I know how to do this thing. DJ does it. You're tuning in to Jeremy Joe right here on ESPN 97.5. We'll be back. Hey, welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. DJ BNMA, I am Big Sarge. We are sitting in for the guys as they get some much needed rest and vacation, spending time with the family. Who is this, Brian?
I still don't remember. This is the same one at 4 o'clock you liked, but I don't know who the band is.
That means I'm getting old, right? I forgot all that. I was like, hey, this song sounds good.
You
Who is
said
this?
it. I don't know.
DJ.
Yep.
So, there was a conversation that we were having in the last hour about Patrick Mahomes, quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, who just got his contract reworked. They added 2 more years. Facts, big facts. They added 2 more years, and it says it takes him through 2033 at a value of $507.75 million. And of course, you being, because you between you and Jonathan M. Alexander from the Houston Chronicle, man, y'all do an amazing job of knowing these contracts. That's one of the things, the contract, the salary cap, the dead money, and all that.
Yeah,
that's one of the that thing is hard for me to keep up with. But
it usually just kind of tells you what the team's gonna do, or like what they have to do. If that makes sense.
as far as with extensions and being able to sign free agents and bring people in and things like that. So, but we got on the conversation about, Tom Brady being the GOAT and having seven Super Bowl rings, having gone to 10, right, Brian? Has gone to 10 Super Bowls. And then we start talking about Patrick Mahomes going to 5 Super Bowls, winning 3. And it brought up the question of, because you said that you believe that he still, before his career is done, he still has
a shot to catch Brady. Yeah. I think objectively.
Well, not. I don't want to say catch Brady, because I don't feel like you have to have I don't feel like you have to have 7, but if he has 5,
then the conversation gets real interesting.
Yes,
but I think he has to get 6, because then that would mean he would have 6 Super Bowl MVPs. And I think Brady only has, if my memory is correct, 5, because he got the one with Tampa. He didn't get the one again when they beat the Rams the last time with the Patriots. I believe he won.
I think Deion Branch took one.
Yeah, Deion Branch took one, and I feel like
Amendola.
Did Sony Michel?
No,
get the one against the Rams?
Amendola, Edelman. No,
I think Adam Vinatieri might have took one. I'm about to double check.
First one against the Rams.
The
maybe.
kicker?
No, Brady got that one. I can go and double check, but either way though.
So
Tom Brady does Super Bowl.
So with the 7, all right, and so if let's just
I'm
say
seeing 5.
Okay, 5. All right,
I'm seeing 5.
All right, good.
So if he gets into if Patrick Mahomes gets at least 5, right, then that means he'll have 5 Super Bowl MVPs.
Yeah.
And then of course, and like I'm saying, it's not like Patrick Mahomes can't walk into the same room as Tom Brady right now. Of course he can, but Brady's gonna always be the first one in the room, and then you have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But I said that I don't believe that Patrick Mahomes has the years left in him to win multiple Super Bowls, to get to those 5 Super Bowls. And then you said, yes, he does. So that brought me to the question of, who do you think wins the Super Bowl first from this point on? The Houston Texans or the Kansas City Chiefs?
That's a tough one. I think first, I think this year the Texans have a better chance than the Chiefs. But I think the Texans have to win for the next couple of years, because I bet you those big contracts are going to start to inflate, and those cap hits, and then you're going to start losing talent and whatnot. And then I know I think these cap hits are going to skyrocket soon. In a couple of years, will skyrocket. So eventually you're going to have to, some guys are going to have to depart. And if CJ gets paid, the thing is, the tricky part about CJ, let's say CJ get paid next year, right? We're going into year 5, which means you're only that extension's gonna kick in fairly soon, right? Because he's gonna be going to year 5. The extension's after year 5, so that means basically what we're in 2026, but 2028, that extension, that big cap number is gonna be there, right? Which is why it's best when you do extend them after year 3, because you still get those rookie. Though that, I guess the rookie, the 5th-year option of when the cap is not that high, right? So, but once that quarterback thing is high, you tend to lose players. Like obviously the Chiefs have to let go of Tyreek because Mahomes making a lot of money. Travis Kelce's making a lot of money, and et cetera, et cetera. So
Chris Jones?
Yeah, Chris Jones is still there, and he was making a lot of money. So they're now heading to that place, right? So the Texans have to capitalize within the next 2 years. So I think they got a higher chance.
Because I feel like Kansas City is about to go through a rebuild.
They're rebuilding, but I think they'll get out of it quicker rather than later. When your quarterback is that great and you got an all-time head coach, you're going to get out of it sooner than later. So that, they just got to find receivers, bro. That's really it. They have to stop trying to chase the ghost of Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is a once-in-a-generation type player. That type of top-end speed and twitchiness and lateral movement just doesn't exist. God only makes one of those every few years. That's why when guys are that gifted, they're cuckoo in the head. Yeah. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So they have to stop chasing the ghost of Tyreek. They have to get, guys that can just play receiver at a high level. And I think once they do that, I think they'll be right back.
But with that being said, because I can see if I was asking, them getting or winning a Super Bowl before an NFC team, the Texans are still in the AFC, right?
Yeah.
And you still have to go through that defense.
Yes.
And that defense is, I mean,
It's amazing.
Still,
it's amazing.
And it's built to be amazing for a couple of
Yes.
more years.
Absolutely, yes.
And so, how many
yes.
more years? How many years has Patrick Mahomes been in the league?
He got it in 2017, so we're approaching year 10.
All right, so let's just say let's say year 13. I think that the Texans defense at least is still operating at
Year
functioning
13?
at 3 more years. They're still functioning.
We're in year 10
at a high level.
So in 3 more years, we're talking about 2029.
They're gonna probably have to place the Neil Hunter.
Yeah. I mean,
They'll
they'll still be they'll still be functioning at a very high level. Yes,
so now we're talking about 13 years. So how many more years can Patrick Mahomes play at that level? Only reason I'm saying all that is because
I think Mahomes can play at that level up until he's 40.
Up until he's 40?
Yeah.
Being able to, because a lot of it is predicated off of his movement.
Mahomes, yeah, but like Mahomes can operate within the pocket with pristine. Yeah, he's pristine in the pocket. So I wouldn't. And like he's not. Let me be very careful who I want to pick, because I was about to say he's not Lamar, but there's tropes with Lamar, and Lamar is really good in the pocket too. So Lamar loses speed, he'll still be fine. Mahomes does not extend. He's not basically like Justin Fields, right, as a runner, obviously, right? So, like, his lateral movements and the twitchiness and the quickness of that isn't going to dissipate. When people lose a step, it's more like you lose your ability to accelerate at a high level and hit top speeds at a high level. But everything in between, you'll still have. And he'll still be able to accelerate fairly well, and he'll still be able to move laterally pretty well. So, like, that's where he
good defense in the AFC though, DJ.
Yeah, but like it's still Mahomes, bro. He just need receivers, bro.
And
that's
I get it.
He
And
need receivers.
So with that being said, the reason why I say that the Texans will definitely get one before.
Oh, you think the Texans are going to win a Super Bowl within the next 3 years?
I think that I think the Texans will win a Super Bowl before the Kansas City Chiefs will win a Super Bowl. Is what I'm saying, right? I just used 3 years as far as Patrick Mahomes is concerned because I was just like in year 13. But I do believe, because you got to look at it like this. One of the biggest factors that the Houston Texans have on their side is youth. And so, CJ is only going into his 4th year. Even without Nico, let's just say even without Nico, even without Tank Dell, you're still going to have Higgins. You're still going to have Noel. And if you can go in and maybe find, another 1 or 2 receivers, if those guys aren't here within the next 5 years.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
I think we're slowly but surely going to reach a very interesting decision with Nico next year.
Yeah, and so look at that. If they can get better, if they can stay healthy. I mean, if they can stay healthy and put together a good offensive line.
Yeah,
continue building on that offensive line rather, and then
they gotta hit on draft picks though. Like they sign guys that are older that like they got to start hitting on those draft picks.
Yeah,
that's what allows you to do what you're referring to.
But they have real quickly, I'm just gonna finish this out. Just on the offense side of the ball, and then ain't no telling what we're looking at in year 3 with Woody Marks. Him being an all-purpose back with that, and of course they're gonna have to add to the backfield. But I'm talking about now when you're looking on the defensive side of the ball, because you got 2 players. I'm just gonna use they got 2 players right now that I feel are going to be very good in the future. That it's going to take a while for them to get like consistent play on the field because, I'll take that back. Jalen Reed will probably get more playing time depending on how long they keep Reed Blankenship. How long is that? 2 years?
Yeah, it's on 3 years.
Yeah, so 3 years.
The question is if Bullock is here, if Bullock is gone.
And you look at Jalen Smith. I mean, but he's playing behind Derek Stingley. He's playing behind Kamar Lassiter.
They got some interesting. They got some interesting.
So
decisions.
what I'm saying is with that youth. So that's why I feel that the Houston Texans are built to win. Excuse me.
They're built to win right now, though.
Yeah, but I think that they'll get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl before the Kansas City Chiefs.
If they don't win the next 2 years, they're not.
Well, I don't believe that.
They're not. I'm telling, because it happens with everybody. That like Buffalo can't get to one, right? They can't get to one. The Ravens haven't been. You don't just get there because you keep knocking. You don't. The door don't just open just because. Like it's usually the Niners are another example. They get there, they don't win. Like you kind of got to strike when the iron's hot, and if you don't, you usually got to go through a little bit of a rebuild. And yeah, so
and I definitely understand that, but I think that within the next, and let's just use 5 years, because in 5 years Patrick Mahomes will be in the league a total of 15 years, and so in the next 5 years, I think that the Houston Texans are built to get to the Super Bowl before the Kansas City Chiefs, and I also believe that over these next 5 years, they're going to be in a rebuilding process, still in the rebuilding
rebuilds don't
freeze
take that long though.
in Kansas City.
They don't take that long, brother. They can happen fast.
How long did it take the Texans? 2-3 years?
It took them really
Deshaun.
It took them 2 years. They were terrible in 2020. Like when Nick came in and tore it down, 2021, they were in the play by 2023.
Yeah.
So it happens fast. So this idea that the rebuild's gonna be a while, I don't
like I said, I don't think it's gonna be a while, but I think that during their rebuild is when the Texans are going to peak. And so all I'm saying is that
which
I
is
believe.
now.
Yeah, I don't believe that Patrick Mahomes wins multiple championships.
I don't think they win this year. No, I don't think they win this year.
I don't think they win in the next 3 years.
I don't think they get close.
I'm just saying, I think that the Texans are built to win. And now we're going to go to the break, and we're going to get back to some of the Houston Texans. We're going to get back to some of the Houston Texans mini camp, and we're going to we see that we have a caller on the line. We'll get back to the Houston Texans day 2 of mini camp. But I want to ask you this question, DJ. Do you believe that the Houston Texans have found their Mike Tomlin and head coach DeMeco Ryans as far as longevity is concerned? We'll talk about that and much more after the break. You tune into the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN Radio.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, Brian, that's good music right there. That's good music right there, man.
Picked it just for you, Sarge.
This is one of my favorite
Get you in a
songs
good mood
of
before
all
DJ
time,
brings you down.
Before DJ does, but how did you know?
I can see it on your face.
You're right.
What?
It's like, I was like, I'm so glad. Look, I can't wait to hug my grandkids this weekend and be like, Pawpaw has had a rough week having to deal with an adult.
Good.
With an I don't want to call you a child, but
An
let's
adult
just
child?
say an adult who could probably be in your class. Is that
Yep.
better?
Yep.
Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe show right here on ESPN 97.5. That's DJ BNMA. I am Big Sarge. DJ, before we went to the break, we were talking about the Houston Texans and the way that they're currently constructed in, as far as Super Bowl aspirations. And we're not the only ones, that talked about the Houston Texans getting to the Super Bowl. I think Will mentioned it when he was asked about it.
Yeah, he said it was fair to put those expectations.
Yeah, and so
That's a great point.
but I also asked you before the break that do you think that the Houston Texans have found their Mike Tomlin? Mike Tomlin being former Pittsburgh Steelers coach who was there for 18 years? He was
like 18.
Yeah, I mean
it was a long time.
Yeah, and you know what's so crazy? Like to me, like back in the day, like I felt like the doppelganger for Mike Tomlin was like Omar Epps, and the doppelganger for Omar Epps was Kevin Sumlin. Like they all, you could put them all in the same thing. I know that was crazy, but he was the long-term head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers until he decided that he was going to step away this year. And he's an analyst, right? He's going to be an analyst.
Yeah.
And so, do you think that the Houston Texans have found their Mike Tomlin and head coach DeMeco Ryans? Do you think that the longevity and one of the reasons why I'm asking you that question is because when we were talking about the team and how they're currently constructed and even looking into the future, I do believe that by the time it is time to maybe do a rebuild, I think that DeMeco would have a good sense of what he wants and what he's looking for, and I think that he can keep that Houston Texans team afloat and on top, even when they're going through those type of changes.
I would say we just have to kind of, give it some time and just give it a little bit of time in that aspect. I don't
think he's peaked.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, Mike Tomlin's bait was, 18 years of never having a losing season. Won a Super Bowl fairly early into his tenure, went to another one. So yeah, I just want, I don't want to jump the gun that much yet, but I do think that DeMeco has proven to be a very, very good coach. She got to get over that hump. Really good at adjusting throughout the season. And I think, granted, I'm not going to say any cliches, but granted, it's harder to, explain at times, but he's clearly doing a lot of the coach things that you don't see behind closed doors.
Yeah.
That matter on those 3 hours on Sunday or 3 hours on Thursday or 3 hours on Monday. He's clearly doing those things that get his team prepared. I remember I had one player, he told me that, because he's been on multiple teams, basically, DeMeco will have, you might be a little sore going into the game, but you're going to have to be prepared. You're going to be ready to play. You know what I'm saying? And other coaches, not necessarily in that aspect. He said, some of them are, better for veterans because they allow us to relax a little bit more throughout the week, but we might not be as ready to play where DeMeco, because how often, it's happened here and there, obviously, because every team has that moment, but how often did the Texans necessarily come out flat? They might, people say they play down to the level. They might be a little wonky or whatever, but they're not flat. Like the game starts, they down 21 and blink them nowhere. The Jags game won those few games, but every team has that. Every team has that weird game where they forget how to play football for a half and they're down by a bunch of points. Even the team that won the Super Bowl, that happens. Because I even think the Eagles a couple years back, they started 2-2. And got their doors blown by the Bucks going into the
Giants when they won theirs, they came from the wild card position.
Yeah,
exactly. The Packers as well.
Right. So the Chiefs had during when they were really, really dominant, they had some weeks where the Tennessee Titans rolled all over them. So those games are gonna happen. But for the most part, you could tell D'Amico, they're always getting better as the season progressed. Now, mind you, 2024 was a little different, where they started hot and they kind of teetered, and it felt like it was a plane just shaking all the way down until it landed. But it got to the division round.
Yeah.
Where, and I think the end of 2024 was kind of like, our minds were a little clouded because of the offensive line. But in reality, bro, they were 8-5 going into they were 8-5 going into that 3 games in 10-day stretch.
Yeah.
And in reality, bro, like most teams in that situation were going to struggle, right? Like most teams in that situation.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? There wasn't going to be really no in between. It was either you did well or you didn't. You know what I'm saying? So like,
because who did they play?
They went Dolphins. They went Dolphins,
City,
Kansas City,
Baltimore.
You know what I mean? Like the game was on Saturday and they played on Wednesday. Like that was just
an injustice.
Right.
And they weren't the only team that had to go through that.
I think Steelers went through that too, and they went like 0-3.
So everybody, I think who played on Christmas, they went through that. The Ravens had to do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's the Ravens, the Texans, the Chiefs,
the Steelers.
Yeah. So. But with that being said, and it's crazy because you'll believe a player when they talk about, coach, but you won't let me believe players.
Oh,
when it comes
I got one of the tabs open right now, brother.
I'm good with that.
I got all the tabs open, man. I've had them open for the past 3 hours.
Yeah,
Kamari Lassiter with the fastest speed in the last 3 years. Then you got Chris Boyd with a fast speed in 2024, 22 miles per hour. Actually, I had to really scroll and I had to expand the amount of players that I could go to because his top speed in the past 3 years was 20.6 on the field. And don't get me wrong, 20.6 is you rolling. That's great because you doing that with a helmet and shoulder pads. But there's a lot of players that done went faster. I'm just saying.
You know what you just did, DJ? You know what the Robert Horry argument is? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard the Robert Horry argument? Have you heard that?
Most of Robert Horry
because you just gave me like stats, right? Hold on. You just gave me stats. Cool. I gave you what the players told me from their perspective and their eyes, right? So I'm talking about the eye test. So the Robert Horry argument is when you start talking about players should be in the NBA Hall of Fame because of championships, he has 7. But does the eye test tell you that Robert Horry is a Hall of Famer? Do you even know who Robert Horry is?
No, Robert Horry should not be in the Hall of Fame, and this is not a great argument.
But the stats. Hold on. When you start talking about
his stats actually don't
listen
say
to what
Hall
I'm
of Famer.
saying. When I'm saying stats, when you start talking about when you start talking about championships,
He's never made an All-Star team.
right? I put it like
Never been
this:
all
when
pro,
people start
been
talking
all
about
NBA.
championships, or when people start arguing the GOAT, they be like, "Well, Jordan had 6. Well, Robert Horry had 7." So right. So what you're giving me these things, I'm telling you that don't mean nothing to me. The eye test, and from what the players that he played with
You're
said,
saying eye test, but you're talking about what you heard.
from multiple players who
He's talking about eye test, Brian, but he's talking about what he heard.
Hey, hold on.
Eye test, but you're hearing with your eye. You're looking with your ears.
So hold on. And Brian, before you respond, hold on one second.
All right.
Hold on before you start. Hey, DJ, you're a journalist, correct? How long have you been a journalist?
I think like 6 years or something like that.
Okay, so how many sources does it take to confirm a story?
You need at least. It depends. It could be 1, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5, but it has to, whatever they're confirming has to still be fact. Because if, let's say, now I don't have his number and I've never texted him before.
See how this is going, Brian?
If I texted
just asked him one question.
Nick Casario, hey, are you guys trading Nico Collins? And he said, no, we're not trading Nico Collins. And in that same day, they traded him. That source was wrong.
Gotcha.
And that's source was
so
incorrect.
I see what I see what you're trying to do
no,
semantically, but it doesn't work. So
that's just sometimes
hold on,
your source
DJ.
can be wrong.
Hold on. If I got the same answer to the question that I asked from 3 different people, is that not confirmation?
It's not.
No, because those are all opinions. Those aren't facts.
Exactly.
How is it? So let me ask you this, Brian. I'm just gonna say John Burkowski, William Johnson, and Terrence Williams all play for the Houston Texans. and I go in there and I say, hey, man, ask one of them, hey, bro, who the fastest player on this team? And they say, DJ, the fastest player on the team. That's first if I'm asking the first guy. And then I go to another guy and I say, hey, man, who's the fastest player on this team? And he said, DJ. And then I go to another player. Like, these are three. So what you and DJ are trying to say
there's over 60 people on a team. So 3 people, that's not an entire team.
It's not even a majority.
Yeah.
But is 3 people enough to confirm?
No, because they're all just opinions.
Yeah.
Getting back to your line of questioning to DJ, like on journalism, you would then need to go fact check what they told you.
So
use your eye test and also go, okay, well, do the numbers back that up? And the numbers clearly don't back that up.
So here's my thing. When I say that, when I look at trying to confirm it, right? And DJ, you can laugh all day, but you can too. When I'm confirming it, right?
At him
yeah. So when I'm confirming it, right, I'm asking the players who
3 players.
Okay, you only if I get the same answer from 3.
Dog on their teammates.
It's
all gonna be puff and positive.
No, it's not. Now when you're talking off the record, Brian, DJ can tell you, DJ.
Yeah, but
well,
still though, but that's still not.
And
that's still not.
So hold on.
Still not everybody.
So
though.
hold on. DJ started off this conversation earlier about Christian Harris about being able to dunk, right?
Yeah, no, he's a great athlete.
Hold on. When we started off this conversation, you talked about how they said he was the best dunker, right?
Yes.
Who did you get that from?
A player, but
no, you got that from me. I'm the one that asked around. I asked Henry. I asked Henry. I asked Derek. I asked multiple players.
You don't think I talk to other players?
So okay, so
that doesn't make any sense.
So with that being said, I confirmed it, DJ. I asked 3 different players, and they gave me the same answer.
That's still 3 players on a 60-something man roster. Like, you still have the people that track the data. You still have the people, the coaches. There's still there's an entire organization of people that can have an opinion on who's the fastest player on the team.
This is what I think.
If he was so fast, he'd be returning kick. He'd be returning kick.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We can say it's an opinion. His co-workers who see him and practice with him and play with him, and they say, "Hey, that dude is fast."
And guess
because
what?
hold on, DJ.
Go ahead,
wait a minute. Hold on. How much during the regular season? How much of practice do we get to see?
And
answer my question.
And they're not that much. But
so,
again,
with do these guys see him?
Yes, but you're talking about opinions, just like how a bunch of guys said Deshaun Watson was a great guy. And this is Jeremy and Joe on 975 at ESPN. You got the country cousins for Jeremy and Joe on 975 and DJ and Big Sarge Media.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I never thought I'd see the day where people would be like, hey, man, coworkers are wrong about their coworkers.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN 97.5. That is DJ BNMA. I am Big Sarge sitting in for Jeremy and Joe. The guys will – you said Jeremy will be back next week?
I believe so, yeah. Joe's back tomorrow.
Joe's back tomorrow. Hey, let me just say this. Thank you all. Before we lose track of this, DJ, I just want to, take this time out to tell Jeremy and Joe – thank you for allowing us to sit in and,
You know what I really like, though? Booty.
Thank you for holding down the fort. I know that was a Deshaun Watson shot. But getting back to some of the Texans talk, because, we're not going to agree on and it's like
coworkers can be wrong.
Multiple coworkers?
Yes. They 1,000% can be wrong, bro. What? They can. Why do we have to take a coworker's opinion as like the God's honest truth?
Because we don't get a chance to see it, and they do.
No, but like
we can see the numbers though.
Yeah, I'm saying
we can see the 40 time. We can see the track man. We can see all that.
Yeah,
the GPS numbers.
Are we supposed to?
Right. So the 40 time is
ignore...
from 4 years ago.
But okay.
GPS
What about
five?
Okay,
five, right?
Then what about
How long he's been in the league? 5 years.
Yes, but what about the numbers?
Harris was drafted in 23.
Huh? Harris was drafted 23?
No, 22.
It was 22? Oh, my bad.
Yeah. But why can't we acknowledge that there are metrics that say that there have been other players faster on the football field in a game than Harris? So why can't we acknowledge that?
And why can't we say if I ask a player, starter on a team, a question about who's the fastest, somebody who plays with this guy, practice with this guy on a consistent basis, and they say I put it like this: they could have said, who does your metric say
is the fastest?
Yeah.
So in the last 3 years, the player that hit the top speed in a game is Kamari Lassiter, who hit 22.7 miles per hour.
And nobody and the consensus wasn't Kamari. The consensus was. Let me not say consensus.
But remember, you asked that before.
Let me not say consensus. Let me say the three people that I asked. And I felt like after I asked the three, I didn't really need to ask anymore. These are three different people not knowing on three different parts of the locker room. So just like I did when I asked, hey, who's the best dunker on this team? And they said Christian Harris. So,
because when I've asked players who's the fastest, they've all said themselves. Like I've asked TT before, and he said he was Tyree Thomas, and he said he was the fastest on the team. And I've asked Stingley before, and he said he's the fastest on the team. So, like, it might just depend on the day. When you ask somebody that, they might just say somebody else. That's what I'm saying. You can only take it with a grain of salt in that aspect.
So we've never heard D'Amico talk about Christian Harris's speed either.
The straw man argument. I
asked you a question,
but
why do you have? Hold on. Can you just answer a question?
But D'Amico being fast is not me saying that Christian Harris is not fast.
Is the sky blue well in the sunset? It turns red.
I never said.
So just answer my question.
I never said he's not fast. He's a great
D'Amico
athlete.
Ryans talked about his speed? Has he talked about him being a very fast player on the field, right?
He says he's fast, yeah.
Right. So with that being said, when we're talking about the speed, with that being said, because where all of this birthed from for me was me hearing D'Amico say this. So I'm like, okay, so let me go find out. Let me go ask, hey man, who you think the fastest player on this team is? And they said Christian Harris is the fastest. And they didn't say Sting. They didn't say Sting. They didn't say Kamari. You know they said who the second fastest player was?
Who?
Daniil Hunter.
Bruh, please.
Come on, man.
Bruh, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you do not hear what you're saying, bro.
You hear what you're saying? Let me just ask you a question.
Three people telling you something doesn't make it factual.
Exactly. Like
three
what? Daniil Hunter? Daniil Hunter?
People at
Daniil
HEB.
Hunter is the second fastest guy on the team?
Not three people at HEB.
So
come on, bro.
Three of your coworkers say you're a jerk. Does that make it true?
It could be. I am a jerk on some occasions. Yes, I am a jerk on some occasions. Hold on. Has three people said that Jeremy is a jerk?
Well, more than three people.
Okay, then. Is that true?
No.
Jeremy doesn't act like a jerk sometimes?
It's an opinion. Well, sure, we all do, but it's
we all
okay
do.
then. So,
But that don't,
so hold on. Let me just
Daniil
say,
Hunter, come on, bro.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Second fastest guy on the team.
Hey,
Daniil Hunter, come on, bro.
What was the Joe Mixon story about Daniil Hunter?
Come on, man.
What was the Joe Mixon story about Daniil Hunter in practice?
What? You tell me. You
were right there too.
I forgot.
No, don't be obtuse, DJ.
I forgot.
No,
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, I
don't remember. Joe said that he was coming out of the backfield. He caught a pass and he went to turn up. As soon as he was turned up, when he looked on the side of him, who was next to him?
Bruh, Daniil Hunter is a great athlete.
Did Joe Mixon say that?
That does not mean.
Did Joe Mixon say that, DJ? That's what I'm asking.
I don't remember that story.
Look in the transcripts.
All right, fine. Okay, but you're saying Daniil Hunter, this is what you're basically saying now. Daniil Hunter is fast, the second fastest guy on the team, because he ran side by side with Joe Mixon.
No, because Daniil Hunter was also a track star.
Daniil Hunter was he
not a track star?
He was a good track runner in high school, yes. But that does not mean that he's the second fastest guy on the team.
Who do we have on the line, Brian?
We got Chris.
Chris, what's going on? Chris, what you want to talk about today?
Oh, I like this. This is a good one.
Chris, what's going on, man? You're a Jeremy and Joe show.
You mentioned you trust.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Enjoying you guys today.
Thank you. Appreciate
So you mentioned that 3 people in an office dictate all opinion. There's bias, man. Steen could have burnt someone one day, and they're like, oh, well, he's not the fastest because he didn't serve me Chinese food one night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's bias in a workplace. So if you go off just 3 people's opinion, there's personal individual bias to why they might be giving you that answer. So you got to go off the metrics like the guys are saying, man.
So, Chris, let me ask you a question.
You got to remember, too.
I'm talking to Chris. Do not interrupt. We have
I
a
want
caller,
to-
DJ. No.
I just looked up
One
Daniil.
second.
I just looked up Daniil Hunter track time.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Oh, shot.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
So if you work in a building, right, and the company that you work for has, let's just say, 4 floors, right? So if you go on if you go on one floor and you say, hey man, who do you think the hardest worker is? And they say, hey man, John is the hardest worker here, right? Then you leave out of there and then you go to another floor and you be like, hey man, who do you think the hardest worker in the company is? And they be like, John. Be like, okay, cool. And then you go to another floor and you ask the same question and they give you the same name. Chris, are you saying, oh well, those 3 people, they just don't know what they're talking about? Is John? So does that make John not a hard worker?
Their opinion. Look, I think Chad and Tiffany could have a different opinion of who the hardest worker is. I think Steven and Stephanie could have a different opinion of who the hardest worker is.
What if they give you the same name,
though? It's all about
though?
their personal bias and their personal opinion.
But if they give you the same name,
I think you need a larger sample size than 3 people, my man.
Well, I mean, so if you hold on, you're on 3 different floors in 3 different departments. They give you the same name. Are you gonna say, "Oh man, that's because y'all have lunch together"? I'm asking, Chris.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, maybe that's the happy hour crew.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's the.
I respect your opinion, Chris. I just disagree.
And
with
hard work is subjective. That's still subjective. When you have factual data that backs up a statement, it's kind of hard to refute that. At the end of the day. I went back the last 3 seasons. I even went back to 2022. Christian Harris has never ran over 21 miles per hour in a game, and that's okay. Like he's gone 20.6, 20.9. Like he's rolling, but like guys have gone faster, and that's okay.
DJ,
So actually, let me ask you this: so why should we ignore the facts, the data that's tracking this information? Why should we ignore that information?
Because DJ, when we're talking about game speed, right? You're talking about game speed. You're talking about him being in the game, right? I'm telling you, you got people who work with him, meaning that players who are on the field with him watch him, and they say, "Hey, man, this guy is the fastest guy." I don't care. I don't care how fast. I don't care how fast. Listen, I don't care how fast. Look. You're gonna have to stick to one of the things. You can't keep bouncing back and forth. We're gonna have this conversation. Let's have this conversation. Listen, I say this on multiple occasions. You're married to an attorney. I'm married to an attorney. Let's not.
Attorneys deal in facts. That's one thing about you can't go into the court and talk about feelings. No, you gotta bring data and facts when you go
wouldn't
into the
even
court.
make it to trial.
DJ,
sorry.
Yeah,
hold
come on,
on,
bro.
time
Like,
out.
what? You can't go in there like, oh well.
DJ, what do they
People
teach?
told
Hold on.
me. You know what they refer that to?
What?
He said, she said.
Hold on.
That is
Yeah.
a whole
Hold
other
on.
trial.
What do they teach you in law school?
How did it go? I don't
They
know.
teach you how to argue both points, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
They
you
hold on.
still,
They
but
teach
they're
you how.
still gonna ask you to bring
Hold
the
on.
facts.
Do they teach? Okay, so they mix in facts along with other things.
Yes,
so
like facts, like
so
actual
what
facts,
I'm telling you
what's
is
actually happened, the actual data. Like, yeah, they factor that in. Yes.
So the actual facts for me is I went and I asked these people.
Those aren't
and
facts.
they said that's a fact.
No, it's not.
Three
Not a
different
fact,
people
no.
said the exact same thing. If you were on trial for a crime that you committed, and three people said, "Hey man, this," are they gonna say, "No, you're only giving him an alibi because"?
Okay, but in that scenario, 3 people said I did it, but DNA says I didn't. What side's winning?
Oh, we got now that's the whole
DNA's
different.
winning because
but
that's the science.
But that's
the
another.
fact.
That's another different. That's
The
another different
definition
story
of
for
a
another
fact
time.
is a provable statement. It can be shown to be true or false without any doubt, usually through indisputable evidence,
All I'm
like
telling
measurement
you
or
is,
observation.
When you're talking about people who work with this man that have nothing to gain from saying,
Nah,
"Hey man,
but
it's
it's not
Christian
that
Harris."
though. But like at the end of the day, like
We gotta take a break.
At the end of the day, like the data is the data. And if you were to ask like the Texans, I guess performance team, they probably would not say Christian Harris.
I don't deal. I don't deal in a lot of analytics like you. I'm old school. I deal with a lot of the eye tests. So that's
And
just
based
me.
off of the eye test, you've never seen anything on the field that ever said Christian Harris was the fastest guy on the team.
DJ, it doesn't matter how much you holler. You're wrong, bro.
No, I'm not.
You're wrong. Hey, look.
How we
hey,
arguing facts?
analytically, listen. You're gonna go into NFL OMG and say, "Hey, man, when he played against the Cleveland Browns on this day, he ran top speed and
20.9 when he caught the pick six. He went
played-
20.9. He went 20.9 when he caught the pick six against the Cleveland. He went 20.9 over
Bro,
top speed. Yes,
let me talk.
you could talk. But I'm just
Then
saying.
stop
like,
interrupting me.
I'm just saying.
Then stop interrupting me.
I interrupted.
Listen, you keep talking.
Go ahead.
And you're not saying nothing.
I'm saying facts.
Tune in to Jeremy and Joe Show right here on ESPN Radio 97.5. We'll be back.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Hey, welcome back. We're in our final segment here on the Jeremy and Joe show on ESPN 97.5. Once again, hey, Brian, who is that?
This is Leonard Skinner.
Leonard? Hey, listen, was this the guy that they kept talking about on what's the movie? If you're not first, you're last.
Oh, you think about Ricky Bobby?
Yeah,
Will Ferrell's character?
No. Wasn't the other guy Will Ferrell's friend? He always
John C. Reilly. Yeah.
Yeah, he kept talking about Leonard.
Oh, yeah. There was a scene where he talks about like his vision of heaven is him playing like lead singer in a Leonard Skinner band or something like that. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe show right here on ESPN 97.5. DJ, before we get to this last subject and this last topic, we have a caller. Chris is on the line. Chris, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? Okay, so Big Sarge.
Uh-huh.
My name's Chris. The last guy called his name's Chris.
I was like, wait a minute. Is it the same one?
Oh, wow.
No. Not the same Chris.
Gotcha.
All right. So the last Chris said he disagreed with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I say I disagree with you, right?
Okay.
Say another Chris calls in and he disagrees with you. Are we all? So does that make it right? True? Does that make it a fact?
No, that's just because you disagree with what I'm saying. That doesn't that doesn't make it that doesn't make it a fact that I'm wrong. Or if you're asking me, does that make me wrong?
People had the same opinion.
It does. So okay, hold on, Chris. Okay, so if I ask about something tangible, right, that doesn't have and that's not opinion based, but fact, right? If I'm asking the people who are there who can see what's going on, and I ask them the question and they give me that answer, not fact based, because I put it like this: when you're talking about, it's like this. When you go to and look at the Golden State Warriors, when you ask them, hey man, who's the best shooter on the team? That ain't got nothing to do with bias, this, that, and other. If all three of them say Steph Curry, and if they're playing with him, practicing with him, seeing what he's able to do, then that's who they believe is the best shooter, correct? That's who they're watching and seeing. So when these three people tell me,
but the facts say something different.
What does the fact say?
The facts say that guy can't outrun the other guy. He's faster on tape, statistically. DJ said he looked it up, and never once has that other guy been faster than him in a game. So those are facts.
So okay,
people saying they think this guy's the fastest. That doesn't make it true. Just like I said, three people calling and saying you're wrong doesn't mean you're wrong.
So Chris,
you're wrong.
We're not talking about three people. We're talking about three co-workers, three NFL football players. Yeah, it does matter. We're talking about three NFL football players that practice and play with him on a consistent basis, not game speed, not game speed or how fast he gets down the field on special teams. I asked three of the people who observe him and who are with him on a consistent basis, and they are three different people in three different parts of the locker room, and they gave me the same answer. So how can you say, hey, man, that's wrong?
Is it their teammate? Is it their teammate?
Yes, but they don't all listen, Chris.
There you go.
They don't all take up for their teammates. They do not all. Hold on, Chris. On off the record conversation, they don't all. You think that everybody in the NFL locker room gets along?
No, but
I'm asking Chris. I didn't ask Daniel.
Not necessarily, but on your team, you're going to say this guy is the fastest, and that's their opinion, and it's usually biased because that's their teammate. They're not going to go out there and say, "Oh, homeboy's faster than him," and they're close. That creates tension in the locker room because you're talking about live opinion. Like that's going to be out there.
Chris,
so
I don't mean to flex on you. I don't mean to flex on you, but let me say this: I've been in NFL locker room since 2017. What you're explaining, it does not work like that. They don't just, when you're talking to them and asking them these type of questions, just like when I asked them, hey man, who's the best dunker on the team? Funny how DJ said that he used him being the best dunker on the team, and I'm the one that asked multiple players that question, and they said, because Christian Harris told me, I've been dunking since the 8th grade. They said, Will said, Christian can jump. Henry said Christian can jump. Go ahead.
I feel like the only solution to this to get it won is put all three of those guys on the line, hit bang.
We can't do that. Christian Harris plays it.
Let the facts speak for themselves.
Hey, Chris, thank you for calling in, man. We got to get up out here, man. I definitely appreciate it. DJ.
Yep.
I said that I believe that the Houston Texans have the best wide receiver core in the AFC South. You say no.
Nah, the Jaguars are a little bit better.
All right, that's something that we have. You think that Jeremy and Joe going to allow us back?
Maybe.
I hope when you go to training that you cramp up. I don't want you to tear nothing. I just want you to cramp up and be on the side, and I hope they video it.
Good thing I'm gonna be sitting on the side.
Watching the recap of Love Island?
Yes, sir.
DJ, it has been a blast, bro.
It's been a good time.
Hey, look, you and we're gonna walk out of this room and we still gonna be the same people we were when we walked in here.
Amen, brother.
We owe each other to fight each other. Elevate our life.
That's a good point.
Hey, Brian, I really appreciate it, man. DJ, any final words?
Sarge also said the Texans gonna have a top 7 offense. He's crazy.
I believe that. I do believe that the Houston Texans will have a top 7 offense. Brian, it's been a blast, man. AJ, it was a blast on yesterday. You've been tuning in to Jeremy Joe right here on ESPN Radio. We out.